Chapter 1: The Cashback System Arrives. Gimhae City. Blind Date Corner. Handsome boy, you look very young. Are you here to see me for your family? When Shinyi heard the voice, he turned around and saw a beautiful mature woman about 40 years old. She was wearing a dress with simple cut but high texture, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her every move was elegant and her eyes revealed the unique charm of a mature woman. Shinyi scratched his head, a blush appeared on his face, and he said a little embarrassedly, "I didn't come here by myself. I just came here to travel after the college entrance examination." The beautiful mature woman's eyes flashed with obvious surprise, but it was fleeting and replaced by a more enthusiastic smile. "What a coincidence, my daughter also just graduated from high school. You look very handsome, are you interested in meeting me?" Shinye's heart was suddenly shocked. He just came here to stroll around, and yet someone took a fancy to him so quickly? He comes from an ordinary family. Both his parents are diligent office workers. They are busy working to make a living and live a simple and stable life. This time when he came to Gimhae City for tourism, he accidentally heard that there were many rich women looking for sons-in-law in the blind date corner here. The young man was curious and had a glimmer of hope to change his destiny, so he came here with the attitude of giving it a try. Shinyi has nothing else but his outstanding appearance and proud figure, which makes him stand out in the crowd like a crane among chickens. He is 1.9 meters tall, with a tall figure, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. Seeing Shinye's hesitation, the beautiful mature woman thought he had some concerns, so she simply opened up and started talking non-stop. "My family is well off, with several properties and my own business. If you are with my daughter, your life will definitely be worry-free. And my daughter is beautiful and has a good personality." In fact, the beautiful mature woman was attracted to Shinyi at first sight when she came to the blind date corner. He was tall and had a perfect figure. Even through his clothes, she could vaguely see the outline of Shinye's tight muscles. That body full of strength and youthfulness instantly struck her long silent heart. The reason why she traveled all the way from Shangjing City to Gimhae City this time was not to find a husband for her daughter but to find a good man for herself. It's just that when she first met Shinyi, she was afraid that straightforward expression would scare the young boy in front of her, so she told a little white lie and pretended that she was looking for a partner for her daughter. You have to know that she has been divorced for more than 10 years. She is in her 40s, at the age of being in her prime, and she also longs for a sweet love. But she has high standards and especially prefers young and energetic men. In order to avoid embarrassing situations such as finding her daughter's classmates, she came to Gimhae City. Shinye's heart skipped a beat, and his mind instantly emerged with his extravagant life of living in a mansion and driving a luxury car. Just as he was hesitating whether to agree, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "The godly rich cashback system has been activated and it has been detected that the host is facing a life choice." Shinye's eyes widened instantly, thinking he was hallucinating. But then the system panel appeared in front of him, clearly showing two options. A. Reject the beautiful mature woman's request and live a dull life. B. Agree to the beautiful mature woman's request and bind yourself with her to receive a novice gift package. Shinye's breathing suddenly became rapid, his eyes fixed on the system panel in front of him that only he could see. His heart felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. "I'm about to get rich." The beautiful mature woman looked at Shinye's shocked and tangled expression, feeling a little confused but not willing to ask rashly. She just kept smiling and waited patiently for his response. Shinye's brain was working fast. Option A rejected the beautiful mature woman and continued to live an ordinary life. Although it was stable, the future could be seen at a glance. He was unwilling to be bound by mediocrity all his life. Option B, which is to agree to bind the beautiful mature woman to her, sounds very tempting. Not only can you say goodbye to your past financial difficulties, but you will also get a big gift package for beginners. He secretly looked up at the beautiful mature woman and found that she was staring at him intently. The expectation in her eyes made him a little overwhelmed. Shinyi swallowed and said with difficulty, "Auntie, I agree." Ding, congratulations to the host for making the right choice. The novice gift package has been distributed. The host has obtained a system for viewing beautiful women's information and 2 million special love funds. Note, when the host consumes for the bound object, a 1 to 10 times cashback will be triggered. The higher the intimacy value of the bound object, the greater the probability of triggering a high cashback. When the beautiful mature woman heard Shinye's answer, a hint of subtle surprise flashed in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise up to reveal a gentle smile. "Good boy, Auntie knows that you are a straightforward person." As she spoke, she held Shinye's arm affectionately as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. Shinyi moved uncomfortably but did not break free, still thinking about the so-called beauty information viewing system and the 2 million special love fund. He quietly called the system in his mind and tried to view the details of the beauty system template. In an instant, detailed information about the beautiful mature woman appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Wanqing. Age, 43. Height, 170 centimeters. Appearance 9'2". Privacy value, 1. How many men have you driven with? Situation, gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, longing for true love. Intimacy, 50. Occupation, chairman of a well-known jewelry company in Shangjing City. Shinyi couldn't help but be amazed when he looked at the information. He didn't expect that he would catch such a big fish by just agreeing to it casually. Come on, Auntie will take you back to Shangjing City to meet my daughter and we can have a good chat about the future. When Shinyi heard that he was going to see his daughter, his heart skipped a beat, but he thought that since he had already been linked to the system, he had to go anyway. He pretended to be calm and smiled and replied, "Okay, Auntie, I will listen to you." Still calling me Auntie? Then My name is Lin Wanqing. Shinyi understood what she was thinking and immediately changed his words, Sister Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was very satisfied with the speed with which he changed his words, so she pulled Shinyi and rushed to the airport. Shinyi felt uncomfortable in the first-class cabin. After all, it was the first time for him to sit in first-class cabin in his life. Lin Wanqing seemed to see his uneasiness and thoughtfully poured him a glass of juice and said softly, "Don't be nervous, just treat it as going to your own home." Shinyi smiled awkwardly but was silently thinking about the system in his heart. He thought that he had to spend the 2 million dating fund well to trigger more high cash back. After getting off the plane, Lin Wanqing suddenly received a call and her expression became a little serious. After she hung up the phone, she looked at Shinyi with an apologetic look on her face, took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "Shinyi, I suddenly have something urgent that needs my immediate attention. Take this card. There is 100,000 yuan in it. Go shopping by yourself first. I'm sorry to ask you to come back in the evening." Shinyi took the bank card and felt excited but a little overwhelmed, and said quickly, "Sister Wanqing, it's okay, you go ahead and do your thing, I can do it on my own." Chapter 2: A different Lin Wanqing. Looking at Lin Wanqing's hurriedly leaving back, Shinyi realized belatedly that he had forgotten to say that he was originally from Shangjing City. He walked out of the airport, and the familiar street scenes made him feel at home, but now his identity was different. With a huge sum of money and a super-rich system, everything had become different. Shinyi planned to use the 100,000 yuan Lin Wanqing gave him to package himself first, and as for the dating funds, he would definitely spend them on Blade. Superior. He raised his hand to stop a taxi and went directly to the most luxurious shopping mall in Shangjing City. This was a place he had only dared to watch from afar. Every time he passed by, he was attracted by the luxury goods in the window, but because he was short of money, he could only walk past it quickly. As soon as he entered the square, not knowing whether it was fate or God's deliberate arrangement, Shinyi just stepped in and saw a familiar figure when he looked up. Ex-girlfriend Lin Ningning was walking out of a luxury store, holding her current boyfriend Lu Jiwen's arm affectionately, talking and laughing. Lin Ningning had delicate makeup on and was wearing an expensive dress, with a hint of arrogance in her every move. Shinyi paused, feeling mixed emotions. Once upon a time, he and Lin Ningning were so sweet together, but after the college entrance examination, Lin Ningning suddenly proposed to break up. You should know that Shinyi is a very good student. He ranked among the top 10 in the city in science in the college entrance examination. With Shinyi's guidance, Lin Ningning barely reached the scoreline. As a result, as soon as the college entrance examination was over, she turned against him and resolutely abandoned Shinyi. Shinyi even suspected that she was just using him as a stepping stone for her studies. At this moment, humiliation and anger surged in his chest. The days when he stayed up late to explain exercises to her and turned down parties to review with her were like slaps in his heart. Lin Ningning also saw Shinyi, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across her face, and she subconsciously clenched Lu Jiwen's arm. Lu Jiwen followed her gaze and saw Shinyi dressed simply. His eyes were full of disdain and he laughed at her. "Hey, isn't this the poor boy who only knows how to study? Why, do you also want to enter a luxury store to open your eyes? What are you talking about? Go away." Lin Ningning's face turned pale and red. She pulled Lu Jiwen's arm, trying to quickly leave this embarrassing scene. Seeing that Lin Ningning was still trying to escape, Shinyi immediately came to Lin Ningning's side, looked directly into her eyes, and said word by word, "Lin Ningning, you kicked me away after you took advantage of me, you were so cruel." Lin Ningning's face suddenly changed. She felt a little guilty about what Xinyi said, but she still argued angrily, "Xinyi, don't spit blood at me. I broke up with you because I have no feelings for you. Feelings are something that can't be forced. Don't keep pestering me." Lu Jiwen also pretended to be powerful and added fuel to the fire. "That's right, and her family is so rich, don't be so arrogant. You don't even look at your own status, and you still want to be with Ningning. It's just a daydream." Xinyi was so angry that even his original mood of shopping and packing disappeared without a trace in an instant. He glared at Lu Jiwen fiercely, turned around, and walked quickly out of the square. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiwen chased after them like a dogskin plaster. He ran and shouted, "Xinyi, stop right there." When he caught up to Xinyi, he put his hands on his hips, panting, with a strange smile on his face, and said, "Xinyi, I advise you to stay away from Ningning in the future. Do you know that when you went home and called each other to review together the night before the college entrance examination, I, as Ningning's male best friend, was always by her side?" Although Lu Jiwen succeeded in pursuing Lin Ningning by being a green tea lover, he knew clearly in his heart that Lin Ningning still had a place for Xinyi in her heart. In order to completely replace Xinyi's position in Lin Ningning's heart, he, as Lin Ningning's best male friend, often said bad things about Xinyi in front of Lin Ningning. When he saw Xinyi today, the jealousy in his heart came up again, and he couldn't help but want to provoke Xinyi again. He licked his lips and continued to boast, "I accompany Ningning every day, and I know what she likes and dislikes. I will send her medicine when she is sick and make her happy when she is sad. What about you? In addition to explaining a few questions, what else can you give her? There's nothing we can do about it, since Lin Ningning's family is so rich and she has a wealthy and beautiful mother." Lu Jiwen went to great lengths to live a luxurious life by relying on this big tree. He knew that as long as he held on to Lin Ningning, he would have endless wealth and glory, so he would never allow Xinyi to ruin his good deeds again. Xinyi looked at Lu Jiwen, who was jumping up and down like a clown in front of him, and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. He felt that his anger just now was a bit exaggerated. "Yes, I have the system now, why am I still angry with him?" Xinyi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Lu Jiwen, do you think I don't know that you are talking to Lin Ningning for her money? Your thoughts are transparent to me. Humph, no matter how hard you think or how much you plan, don't worry, you will always be a younger brother in this life." Xinyi deliberately dragged out the ending sound of the word brother, and then added with a stronger tone, "the best brother among brothers." After saying this, Xinyi didn't even give Lu Jiwen an extra glance and turned away without hesitation. Just when Xinyi was about to go somewhere else, the phone rang. Xinyi saw that it was Lin Wanqing's call, so he quickly picked up the phone. "Sister Wanqing, are you done with your work? I finished my work, but there was a small mistake. Why don't you come to my house now?" Hearing Lin Wanqing's somewhat guilty voice on the other end of the phone, Xinyi's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but wonder what had happened. But he still agreed without hesitation, "Okay, Sister Wanqing, I'll go over right away, please send me the address." After hanging up the phone, Xinyi raised his hand to stop a taxi and gave the address sent by Lin Wanqing. The taxi stopped in front of a luxury villa community. Xinyi paid the fare, took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and stepped into the community. Along the way, he couldn't help but be amazed by the lush green plants and exquisite garden landscapes, and he had a more intuitive understanding of Lin Wanqing's wealth. Soon, he found the villa where Lin Wanqing was. I rang the doorbell and after a while, the door slowly opened. "Xinyi, you are finally here, come in quickly." Lin Wanqing's familiar voice came. Xinyi looked up and saw Lin Wanqing in front of him wearing a purple vest, which perfectly outlined her graceful figure and her slender waist. The jeans she wore on her lower body were short to her thighs, revealing her long and straight legs. Xinyi's eyes widened instantly, a heat surged to his cheeks, he felt his face flushed, subconsciously turned his head away quickly, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. No matter what, he found it difficult to connect the bold and casually dressed figure in front of him with the elegant and dignified Lin Wanqing he met at the blind date corner. Lin Wanqing took in Xinyi's reaction and was very satisfied. She had consciously or unconsciously wanted to show a different side of herself in front of Xinyi to increase her own appeal. However, she still pretended to be shy and smoothed the hair by her ears with her hands, and said softly, "I'm sorry, Xinyi, I was just packing things at home, and I was so busy that I didn't have time to change clothes. Come in and sit down." As she spoke, she stepped aside to let Xinyi enter the house, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Xinyi calmed himself down, walked into the living room, found a place to sit down, and tried his best to ignore Lin Wanqing's very shocking outfit. He cleared his throat and asked, "Sister Wanqing, what do you mean by something went wrong on the phone? Xinyi knew clearly that Lin Wanqing had previously made it clear that she wanted him to be with her daughter and become a live-in son-in-law. But now, hearing her guilty tone on the phone, I really couldn't guess what had happened, and my heart was filled with doubts and curiosity. Chapter 3, Changed Girlfriend? Lin Wanqing walked to the sofa and sat down, fiddling with the corners of her clothes with her hands unconsciously, as if she was thinking about how to start the conversation. After a moment of silence, she raised her head, her eyes full of helplessness. Xinyi, to be honest, I just found out today that my daughter has found a boyfriend. Ah? Xinyi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that things would be so coincidental. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Anyway, now that he possessed the super-rich system, the trajectory of his destiny had changed, and he no longer needed to rely on becoming a live-in son-in-law. It's okay, Sister Wanqing, this is not something you could have expected. Xinyi quickly came back to his senses, and with a gentle smile on his face, he comforted her. Love is a matter of fate. Since your daughter has found someone, then the previous plan should be treated as if it never happened. Don't take it too seriously. I have known you for a while, and I cherish this friendship. Lin Wanqing listened to Xinyi's words quietly, her eyes never leaving his face. Looking at the young, handsome, and well-behaved boy in front of her, her heart was filled with ripples and she felt more and more that he was a man worthy of trust. In this real world, it is very rare to find a young man like him who is handsome, well-mannered, and has such an outstanding figure. But Xinyi, Lin Wanqing paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. I was thinking, since there is no possibility for you and my daughter, then, do you have any different feelings towards me? When Xinyi heard this, his heart skipped a beat, as if hit by a sledgehammer, and a hint of surprise that was difficult to conceal flashed across his face. His eyes widened, thinking to himself, after all this time, could it be that Lin Wanqing wants to develop a romantic relationship with me? His eyes unconsciously fell on Lin Wanqing. It is undeniable that Lin Wanqing looks very young, with a gentle and charming temperament. Her every move exudes the unique charm of a mature woman, which is very attractive to any man. But when Xinyi thought of her 43-year-old age, he felt a little scared. You have to know that you are only 18. I am about to become a male college student, and a male college student with a system, and the future is full of infinite possibilities. Xinyi really couldn't imagine himself being together with Lin Wanqing, who was more than 2 years older than him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said carefully, Sister Wanqing, I understand your feelings. You are gentle, kind, and charming. It is my honor to be favored by you. But you know, I'm only 18, and many of my ideas are immature, while you've been through so much, and the age gap between us. I'm afraid there will be a lot of problems. Sure enough. Lin Wanqing's eyes dimmed a little, but she still didn't give up. She bit her lower lip lightly and said, Xinyi, I know age is a problem, but I really think you are different from other young people, and I can also support you. If there was no system, Xinyi would have agreed long ago. Being kept by a rich woman was Xinyi's ultimate dream that he had kept in his heart for a long time. Moreover, she was a beautiful and charming mature woman like Lin Wanqing. Just thinking about her could make his heart beat faster. However, at this moment, he had a grander blueprint in his heart. He would never give up the wild flowers in the vast world outside that were waiting for him to explore for the sake of a seemingly beautiful ripe flower. Xinyi thought about it for a while, weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and finally gave a rather vague response. Sister Wanqing, please give me some time. I really need to think about it. This is too sudden for me. Okay, take your time to think about it. I'll wait for you. Lin Wanqing forced a smile. Even though she knew in her heart that Xinyi was just trying to fool her, she couldn't humbly beg Xinyi to agree. After Xinyi left, she sat alone on the sofa, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes, thinking over and over again in her mind, should I have used money to kill Xinyi? Or should I have taken the initiative to take him down? After all, in her opinion, she has everything that men like, material, beauty, and gentleness. After Xinyi came out of Lin Wanqing's house, he felt a chill on his back and was still a little scared. Recalling Lin Wanqing's eager and passionate eyes just now, he really felt like he was being stared at by a tigress, and it seemed that Lin Wanqing was going to eat him up in the next second. 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. He muttered to himself. Now thinking about it, this word is indeed the most appropriate to describe the scene just now. He raised his hand to stop a taxi, got in the car, and said to the driver, Master, let's go to the most luxurious shopping mall in Shangjing City. He planned to go to the luxury shopping mall that he failed to visit last time, and used the 100,000 yuan given by Lin Wanqing to package himself well. After a while, the taxi arrived at the shopping mall. After Shinyi entered, he went straight to the LV store. As soon as I stepped into the store, a tall and pretty salesperson came up to me. Her name was Su Yu. She had a professional and sweet smile on her face and a clear and pleasant voice. "Hello, sir, welcome. Is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing Su Yu in front of me wearing a professional suit, the slim-fitting suit jacket outlines her slender waist, and the hip-hugging miniskirt perfectly shows her straight and long legs. Shinyi said silently in his heart, "Check the system for information." Soon, the information appeared in front of him. Name, Su Yu. Age, 23. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance 8'5". Privacy value, 0. How many men have you driven with? Status, personality, looks at people and is materialistic. Intimacy, 20. Stranger status. Identity, LV female salesperson. The privacy value is still 0 when worshipping money. Could it be that you want to find a reliable rich man? Thinking of this, Shinyi couldn't help but get excited, because he knew that the 2 million special inspection funds in his system had not been spent yet. System, bind Su Yu. Sorry host, since you are already bound to Lin Wanqing, you can only continue to bind others after her intimacy value is higher than 70. Also, please note that the 2 million special inspection funds in the system will only trigger a cashback reward if they are spent on Lin Wanqing. When Shinyi heard the system's response, he felt annoyed and his originally excited mood instantly cooled. He glanced at Su Yu, who was smiling beside him, and gritted his teeth secretly. He knew that if he wanted to live a good life in the future, he had to win Lin Wanqing first. "Sir? Would you like to take a look at our classic leather goods first, or do you have any other special needs?" Su Yu's sweet voice sounded again, pulling Shinyi back from his thoughts. Chapter 4: Contact Information. I want to look at men's clothes first. I want something that shows my status while still being youthful and energetic. While Shinyi was responding to Su Yu, he was quickly thinking in his mind how to improve Lin Wanqing's intimacy value. He knew that if he wanted to unlock more bound objects, the most urgent thing at the moment was to obey Lin Wanqing. Although Su Yu was not sure whether Shinyi had the actual spending power, her well-trained professionalism and desire for performance still drove her to provide attentive service. After all, this month's performance figures are really bleak. If she doesn't get a few decent orders, she feels that she is about to be pushed into a desperate situation by life, as if she is really going to starve to death. Moreover, the man in front of her was so handsome. She had been working in the luxury goods industry for so long and had seen many handsome men, but for some reason, Shinyi still made her crazy about him. Relying on her keen intuition about size, Su Yu carefully selected a dark gray slim-fit suit according to Shinyi's figure. The fabric was top-grade Italian worsted wool, as soft as a cloud. She held the suit in both hands, walked to Shinyi with a smile, and said, "Sir, you must try this suit. The dark gray color is both calm and elegant, showing your identity, and yet fashionable, which complements your youthful and energetic temperament." Shinyi took the suit and walked into the fitting room. After a while, he came out and stood in front of the fitting mirror. Su Yu's eyes lit up. After Shinyi put on the suit, his temperament instantly improved, and he looked more mature and steady in his handsomeness. "Wow, sir, it fits you perfectly. It's like it was tailor-made for you," Su Yu exclaimed sincerely. Shinyi looked at himself in the mirror and was quite satisfied. "Yeah, it's really nice. How much is this dress?" "This suit is a top-quality product in our store. It costs 98,000 yuan. Su Yu bowed slightly, with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. After all, the price was not low, and she was not sure whether the seemingly young customer in front of her could accept it. After Shinyi heard this, his originally calm expression suddenly froze. He widened his eyes, inwardly shocked. Just a piece of clothing, 100,000 yuan was gone in the blink of an eye? Is this the daily consumption of rich people? He was originally thinking of matching it with a pair of trousers and shoes with great interest, but at this moment, this idea was instantly shattered by the high price. Shinyi anxiously called the system in his heart. "System, if I use my 2 million to buy luxury goods for Lin Wanqing, will I get a cash back?" The system's emotionless voice sounded in Shinyi's mind. "If Lin Wanqing accepts your gift, she will get a cashback, otherwise not. In that case, I'm going to buy. After getting a definite answer from the system, Shinyi instantly felt confident. Su Yu, who saw everything, thought Shinyi thought it was too expensive, so she said softly, "Sir, do you need me to change it?" Shinyi shook his head. "Do you have any discounts if you buy more?" Su Yu was stunned for a moment. "Sir, we don't offer discounts no matter how much you buy here." Then I wonder how much I need to buy to get your green bubble, beautiful lady? When Suyu heard Shinya's slightly teasing words, her cheeks flushed instantly. She bit her lower lip lightly, and a hint of shyness and surprise flashed in her eyes. Sir, you are such a joke. Shinya looked at Suyu's shy appearance and felt secretly happy. If it were in the past, he would have no chance to flirt with the LV salesgirl. I'm not kidding. I really think you're professional and pretty, so I want to get in touch with you more often. Suyu's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. She tried to calm herself down and said, Sir, if you are really interested in the products in our store, please buy more. I can apply for an exclusive gift for you. Although there is no price discount, the gift is also very thoughtful. As for the contact information, Suyu paused slightly, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. If you really have subsequent shopping needs, I'd be happy to give it to you. Shinyi knew in his heart that Suyu was responding to him in a tactful way. The only way is to let her see my spending power, Shinyi thought to himself. Then please pick out some clothes for me that are suitable for someone who is 170 centimeters tall and weighs around 100 kilograms. Shinyi told Suyu about Lin Wanqing's figure and asked her to make recommendations. Suyu was a little confused when she heard this, but her professionalism allowed her to quickly adjust her attitude and responded enthusiastically, Okay sir, the lady you described has a very slim figure, and we have many styles that are very suitable for her. After that, she walked quickly to the women's clothing area, and with her familiarity with the merchandise in the store, she quickly picked out a light pink silk dress. Sir, this silk dress is soft and smooth, and feels comfortable against the skin. The light pink color goes well with your skin tone. It is very suitable for daily gatherings or slightly more formal occasions. Suyu introduced while spreading the dress for Shinyi to see. Shinyi looked at the skirt, and the image of Lin Wanqing wearing it appeared in his mind. He nodded slightly, motioning Suyu to continue. Suyu was encouraged and picked out a few more pieces of clothing and a bag. When checking out, the total price of these women's clothes plus the clothes that Shinyi had picked for him reached 400,000. Shinyi took out 2 bank cards and paid for them separately. After all, the clothes he bought for Lin Xiaoqing had to be paid with the system's money, otherwise he wouldn't get any cash back. Suyu really didn't expect that Shinyi, who looked so young, would be so generous. He didn't even blink when he spent 400,000 yuan. When Shinyi methodically completed the payment with 2 cards, Suyu had an idea. Sir, you really care about this lady. I'm sure she will be very happy to receive these gifts. Suyu said as she carefully packaged the merchandise, with a hint of curiosity in her tone, she must be very happy to be valued so much by you. Shinyi smiled slightly and did not respond directly. Instead, he said, Suyu, thanks to your help in choosing, these clothes are all very suitable for me. If there are new arrivals or any special styles in the future, remember to contact me as soon as possible. Yes, sir, don't worry, I will. Suyu nodded quickly, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. By the way, sir, this is a special gift our store prepared for you. Although it is not as valuable as the items you bought, it is also a token of our appreciation. As she spoke, she handed over an exquisite little gift box, which contained a brand-customized keychain. Shinyi took the gift box, put it in his pocket, and said, Thank you, your service is very thoughtful. Now, I think I can meet your subsequent shopping needs. Your contact information. Suyu's cheeks flushed again. She bit her lip lightly, took out her cell phone, and exchanged contact information with Shinyi. Chapter 5 Promise Lin Wanqing. After Shinyi left, Suyu's colleague Lu Mengshi suddenly appeared behind her. Lu Mengshi came over with a gossipy look on her face and said with a smile, Yeah, did that handsome guy just now want to pursue you? Otherwise, why would he buy so many things? No way. Suyu's cheeks flushed and she shyly patted Lu Mengshi's arm, but there was a hint of imperceptible joy in her eyes. Didn't you see that all the clothes he bought were women's clothes? Maybe he bought them for his girlfriend. Yeah, what's wrong? I saw you added his contact information. I think with your looks, you can definitely climb into his bed and become a rich and kept wife. Lu Mengshi took Suyu's arm and said with a smile. Lu Mengshi has been working in the luxury goods sales industry for many years and is well aware of the preferences of some wealthy people. She also knows that Suyu has never been in a relationship and is simple and beautiful. In her opinion, Suyu is exactly the kind of person that rich people want. Sister Mengshi, you still have something to say? Suyu stamped her feet shyly, her eyes full of reproach. It's just normal sales behavior, don't think too much. Besides, it's not as easy as you say. He looks like a man with serious things to do, how could he have such an idea? Oh, yeah, you are just too naive. Lu Mengshi shook her head disapprovingly. Look, he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye. He must be a wealthy man. If you can seize this opportunity, you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Sister Mengshi, I really don't think about it that way. I just think he's quite interesting, and he's very quick to buy things. Maybe he can bring me a lot of sales in the future. Suyu explained, trying to get Lu Mengshi to stop making such jokes. Humph, you are just a stubborn person. Lu Mengshi gently tapped Suyu's forehead. But speaking of which, if you really can have something with him, don't forget me, your sister. When the time comes, you have to help me with your life. I know, Sister Mengshi. Suyu smiled helplessly, but please don't talk nonsense anymore. It would be bad if others heard it. Okay, I won't say anything. Lu Mengshi patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, however, you have to be aware of this. This is a rare opportunity. Don't miss it. Shenyi took the things he bought and prepared to go to Lin Wanqing's villa again. Along the way, Lin Wanqing's figure kept appearing in his mind. He was thinking about how to start the conversation when they met later so that she could feel his sincerity. At the same time, in the LV store, Suyu tried hard to recover from the banter with Lu Mengshi and continued to devote herself to work. However, Shenyi's shadow flashed through her mind from time to time, and her hands unconsciously slowed down while tidying up the shelves. Yeah, what's wrong with you today? You seem absent-minded. Lu Mengshi passed by Suyu and reminded her softly. Suyu suddenly came back to her senses and smiled awkwardly. Maybe I was a little tired from the business just now. On the other side, Shenyi came to Lin Wanqing's villa. He took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. After a while, Lin Wanqing opened the door and saw Shenyi carrying a lot of bags in his hands, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Shenyi, what are you doing? Lin Wanqing asked in confusion. Shenyi scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Sister Wanqing, I wonder if what you just said about waiting for me still counts. When Lin Wanqing heard this, her pretty face instantly turned red. How could she not understand what Shenyi meant? Shenyi, you finally figured it out. She leaned slightly to the side and said softly, with a hint of barely perceptible joy, come in. Shenyi walked into the room, gently placed the bags in his hands on the coffee table beside him, turned around and looked at Lin Wanqing. How about I call you Qingqing from now on? Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed, she nodded slightly, and said softly, okay, I have never heard anyone call me that before. Although Lin Wanqing didn't know why Shenyi suddenly changed his mind, as long as he obeyed her, it would be a great joy for her. Even if it was just for her own money, she could accept it, after all, she had plenty of it. She looked at the handsome boy in front of her, her heart full of doting. But, Shenyi, why did you buy so many things? Lin Wanqing looked at the LV items displayed in the house, and she could tell at a glance that Shenyi had put a lot of thought into them. For a college student who has just finished the college entrance examination, these luxury goods are not cheap. Qingqing, I just thought it would look good on you, so I bought it. You must wear it. Especially the socks I carefully selected for you. As he spoke, Shenyi took out an exquisite little box from the shopping bag, which was tied with a light pink ribbon. This was the only thing Shenyi chose, and it was also the thing he thought was most suitable for Lin Wanqing. In his heart, a young woman who matches this, with that kind of charming and seductive charm, can only be found in heaven and on earth. When Lin Wanqing saw the box, her cheeks instantly became hot. She gently scolded, Shenyi, you kid, why do you still buy this kind of thing? What's wrong with this thing? I think it would look good on you. Lin Wanqing bit her lower lip and said, you only know how to make me happy. Looking at the shy Lin Wanqing who was like a blooming bud, Shenyi could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. He took the opportunity to get closer to Lin Wanqing and gently put his arms around her waist. Lin Wanqing had already changed into pajamas at this time. Although the loose pajamas covered part of her body, they still could not hide her curvy figure. Shenyi's hands touched her slender waist, as if touching the softest clouds in the world. Ding, Lin Wanqing's intimacy +5. The system prompt sounded in Shenyi's mind. At the same time, another prompt sound followed. The host spent 302,000 yuan for Lin Wanqing, successfully triggered a 5-fold cashback, and received 1,510,000 yuan. The money has been transferred to the host's own bank card, please check it. Hearing the system prompt sound, Shenyi was secretly happy. Lin Wanqing felt Shenyi's warm breath and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. She tilted her head slightly and met Shenyi's eyes. Just when she couldn't suppress her inner impulse and wanted to kiss him, the doorbell rang suddenly, like a heavy hammer, abruptly breaking the charming atmosphere in the room. Lin Wanqing was shocked, and her dazed eyes suddenly cleared up. She pushed Xinyi away in panic, and the blush on her face had not yet faded, but now she looked a little more panicked and embarrassed. Chapter 6 Ex-Girlfriend's Mother? Who? Lin Wanqing's voice trembled as she tried to tidy up her messy pajamas. Her eyes unconsciously drifted towards the door, and she secretly prayed that this sudden interruption would end quickly so that she and Xinyi could continue the sweetness they had just had. Xinyi also looked annoyed. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his disordered breath, cursing the untimely doorbell in his heart. Xing, I'll go take a look. Xinyi tried his best to make his voice sound calm. He straightened his clothes and strode towards the door. Mom, open the door quickly, I forgot to take the key. Xinyi was stunned. He turned and looked at Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing didn't expect her daughter to come home so early today. She hurriedly tidied up her hair that was messed up by Xinyi, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her expression. But the blush on her cheeks, which had not yet completely faded, still revealed her inner panic. She came to Xinyi and said with a guilty conscience, "Xinyi, don't scream later. This is my daughter. I will handle it." Xinyi nodded slightly and stepped aside. For some reason, although they were clearly in a legitimate relationship, Lin Wanqing always felt that she was having an affair behind her daughter's back. Ningning, kid, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? As Lin Wanqing spoke, she opened the door and forced a smile on her face. Ha! Mom, everyone is thinking about their daughter staying at home. Why do you always want me to go out and play? Lin Ningning came in skipping, holding an unfinished ice cream in her hand. But when he saw Xinyi in the living room, his steps suddenly stopped and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Xinyi? Why are you in my house? Xinyi never dreamed that he would meet Lin Ningning in such a situation. His mind went blank for a moment and his heart seemed to be about to jump out of his throat. So? Lin Wanqing is Lin Ningning's mother? This realization was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. He is dating his ex-girlfriend's mother. Xinyi showed a very awkward smile. When Lin Wanqing saw her daughter and Xinyi's reactions, her heart skipped a beat and an ominous premonition came to her mind. Ningning, do you know him? Lin Ningning ignored Lin Wanqing and looked at Xinyi angrily. We've broken up, why are you still coming home? What? You still want to come to my house and complain to my mom? Could it be true, as Lu Jiwen said, that you are after my mother's money? Lin Wanqing didn't expect that the boyfriend she found was actually her daughter's ex-boyfriend. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with this relationship. Give up? But she really likes this little man. Continue? After Lin Ningning knew about it, could she still get along with her daughter normally? Ding, Lin Wanqing's intimacy 10. A system notification sound suddenly rang in Xinyi's mind, and his heart instantly sank. He had finally managed to raise Lin Wanqing's intimacy to 55, but now, not only had it returned to the starting point, it had even regressed. Although Xinyi felt very uncomfortable, he had to remain calm in front of Lin Wanqing. Lin Ningning, you are thinking the wrong thing, okay? Aunt Lin asked me to come here today to see my teaching level so that I can tutor your neighbor's child. If you don't believe me, just ask your mother yourself. Is that so? Lin Ningning looked at Lin Wanqing stubbornly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. She knew that this might really be the case, otherwise why would Xinyi appear in her house? Lin Wanqing secretly rolled her eyes at Xinyi, her eyes showing both anger at his quick thinking and helplessness towards the current situation. She smiled awkwardly. Yes, Ningning, your Aunt Zhao wanted to find someone to tutor her child in math. I searched for a long time online before I found Xinyi. Look at what happened. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Lin Wanqing explained with a wry smile, which seemed forced. Lin Ningning pouted, knowing that she had really misunderstood Xinyi. But with her stubborn personality, she would never bow down to Xinyi no matter what. I don't care. Either he or I can't live in this family. Having said that, she stamped her feet and ran out of the house like a gust of wind. Lin Wanqing saw Lin Ningning go out again, and looked at the door worriedly, following the direction her daughter left with her eyes. Only when she was sure that she was really far away did she slowly close the door. Xinyi, is your family from Shanjing City? Xinyi nodded and said, after the college entrance examination, I wanted to relax, so I went to Jinhai City for a trip, and then I met you, Qingqing. Lin Wanqing smiled helplessly. She went to the blind date corner in Jinhai City because she was afraid of finding Lin Ningning's classmates. I didn't expect that I would meet my daughter's classmate like this. No, it's my daughter's ex-boyfriend. The gears of fate seemed to be playing a cruel trick on her at this moment. Lin Wanqing saw Xinye's innocent expression and wanted to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked, and all her words turned into a sigh. Hey! Lin Wanqing turned and ran to the bedroom, opened her bag, took out a bank card, then slowly walked to Xinye and handed it to him. Xinye, there is 1 million in this card. From today on, just pretend that we have never met again. No matter how much she liked the man in front of her, Lin Wanqing could not accept the fact that he was her daughter's ex-boyfriend. So in the end she chose to let go. Xinye naturally wouldn't agree. Even if it's not for the system, just think carefully about the idea of dating your ex-girlfriend's mother. After this conversation, he was promoted to Lin Ningning's stepfather. Without thinking, Xinye put the bank card back into Lin Wanqing's hand. Qingqing, who do you think I am? Do you think I am after your family's money? A trace of panic flashed across Lin Wanqing's eyes. She quickly waved her hands and tried to explain, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. No, Xinye, that's not what I meant. When the words came to my lips, they seemed to be choked by something and I couldn't say them out. Then why did you abandon me once you heard I was your daughter's ex-boyfriend? Lin Wanqing's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Her face was full of confusion and struggle. Xinye keenly noticed the hesitation in Lin Wanqing's expression. He was delighted and without thinking, he gently but firmly pulled her into his warm arms. Lin Wanqing obviously did not expect Xinye to be so bold. Her body stiffened instantly and a blush flashed across her face. She subconsciously tried to break free from Xinye's arms and gently pushed Xinye's chest with her hands, but what she got in return was Xinye's more enthusiastic response. His arms wrapped around Lin Wanqing tightly like an iron clamp, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. No, Xinye, I am Lin Ningning's mother. Lin Wanqing's voice was filled with a hint of coquettishness and helplessness. She knew very well that the relationship between her and Xinye was too complicated. This forbidden emotion made her both excited and afraid. Qingqing, that was in the past. Now I am just your man. Xinye lowered his head slightly, and his warm breath sprayed on Lin Wanqing's ears, making her body tremble slightly. That won't work either. Although Lin Wanqing's tone was still firm, it was obviously less confident and more of a self-persuasion. Then you don't love me? Xinye's eyes revealed a hint of fragility and expectation. He gently took Lin Wanqing's hand and slowly placed it on his heart. His voice was a little bewitching. Feel this heart and see if it belongs to you now. The moment Lin Wanqing's hand touched Xinye's chest, she felt his strong heartbeat, as if that heartbeat was also hitting her heart. She herself was a little confused whether it belonged to her or not, but Xinye had a unique hormonal smell that belonged to a young man. It was like an invisible net tightly enveloping her, causing her to gradually sink into it. Chapter 7 Tutor. Shen Yi. Lin Wanqing looked at Xinye with a slightly tipsy face. What's wrong? Lin Wanqing pouted slightly, with a bit of cuteness in her eyes. You have such a good figure, let me touch it. Hearing this, Xinye was delighted and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. He knew that the situation was stable. He deliberately said jokingly, that won't work. You just told me to pretend that we have never met. There was a hint of sarcasm in his words, as if reminding Lin Wanqing of her previous heartlessness. You still say. Lin Wanqing's cheeks turned even redder, and she pouted, gently patting Xinye's chest with her little fist. That action was more like acting coquettishly than blaming him. She raised her head and saw Xinye with a smirk on his face. She immediately realized that she was being fooled. Snort. Lin Wanqing pretended to be angry, broke away from Xinye's warm embrace, and said angrily, I don't want to play with you anymore. Her slightly pouting lips looked like ripe cherries, extremely tempting. Ding, Lin Wanqing's intimacy plus 25. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching intimacy level 70. The host is rewarded with a mysterious jewel. Please collect it at the Shanjing International Jewelry Auction in 10 days. The system's prompt sounded in Xinye's mind, and he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. TSK, I can finally continue binding. Then he couldn't help but tease, just saying you don't want to play with me anymore, how can the intimacy increase? Women's mouths are deceiving. Xinye shook his head with a sly smile on his face, and pounced towards Lin Wanqing who was lying on the sofa like a little wolf seeing its prey. He was still muttering, Qingqing, if you don't play with me, I'll play with you. No, I won't play with you. Lin Wanqing dodged Xinye's movements while speaking with a smile. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell and echoed in the room. Oh? Like this? After a while, Lin Wanqing was caught by Xinyi. Xinyi looked at the beautiful mature woman in his arms who was ready to be picked, slowly lowered his head, and kissed her alluring red lips. Lin Wanqing snorted softly and subconsciously tried to push Xinyi away with her hands. But under Xinyi's gentle and passionate attack, her resistance gradually became powerless and she soon gave up struggling. Lin Wanqing groaned, and suddenly seemed to remember something. She opened her eyes abruptly and said in panic, "Xinyi, no, what if Ning Ning comes back and sees it?" Xinyi's heart trembled and he came to his senses instantly. He knew that he should not rush into anything with a beautiful mature woman like Lin Wanqing. After all, there was still a long time to come, and she would be his sooner or later anyway. So he let go of Lin Wanqing and said with a smile, "Let's do it another day." Seeing that Xinyi finally let her go, Lin Wanqing quickly stood up with the blush still on her face. She looked down at her pajamas, which were almost non-existent, and couldn't help rolling her eyes, feeling angry and amused. Lin Wanqing really didn't expect that the handsome boy who looked so honest on the surface was actually a pervert at heart. However, she felt a little happy in her heart. This unique passion made her feel a long-lost heartbeat. After putting on her clothes, in order to prevent Xinyi from doing anything bad again, Lin Wanqing deliberately sat on the sofa farther away from Xinyi. Xinyi saw Lin Wanqing's actions and understood what she meant. But he also wanted to slow down. After all, being aroused but unable to be released was actually quite uncomfortable. "Xinyi, are you studying well?" Xinyi was slightly stunned, not understanding why Lin Wanqing suddenly asked him this question. "Qingqing, I was in the top 10 in science in our city in the college entrance examination this time, and I tutored half of your daughter's homework." "Is that so?" Lin Wanqing obviously didn't expect Xinyi to be such a good student. "Yeah, I can also help you with the bed then." Xinyi blinked his eyes and a sly smile appeared on his face, with a hint of cunning and mockery in that smile. Lin Wanqing crossed her arms across her chest, pretending to be indifferent, with a wandering look in her eyes, pretending not to hear what Xinyi said. But her red ears revealed her inner panic. She muttered to herself, "This is really strange. As a person in her 40s, why am I always teased by young people? Normally, shouldn't she be the one taking the initiative with her mature charm?" Lin Wanqing thought about it and could only attribute the reason to Xinyi being too lustful. "It's definitely not my problem." She emphasized it again and again in her mind, trying to find a reasonable explanation for herself. "Xinyi, be serious, I plan to let you be a tutor." Qingqing, are you serious?" Xinyi looked at her with some confusion, his face full of doubts. "Qingqing, I just made up an excuse just now." Xinyi spread his hands, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. He thought that what he said before about tutoring the neighbor's children was just a stopgap measure, an excuse to deal with Lin Ningning, but he didn't expect Lin Wanqing to take it seriously. "I know, but I don't want to expose our relationship yet. You have to find a reason to come to my house." "Qingqing, do you mean that I should go to your neighbor's house to be a tutor and then come to guide you by the way?" No matter what words come out of Xinye's mouth, they will take on a suggestive flavor. Lin Wanqing was very impressed with Xinye's driving skills. She rolled her eyes helplessly, feeling both angry and amused. In this slightly awkward atmosphere, she simply gave up and gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, that's what I mean." After saying that, she turned her head away slightly, her cheeks blushed again, and she didn't dare to look directly at Xinye's teasing eyes. "So what good is it for me to clear it up? Benefits? Isn't guiding me enough?" Lin Wanqing frowned slightly and looked at Xinyi in pretended anger, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. In fact, she knew in her heart that Xinyi would not give up easily, so she was just teasing him on purpose to see what other tricks this little rascal could come up with. In her eyes, Xinyi was sometimes like a naughty child and sometimes like a mature man. This complex personality made her feel both interesting and helpless. Xinyi shook his head, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious, as if to say that he would not be easily dismissed. He leaned forward slightly and moved closer to Lin Wanqing, as if silently urging her to give him an answer that would be more satisfactory to him. Lin Wanqing had no choice but to get up and go to Xinyi. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Although she didn't want to expose their relationship in front of her daughter, she could guess that Xinyi still had some thoughts in his mind. Lin Wan knew from this brief contact that Xinyi's personality probably meant that he wanted his daughter to call him dad. "When I think of this place..." Her cheeks flushed slightly and an indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. Lin Wanqing slightly turned her head and put it close to Xinyi's ear, whispering in Xinyi's ear in a voice that only Xinyi could hear. Chapter 8: The Gentle Young Woman. Xinyi came to the villa next door alone. Although it is also a villa, the building in front of you has a different style. There are flowers and plants planted outside the door. It can be seen at first glance that the owner is a person with leisure and elegance. Xinyi took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and thought to himself that this was the place he would come often for benefits in the future. He raised his hand and rang the doorbell, and after a while, the door slowly opened. A woman in a light blue chiffon dress appeared at the door. Her long hair fell softly on her shoulders like a waterfall, with a few strands of hair playfully draped beside her fair cheeks. She exudes a gentle and intellectual aura. "Hello, who are you?" The woman's voice was soft and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. Xinyi was slightly stunned, and was stunned for a moment. After he recovered, he hurriedly said, "Hello, I was introduced by Ms. Lin Wanqing to be the tutor for the child. My name is Xinyi." After saying that, he smiled politely, revealing his white teeth. A flash of realization flashed across the woman's eyes, and her smile deepened. She turned sideways and gestured for someone to come in. It turns out to be Teacher Shen. "Please come in. Wanqing has already told me this." After Xinyi came in, he sat down casually. As soon as he sat down, he silently said in his mind, "Check the system for information." Soon, the information appeared before his eyes. Name Zhao Yunlei. Age, 40. Height, 163 centimeters. Appearance 8'7". Privacy value, 1. How many men have you driven with? Status, divorced, gentle, but stubborn. Intimacy, 30 friendly. Occupation, housewife. Xinyi couldn't help but feel a little moved. The first impression Zhao Yunlei gave him was that she was a well-educated, gentle and elegant person. If he could take her down, Xinyi felt that there would be someone who could control the direction of his harem in the future. However, Xinyi was a little confused about Zhao Yunlei's identity. After all, she was Lin Wanqing's best friend. Are we going to fly together in the future? Lin Wanqing wondered if she would kill herself when she found out. With this concern, Xinyi temporarily had no intention of being tied to Zhao Yunlei. Zhao Yunlei was still very confident in Lin Wanqing's vision. She also learned that Xinyi was among the top 10 in the science subject in this year's college entrance examination, so she planned to entrust her child to him for tutoring with confidence. "Chang, come here quickly, I found a tutor for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a boy who looked only in his teens came down the stairs from the second floor. He was wearing a loose sports t-shirt and shorts, with slightly messy hair and a rebellious and unruly look in his eyes. He fiddled with the game controller in his hand as he walked, and just glanced at Xinyi in front of him casually, and then continued to immerse himself in his own world. "Chang, stop playing, and come over to say hello to Teacher Shen." Zhao Yunlei's voice was still gentle, but with a hint of unquestionable meaning. Chang then reluctantly put down the handle, dragged his steps to Xinyi, and said nonchalantly, "Hello, teacher." Xinyi responded with a smile, "Hello, Chang, I heard from your mother that you have some small challenges in learning. Let's work together to find a way to solve it. Maybe learning will become super interesting in the future." Chang curled his lips and muttered quietly, "What's so interesting about studying? It's better to play games." Xinyi didn't care about Chang's attitude. He took out a small mechanical model from his bag and fiddled with it skillfully in his hands. The model instantly changed into various wonderful shapes. Chang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he came closer curiously. "Teacher, what is this?" Xinyi smiled and said, "This is a mechanical model made using mathematical principles. In fact, there are many fun things like this in learning. As long as you discover the secrets, it is more interesting than playing games." Chang was skeptical, but clearly attracted. Zhao Yunlei watched from the side, her eyes full of satisfaction, and she recognized Xinyi's abilities even more. "Teacher Shen, thank you for your concern. I have spoiled this child and he has no interest in studying." Xinyi quickly said, "Ms. Zhao, don't worry, every child has his or her own shining points. I will find a learning method suitable for Chang." Lin Wanqing told Xinyi about her child's situation, so Xinyi made preparations early. Xinyi spent the entire afternoon with Chang in the room and they quickly became friends. After all, Xinyi is only 18, and he knows what kids of this age like to play. I guess apart from eating chicken, the only other game he could play was King, so that afternoon, Xinyi played games with Chang for the whole afternoon. Seeing that it was getting late, Xinyi thought about saying goodbye to Chang. Unexpectedly, Chang became addicted to playing with Xinyi. She grabbed Xinyi's arm, her eyes full of reluctance. "Teacher, don't leave today, let's play for a while." Xinyi looked at Cheng Chang's anxious look, and couldn't help feeling a little warm in his heart. It seemed that his efforts this afternoon were not in vain, and he had successfully entered Cheng Chang's world. Cheng Chang, it's too late today. Can the teacher come over to play with you the day after tomorrow? Xinyi explained patiently, with a gentle smile on his face all the time. Cheng Chang heard this, curled his lips and muttered, the day after tomorrow, the adults will say this, it's like this every time. At this time, Zhao Yunlei saw that it was getting late and came to the bedroom. She walked forward and said softly, Cheng Chang, stop making trouble. Teacher Shen also has his own things to do. The teacher will definitely come tomorrow. Xinyi cast a grateful look at Zhao Yunlei and was about to speak again to comfort Cheng Chang when his cell phone suddenly rang. When I looked at the screen, it was a call from Lin Wanqing. Xinyi ran to the side and answered the phone. Qingqing, what's wrong? I'm just asking about your tutoring situation. Lin Wanqing's voice came from the receiver with some concern. Very good, everything is going well. He briefly described Cheng Chang's transformation. That's fine, but Xinyi, don't come to my house after tutoring today. Ningning came back early, and I'm afraid of being misunderstood. There was a hint of helplessness in Lin Wanqing's tone, as well as a bit of worry about her daughter. Ever since Ningning ran into Xinyi in her house, she became nervous, fearing that she would cause her daughter's dissatisfaction again. Oh, I'm sad. How could Lin Wanqing not understand what Xinyi meant? She smiled gently, and the sound of her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. It passed through the receiver and reached Xinyi's ears, making him feel itchy in his heart. Don't be sad, just give me a kiss, don't be impatient, I'm all yours anyway, right? Lin Wanqing deliberately spoke in a playful and intimate tone to comfort Xinyi. When Xinyi heard Lin Wanqing say this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Well, Sister Qingqing, I'll be waiting to meet you. However, even if Lin Wanqing didn't call, Xinyi didn't plan to go to her house. Because Xinyi was planning to find the next target to bind and make a lot of money, Zhao Yunlei was temporarily put aside by her. Chapter 9, Bar Encounter. After Xinyi agreed with Cheng Chang to come back the day after tomorrow, he left Zhao Yunlei's house. Because Xinyi's parents work in other places, he is the only one at home now. Looking at the more than 1.5 million yuan that inexplicably appeared in his bank card, Xinyi felt an indescribable sense of security. Just after graduating from high school, he had a huge sum of money of more than 1 million yuan, and he was considered a rich man. You have to know that his parents only earn about 300,000 or 400,000 yuan a year. This sudden wealth made him a little overwhelmed for a while. Xinyi took a nap at home, and when he woke up it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. But it's not too late now because Xinyi is going to the bar. There are countless beauties in the bar, even some jellyfish, but Xinyi can identify them with the help of the system and find a safe and reliable binding target. At the door of the bar, colorful lights were flashing and dynamic music was deafening. As soon as Xinyi stepped into the bar, he was surrounded by the warm atmosphere. On the dance floor, men and women swayed to the music, and the smell of alcohol and hormones filled the air. Xinyi wandered around, looking for his target. Beautiful lady, please give me a drink. No, thank you. Aren't you going to give us brothers some face? While Xinyi was looking for his target, he followed the sound and saw several thugs with colorful hair surrounding a girl. Take your hands away. I'm telling you, my boyfriend is right next to me. Just when Xinyi thought her boyfriend was about to take action, an unexpectedly shocking scene occurred. Ningning, why don't you have a few drinks with them? Fuck, is this still a man? Xinyi shook his head, but had no intention of going forward to help. After all, since you are planning to come to the bar, you should be aware of this. He was about to turn around and continue looking for his target, but he caught a glimpse of a trace of despair and helplessness in the girl's eyes. That look was very similar to himself when he was in trouble. Xinyi's heart softened and he stopped. Looking at the so-called boyfriend, he was thin and had evasive eyes. He was obviously a coward. Hey, boyfriend? Where is he? The yellow-haired thug who was in the lead sneered and reached out to pull the girl's arm. The girl screamed and tried to shrink back. Xinyi gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't just watch a girl being bullied in front of him. Brothers, that's enough. Xinyi strode over with a seemingly relaxed smile on his face. Who are you? The yellow-haired gangster curled his lips, his face full of impatience. A passerby who was displeased. Xinyi shrugged. He really didn't think these thugs would dare to cause trouble in the bar. Stop meddling in other people's business and get out of here. Another red-haired gangster said viciously, pretending to push Xinyi. Xinyi dodged easily by turning sideways and grabbed Hongmao's wrist. With a little force, Hongmao's face turned pale with pain and he kept screaming ouch, ouch. You dared to do that. Seeing this, the yellow-haired gangster pulled out a folding knife from his waist and waved it in front of Xinyi, trying to get back the advantage. When the people around saw this, they screamed in surprise and some began to step back, fearing that they would be implicated. The music in the dance floor was still deafening, but this small area seemed to be frozen. Xinyi frowned slightly, feeling a little nervous, but he knew he couldn't show his weakness at this moment. He stared at the knife in the yellow-haired man's hand, his brain working rapidly as he thought of a countermeasure. At this moment, the entangled girl suddenly shouted, "Xinyi? Why are you here?" Xinyi was stunned and looked at the girl carefully, only to find that it was Lin Ningning. He was complaining in his heart, wondering how he could have met her by such a coincidence. But he didn't have time to think about it at this moment. When the yellow-haired gangster heard the girl's words, he was stunned for a moment, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. "Is this your friend?" asked the yellow-haired gangster, his tone unconsciously softening. "Yes, he is my friend. You'd better leave quickly, or you will be in trouble," Lin Ningning said while pretending to be calm, but a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. The yellow-haired gangster looked at Xinyi, then at Lin Ningning, and after weighing the pros and cons, he felt that it would be better not to cause trouble. He snorted coldly, put away his knife, and left with a few of his brothers, cursing. Xinyi then breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Lin Ningning and Lu Jiwen. "Lu Jiwen, are you still a man? You don't even dare to fight back when your girlfriend is bullied?" Lin Ningning was also very disappointed with Lu Jiwen's performance. Originally, she was in a very bad mood after seeing Xinyi at home today, so Lu Jiwen suggested going to the bar to relax. But who would have thought that something like this would happen? "Xinyi, how do you know I won't take action?" I was just slowing them down. This kind of talk is only enough to fool a 3-year-old child. But Xinyi didn't want to argue with him. Anyway, he would be his father in the future, and he would want to laugh when he thought of the scene of him calling him dad. "Lu Jiwen, who are you kidding? You didn't even intend to attack me just now. If it weren't for Xinyi, I would have been in trouble." After saying this, Lin Ningning's eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. She was completely disappointed in Lu Jiwen and her heart was full of regret. She regretted why she would be with such a cowardly person. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, then turned to face Xinyi with gratitude in her eyes. "Xinyi, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I really can't imagine what would have happened." Xinyi looked at Lin Ningning's appearance and felt a trace of pity in his heart. He waved his hand and said softly, "We are old classmates, don't be so formal. I definitely can't just stand by and watch something like this happen." As he said this, his eyes glanced at Lu Jiwen and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything else. At this time, the noisy music in the bar was still deafening, and people in the dance floor were still dancing wildly. Xinyi looked around and said to Lin Ningning, "It's too noisy here. How about we find a quieter place to sit?" Lin Ningning nodded slightly. She also wanted to find a quiet place to sort out her thoughts and calm down. The three of them sat down at a booth in the corner of the bar. Lin Ningning ordered 3 cocktails. When they were served, she raised her glass and said to Xinyi, "Xinyi, this is a toast to you. Thank you again for your help today." Xinyi took the wine glass and clinked it with Lin Ningning. "Drink it all in one gulp." The spicy wine slid down his throat and made him frown slightly. Lu Jiwen sat aside with his head down, playing with the wine glass in his hand, not daring to say a word. Lin Ningning glanced at him and the anger in her heart surged again. She couldn't help but speak. "How do you explain what happened to Lu Jiwen today? As my boyfriend, you actually backed off when I was in danger. How can I trust you again in the future?" Lu Jiwen raised his head, his eyes full of panic and guilt. He stammered, "Ningning, I really didn't mean it. I was too scared at the time. I was afraid that they would really hurt me. I also did it so that we can be together in the future." Lin Ningning sneered, "For our future? Do you think we can still have a future with your performance today?" After saying that, she turned and looked at Xinyi as if seeking some kind of recognition. Xinyi was a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, "Ningning, you two should discuss your feelings among yourselves. It's not convenient for me to get involved. But Lu Jiwen, you did something wrong today. Men should still take responsibility at critical moments." After hearing Xinyi's words, Lu Jiwen's face turned red and white. He lowered his head and stopped talking. Lin Ningning felt sad when she saw Lu Jiwen's appearance. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her was so strange. She took a deep breath and said to Lu Jiwen, let's break up. I don't want to be with someone who can't protect me when I'm in danger. Lu Jiwen suddenly raised his head with shock and reluctance in his eyes. Ningning, please don't do that. I know I was wrong and I will definitely change in the future. Please give me another chance. Lin Ningning shook her head firmly. No need. Some things can never be undone once they happen. After saying that, she stood up and said to Shenyi, I want to go home first. Thank you so much today. You should go back early too. Chapter 10. Zhao Yunlei is in the bar? Shenyi didn't expect things to be so dramatic. Did Lin Ningning break up with Lu Jiwen just like that? How boring. I was originally thinking of having another son. However, looking at Lin Ningning's expression, Shenyi felt that she might have had this idea a long time ago. I don't know what happened that made her so hesitant, and tonight's conflict was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Shenyi continues to look for the target in the bar. In a dim corner of the bar, Shenyi saw a woman wearing a black slim dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. There was a peculiar sense of familiarity in her back. Her long hair fell softly on her shoulders, swaying gently with her occasional movements. Her posture was elegant and her temperament was gentle, which was out of tune with the noisy atmosphere in the bar. Shenyi's heart moved, and an inexplicable intuition drove him to slowly walk towards the woman. In this bar full of lights, wine, and noise, she is like a quietly blooming flower, exuding a unique charm. As Shenyi approached, he thought to himself, this back view and this temperament are very much like Zhao Yunlei. But he also felt that it was unlikely. How could a gentle and quiet woman like Zhao Yunlei appear in such a bar? When he finally walked up to the woman and saw her profile clearly, he was stunned for a moment. It's really Zhao Yunlei. At this time, Zhao Yunlei was holding a glass of red wine, looking at the crowd dancing wildly in the dance floor with a dazed look, as if she was lost in some kind of thought. Shenyi calmed himself down and spoke softly, Sister Yunlei, I didn't expect to meet you here. When Zhao Yunlei heard the voice, she was slightly startled. She turned around and saw that it was Shenyi. A hint of surprise and panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Teacher Shun, what a coincidence, you are here too. Her voice was still gentle, but with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness. Shenyi sat down on the high stool next to her and ordered a glass of whiskey, trying to ease the sudden embarrassment. Sister Yunlei, why are you here at the bar? Shenyi asked, his eyes unconsciously falling on Zhao Yunlei. Zhao Yunlei sighed softly, I've been feeling a little upset lately, and wanted to find a place to calm down, so I came here. As she spoke, she took a sip of red wine, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Sister Yunlei, is something wrong at home? Or Chang Chang? Shenyi asked with concern. Zhao Yunlei shook her head. Nothing. It's just that some trivial matters in life make me a little tired. She paused and looked at Shenyi. Teacher Shen, how about you? Why are you in the bar? Shenyi was slightly stunned. He couldn't say that he was looking for a target to bind. After hesitating for a while, he said, I just finished the college entrance examination and wanted to relax, so I came to the bar to join in the fun. Zhao Yunlei nodded slightly. It's great to be young. You have plenty of time to do what you want. Unlike me, I am bound by the trivialities of life and sometimes forget what I want. Even though I got along well with Shenyi, he was Cheng Cheng's teacher after all, so it always felt inappropriate. Moreover, Shenyi was 1.9 meters tall, and his male hormones were indeed a bit strong, which made Zhao Yunlei a little bit intoxicated. Zhao Yunlei gently shook the red wine glass in her hand. Under the light, the wine sparkled like a ruby. She lowered her eyes to look at the glass, as if she was considering her words. Teacher Shin, I'm embarrassed to say this. I'm sorry to make you laugh at my behavior. Shenyi waved his hand quickly with a sincere smile on his face. Sister Yunlei, don't say that. Everyone wants to find a place to relax sometimes. This is normal. If you don't mind, tell me about it. Maybe you will feel better after you say it out. Zhao Yunlei raised her eyes and lingered on Shenyi's face for a moment, as if she was considering his sincerity. Finally, she sighed softly and said slowly, You also know that I have been divorced for so many years and raised Cheng Cheng alone. Although life is relatively stable, sometimes in the dead of night, I feel empty in my heart. Her voice was a little hoarse. Recently, my friends have all found new relationships, and I can't help but feel touched. Xinyi listened quietly, a trace of pity in his heart. He subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to pat Zhao Yunlei on the shoulder to comfort her, but halfway through, he felt something was wrong and took his hand back awkwardly. Sister Yunlei, you were so good, you will definitely meet someone who can accompany you for the rest of your life. Zhao Yunlei smiled faintly, I hope so. By the way, Mr. Shen, now that you've finished your college entrance exam, what are your plans? Xinyi thought for a moment and said, I want to do a good job of tutoring Cheng first, and then improve myself and broaden myself. When mentioning Cheng, Zhao Yunlei's expression softened a little. Cheng, this child, is really troublesome to you. Xinyi responded with a smile, this is what I should do. Cheng is very smart, but he needs correct guidance. As the two were talking, there was a sudden commotion in the bar. Several drunken men started quarreling on the dance floor. Amidst the pushing and shoving, a wine bottle flew towards them. Xinyi was quick-witted and quick-handed, and protected Zhao Yunlei behind him. The wine bottle brushed his arm and fell to the ground, with broken glass scattering everywhere. Zhao Yunlei was still in shock. She looked at Xinyi with worry in her eyes. Teacher Shen, are you okay? Xinyi rubbed his arm and said with a smile, I'm fine, I'm glad you're not hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyi frowned suddenly, and a trace of pain flashed across his face. Zhao Yunlei was very careful and noticed something was wrong immediately. She asked anxiously, Teacher Shen, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Don't force yourself. Xinyi sighed helplessly and slowly raised his foot. His ankle had begun to turn red, obviously because he had accidentally sprained it while dodging the wine bottle. Teacher Shen, I'll help you go to the hospital. As she spoke, she reached out and held Xinyi's arm, trying to get some strength from him. Xinyi felt the warmth from Zhao Yunlei's arm, and a different feeling surged in his heart. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, fearing to cause trouble for Zhao Yunlei, but when he saw Zhao Yunlei's determined eyes, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Sister Yunlei, I'm really sorry to trouble you. Xinyi said with a little apology. Zhao Yunlei shook her head gently, what trouble? If it weren't for protecting me, you wouldn't have been hurt. The two supported each other and struggled through the chaotic bar. The people around them were still making a lot of noise, completely unaware of their situation. After finally reaching the door of the bar, the cool light breeze blew in his face, but Xinyi's forehead was covered with sweat because of the pain. Zhao Yunlei helped Xinyi sit down on the side of the road. Chapter 11, Applying Medicine. Teacher Shen, why don't you wait on the side of the road and I'll go get you some medicine? Sister Yunlei, this is too much trouble for you. My injury is not serious. I can just apply some medicinal wine when I go back. He tried to get up, but because of a sharp pain in his ankle, he sat back down heavily, a look of pain flashed across his face. Zhao Yunlei immediately stepped forward and gently pressed Xinyi's shoulder. Teacher Shen, don't be so stubborn. Seeing you in so much pain, you should buy some medicine to be more at ease. After saying that, without waiting for Xinyi to refuse, she turned around and hurried towards the pharmacy on the street. The street lights were dim at night, and Zhao Yunlei's figure looked particularly thin in the light and shadow. Xinyi looked at the direction she left, and ripples appeared in his heart. Before this, although he had a good impression of Zhao Yunlei, he was more of an admirer of her gentle temperament. The series of events tonight made him see the kindness and thoughtfulness deep in Zhao Yunlei's heart, and his good impression gradually fermented into a more complex and deeper emotion. Thinking of this, Xinyi made a decision. System, bind Zhao Yunlei. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, bind successfully, reward Zhao Yunlei with 2 million yuan in dating funds. Xinyi was very satisfied with this. Every time he bound a beauty, he would receive dating funds. In this way, when you spend money on them, you can not only improve their favorability, but also make money. Xinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei's intimacy level. Maybe it was because he blocked the bottle for her in the bar just now, it has now reached 35. Not long after, Zhao Yunlei ran back panting, holding a white plastic bag in her hand, which was filled with ointments and sprays for bruises and injuries. She squatted down beside Xinyi, carefully opened the bag, and took out the ointment. Teacher Shen, I heard from the doctor that this ointment is very effective for sprains. Let me help you apply it. Xinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei, his throat seemed to be choked by something, he couldn't speak for a while, he could only nod slightly. Zhao Yunlei gently lifted Xinyi's foot and applied the ointment evenly on his sprained ankle. Does it still hurt? Zhao Yunlei raised her head and looked at Xinyi. The moment their eyes met, Xinyi seemed to see the tenderness and concern flashing in her eyes. Xinyi shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse. Much better, Ms. Zhao, thank you so much. Zhao Yunlei pursed her lips slightly and revealed a faint smile. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you today, I would be the one who got hurt. As she spoke, she looked at Shinya's injured foot and said, Teacher Shin, give me your home address and I'll take a taxi to take you back. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. No, I can just take a taxi back by myself. There was no way Shinyi could let Zhao Yunlei send him home. But Zhao Yunlei has a very stubborn personality, and once she becomes stubborn, it is difficult to change her. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes were firm, and her tone was unquestionable. Teacher Shin, please don't refuse. Your foot is injured now, and you can't move around easily. How can I feel at ease if you take a taxi back alone? Shinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei's serious expression and knew that he couldn't win the argument, so he had no choice but to tell her his home address. After getting in the car, the city streets were brightly lit and full of vehicles at night. The taxi sped through the night, but the atmosphere inside the car was somewhat subtle. Shinyi secretly glanced at Zhao Yunlei from time to time. She sat quietly beside him, her profile looking particularly soft under the light. Soon, the car arrived at Shinya's home. Zhao Yunlei carefully helped Shinyi out of the car. Shinya's arm was on Zhao Yunlei's shoulder, and their bodies were very close. Shinyi lowered his head slightly and could clearly smell the strong feminine scent of Zhao Yunlei, a scent mixed with the elegant perfume and her own unique breath, which made Shinya's heart beat faster unconsciously. Sister Yunlei, now that you are here, come to my house and sit for a while. Teacher Shin, forget it. You are already injured. I won't bother you anymore. Zhao Yunlei declined politely, her heart full of confusion. It's so late now. If I send Shinyi home and go into the house, won't his parents misunderstand me? Moreover, she was also afraid that being alone in a room with a single man and a single woman would cause unnecessary embarrassment. Shinyi knew what Zhao Yunlei was worried about. He smiled, with a bit of sincerity and playfulness in his smile. Sister Yunlei, it's okay. I'm the only one at home, and my parents are working in other places. And you can help me apply the medicine when you come up. It's not convenient for me to apply the medicine by myself. Shinyi knew that this might be a rare opportunity to be alone with Zhao Yunlei, and now that things had come to this, he would definitely not let it go easily. Well, okay, I'll just go up and sit for a while and then leave. Zhao Yunlei hesitated for a long time, but finally nodded. Shinyi consciously let Zhao Yunlei support him and walked into the elevator. In the small elevator space, the distance between the two people became closer. Zhao Yunlei tilted her head slightly and could feel the masculine scent emanating from Shinyi, a scent unique to young men, mixed with the smell of sweat and hormones, which made Zhao Yunlei's cheeks slightly flush. The elevator door slowly opened, and the two walked out of the elevator and arrived at the door of their home. Shinyi opened the door and the room was pitch black. He fumbled to turn on the light, and the warm yellow light instantly illuminated the entire room. Zhao Yunlei helped Shinyi into the living room and looked around the house unconsciously. The house is very tidy. Although there are not too many gorgeous decorations, it is full of the breath of life. Sister Yunlei, please sit wherever you like. Shinyi pointed at the sofa and Zhao Yunlei helped him sit down slowly, while she sat down on the single sofa next to it. Shinyi moved his body slightly and picked up the bag of medicine from the coffee table and handed it to Zhao Yunlei. Sister Yunlei, I have to trouble you to help me apply the medicine again. Zhao Yunlei took the bag, opened it and took out the ointment. Teacher Shin, please bear with it, it may be a little painful. She lifted Shinya's foot and placed it on her leg. She carefully peeled off the somewhat dried ointment and used a cotton swab to dip the new ointment and apply it to the sprained area. Shinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei's serious expression. Under the light, the lines of her profile were soft, and a few strands of hair fell beside her cheeks, making her look particularly charming. Shinya's heartbeat quickened a bit and he tried to calm himself down. But his eyes could not move away from Zhao Yunlei's face. Zhao Yunlei was concentrating on applying the ointment and was unaware of Shinya's burning gaze. Her fingers gently touched Shinya's ankles, her movements were soft and skillful, and each touch seemed to carry an electric current, causing Shinya's body to tremble slightly. Okay, Mr. Shin, apply it thicker this time, it should be able to relieve a lot of pain. Zhao Yunlei raised her head and met Shinya's gaze, but at that moment she caught a glimpse of a different emotion in his eyes. She was startled for a moment, her cheeks instantly became hot, she looked away in panic and hurriedly packed the medicine bag. Shinyi also realized his own gaffe and quickly cleared his throat to try to break the awkward atmosphere. Sister Yunlei, I really owe everything to you today. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Zhao Yunlei shook her head slightly, her voice trembling. Teacher Shin, please don't say that. I've implicated you. The two of them fell into a brief silence, and the air was filled with an indescribable ambiguity. Chapter 12 Shopping Again. Teacher Shin, it's getting late. I should go back. Zhao Yunlei stood up, with a hint of reluctance and evasion in her eyes. Shin Ye's heart tightened. He didn't want Zhao Yunlei to leave so soon, but he couldn't find a suitable reason to keep her. Sister Yunlei, let me take you downstairs. Shin Ye struggled to get up, but fell back onto the sofa due to the pain in his ankle. Don't move, your foot isn't healed yet. Zhao Yunlei hurried forward and held Shin Ye down. Maybe it was because Zhao Yunlei rushed forward too hastily that she fell into Shin Ye's arms. The two bodies were instantly pressed tightly together, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. Zhao Yunlei's eyes widened and her face flushed. Her heart beat rapidly and she was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. Shin Ye was also caught off guard by this sudden situation. His arms subconsciously wrapped around Zhao Yunlei, feeling her soft body and rapid breathing. Sister Yun. Sister Yunlei, are you okay? Shin Ye stammered, his voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. Zhao Yunlei raised her head in panic and met Shin Ye's eyes. Their faces were close to each other and their breaths were intertwined. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the whole world seemed to be filled with only the sounds of their two heartbeats. Zhao Yunlei tried to get up in panic, but found her body weak. She supported her hands on Shin Ye's chest, feeling a little powerless for a moment. Shin Ye looked at Zhao Yunlei's blushing cheeks and flustered eyes, and an irresistible impulse surged in his heart. His hands tightened unconsciously, holding Zhao Yunlei tighter. Teacher Shin, I. Zhao Yunlei was incoherent, her mind was blank, and she didn't know how to deal with the situation. Shin Ye looked at Zhao Yunlei with pity in his heart. He slowly lowered his head, his lips almost touching Zhao Yunlei's forehead. At this critical moment, Zhao Yunlei suddenly woke up, her eyes instantly regained clarity, and reason surged back like a tide. She knew very well that she was old enough to be Shin Ye's mother, so she must not cross the line. Zhao Yunlei pushed Shin Ye away with all her might, her movements were urgent and decisive, and she almost stumbled and fell in panic. She stood up quickly, subconsciously tidying up her slightly messy clothes with her hands. Her hair was a little scattered because of the panic just now, covering most of her blushing face. I'm sorry, Mr. Shin, I have to go. Zhao Yunlei's voice trembled. She didn't dare to look at Shin Ye again. She turned around and rushed towards the door. Ding, Zhao Yunlei's intimacy +10. Hearing the wonderful voice of the system, Shin Ye knew that Zhao Yunlei was still interested in him. But she might not be able to get over it. That night, Zhao Yunlei rarely couldn't sleep because of a man. Zhao Yunlei, you are already 40 years old enough to be someone's mother, why are you always thinking about eating young grass? If Wanqing knew about this, you would be so embarrassed. On the other hand, Lin Ningning, who broke up with Lu Jiwen, did not go home, but ran to her best friend Chu Xian's house to complain. Yen, I regret it. I now feel more and more that breaking up with Shin Ye was a wrong decision. Snort. Chu Xian snorted and raised her eyebrows with a bit of teasing on her face. You only regret it now? When you broke up with Shin Ye, I advised you that you two were a good match, but you didn't listen and insisted on being with Lu Jiwen. Now that Lu Jiwen failed at the critical moment, you are thinking of Shin Ye's kindness again. Lin Ningning lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes with her fingers, her eyes reddened, and her voice was filled with tears. I know I was wrong, Yen. At that time, I thought Lu Jiwen looked gentle and would be a caring person, but I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. If it wasn't for Shin Ye at the bar today, I really don't know what would have happened. Moreover, I found that Shin Ye has become particularly charming now, and he is different from before. Chu Xian sat down next to Lin Ningning and patted her shoulder gently. Ningning, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you can't be so careless about relationships. Since you have already broken up with Lu Jiwen, it's not impossible to win back Shin Ye, but you have to be sure of your feelings first. Do you really still love Shin Ye, or is it just because of what happened today that you feel he can give you a sense of security, so you want to come back? Lin Ningning raised her head, her eyes full of confusion. I can't tell either. I only know that the moment I saw Shin Ye, my heart was in turmoil. Also, after spending time with him today, I found that he has become mature and steady, completely different from the immature him before. Chu Xian sighed, then what are you going to do? Shin Ye might already have someone he likes. If you rashly go to him and get rejected, it will be so embarrassing. Lin Ningning bit her lip and said, I don't care. I'm going to try. I don't want to miss him. Even if I'm rejected, I'll accept it. I don't know if it was the effect of the medicine or the beauty ointment, but after Shin Ye woke up, he found that his feet no longer hurt. He got up, washed up simply, and the gentle and charming appearance of Zhao Yunlei last night appeared in his mind. Thinking that he had an extra 2 million yuan in love funds exclusively for Zhao Yunlei, he felt excited but also a little nervous. According to the plan, I have to buy 2 things in the future, one for Zhao Yunlei and one for Lin Wanqing. Shen Yi thought for a moment and decided to go to the LV store where he went last time to shop. On the one hand, no woman would refuse luxury goods. On the other hand, he was also looking forward to meeting Su Yu again in the store. At this time, in the LV store, Lu Mengshi was sitting together with her colleagues, sharing the latest gossip and interesting things, and laughter echoed in the store from time to time. She was wearing a slim black business suit today, the skirt of which just reached her knees, highlighting her slender waist. However, just as she was dancing, she inadvertently looked up at the store door and instantly caught sight of Shen Yi's familiar figure. In an instant, she quickly straightened her clothes, smoothed out the non-existent wrinkles on her skirt, then stood up as quickly as possible and walked towards Shen Yi. There was no way, because she knew clearly that Shen Yi was a big money sponsor. She remembered clearly how generous Shen Yi was when he came into the store. If she could hold on to this big client, then this month's performance would definitely be among the best, and generous commissions would be a given. Ha! Why is Mengshi so proactive today? A sharp-eyed colleague noticed Lu Mengshi's abnormal behavior and couldn't help but mutter softly. What else could it be? Maybe she's attracted to that handsome guy outside. TSK, he is indeed handsome, but it would be better if he was a little older. Older? You think older people are richer, right? Colleagues chatted and laughed. Lu Mengshi naturally heard all these discussions. She rolled her eyes in her heart but did not show it on her face. She still had a sweet professional smile on her face, and said to Shen Yi enthusiastically, Mr. Shen, long time no see. If you have any needs today, just tell me, I will definitely serve you well. As she spoke, she winked playfully, trying to leave a good impression on Shen Yi. Shen Yi looked at the strange woman in front of him, feeling somewhat confused. Did I see her last time I was here? Not very good looking. System, check identity. Shen Yi said silently in his heart. Name Lu Mengshi. Age, 23. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance 7'5". Privacy value, 5 number of times having sex with men. Status, knows how to judge people and has high emotional intelligence. Intimacy, 30. Identity, LV sales. Chapter 13 Buying bags. TSK, this privacy value is not low. Shen Yi secretly complained in his heart, looking at the overly enthusiastic Lu Mengshi in front of him. Although he still maintained a polite smile on the surface, a trace of helplessness arose in his heart. He never expected that he would not meet Su Yu today, and the Lu Mengshi in front of him seemed to be too proactive. Do you know me? Shen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Mr. Shen, I was right next to you when you came to buy something last time. Shen Yi nodded, understanding that she probably took a fancy to his spending power. After all, he bought a lot of things last time. But he still wanted Su Yu to serve him. After all, she was prettier and cleaner. Isn't Su Yu at work today? He looked around but couldn't find Su Yu. Su Yu happened to have something to do today, so she's on vacation, but if you need her to serve you, I can call her to come over. As she spoke, her fingers were already on the phone, as if she was ready to make a call at any time. No need, it doesn't matter who serves. Shen Yi quickly waved his hands, thinking secretly in his heart. He originally wanted to use the excuse of frequent purchases to deepen Su Yu's impression of him. After all, in his plan, once he was bound to Su Yu, he wouldn't have to spend too much time trying to improve their intimacy. But now Su Yu is not here, and he doesn't want to give Su Yu the impression that he is chasing her to buy things. In his opinion, that is not what a dignified man should do, only those bootlickers with no bottom line would do that. Shen Yi coughed lightly, adjusted his mood, looked at Lu Mengshi and said, Beauty, please buy me 2 of the latest bags. The price doesn't matter, as long as they look good. When Lu Mengshi heard this, her eyes lit up instantly and she was secretly happy, thinking that this was a big order. She immediately perked up and said enthusiastically, Mr. Shen, you finally asked the right person. We just got a few new bags in our store that will suit your needs. Please wait a moment, I'll get them to you. After saying that, she walked quickly towards the display area. After a while, Lu Mengshi came back with a bag in each hand. Just when she wanted to introduce herself, Shen Yi didn't even look at her and waved his hand. No need to introduce yourself, just swipe your card. How much are these 2 bags? I'll pay separately. Lu Mengshi was stunned. Is this the world of rich people? You should know that the total value of these two packages is more than 300,000 yuan, and after I get them, I will get a commission of 6,000 yuan. Oh, if only I were prettier. In her heart, Lu Mengshi really wanted to throw herself at Xinyi, but she knew that a rich man like Xinyi would probably like beautiful women like Suyu. Thinking of this, Lu Mengshi felt that she must call Suyu later and ask him to take the initiative. She temporarily suppressed her surprise, still wearing a professional sweet smile on her face, and said, "Okay, Mr. Shen. This classic handbag costs 188,000 yuan, and the other limited edition backpack costs 156,000 yuan. You want to pay separately, right? I'll help you with it right away." While operating the cash register system, she secretly looked at Xinyi. Xinyi naturally noticed Lu Mengshi's gaze, but he has never been interested in people with such high privacy values. What if it is a poisonous mushroom? And she doesn't look good either. Xinyi took out 2 cards and handed them to Lu Mengshi respectively. He watched her swipe the cards and print the receipts skillfully, but his eyes were a little wandering, and his mind had already drifted to Lin Wanqing. "I miss you so much after not seeing you for just one day." They all began to desire Lin Wanqing's plump and delicate body. Soon, the payment formalities were completed. Lu Mengshi carefully packed the 2 bags into exquisite packaging bags, handed them to Xinyi with both hands, and said, "Mr. Shen, your bags are packed. If you have any questions later, you can contact me at any time." Xinyi took the bag, thanked him briefly, and turned to leave. Just as Xinyi was about to reach the door, he suddenly thought of something, stopped, turned around and looked at Lu Mengshi. Lu Mengshi was still immersed in the joy of this high commission, but when she saw Xinyi suddenly turn around, her heart skipped a beat and she immediately put on that standard professional smile again. "Mr. Shen, do you have any other instructions?" Xinyi frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, "Beauty, you just said that Suyu is on vacation. Do you know when she will come back to work?" Lu Mengshi's heart trembled slightly. She realized that Xinyi's attention to Suyu was far beyond that of ordinary people. "Well, Suyu didn't tell me the specific time, but she usually doesn't take too long, probably just 2 or 3 days. Mr. Shen, if you have any special needs, just tell me, and I will do my best to help you." "Do you know what she liked but didn't buy because it was too expensive?" "It was from your store." Lu Mengshi was slightly startled, and her mind quickly thought about Suyu's daily preferences, words and deeds. She recalled that Suyu had praised a limited edition silk scarf highly, and Lu Mengshi saw clearly the regret that flashed across her eyes when she saw the price. "Mr. Shen, I remember that Suyu was particularly interested in a limited edition silk scarf. It was a collaboration between our brand and a well-known designer. The price was really high, 38,000 yuan. Suyu looked at it again and again, but finally gave up because of the price." As Lu Mengshi spoke, she carefully observed Xinyi's expression. "Then please swipe my card again. This order will be counted towards your commission. But don't forget to give her the scarf when she comes to work." This time Xinyi used his own money. After all, if you want to gain something, you have to pay for it. Oh my god. Lu Mengshi almost couldn't control her surprise and almost shouted out loud. She widened her eyes and looked at Xinyi in disbelief. 38,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. Xinyi bought Suyu the scarf that she loved but was deterred from buying because of the price without even blinking an eye, and generously took credit for the purchase. Lu Mengshi really wanted to run to the plastic surgery hospital immediately and have herself look like Suyu. They are both women, why is there such a big difference between them? Lu Mengshi's hands trembled slightly. She took the card from Xinyi and said with a hint of excitement in her voice, "Mr. Shen, don't worry. I will definitely hand the scarf to Suyu intact. I will tell her as soon as she comes back to work." While operating the cash register system, she secretly looked up at Xinyi and felt that this man was more and more unfathomable. His dedication to Suyu made her both envious and a little jealous. After paying the bill, Xinyi left in style. Chapter 14. Suyu makes an appointment with herself. After Xinyi left, Lu Mengshi immediately called Suyu. At this time, Suyu, who was on a rare vacation, was still sleeping in bed. The cell phone rang suddenly in the quiet room, waking her up from her sleep. Suyu dazedly reached out to the pillow to fumble for her phone, and looked at the caller ID. It was Lu Mengshi. She answered the phone with some confusion, her voice lazily sounding like someone who had just woken up. "Mengshi, what's wrong?" "It's the middle of the day." Lu Mengshi's voice came from the receiver, anxious and excited. Yeah, you finally answered the phone. Let me tell you, something big happened today. Mr. Shen came to the store, the super generous big customer last time, do you remember him? When Suyu heard the name Mr. Shin, she instantly sobered up and sat up straight. Remember, he came to buy something today? You do not say. Lu Mengshi raised her voice. As soon as he came in, he asked for 2 of the latest bags, without even asking the price. I got him a classic handbag and a limited edition backpack, which cost more than 300,000 yuan in total. He paid with his credit card without even looking at them. Suyu opened her mouth in surprise. So generous? Lu Mengshi continued, that's not all. He also asked me when I would come back to work and whether I had anything I liked but didn't buy because it was too expensive. I told him about the limited edition silk scarf, and he bought it without even thinking about it. Yeah, I think Mr. Shin really cares about you. As Suyu listened to Lu Mengshi's story, ripples arose in her heart and a blush unconsciously appeared on her face. She didn't expect Shin to be so generous and buy the scarf specifically for her. So, did he say anything else? I didn't say anything else, but yeah, you have to seize this opportunity. Even if he has a girlfriend, you have to strive to have a place in his heart. Suyu bit her lip lightly, thought for a moment and said, I understand, Mengshi, thank you for telling me this, I will grasp it. After hanging up the phone, Suyu, who was always grumpy when waking up, immediately jumped out of bed, completely losing her previous laziness. She quickly walked to the dressing table, looked at herself in the mirror with messy hair and sleepy eyes, her cheeks flushed slightly, and Lu Mengshi's words kept echoing in her mind. Mr. Shin really cares about you. Suyu murmured softly, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised, revealing a shy smile. No, since I know Mr. Shin is interested in me, I have to take the initiative now and not let him get away. You should know that Suyu's family background is very ordinary. Both of her parents are hard-working workers, earning a meager salary every month and barely able to keep the family going. In pursuit of a better life, she came to the prosperous city of Shangjing alone to work hard. However, reality was like a cold, hard wall standing before her. The house she lives in now is just a small single room rented on the edge of the city, and the monthly rent takes up almost 1/3 of her salary. Every time after paying the rent and looking at the little money left in her wallet, Suyu felt deeply powerless. She knew very well that with her current salary level, if she wanted to buy a house in Shangjing City, she would probably have to work from the Tang dynasty to the present. But now, fate seems to have opened a window for her. The appearance of Shin was like a ray of light shining into her originally bleak life. This generous man who cared deeply about her made Suyu see the possibility of realizing her dream. Even if he just wants his body, it is still his capital. You know, some women who want to be pursued by rich men don't have the opportunity yet. Suyu opened her cell phone and finally found the contact information of Shin, whom she had added not long ago. She stared at the empty dialogue box between the two of them and began to think about what to send. At first, she typed a line of words quickly, but as soon as she finished, she felt that the tone was too stiff and deleted it all immediately. After repeating this several times, she finally found a piece of news that she thought was satisfactory. Mr. Shin, you are really spending too much money today, buying me such an expensive scarf. I wonder if you are free today, I will treat you to a meal. After sending the message, Suyu held the phone tightly, waiting for Shinye's reply. At this time, Shinye had just returned home. After a short rest, he thought of Lin Wanqing, hesitated for a moment, and decided to call her. He was thinking that he should first find out if Lin Ningning was at home. If not, he could go over without any worries and enjoy some time alone with Lin Wanqing. As soon as I picked up the phone, the screen lit up with Suyu's message. He was slightly startled, his finger hovering above the screen, hesitant for a moment, and finally clicked on the message. Looking at the content sent by Suyu, the corners of Shinye's mouth unconsciously rose slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He knew Suyu's intention clearly, and it must be that she wanted to ask him out. He likes women who can get quick responses after their efforts. But at this moment, in his heart, Lin Wanqing's position is irreplaceable, and all women have to step back a little in front of her. Thinking of this, Shinye moved his fingertips slightly, exited the chat interface with Suyu, and skillfully dialed Lin Wanqing's number. At that time, Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yunlei were in a high-end private club. The club was luxuriously decorated, and the air was filled with a faint scent of incense, which made people relax physically and mentally. The two had just come out of the bathroom, with steam all around them and crystal water droplets hanging in their hair. Lin Wanqing was wearing a silk bathrobe that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Zhao Yunlei was wrapped in the same bathrobe, and her every move showed gentleness. The two had just sat down on the sofa in the lounge area, ready to relax and chat, when Lin Wanqing's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that the caller ID was Shinye. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, a smile flashed in her eyes, and she thought to herself, this kid probably is not doing anything serious on the phone again. She made a slight gesture to Zhao Yunlei, who understood, nodded with a smile, picked up the fragrant tea on the coffee table beside her and took a sip. Lin Wanqing stood up, walked to a relatively quiet corner, and answered the phone. She deliberately said in a slightly coquettish tone, "Shenyi, do you miss me?" "Yeah, we both miss you so much." "Two people?" Lin Wanqing was slightly stunned, but soon understood what Shenyi meant. In an instant, her face turned red. "Shenyi, you just make fun of me." Lin Wanqing pretended to be angry, but her voice softened unconsciously, with a hint of shyness that she herself was not even aware of. The soft light in the club shone on her, illuminating her rosy cheeks, making her look like peach blossoms blooming in spring, delicate and charming. "Sister Qingqing, I'm not kidding you. I'm speaking from the heart." Shenye's voice came from the receiver, with a hint of seriousness and a hint of teasing. "Ningning is not at home today, right? I want to find you and have a good chat with you." Lin Wanqing bit her lip, and ripples appeared in her heart. She subconsciously looked back at the rest area. Zhao Yunlei was holding a teacup elegantly, her eyes fixed on the garden outside the window, and she didn't notice her. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound steady. She went out with her friends today, but I'm outside now, in a private club with Yunlei. "Oh? You're with Sister Yunlei?" Shenyi frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed. He was looking forward to being alone with Lin Wanqing and enjoying their own world. Chapter 15, Old Cow Eating Young Grass. However, he immediately thought of something. "Qingqing, is the one giving you the massage a man or a woman?" Lin Wanqing was stunned at first, then she realized what Shenyi meant, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and teased him deliberately, "What's the matter?" "Guess what? Qingqing, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now." Lin Wanqing chuckled, "Look how nervous you are. The one massaging us is a female technician. What are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Shenyi was obviously relieved, and he muttered, "I care about you, but if another man touches you, I won't forgive him." Lin Wanqing felt warm in her heart, but she scolded him, "You are so overbearing. But you are so jealous, it's cute." "Of course, I love you wholeheartedly, Qingqing." Shenyi immediately expressed his loyalty, and then said, "But Qingqing, if you want a massage in the future, come to me. I am very good at it." Lin Wanqing smiled and said coquettishly, "Oh, you also know how to massage? Don't hurt me when you do that." When Shenyi heard this, he immediately became interested and started talking non-stop. "Sister Qingqing, don't underestimate me. I studied it for a while before, and my skills are very professional. I know how to control the strength and the acupuncture points. And when I massage you, it's all with love, which will definitely make you feel relaxed both physically and mentally." Lin Wanqing was amused by his confident look and laughed. Okay, I'll remember that. I'll let you show off your skills when I have the chance in the future." She looked up at the ceiling of the club, but the scene of Shenyi giving her a massage appeared in her mind, and a blush appeared on her face. "Okay, I'll hang up first. Have fun with Sister Yunlei." Shenyi hung up the phone with a smug smile on his face, and began to think about how to give Lin Wanqing an unforgettable massage experience in the future. He imagined Lin Wanqing lying comfortably on the massage bed, with the satisfied look on her face as he performed his skillful techniques, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise higher. Over at the private club, Lin Wanqing put away her phone and went back to the rest area. Zhao Yunlei was holding a cup of tea elegantly. After taking a sip, she looked at Lin Wanqing with a hint of curiosity and a smile. "Wanqing, who is it? You seem to be chatting with him so happily?" "No one, just a friend." Lin Wanqing answered lightly, the blush on her cheeks not yet completely faded. She lowered her head slightly, reached out to pick up the teacup on the table, and used the action of drinking tea to hide her shyness. Zhao Yunlei keenly caught Lin Wanqing's strangeness, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips, but she did not continue to ask. She guessed that Lin Wanqing had found her second spring, but she didn't know what kind of man caught her good girl's eye. After all, as her best friend who spends every day with her, she knows that Lin Wanqing has very high standards. "Lei, what's with that look in your eyes?" Lin Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable with Zhao Yunlei's meaningful gaze. She grumbled lightly and shook the hand holding the teacup slightly, and a few drops of tea splashed on the back of her fair hand. She quickly put down the teacup and took out a tissue to wipe it, trying to hide her inner panic. Zhao Yunlei smiled and waved her hands. "Nothing, I just saw that you were in a particularly good mood today, so I was happy too." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes full of inquiry. "This friend must be extraordinary to make our beautiful Miss Lin so happy, right? Is there something wrong?" Tell me quickly. Lin Wanqing's cheeks became increasingly hot. She turned her head away and pretended to tidy up the hair by her ears. We are really just ordinary friends. Don't make blind guesses. Although she said this, Xinye's handsome face and his loving eyes appeared involuntarily in her mind, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Zhao Yunlei naturally noticed all the changes in Lin Wanqing's expression, and she became even more certain that Lin Wanqing had a new relationship. She decided not to ask any more questions and give Lin Wanqing some space. She would speak naturally when she wanted to. Okay, then don't tell me, but seeing you so happy, I feel relieved. Snort. Lin Wanqing snorted softly, pretending to be angry, but she actually felt very happy in her heart. If Xinyi wasn't too young, she would have told Zhao Yunlei long ago. She knew very well that if Zhao Yunlei knew that she was dating an 18-year-old boyfriend, she would probably tease her that she was an old cow eating young grass. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes and decided to change the subject and tease Zhao Yunlei. She raised a sly smile and said, Lei, you still have the nerve to criticize me? Tell me, why did you suddenly ask me out to relax? Are you attracted to some young people too? As she spoke, she came to Zhao Yunlei, reached out her hand, and gently tickled Zhao Yunlei. What? Zhao Yunlei was startled by this sudden action, and hurriedly grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand that was messing with her, and a blush appeared on her face. She was a little amused and helpless, and deliberately moved to the side, away from Lin Wanqing to avoid being teased by her again. Zhao Yunlei took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and said with a hint of entanglement in her eyes, Wanqing, if I tell you something, please don't laugh at me later. Lin Wanqing was stunned, her smiling eyes suddenly widened, and she asked curiously, Lei, do you really have a lover? She originally thought that Zhao Yunlei was just joking with her, but she didn't expect it to be true. She quickly put down her hand that wanted to continue teasing her, sat back in her seat, looked at Zhao Yunlei seriously, and said, Go ahead, Lei, how could I possibly laugh at you? Zhao Yunlei lowered her head slightly, hesitated for a while, and then slowly said, Wanqing, I came to you because I was almost driven crazy by someone. He has almost become my inner demon. These days, when I lie in bed, his shadow is all in my mind. I even suspected that it was because I hadn't been in a relationship for so many years and had no experience of that kind of thing. Otherwise, why would I like an 18-year-old so much? I know there is a big age gap and I know it may not be appropriate, but I just can't control myself. Zhao Yunlei's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a murmur. She secretly raised her eyes to observe Lin Wanqing's reaction, her heart filled with anxiety, not knowing what her good friend would think. 18 years old? You know Xinyi is also this age. You are my best friend after all, both of you like young people. Lin Wanqing was startled at first, with a complicated expression flashing across her face, but she quickly returned to normal, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Of course she wouldn't laugh at Zhao Yunlei. After all, her relationship with Xinyi was like that. Laughing at Zhao Yunlei would be the same as laughing at herself. Lei, if you like someone, just chase him. What's wrong with being 18 years old? Lin Wanqing sat up straight, stretched out her hand, gently patted Zhao Yunlei's shoulder, and said earnestly, You are not short of money. In terms of material things, you are fully capable of giving him a better life. If not, just use money to throw at him. Although this sounds a bit straightforward, sometimes, material things are also a way to express your feelings. Besides, young people are in good health and full of energy, which is their advantage. Lin Wanqing leaned closer to Zhao Yunlei, a sly smile appeared on her face, and her tone was a little teasing, I guess you can't stand it after a few times. Think about it, isn't that kind of passionate interaction very exciting? Chapter 16 What Su You? As Zhao Yunlei listened to Lin Wanqing's words, her cheeks became hotter and the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Lin Wanqing's eyes. The scenes of her time with Xinyi emerged involuntarily in her mind, and she felt shy and a little moved. But, Wanqing, I'm still a little worried. With such a big age gap, what will others think? Besides, I'm not sure if he has that kind of intention towards me. Lin Wanqing sighed softly, patted Zhao Yunlei's shoulder again, and comforted her, Lei, don't care too much about other people's opinions. Love is your own. As long as two people really like each other, age doesn't matter. As for whether he is interested in you, you have to try it to know. You can try to get close to him first, understand his preferences, and find opportunities to spend more time with him. Who knows, he might also secretly like you. Zhao Yunlei bit her lip, thought for a moment, and nodded slightly. You're right, Wanqing. I can't just give up like this. I want to try. Even if there is no result in the end, at least I have tried my best. Zhao Yunlei did not say who the young man was, and Lin Wanqing tacitly did not ask. Lin Wanqing thought to herself that with Zhao Yunlei's personality, she has always been cautious in relationships. Although finding a young man to fall in love with is a new thing, she feels that there is a high probability that the two of them will not be together until the end. In her opinion, Zhao Yunlei's attitude towards relationships often wavers due to various realistic factors during the process of getting along. But Zhao Yunlei didn't say anything. Shyness was one reason, but after all, it was difficult for her to talk about her love for a young man with such a big age gap. But another reason was that he wanted to give Lin Wanqing a surprise. She thought that after her relationship with Xin Yi developed further, she would tell Lin Wanqing, and the surprised and delighted expression on Lin Wanqing's face would definitely be very interesting. Lin Wanqing is not free today, so where should we go? Should I accept Su Yu's invitation or? Just as Xin Yi was deep in thought, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. The system detects that the current host is hesitant and provides you with the following two options. A. If you reject Su Yu, the host will be given the title of Big Enemy. B. Agree to Su Yu. The system will reward you with an additional 600,000 yuan for buying a car, and if you choose to spend this money on Su Yu, you can trigger a 1 to 5 times cash back. Xin Yi looked at the options given by the system, his face full of confusion. Why were the rewards and punishments of this system so inexplicable? However, after a little consideration, he chose B almost without hesitation. After all, in his opinion, even if the person was a fool with a low IQ, he probably wouldn't choose A. A calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. It seemed that Su Yu was really his lucky star. Buying her a car can not only enhance the intimacy between you, but also make a lot of money if you are lucky enough to trigger a high cash back. This is a sure win deal. Thinking of this, Xin Yi immediately sent a message to Su Yu. Okay, where is your home? I'll go directly to your house to find you. When Su Yu saw Xin Yi's message, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. She quickly replied, my home is in Sunshine Garden Community, Building 5, Unit 3, Room 101. I'll be waiting for you at home. After sending the message, Su Yu was shocked to find that her room was as messy as a pigsty, and she immediately became flustered. She was wandering around the room like a headless fly. She first stuffed all the clothes scattered on the sofa into the closet, then hurriedly picked up the broom and swept the dust on the floor a few times, and then rushed to the bathroom. After receiving Su Yu's reply, Xin Yi did not delay for a moment and immediately went out to take a taxi to Su Yu's home. In the taxi, he looked out the window board, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. It might be a good idea to use the money to buy himself a car. After all, cars are indeed a necessity in life. But now there is a biggest problem, that is, he has money but no driver's license. Thinking of this, Xin Yi sighed helplessly, otherwise he would have gone to the forest store to pick up the car in a grand manner and drove the luxury car on the city streets. It seems that I have to sign up for a driving school and learn how to drive seriously in the next few days. The car shuttled through the city streets and soon arrived at Su Yu's home. When Xin Yi got out of the car, he saw that the place where Su Yu lived was an old residential area that was quite old. The outer walls of the community were a bit mottled, but the infrastructure was still okay. He quickly found Su Yu's home according to the address. Bang, bang, bang. Xin Yi knocked gently on the door. However, he waited for a long time, but there was deathly silence inside the door, and there was no response for a long time. Xin Yi couldn't help but feel a little confused, and he knocked on the door harder, but there was still no movement. There was no other way, so Xin Yi took out his cell phone and called Su Yu, but the call was not answered and only a monotonous beeping sound echoed in his ears. What's going on? Did he stand me up? That shouldn't be possible, right? Xin Yi muttered softly, with a hint of displeasure on his face. He paced back and forth at the door, his patience gradually worn out. Just as Xin Yi was about to turn around and leave, the door creaked open slowly. Su Yu was seen standing at the door, her hair wet and draped over her shoulders. A few strands of hair were still dripping with water, sliding down her fair neck and wetting the slightly thin home dress on her body. Her cheeks were slightly red from the heat from the shower, and her eyes were filled with a hint of panic and embarrassment. Mr. Shen. I'm so sorry, I was taking a shower just now and didn't hear the knock on the door or the phone call. Su Yu explained stutteringly while smoothing her wet hair with her hands in an attempt to make herself look less disheveled. When Xin Yi saw Su Yu's appearance, the displeasure in his heart instantly disappeared and was replaced by a different feeling. He was slightly stunned for a moment, then he smiled gently and said, "It's okay, I just came too suddenly. Go blow dry your hair first to avoid catching a cold." Suyu quickly turned sideways. Let Shinyi enter the house and then quickly walk into the bathroom to pick up the hairdryer. The buzzing sound of the hairdryer echoed in the small bathroom. While Suyu was blowing her hair, she secretly looked at Shinyi in the living room in the mirror. She didn't expect Shinyi to come so quickly and she hadn't even put on makeup yet. Suyu was anxious and frantically adjusted the wind speed of the hairdryer, but her eyes never left Shinyi's figure in the mirror. She secretly regretted that she had wanted to greet Shinyi in the most perfect manner, but now it was so hasty. Her hair gradually became fluffy under the hot wind, but her mind was not on that at all. She kept thinking about how to remedy the situation quickly. It would be rude to just leave like this. Suyu muttered to herself as she hurriedly put down the hairdryer and began to search the sink that was piled with bottles and cans. Chapter 17 JK plus White Silk. In the living room, Shinyi stood with his hands behind his back, looking around Suyu's house with interest. The room is not large, but thanks to Suyu's careful arrangement, it is filled with a warm and cozy atmosphere. There are several photos of Suyu during his student days hanging on the wall. At that time, her face was still youthful, and she lacked the sexy charm that she has now in her every move. However, her eyes were shining with pure light, full of innocence that was ignorant of the world. Shinye's attention was gradually attracted by a photo. In the photo, Suyu was wearing a JK uniform. The fresh pleated skirt is playfully draped over the knees, and the white silk wrapped around the legs outlines the girl's unique youthful lines. Shinyi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a ripple appeared in his heart. He thought to himself that he didn't expect Suyu to have such a pure and sweet side. I usually see many mature and charming ladies and amorous mature women, but when I see this fresh style at this moment, I unexpectedly find it particularly attractive, like diving into a cool swimming pool on a hot summer day, and my whole body feels refreshed. After a while, the bathroom door slowly opened and Suyu walked out. Her hair had been blow-dried and fell softly on her shoulders. In the short time just now, she put on some simple light makeup in the bathroom, just enough to modify her haggard face. Her originally fair skin now looked even more delicate. Suyu looked at Shinyi shyly and said softly, "Mr. Shin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The house is a little messy, please don't mind." "It's okay. Girls all like to dress up. But Suyu, I'm not a customer now, so don't call me Mr. Shin anymore. Just call me Brother Shin." "Okay, Brother Shin." Suyu responded crisply, and her sweet voice seemed to carry a hint of honey, instantly filling the air. "That's right, hurry up and pack up, let's go eat together." As Shinyi spoke, he slowly sat down on the sofa. Suyu hurriedly poured a glass of water for Shinyi, then ran to the bedroom to prepare his outfit carefully. However, as soon as she opened the closet and faced the dazzling array of clothes, her choice anxiety instantly struck. Piece of clothing passed before her eyes, and each one seemed to have a unique charm, making it difficult for her to make a decision. She felt that all of them were beautiful and she was reluctant to put any of them down. Or ask Brother Shin. After all, if you're going out with Brother Shin, you must wear something that Brother Shin likes. Suyu bit her lower lip, made a decision in her heart, and a shy blush appeared on her fair cheeks. After a little hesitation, she mustered up her courage and walked out of the bedroom shyly. Shinyi saw Suyu leave so quickly and thought she had changed her clothes. He was about to praise her, but found that Suyu was still wearing the same clothes. He frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Suyu, what are you doing?" Brother Shin, I don't know what to wear. I don't know what style you like." Suyu lowered her head, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "It's all right. I think you look good in anything." Out of politeness, Shinyi responded politely. However, his eyes inadvertently fell on the photo of the JK uniform, and Suyu's youthful appearance in the photo emerged in his mind, so he added, "Of course, if you really don't know what to wear, I think the outfit in your photo is quite good." Suyu looked in the direction of Shinya's finger, and saw the photo of herself wearing white stockings and a JK uniform, and instantly understood what he meant. "Got it, Brother Shin, I'll go change it right away." She responded hastily and quickly ran back to the bedroom. Back in the bedroom, Suyu began to rummage through the deep closet, trying to find the JK uniform and the matching white stockings that she hadn't worn for a long time. That outfit was her favorite when she was in school. Now that she has entered the working age, she more often wears black and flesh-colored stockings that show her mature charm. So this set of clothes full of youthfulness was placed in the corner of the closet, and as time passed, it was forgotten deep in her memory. It took a lot of effort to find it now. She rummaged through the layers of clothes, mumbling from time to time, "Where did I put it?" Suyu searched in the closet for a long time and finally found the wrinkled JK uniform in a storage box at the bottom. She took it out, shook off the dust, and then began to look for the white silk. I finally found the pair of white stockings, but discovered that a small thread had gotten caught on them. Suyu frowned slightly, looking annoyed, but she didn't care about much and just thought about putting it on first. She quickly took off her home clothes and put on a JK uniform. The fabric of the uniform was soft, hugging her skin, and a familiar feeling came over her. She carefully put on her white silk dress again and fixed her hair and makeup in front of the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, who had turned back into a young girl, Suyu felt a little shy and her cheeks flushed. Shinyi was in the living room, waiting patiently while thinking about what car to buy for Suyu. After all, I only have 1 million yuan in funding, so I definitely can't buy a car that's too expensive. At this time, the bedroom door slowly opened and Suyu walked out. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Shinye's eyes, and nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt with both hands. The moment Shinyi saw Suyu, his eyes lit up. Suyu is wearing a JK uniform and white silk, like a girl who walked out of the photo. She is fresh and refined, completely different from her usual mature and charming self. Suyu, you are so beautiful. Shinyi exclaimed sincerely. Suyu raised her head and looked at Shinyi's sincere gaze with a shy smile on her face. Thank you, brother Shun, for the compliment. Suyu knew that Shinyi might be waiting impatiently, so she said, Brother Shun, let's go eat now. I'll treat you to a delicious hot pot restaurant tonight. It's just a few steps away from my house. Okay, let's go then. Shinyi responded. To be honest, after waiting for so long, his stomach has already started to growl. The two of them went out of the door, Suyu in front and Shinyi behind, and walked slowly along the street. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant called Hot Memory. The store was bustling with people. Suyu walked into the store with Shinyi in a familiar manner. The boss greeted them warmly. Suyu, are you here? Are you still at your usual seat? Suyu smiled and nodded, then turned to Shinyi and said, Brother Shin, I often come to this store. The taste is very authentic and you will definitely like it. Shinyi responded with a smile, hearing you say that, I can't wait. The two of them sat down by the window. Suyu picked up the menu skillfully and introduced the dishes to Shinyi while ordering. You must order the tripe and tender beef from Brother Shin's restaurant. They are so delicious when dipped in the spicy pot. And this handmade shrimp paste is also my favorite. Chapter 18. Suyu agrees. Really? I wonder if there's anything here that would make me more excited. Shinyi narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his gaze from the menu and looked directly at Suyu's face. The corners of his mouth curled up in a subtle arc, with a hint of different meaning. Suyu was originally concentrating on the menu, but when she heard Shinyi's words, she paused slightly and raised her eyes to meet Shinyi's passionate and somewhat ambiguous gaze. In an instant, her cheeks turned red like a ripe apple, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. She lowered her eyes in a panic, trying to hide her shyness, and whispered, Brother Shin, what are you talking about? Shinyi chuckled, leaned forward slightly, and closed the distance between him and Suyu. His warm breath gently brushed Suyu's ears. I say, eating hot pot with you, this meal is destined to be extraordinary. Suyu nervously tugged at the corner of her clothes, her eyes wandering, not knowing how to respond to Shinyi's straightforward teasing. Just then, the waiter came over with a steaming hot pot base, breaking the slightly charming atmosphere. Suyu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She quickly sat up and said to the waiter, thank you for your trouble. Shinyi leaned back in his chair, still with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Suyu's embarrassment and found it very amusing. After the waiter placed the dishes on the table one by one, Shinyi picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of tripe, but did not put it into the pot immediately. Instead, he looked at Suyu and said, Suyu, you just said that tripe is best eaten by boiling it up and down. I have to learn it well. You have to teach me carefully. Suyu took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and said, okay, that's it. She picked up the chopsticks and imitated what she had done before, picking up a piece of tripe and gently swirling it in the pot. As she demonstrated, she said, look, just like that. Swirl it for about 15 seconds until the tripe curls up slightly and you can eat it. Shinye's eyes stayed on Suyu. Seeing her serious look, he couldn't help but said, Suyu, when you are serious, you are more exciting than this hot pot. Suyu's hand trembled violently, and she almost dropped the tripe into the pot. She glanced at Shinyi in a reproachful manner, Brother Shin, stop teasing me. Try the tripe now. Shinyi then put the tripe into his mouth, chewed it for a few times, and praised, well, it is indeed delicious, but it would be even better if I could share more such delicacies with you. Suyu listened to Shinyi's teasing one sentence after another, her cheeks flushed the whole time. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have mustered up great courage and said, "Brother Shin, I am actually very grateful to you. After all, you have bought a lot of things in my store during this period of time, and my commission has increased a lot." Her voice was soft, with a hint of gratitude and a hint of wanting to change the subject. "Suyu, who made you so beautiful? I want to consume you as soon as I see you. But Brother Shin, you should have a girlfriend, right?" Suyu blinked inadvertently and asked the question she wanted to know most. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened and she stared at Shinyi without blinking, waiting for his answer, feeling both expectant and afraid. "Yes." Shinyi nodded without hesitation. His tone was calm and without any hesitation. Although he was thinking about winning Suyu over, he also knew that he would have to let Suyu know about his emotional status sooner or later. Rather than causing misunderstandings in the future, it would be better to be honest now and let her correctly understand her situation. Otherwise, if there are more and more women in the future, he is really afraid that the harem will be in chaos. Suyu was stunned and her eyes widened instantly as if she had heard something incredible. She didn't expect Shinyi to be so straightforward without even a hint of concealment. She opened her mouth to say something but found that her throat seemed to be blocked. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence, "But won't your girlfriend mind? I have more than one girlfriend." Shinye's voice was not loud, but it was like a bomb exploding in Suyu's ears. His expression was calm, as if he was stating something that was perfectly normal. This time Suyu was even more shocked. Her mind went blank for a moment and she didn't know how to react. But soon her clever brain began to work rapidly and she realized that Shinyi was probably rich enough to support so many women. She originally thought that Shinyi was just generous, but now it seems that his wealth is far beyond her imagination. In her opinion, a man who can act like this must have strong financial resources, and this is exactly what she wants. "Suyu, although I like you, you won't be my only one." Shinye's voice rang out again, breaking the brief silence. When it came to this, Suyu instantly understood what Shinyi meant. That is, Shinyi wants to support her and see if she is willing. Her heart was filled with a mixture of shame about this relationship and a longing for a better material life in the future. After a brief struggle, she raised her head, looked at Shinyi firmly and said, "Brother Shin, I do." Her voice was clear and without any hesitation. Shinyi didn't expect Suyu to agree without even thinking about it. In fact, Suyu had already planned to take down Shinyi. But she didn't expect Shinyi to be so direct. Originally, she planned to take the initiative and slowly conquer Shinyi with her gentleness and charm, but seeing Shinyi's indifferent look, Suyu knew that there were many women around Shinyi. She was afraid that if she was a little reserved, she would miss the opportunity to change her fate, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. Although she agreed, Suyu still wanted her relationship with Shinyi to develop slowly. After all, he has so many women and it is so easy for him to get them. What should he do if Shinyi gets bored soon? She secretly planned in her heart that she should show more of her uniqueness in the future so as not to let Shinyi get tired of her so quickly. She wanted Shinyi to discover her little by little, just like tasting wine. The more he tasted, the more delicious it became, so as to firmly capture Shinyi's heart. "Suyu, come and sit on my lap." Since Suyu promised herself. Then Shinyi would test Suyu's attitude to see if she was qualified to be a little lover. Suyu's heart sank when she heard that, and the blush on her face instantly deepened and spread to her neck. She bit her lower lip subconsciously and glanced around in panic. The restaurant was bustling with people and the diners were immersed in their own excitement, so no one noticed their table. She hesitated for a moment, unconsciously holding the hem of her skirt with both hands, and slowly stood up, moving towards Shinyi with a hint of hesitation. Chapter 19 Hooking. When she walked to Shinyi's side, Shinyi stretched out his hand, gently embraced Suyu's waist, and with a little force, pulled her to sit on his lap. Suyu's body stiffened, and she subconsciously placed her hands on Shinyi's shoulders. She could clearly feel Shinyi's strong arms around her waist, his warm breath spraying on her cheeks, and his heartbeat rumbling like thunder in her ears. "Shin, brother Shin, this is not good. We are outside." Suyu's voice was as thin as a mosquito, full of shyness and uneasiness. She tilted her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Shinyi's eyes, her eyelashes trembling constantly. Shinyi, however, seemed to not care about the gazes of others. He gently brought Suyu into his arms. With his other hand, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of tender beef, and gently stir-fried it in the pot. The rising heat blurred the vision of the two. "Suyu, didn't you say this hot pot is delicious? I want you to feed me." Suyu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, took the chopsticks from Shinyi's hand, picked up the boiled beef, dipped it in the sauce, and slowly handed it to Shinye's mouth. Shinye opened his mouth slightly, held the beef in his mouth, and while chewing, his eyes never left Suyu's face. It's delicious, but it's still more delicious when you feed it. Shinye swallowed the beef, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his fingers gently stroked Suyu's hair. Suyu's cheeks were burning hot. She felt that the atmosphere at the moment was too charming. She wanted to escape, but she was also greedy for this unprecedented intimate contact. Brother Shin, do you usually treat other girls like this? Suyu plucked up her courage and asked softly. She wanted to know if she was a little special in Shinye's heart. Suyu has lived for so many years, and Shinye is the closest person of the opposite sex she has ever come into contact with, apart from her parents. So even if she was being kept, she wanted to know whether Shinye treated her differently from how he treated others. Shinye was slightly startled, then chuckled. Why, are you jealous? Suyu, you are different from them, otherwise I wouldn't spend so much time on you. As he spoke, he gently lifted Suyu's chin and asked her to look directly into his eyes, with a rare hint of seriousness in her eyes. Suyu's heart was beating like a drum. Looking at Shinye's deep eyes, she was a little dazed for a moment. Just then, the guests at the next table suddenly made a loud noise, knocking over the wine glasses on the table, and the wine spilled all over the floor. The sudden noise brought Suyu back to her senses. She stood up from Shinye's legs in a panic, straightened her messy skirt, and her eyes flickered. Brother Shin, let's just have a good meal. Suyu lowered her head, not daring to look into Shinye's eyes, and there was still a hint of shyness in her voice. Shinye looked at Suyu's appearance and found it very interesting. He didn't force it, but just smiled and nodded, then picked up the chopsticks again. He knew that if it were another woman in such a situation, he might think that she was pretending to be pure and deliberately creating a shy look. But Suyu was different. He knew clearly that Suyu had never been in love. When it came to love, she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper without any impurities. Because of this, her shyness and panic at this moment seemed even more adorable and charming in Shinye's eyes. By the way, Suyu, I noticed there's something fishy on your white silk. Did you leave it there on purpose for me to play with? He happened to see it when he hugged Suyu just now. I originally wanted to use this opportunity to tease Suyu again and enjoy her skin at the same time, but who knew that Suyu would just run away? Suyu raised her head, which had been lowered. Instantly, her eyes widened. Hearing Shinye's straightforward and bold words, the blush on her face instantly spread from her cheeks to her ears and even to her neck. Brother Shin, what are you talking about? That was something I hooked by accident. Shinye looked at Suyu's embarrassed appearance, and the sense of joy in his heart became stronger and stronger. He put down the chopsticks in his hand, leaned forward slightly, and approached Suyu again. His warm breath sprayed on her ears again, and he whispered softly, "Don't be shy, Suyu. Look, this hook white silk, just like you, exudes a smell that makes people want to explore." Snort. Suyu couldn't help but said coquettishly, "Brother Shin, if you continue like this, I won't play with you anymore." Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Shinye gently scratched the tip of Suyu's nose. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, let's go buy something. Shinye really wanted to eat Suyu, but unfortunately Suyu was too naive, making it difficult for him to do so. Forget it, take your time. Anyway, the person is yours now and can't run away. The two continued to eat. Although Suyu was still a little shy, she gradually relaxed her tense nerves in the relaxed atmosphere deliberately created by Shinye. She chatted with Shinye casually, and laughter could be heard from time to time at the table. When the two finished their meal and walked out of the hot pot restaurant, the night had completely enveloped the city. Brother Shin, where are we going? You'll know when the time comes. As he spoke, he calmly opened his phone, slid his finger quickly across the screen, and navigated to the nearby Xiaomi 4S store. Shinye's gaze lingered on the phone screen for a moment, with a myriad of thoughts running through his mind. He thought about it, and various car models flashed through his mind one by one. In the end, the newly released Xiaomi SU7 Ultra became his first choice. This car costs more than 500,000 yuan, and with the optional insurance and other expenses, the total price will not exceed the 600,000 yuan rewarded by the system. Moreover, it stands out among many models with its super high appearance and overwhelming popularity. Shinye firmly believes that Suyu will like it. Having made up his mind, Shinye turned his head slightly and looked at Suyu beside him, with a little more doting in his eyes. He naturally reached out and held Suyu's hand. Suyu's hand was soft and warm, and curled up gently in his palm. Suyu's body stiffened slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but when she felt Shinye's firm and powerful grip, she slowly relaxed. At this time, Suyu was experiencing subtle changes in her heart. As she spent more time with Shinye, she had gradually adapted to her new role as Shinye's girlfriend. The initial shyness and uneasiness gradually faded away with Shinye's gentle actions and passionate eyes again and again. She began to get used to Shinye's proximity, his thoughtfulness, and even his occasionally overbearing behavior. At this moment, holding Shinye's hand, she still felt a little shy, but more of a sweetness and peace of mind. Soon, they arrived at the Xiaomi 4 store. When Suyu saw the eye-catching brand logo at the store entrance and the brand new cars displayed inside the store, she couldn't help but feel confused. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of confusion, turned to look at Shinye, and asked, "Brother Shin, what are we doing here?" "Buying a car, of course." Chapter 20 Xiaomi Su 7. Ah. Shinye looked at Suyu's surprised expression, and without waiting for her to react, he took her hand and walked into the Xiaomi 4 store. As soon as he entered, Shinye looked around and saw several Xiaomi SU7s of different colors. It's really good looking. No wonder Xiaomi Su 7 is so popular recently. However, Shinye's eyes shuttled back and forth in the exhibition hall several times, but he still did not catch the shadow of Xiaomi SU7 Ultra. Is it possible that there isn't one? Just as Shinye was secretly guessing, a female salesperson in a professional suit walked over quickly with a standard smile on her face. "Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Xiaomi Auto 4S store. I am Lin Xiao, the sales manager here." Lin Xiao's gaze switched back and forth between Shinye and Suyu, quickly capturing their every expression and subtle reaction. She silently guessed in her heart, looking at the appearance of the young couple, they were most likely here to test drive the Xiaomi SU7. After all, many young people who pursue fashion and technology are keen to come to the store to experience the fun of test driving. The Xiaomi brand has always maintained an open and inclusive attitude towards the test drive business, and strongly encourages consumers to experience the charm of the products for themselves. "Don't you have Xiaomi SU7 Ultra here? I don't see it." Shinye went straight to the point and raised his questions bluntly. "Do you want to test drive the Xiaomi SU7 Ultra?" Lin Xiao was slightly startled, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised, but her years of sales experience allowed her to quickly adjust her attitude, and then she smiled and said, "Because this model has just been launched and is very popular, we haven't opened the test drive business yet." After hearing this, Shinye shook his head slightly, with an unquestionable certainty on his face, and said, "No, I want to buy a car." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene froze instantly. Not only Lin Xiao was confused, but even Suyu, who had been following Shinye closely, was completely stunned. She was originally shocked that Shinye suddenly came to the car shop, and was wondering what Shinye was up to. She didn't expect that Shinye actually wanted to buy the most popular new model of the moment. Even though she knew nothing about cars, she had heard of this car recently. It was not cheap, costing more than 500,000 yuan. In this automobile market, there are many people who are willing to spend more than 500,000 yuan to buy a gasoline car. After all, the traditional fuel car market has a deep foundation. But anyone who is willing to pay the same amount of money to buy a tram can be considered a person with strong financial resources and unique vision. As an experienced car salesperson, Lin Xiao was naturally well aware of this. When she looked at Shinye, there was a hint of inquiry and concern in her eyes. Lin Xiao quickly adjusted her state, the smile on her face became more enthusiastic and sincere, she slightly turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "I see, sir, you have a great eye. The Xiaomi SU7 Ultra is indeed a very attractive model. However, we don't have it in stock at the moment. Please wait a moment. I will contact the warehouse and other branches to see if we can get it delivered." As she spoke, she quickly walked to the side, picked up her phone and began to make calls nervously. Suyu was still in shock at this time, she stared at Shinye blankly. Is this a display of strength? It's no wonder Suyu felt this way. After all, he came to look at cars suddenly after dinner, and the first thing he said was to buy the latest and expensive model. Shinye was keenly aware of Suyu's gaze, but he did not explain much. He just silently planned in his heart that when everything was settled and the car was in hand, he would give Suyu a big surprise and tell her in person that this car was purchased specifically for her. He tilted his head slightly, gave Suyu a reassuring look, and then turned his attention back to the car purchase matter at hand. After a while, Lin Xiao came over with a warm and professional smile on her face, and led Shinye and Suyu to the reception room. The reception room is warmly and comfortably decorated, with soft sofas, exquisite coffee tables, and car magazines placed around, all creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Lin Xiao made a gesture of invitation, indicating that the two should take a seat, and then he sat down gently on the chair opposite. Sir, beauty, how should I address you? Lin Xiao asked politely, his eyes switching back and forth between Xinyi and Su Yu. Shen Yi. Xinyi answered concisely, his voice steady and powerful. Then he raised his hand, pointed at Su Yu gently, and added, "This is my girlfriend Su Yu." "Okay, Mr. Shen, Miss Su." Lin Xiao nodded slightly in response. She adjusted her sitting position slightly and continued, "Currently, we have two colors of Xiaomi SU7 Ultra to choose from, namely the vibrant yellow and the elegant silver." As she spoke, she pulled out two promotional pictures from the folder beside her and handed them to Xinyi and Su Yu. "Are they all in stock?" "Yes, Mr. Shen." Lin Xiao's answer was firm and confident. "As long as you are sure of your purchase intention and complete the relevant formalities, the vehicle can be delivered on the same day." "Then take me to see it," Xinyi said without hesitation, and stood up, ready to follow Lin Xiao to see the car. Su Yu also subconsciously stood up and wanted to go with him, but Xinyi reached out and gently pressed her shoulder. He leaned forward slightly and whispered in Su Yu's ear, "Su Yu, wait for me here for a while, I'll be back soon." Su Yu was slightly stunned, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, but she didn't care too much and just nodded obediently. After all, she knew nothing about cars, and going to see cars would probably just be a cursory look for her, which would only add to her boredom. So she sat back on the sofa, picked up a car magazine, and flipped through it casually, waiting for Xinyi to come back. Just when Lin Xiao took Xinyi to see the car, Xinyi seemed to suddenly remember something and called her. "Manager Lin." He raised his hand and gently placed it on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao was caught off guard, his body suddenly stiffened, and his heart instantly began to beat uncontrollably. Her eyes widened, a trace of panic flashed across her face, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Combined with the fact that Xinyi had just specifically not allowed his girlfriend Su Yu to go with him to see the car, a bold and somewhat blushing thought arose in her mind: could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? Want to? She didn't dare to think further, she just felt her cheeks burning, as if there was a fire burning. Lin Xiao has been working in the sales industry for several years. With her pretty face and good figure, she has done quite well in her job. However, behind this seemingly glamorous life, deep in her heart she feels helpless and unwilling. She had seen too much prosperity and luxury, and she also knew that her efforts were so insignificant in the face of true wealth. She understood that some things in a person's life are destined from birth, and no matter how hard she tries, it may be difficult to reach the top level of life. Therefore, deep down in her heart, she has always longed to be noticed by a rich second-generation man and be kept by him. Although this idea is somewhat mundane, it is also a compromise between her and reality. And at this moment, Xinyi in front of her is handsome and rich, exuding an innate nobility. Isn't he the man she has always dreamed of? If I could really be supported by a handsome guy like Xinyi, then I would probably have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of my life, and I could even live a luxurious life that I had only seen in my dreams. Lin Xiao tilted her head slightly and glanced at Xinyi secretly, with a hint of shyness, a hint of expectation, and a hint of barely perceptible greed in her eyes. Chapter 21. You drive. I won't look at the cars. I'll just choose the silver one. But this car is for my girlfriend. I want to give her a surprise, so can you just send someone to help me drive the car out? Xinyi naturally noticed that Lin Xiao was secretly looking at him. But he had no idea about Lin Xiao. Unless he meets someone who particularly moves him, he will not take the initiative again. Ah! Xinyi's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattering the beautiful fantasy that Lin Xiao had just woven. It turned out to be a surprise for his girlfriend. She thought her luck had turned and she had met a financial sponsor who could change her destiny. There was a flash of disappointment in her eyes, but her years of sales experience allowed her to quickly adjust herself. She put on a professional smile again and said, "No problem, Mr. Shen. Don't worry, we will make arrangements and give you and your girlfriend a perfect surprise." "Okay, then you can help me with the formalities, and then just swipe the card, I'll pay in full." As Xinyi spoke, he took out his bank card from his pocket. "Full payment?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he was shocked and almost couldn't control his expression. She has been in the car sales industry for many years and has met all kinds of customers. Some customers test drive a car repeatedly in the store, haggle over various configurations and prices, and consider it over and over again, struggling for a long time and still unable to make a decision. Some customers are short of money and can only choose the most cost-effective model with limited budget. But Mr. Shin in front of her was different. It only took him a dozen minutes from entering the store to asking questions to deciding to buy. He bought it without any hesitation and chose to pay the full amount directly. She couldn't help but be amazed by his generosity. Lin Xiao, filled with amazement, turned around and walked quickly towards the counter to handle the procedures. Along the way, she kept thinking about Xinye's every move in her mind, and her heart was filled with emotion. She swiftly began to organize the various documents needed to buy a car. While operating the computer to enter information, she looked up at Xinye from time to time. Her eyes showed both admiration for this generous customer and a hint of self-mockery for her own unrealistic fantasy. She knew very well that people like Xinye lived in a world completely different from her own. Today's encounter was just a small episode in her ordinary life. At this time, Xinye returned to the reception room. Suyu was sitting on the sofa, flipping through a magazine out of boredom. When she heard the door open, she looked up with a hint of curiosity and confusion in her eyes. "Brother Shin, have you finished looking at cars so quickly?" Suyu asked softly. Xinye walked over to sit beside her, reached out and gently touched her head, and said with a smile, "Well, everything is ready, and we can leave when the formalities are almost done." Although Suyu was full of questions, seeing Xinye's mysterious face, she did not ask any more questions. She just nodded obediently and continued to flip through the magazine in her hand. Not long after, Lin Xiao hurried into the reception room with a stack of documents and a card machine in his hand. "Mr. Shin, the documents are ready. Please take a look. If there are no problems, we can pay and sign." Lin Xiao placed the document on the coffee table, pointed to the place where a signature was required, and then gently pushed the card reader in front of Xinye. Xinye took the document, glanced through it quickly, and after confirming that it was correct, he picked up the pen and signed his name in a casual manner. Then he picked up the bank card and inserted it into the card machine without hesitation. As my fingers moved lightly on the keys and I entered my password, the card machine made a soft beep sound, and the prompt tone of successful transaction sounded in the reception room. Lin Xiao looked at the amount displayed on the card machine and was once again amazed at Xinye's financial resources. This amount was a figure that most people would find difficult to achieve even after years of hard work. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 550,000 yuan on buying a car for Suyu. This purchase triggers a 5-fold cashback, rewarding the host 2.75 million yuan. Host, please check your bank card deposit information in time. The system's crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in Xinye's mind. He was slightly startled, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the system to be so fast. As soon as he swiped the card, the reward was instantly credited to his account. He secretly sighed in his heart that this system was really powerful. The money he had originally spent came back to him and several times the amount in the blink of an eye. Yeah. Really good. He couldn't help but murmur softly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. "Mr. Shin, your car has been arranged, and our staff will drive it directly to the door of the store." Lin Xiao said with a smile, a hint of envy in her eyes, envious of Suyu for having such a caring and wealthy boyfriend. In Lin Xiao's eyes, Xinye was not only generous, but also bought a luxury car for his girlfriend without hesitation. Moreover, throughout the whole process, he showed his gentlemanly demeanor and was very caring towards Suyu. Such a man is undoubtedly the ideal partner in the hearts of many women. Xinye stood up, took Suyu's hand and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to see a surprise." Suyu followed Xinye out of the reception room with a confused look on her face and came to the door of the store. I saw a brand new silver Xiaomi SU7 Ultra parked there. The car body was shining with charming luster under the light, like a carefully crafted work of art. "Ah. Brother Shin, you got it now? How much is it?" "It's not expensive, just over 500,000. After hearing this, Suyu couldn't help but pout her little cherry lips. Her pouting mouth looked extremely adorable, just like a coquettish little girl. "This is not expensive," she said coquettishly, with a hint of blame in her voice, but more of it was full of sweetness and happiness. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Xinye saw Suyu staring at the car in a daze, reached out and patted Suyu's shoulder gently, urging her. "Oh." Suyu woke up as if from a dream, responded quickly, and walked briskly towards the passenger seat. "Suyu, you've taken the wrong road. You drive." Xinye looked at Suyu's back and couldn't help but remind her with a smile. "Ah? I'll drive?" Suyu suddenly stopped, turned around, and her eyes widened with surprise and confusion. Her eyes switched back and forth between Xinye and the car, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "Yeah, don't you have a driver's license?" Xinye tilted his head slightly, with a relaxed smile on his face and a hint of teasing in his tone. In his opinion, driving Suyu not only allows him to better experience the performance of the new car, but it is also a different kind of pleasure. Yes, I have. Suyu answered quickly, her voice clear and loud. She did have a driver's license, but she had not had many opportunities to drive. She did not expect Shinyi to suddenly let her drive this brand new luxury car. How about trying this car quickly? Shinyi walked forward, gently opened the car door, and made a gesture of invitation. Suyu was stunned for a moment, at a loss for what to do. Her hands were shaking slightly, she was both nervous and excited. After hesitating for a moment, she took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and took a slightly hesitant step to slowly get on the driver's seat. Chapter 22 Pulling off the white silk. Sitting in the car, Suyu was shocked by the luxurious interior in front of her, the exquisite seats, the high-tech dashboard, and the delicate touch of the steering wheel. Everything made her feel unfamiliar and novel. When Shinyi saw Suyu get in the car, he opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. He looked at Suyu's curious and nervous look, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, "Don't be nervous, just drive like you normally do. This car has good control and is easy to use." It has to be said that Suyu has shown amazing talent in driving. It only took her a short while to familiarize herself with the various operations in the car, and she was able to operate this brand new Xiaomi SU7 Ultra with ease, just like an experienced driver. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Suyu drove the car accurately to the community where he lived. The car slowly stopped in the community parking lot, and the roar of the engine gradually dissipated. Suyu's excitement from driving a luxury car for the first time also calmed down a little during this short journey. Recalling the driving process just now, she felt a little scared. After all, this was a valuable new car, and she was not very familiar with it. She was afraid that she would get into an accident if she was not careful. So she kept her lips tightly pursed throughout the journey, didn't dare to say a word, and devoted herself to driving. "Brother Shin, why do you let me drive your new car?" After the car stopped, Suyu finally had the mind to raise the doubts that had been in her mind for a long time. She turned her head and looked at Shinyi with a puzzled look on her face, her eyes full of curiosity. "I want to drive, but I don't have a driver's license." Shinyi smiled helplessly, with a hint of playfulness in that smile. To be honest, when he was sitting in the passenger seat just now, he truly felt the strong pushback brought by the car. The strong power that burst out in an instant made him feel indescribable excitement in his heart. When Suyu heard this answer, her eyes widened instantly, with a myriad of thoughts running through her mind. She had thought of thousands of possible reasons before, such as Shinyi wanted her to experience the new car first, or Shinyi himself was tired and didn't want to drive, etc., but she never expected this to be the answer. After all, in the common people's cognition, who would have thought that a person who took the initiative to walk into a 4S store and bought a luxury car without hesitation actually did not have a driver's license? Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but have a bold guess in his heart. "Brother Shin, how old are you?" "As for me, I just turned 18 this year, and I just finished the college entrance examination not long ago." Shinyi looked at Suyu with a wicked smile, which contained a hint of cunning. "What?" Suyu was so shocked that she pouted her lips again, looking extremely adorable. She had thought before that Shinyi might still be a college student, but she never expected that Shinyi was actually a high school student who had just finished the college entrance examination. By this calculation, wouldn't I be 5 years older than Shinyi? This fact was difficult for her to accept for a moment, and it caused a wave of turmoil in her heart. Shinyi saw Suyu's shocked expression and knew what she was thinking. "Why? Do you think I'm too young?" As he said this, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand, wanting to gently pinch Suyu's pink cherry lips. Snort. Suyu crossed her arms over her chest, and when she saw Shinya's actions, she deliberately dodged backwards and said in a pretended angry tone. In fact, she was not really angry in her heart, but was just a little embarrassed by Shinya's sudden action. "If that's the case, you still have to call me sister." She raised her chin slightly, trying to regain some momentum. Hearing this, Shinyi couldn't help but reach out and gently tap Suyu's little head. The action was full of pampering. "Still calling me sister? From now on I will call you little fool." At this time, after spending all this time with Shinyi, Suyu had begun to become somewhat immune to Shinya's occasional intimate behavior. She selectively ignored Shinya's teasing and brought the topic back to the original question. "Brother Shin, you can't even drive, why are you in such a hurry to buy a car?" "Little fool, I bought this car for you originally." As he spoke, Shinyi took out a document from his pocket and handed it to Suyu. When the document was opened, it clearly stated that the car was under Suyu's name. Suyu was stunned for a moment, staring at the line of words, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. She slowly raised her head and looked at Shinyi, her lips trembling slightly, and she was speechless for a moment. Brother Shun, this is too expensive. It took a long time for Suyu to find her voice again, and her words were filled with deep emotion and uneasiness. She didn't expect Shinyi would spend more than 500,000 to buy a car for her. This is not 50,000, but more than 500,000. With a husband like this, what else could I ask for in my life? It's just so. As long as my little fool likes it, it's fine. But, little fool, do you like this gift? Shinyi tilted his head slightly, a sly smile on his lips, but his eyes were full of doting. When Suyu heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up and she nodded frantically at Shinyi. Her movements were urgent and passionate, as if she was conveying to Shinyi the most sincere emotions from the bottom of her heart. Next second, she could no longer suppress her inner excitement. She wrapped her arms around Shinyi's neck like vines, leaned forward, and actively pressed her lips against Shinyi's. Shinyi obviously didn't expect Suyu to be so proactive. His body stiffened slightly and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But soon that surprise was replaced by joy and love. It seems that this big guy is quite useful. He muttered to himself, and the smile on his lips became more and more obvious. However, Shinyi will not always let Suyu take the initiative. He quickly adjusted his position, gently pulled his arms together and held Suyu tightly in his arms. His lips began to respond to Suyu gently. Under Shinyi's enthusiastic response, Suyu only felt that her body was gradually becoming soft and weak. Her breathing began to quicken and her heartbeat as fast as a drum. Gradually, she felt her legs go weak and she was about to collapse in Shinyi's arms. Shinyi keenly noticed Suyu's changes, so how could he miss this good opportunity? His hands began to gently wander over Suyu's delicate body, making Suyu feel numb and warm wherever they went. The temperature inside the car seemed to rise suddenly at this moment, and was filled with a strong sense of love. Suddenly Shinyi felt Suyu's small hand pulling his hand down and soon touched her slender, white and long legs. Is this what you want? Shinyi looked down at Suyu, who looked confused, and saw her whispering, Brother Shin, didn't you just say that my white silk was pulled? Please help me pull it off. Hearing this, Shinyi's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his eyes were fixed on Suyu's cheeks that were flushed with shyness and her eyes that were slightly moist and filled with a hint of desire. The air in the car seemed to freeze at this moment. The ambiguous atmosphere became stronger and the temperature continued to rise with the accelerated heartbeats of the two. Shinyi's hand trembled slightly and followed Suyu's guidance to touch her slender, white and tender long legs wrapped in white silk. The delicate touch transmitted to his palm through the thin stockings made his heart tremble violently. His fingers gently caressed, feeling the subtle texture on the white silk and the warmth coming from Suyu's leg skin. Suyu. Shinyi's voice became hoarse and low, as if he was suppressing some indescribable emotion. Chapter 23, Capture Suyu. Suyu closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings, and her cheeks were hot as if burning with a flame. She tilted her head slightly, exposing her neck to Shinyi without reservation. Her graceful curves were like the most moving poem. Brother Shun. Her voice was trembling slightly, as if she was urging him, or acting coquettishly. Shinyi took a deep breath and tried to keep himself rational. His fingers moved slowly up Suyu's thigh, pausing for a moment at the junction of the white silk and skin. Then he gently pinched the edge of the white silk and applied a little force. With a hiss sound, the white silk was slowly pulled off. The sound was particularly clear in the quiet car, as if it was the accompaniment of the two people's heartbeats. Suyu's body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously clamped her legs together, but then she seemed to realize that her action was a little shy, and slowly relaxed. Her hands gripped the edge of the seat tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Shinyi's gaze always stayed on Suyu. As he looked at Suyu's shy appearance, the love in his heart grew stronger. He leaned over and whispered in Suyu's ear, Suyu, do you know how beautiful you are? Suyu opened her eyes with a hint of confusion and shyness in them. Her eyes met Shinyi's, and at that moment, it seemed as if the whole world only had the two of them. She bit her lips slightly and said softly, Brother Shin, I have never been like this before. How could Shinyi stand such provocation? He suppressed his inner impulse, opened the car door, and carried Suyu to her home. After a long time, Shinyi got off the limp Suyu and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, he returned to the messy yet charming bed, feeling refreshed. The sheets were slightly wrinkled, giving off an ambiguous scent. Suyu was like a lazy kitten, falling into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Her hair was scattered messily beside her cheeks, and her fair skin was faintly flushed, just like peach blossoms blooming in spring. Shinyi stared at her, and the passionate time they just spent together emerged in his mind. The heat in his heart surged quietly again, and he couldn't help but become thoughtful again. Suyu murmured softly in her sleep. She seemed to be disturbed by something. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. It turned out that Shinyi reached out and gently stroked her arm. His movements were gentle but carried a hint of irresistibility. Suyu vaguely felt that someone was playing tricks on her. She tried hard to open her heavy eyelids and looked at Shinyi with sleepy eyes, with a lingering sense of fatigue in her eyes. "Brother Shin, please forgive me, I am really dying." Suyu's voice was soft and coquettish, and she pouted her lips slightly, as if protesting to Shinyi. After last night's madness, all her strength had been drained from her body, and every inch of her muscle was expressing fatigue. The corners of Shinyi's mouth turned up, revealing a charming smile, which was a bit doting and teasing. He reached out and gently touched Suyu's head. "What are you thinking about? Little idiot, I just want to give you a massage. After all, you were so tired just now, right?" Shinye's voice was low and magnetic, echoing in the quiet room. Suyu saw the amusement in Shinye's eyes, as if her thoughts were seen through. Her pretty face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. Her eyes were evasive, not daring to look directly at Shinyi, and her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to last night. She didn't expect that she would be so proactive last night. She seemed to be driven by an inexplicable force and was completely immersed in her love with Shinyi. Those images kept flashing through her mind like a kaleidoscope, making her heart beat faster and faster. But it's all worth it, Suyu thought silently in her heart. Shinyi, this almost perfect man in her eyes, deeply attracted her with his handsome appearance and mature and steady temperament. Suyu knew very well that she had been deeply in love with Shinyi and could not extricate herself, so she secretly vowed to keep Shinyi firmly by her side. Thinking of this, Suyu adjusted her posture with a happy look on her face and lay in Shinyi's arms again. At this moment, a sharp cell phone ring suddenly broke the silence in the room. Shinyi's body stiffened slightly, and the hand that was originally on Suyu's waist tightened unconsciously. Suyu was startled by the sudden noise and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze followed Shinyi's direction and turned to the mobile phone on the bedside table. When Suyu saw the three words Lin Wanqing flashing on the screen, her heart sank suddenly, her eyes dimmed in an instant, and the smile on her face faded away quietly. "Is this the main wife?" Shinyi almost subconsciously stood up and went to answer the phone. Seeing this, Suyu felt lost and uneasy, but she still pretended to be calm. She moved slowly and obediently from Shinyi's arms, leaving enough space for Shinyi. She lowered her eyes to look at the wrinkles on the bed sheets, her thoughts in a mess. She saw the subtle expression on Shinyi's face when he saw the phone, and she knew in her heart that the person on the other end of the phone was most likely Shinyi's other girlfriend. But even though she was full of bitterness, she was well aware of her identity. As Shinyi's lover, she told herself that she should have the necessary awareness and not act unreasonably and make Shinyi feel annoyed because of such things. Shinyi walked into the bathroom and answered the phone. "Ching, do you miss me? Are you coming to my house today?" "Ningning is not here today," Lin Wanqing said coquettishly. Shinyi's lips curled up into a smile. "Not here?" "Ching, then you just wait for me at home obediently." Shinyi naturally knew the meaning of Lin Wanqing's call to him. It happened that he had to go to Zhao Yunlei's house in the afternoon to tutor Cheng Chang. After hanging up the phone, Shinyi tidied his hair and clothes in front of the bathroom mirror. The smile on his lips had not completely disappeared. He looked outside through the glass and saw Suyu obediently playing with her cell phone on the bed. He then thought that he would soon see the charming Lin Wanqing, and his heart couldn't help but beam with joy. He secretly sighed that this was the happy sexual life he had always dreamed of. He opened the door and walked to the bed. With a hint of apology on his face, he said to Suyu, "Little fool, I have something to do and I may have to leave now." "Ah?" Suyu was surprised to hear this. She was originally immersed in the gentle land and had never expected that Shinyi was so anxious to leave. She subconsciously sat up. However, the pain in her body when she just stood up instantly hit her and she couldn't help but groan and frowned. "What's wrong?" Shinyi asked with concern. "It's all your fault, brother Shen. I'm still in pain now." Suyu gave Shinyi a reproachful look, her eyes full of grievance. Shinyi sat down on the bed and gently rubbed Suyu's head, saying soothingly, "Baby, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you next time." Although Suyu felt sad, she nodded obediently and watched Shinyi quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the room without looking back. Chapter 24 Lin Wanqing's Suspicion. After Xinyi came out of Suyu's house, he went to the supermarket and bought a bottle of men's perfume. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. If Lin Wanqing smelled the scent of another woman on him, the intimacy level would probably drop to the bottom. He knew very well that Lin Wanqing was by no means as simple and ignorant a girl as Suyu. In the love field, Lin Wanqing might have experienced much more romantic things than himself. When Xinyi arrived at Lin Wanqing's villa, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. At this time, Lin Wanqing was already standing at the door waiting. She was wearing a slim silk dress that outlined her graceful figure, her wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her makeup was exquisite and impeccable. Xinyi, why are you so late? Thank you for waiting. Xinyi's heart tightened, but he tried to stay calm. With a smile on his face, the road is a bit congested today. Xinyi told a white lie. After all, he couldn't tell Lin Wanqing that he spent the night at another woman's house. When he thought of the time he spent with Suyu, his eyes flickered unconsciously. Lin Wanqing's lips curled up slightly, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She raised her wrist and looked at her watch. You've been stuck in traffic for so long? I've been waiting for you since early morning. As she spoke, she took a step forward, naturally put her arm around Xinyi's arm, and led him into the villa. Xinyi's body stiffened slightly and he subconsciously tensed his muscles, fearing that Lin Wanqing would notice something was wrong with him. Lin Wanqing originally just wanted to play a prank on Xinyi, but seeing Xinyi's reaction, the doubts in her heart were instantly magnified. She guessed that he was really hiding something from her. A thought flashed through my mind, a woman? Lin Wanqing was very clear about her situation. She knew that she could not hold down a young man like Xinyi by herself. Especially after the holiday, Xinyi will go to college. The beauties in the university are not only beautiful, but also young, full of vigor and vitality, which is something Lin Wanqing can't envy. Her youth has gradually faded away, and in this regard, she always has a sense of crisis. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing felt more and more that she could not let Xinyi get her so easily, otherwise, she would completely lose the initiative in this relationship and become the abandoned party. Although Xinyi felt a little guilty, he did not expect that the thoughtful Lin Wanqing had already guessed the truth of the matter. He naively thought that his disguise was perfect enough to hide the truth. Qingqing, why are you so far away from me? Looking at Lin Wanqing, who was sitting 1 meter away from him at the other end of the sofa, Xinyi couldn't help but ask in confusion. There was a hint of grievance in his voice, trying to use this method to break the sudden gap between the two of them. How dare you say that? I called you an hour ago, why did you come only now? Lin Wanqing raised her voice, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Qingqing, am I not stuck in traffic? I don't care. I'm just angry. Lin Wanqing said capriciously. She pouted her lips slightly and looked angry, but her eyes never left Xinyi. Seeing this, Xinyi thought that Lin Wanqing was sulking and wanted to comfort her. He immediately came to Lin Wanqing and held her smooth little hand. Who would have thought that Lin Wanqing would directly throw Xinyi's hand aside with a quick and decisive action, cross her arms across her chest, pretending to be angry. Damn man, did you go out to hook up with some wildflower outside today? Lin Wanqing questioned, her eyes filled with anger and suspicion. When Xinyi approached her just now, Lin Wanqing smelled the unfamiliar men's perfume on Xinyi. That smell instantly ignited the anger in her heart, and she was sure that there must be something wrong with Xinyi. Ah, are you talking about the smell of my perfume? This is the men's perfume I just bought, and I wanted you to smell it and see if it smells good. Xinyi's heart suddenly tightened, and he suppressed the impulse in his heart and calmed himself down. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, and when his fingertips touched the bottle of perfume, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the foresight to put the perfume in his pocket, otherwise it would have been terrible. He was secretly glad in his heart. Lin Wanqing's eyes were filled with suspicion. Her gaze fell on the perfume bottle in Xinyi's hand. It seemed as if she could see through the bottle and see the truth behind it. She opened her red lips and said, "Really?" Seeing this, Xinyi knew that he should not panic at this moment. He grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand. His movements seemed anxious, but in fact he was very cautious, for fear of angering the sensitive beauty in front of him. He pointed the mouth of the perfume bottle at Lin Wanqing's wrist and gently pressed the nozzle. With a few sizzle sounds, the elegant scent of perfume instantly spread. Smell it, isn't it? As Xinyi spoke, he observed Lin Wanqing's expression, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly, put her wrist close to her nose and sniffed gently. The familiar fragrance lingered at her nose, which was exactly the same as the smell of Xinyi's perfume. Although the doubts in her heart were slightly alleviated, her years of experience in the love field told her that things were not that simple. Snort. She snorted lightly and didn't say anything else. She just turned her head slightly, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking at the moment. Ching-ching. When Xinyi saw that Lin Wanqing's movements had eased a little, he was delighted and immediately hugged Lin Wanqing's delicate body. His arms were tightly around Lin Wanqing as if he wanted to merge her into his body, and his voice became exceptionally gentle with a hint of coquettishness. Xing-ching, you really wronged me. I sprayed perfume for your own good. Lin Wanqing didn't say anything, her body stiffened slightly, but she soon relaxed and let Xinyi do whatever he wanted to her. A complex emotion flashed across her eyes. She still didn't believe what Xinyi said. She secretly guessed that this was just a story Xinyi made up to cover up. As for why she sprayed perfume, she knew it very well. It was probably to cover up the scent of other women. If Xinyi knew what Lin Wanqing was thinking, he would probably be scared to death. This woman is so thoughtful and insightful, it's really terrifying. However, even though Lin Wanqing knew the whole story, she still chose to forgive Xinyi. She was secretly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Should she really make things clear? Once the truth is revealed, this seemingly beautiful relationship will inevitably collapse in an instant. By then, not only will I lose Xinyi, it may also cause a series of unnecessary troubles, which will not benefit anyone. She knows very well that in the game of love, sometimes playing dumb and compromising appropriately are the secrets to maintaining a relationship. So she sighed softly, reached out and patted Xinyi's hand, and her charming smile reappeared on her face, as if nothing had happened before. Chapter 25. Zhao Yunlei peeping. Mom, why hasn't Teacher Shin come yet? Cheng Cheng stayed in the living room bored, and ran to the window from time to time, holding onto the windowsill with both hands, hoping to see Xinyi's figure. He is still thinking about asking Xinyi to take him to eat chicken together. You know, the day before yesterday, Xinyi showed off his skills, making Cheng Cheng eat several subways, and even produced a snow falcon. In his heart, Xinyi is simply an omnipotent superhero. Cheng Cheng, your teacher Shin won't be here until the afternoon. Eat your meal first. After you finish eating, I think your teacher Shin will be here soon. Zhao Yunlei walked out of the kitchen with a towel in her hand. Seeing Cheng Cheng looking around in the living room, she couldn't help but find it a little funny. She shook her head slightly, a gentle smile on her lips and her eyes full of doting. She was also really puzzled and didn't know why Cheng Cheng liked Xinyi so much. Originally, Cheng Cheng was in his rebellious period, with a stubborn personality and resistance to many things. But since Xinyi appeared, he seemed like a different person, and even his rebellious character became much more obedient. Zhao Yunlei's thoughts drifted away involuntarily, and she wondered to herself, could it be that I really have a destiny with him? Once the thought came to her mind, it spread like weeds in her heart. Xinyi's handsome face and gentle smile appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but think, I wonder if Cheng Cheng can accept having a stepfather. When Zhao Yunlei thought of Xinyi, she couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. A blush gradually appeared on her face and her eyes became blurred. Zhao Yunlei, what are you thinking about all day? You are already old, aren't you ashamed? Zhao Yunlei secretly blamed herself in her heart, but she couldn't take away that smile. In order to spend more time with Xinyi later, Cheng Cheng changed his usual habit of eating slowly and ate lunch very quickly. He shoveled rice into his mouth in big mouthfuls. Cheng Cheng, who was eating, looked up inadvertently and saw Zhao Yunlei sitting on the sofa and grinning. He couldn't help but feel curious. He stopped what he was doing and asked in confusion, Mom, come and eat, what are you laughing at? Oh, here I come. When Zhao Yunlei heard Cheng Cheng's voice, she was awakened from a sweet dream, and her pretty face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She stood up hurriedly, straightened her clothes, and tried to cover up her gaffe. She had just sat down at the dining table when she suddenly slapped her forehead and remembered the egg tarts she made in the air fryer. Oh, my brain! She whispered to herself in annoyance. I was clearly thinking of sending some to Wanqing just now, how come I forgot about it? Cheng Cheng, you eat first. I'll send some of the egg tarts I made to your Aunt Wanqing. Zhao Yunlei said as she stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Okay. Cheng Cheng's mouth was full of food. He responded vaguely and then continued to eat. Zhao Yunlei ran to the kitchen, put the egg tarts in a bag, and went to Lin Wanqing's home. Soon, she arrived at Lin Wanqing's door. Standing in front of the door, she subconsciously moved closer to the peephole to see what was going on inside the house and confirm whether Lin Wanqing was at home. But the moment her eyes came close to the cat's eyes, her originally relaxed and happy expression froze in an instant. Through the tiny peephole, the scene inside the house was like a heavy hammer with a tremendous force, hitting her heart directly. She stood still for a moment, her mind went blank, and all her thoughts came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Her best friend Lin Wanqing was lying in Xinye's arms with a smile on her face. Xinye's hands were naturally wandering over Lin Wanqing's body. The atmosphere between them was so ambiguous that it was almost overflowing. Zhao Yunlei felt that the world in front of her eyes began to spin, a sour feeling instantly surged to the tip of her nose, and her eyes quickly became moist. She never imagined that the person she secretly liked was actually entangled with her closest girlfriend. All the past events suddenly surged through her mind. No wonder Lin Wanqing suddenly introduced Xinyi to her as Chang Chang's tutor. It turned out that they had such an unclear relationship for a long time. But she was full of doubts. Why did Xinyi tease her intentionally or unintentionally? Is he treating it as a pastime when he's bored, or is he enjoying the thrill of juggling between two women? Zhao Yunlei was filled with grief and indignation. She couldn't help but curse in her heart, "Damn scumbag, he's eating from the bowl and still looking at the pot." She watched them getting closer and closer, and it seemed like they were about to kiss. Zhao Yunlei's heart was in a mess and her thoughts were racing. She knew that it would not work to just go in. The scene would be so embarrassing and she didn't know how to deal with it. But she really couldn't stand just standing outside the door and letting them do this in front of her. Her strong self-esteem and anger intertwined in her heart, forcing her to do something to break this embarrassing situation. At this critical moment, she took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound steady, then deliberately coughed and said loudly, "Wanqing, are you home? I'm here to bring you egg tarts." There was a sudden flurry of noise from inside the door, like someone getting up in a hurry and the sound of tables and chairs being moved. Then, Lin Wanqing's slightly hurried but forced calm voice came, "Yunlei, wait a moment, I'll come over and open the door for you." Zhao Yunlei stood outside the door, her heart beating violently in her chest, her eyes fixed on the half-open door, her ears catching every slightest movement inside. She could imagine that at this moment, Lin Wanqing and Xinyi in the room were frantically tidying themselves up, trying to cover up the unbearable scene that had just happened. After a moment, the door slowly opened and Lin Wanqing had a stiff smile on her face. Although her hair was hastily brushed, a few strands still looked messy. Her face was slightly flushed due to nervousness and embarrassment. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look Zhao Yunlei in the eye. She pretended to be enthusiastic and said, "Yunlei, why are you here so suddenly? Come in and sit down." Zhao Yunlei took a deep breath, tried hard to control the surging emotions in her heart, and stepped into the house. Her eyes quickly swept across the living room. The pillows on the sofa were tilted all over the place, the blanket was crumpled, and there seemed to be a hint of ambiguity in the air. However, Xinyi, who was supposed to be there, was nowhere to be seen. "Wanqing, are there any guests at your house? Why does your house look a bit messy to me?" When Lin Wanqing heard what Zhao Yunlei said, her eyes dodged for a moment, then she forced a smile and said, "No. No guests, I was just messing around at home and wanted to change the position of the furniture, but ended up making a mess and I haven't had time to clean it up yet." As she spoke, she kicked the corner of the man's coat that was exposed under the sofa, trying to hide it more concealed. Chapter 26, How Can Domestic Flowers Smell as Good as Wildflowers? So that's how it is. Zhao Yunlei pretended nothing happened and placed the egg tarts on the table. "Wanqing, these are the egg tarts I just made. I specially gave you a few to try." She quickly sorted out everything in her mind and had already guessed what Lin Wanqing was thinking. Lin Wanqing has always paid attention to other people's opinions. She probably thought Xinyi was too young and was afraid that people would talk about this relationship if it were made public, so she kept it a secret from her. After figuring this out, the pain in Zhao Yunlei's heart eased a little, and she no longer had the idea of pulling out Xinyi who was hiding in the house and exposing them in person. After all, if you put yourself in his shoes, if you and Xinyi had such a special relationship, you might choose to hide it in the initial stage due to various concerns. However, from this moment on, she secretly made up her mind to keep her distance from Xinyi. This man seemed sincere, but in fact he was wavering between her and her best friend, which really disappointed her. When Xinyi went to her house again, she would definitely give him a good scolding, asking him why he was flirting with her so much and maintaining that unclear relationship with Lin Wanqing when he was in a close relationship with her. Especially that night, if I had not still retained my rationality, I would have been kissed by him so easily. Thinking about it now, I am really scared. "Yunlei, you are so skillful. I must try it." Lin Wanqing took the bag with a smile on her face, but Zhao Yunlei keenly caught a hint of unnaturalness and panic in that smile. "Then you eat first. I'll leave first." Chung Chang is still alone at home. I'm worried about him. Okay, Yunlei, go slowly on your way back. As Lin Wanqing spoke, she quickly walked to the door and acted as if to see the guest off. If it were in the past, she would definitely try to keep Zhao Yunlei and insist on having her stay for dinner. But the situation was very different at this moment. Xunyi was still hiding in the room on the second floor. She was just hoping that Zhao Yunlei would leave quickly so that she could breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Zhao Yunlei's departing back, Lin Wanqing muttered silently in her heart, "No, I must tell Zhao Yunlei when I find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, even kissing at home will be done secretly and hidden, like having an affair. This life is really too frustrating. Xunyi, come out quickly, she's gone." Lin Wanqing's voice echoed in the empty living room with a hint of relief. Xunyi walked down slowly from the second floor, still looking somewhat embarrassed and uncomfortable. His hair was a little messy, the collar of his shirt was slightly open, and his eyes still showed the tension from his panicked escape just now. Recalling the thrilling scene just now, his heart was still beating violently in his chest. Just now, when he and Lin Wanqing were immersed in an intimate atmosphere and were almost sticking together, the cold and mechanical prompt sound of the system suddenly rang in Xunyi's mind. Lin Wanqing intimacy +5. Zhao Yunlei's intimacy 10. At that moment, Xunyi's movements suddenly froze. Lin Wanqing noticed something strange and was looking at him in confusion, but her thoughts were interrupted by Zhao Yunlei's sudden voice. Xunyi panicked instantly, his mind in chaos. He didn't bother to explain to Lin Wanqing and hurriedly hid on the second floor. Originally, Xunyi was full of curiosity and didn't understand why Zhao Yunlei's intimacy suddenly decreased without any warning. After all, before this, he thought that he got along well with Zhao Yunlei. Although he did not handle his relationships with Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yunlei properly, he did not feel that there were any obvious mistakes that would lead to a decrease in intimacy. But after experiencing the series of events just now, he already had the answer in his mind. Thinking of Zhao Yunlei's voice suddenly heard outside the door, he knew that Zhao Yunlei probably saw the intimate scene between him and Lin Wanqing just now. Otherwise, intimacy would never decrease for no reason. Xunyi walked slowly down the stairs, thinking to himself. Zhao Yunlei has always been delicate and sensitive. After seeing that scene, she was able to quickly adjust her emotions and pretend nothing had happened. This required great self-control. However, for some reason, she did not expose it on the spot. This made Xunyi feel relieved, but also a little uneasy. This is good, Xunyi thought, at least it won't cause the two best friends to quarrel because of him. He was well aware of the many years of friendship between Zhao Yunlei and Lin Wanqing. If they got into a big fight because of him, the situation would be unimaginable. But at the same time, he also knew that Zhao Yunlei's silence might just be the calm before the storm. She would never let this matter go, and there would definitely be questioning and settlements later. Walking up to the first floor, Xunyi looked up at Lin Wanqing. She was standing beside the sofa, tidying up her clothes and hair that had just been messed up. Lin Wanqing felt Xunyi's gaze and raised her head. Their eyes met, and there was a hint of embarrassment and helplessness in the air. Just now, it was really dangerous. Xunyi was the first to break the silence. Lin Wanqing frowned slightly, with a hint of complaint in her eyes. "It's all your fault. We were almost discovered." "Hasn't this been discovered yet?" Although Xunyi was also frightened just now, he certainly couldn't show it at this moment. "Then you really want to be my bestie?" Before Lin Wanqing could finish her words, her mouth was suddenly blocked by Xunyi. Her eyes widened instantly, filled with surprise and panic, and she subconsciously wanted to push Xunyi away with her hands. "Don't want." Lin Wanqing made a faint protest from her nose, but the voice seemed so weak under Xunyi's strong attack. Xunyi's hands tightly embraced Lin Wanqing's waist and pressed her body against himself as if he wanted to merge her into his own. Lin Wanqing's struggle gradually became weaker and soon she was overwhelmed by Xunyi's enthusiasm and immersed in this sudden intimacy. 10 minutes later, the two slowly separated. Lin Wanqing was breathing heavily, her chest heaving violently, and her face had a charming blush. She pounced on Xunyi's chest with her little fist, her tone was filled with a hint of complaint and tenderness. "Xunyi, are you trying to suffocate me? How could that be? Xingqing, you are so attractive that I can't help myself." He knew very well that women all liked to hear nice words, especially a beautiful mature woman with rich emotions like Lin Wanqing, and his young and handsome appearance had become a weapon to make her happy. Looking at the beautiful mature woman with a blushing face and charming appearance in front of him, Xunyi knew that he had successfully changed the topic so that Lin Wanqing's focus was no longer on her best friend. He blew hot air gently into Lin Wanqing's ears, and the warm breath made Lin Wanqing's body tremble slightly. Qing, can we go to your room? How could Lin Wanqing not understand Xinye's meaning? A hint of hesitation and struggle flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip slightly, and the words "how can domestic flowers be as fragrant as wildflowers" flashed through her mind. She knew very well that if she easily satisfied Xinye's demands, she might gradually lose her appeal in this relationship and become just a houseflower in his eyes. She didn't want to fall into such a situation, so she gritted her teeth and refused decisively. Chapter 27. I like you, Sister Yunlei. But I feel like my second brother is about to get suffocated. Then go take a cold shower and wake up. Lin Wanqing couldn't let Xinye do whatever he wanted. At least, she wouldn't do that until he gave her enough sense of security. Xinye looked helpless and curled his lips. How uncomfortable it is to take a cold shower, Qing, how can you bear to do this to me? Lin Wanqing looked at Xinye with mixed feelings. She thought he looked funny, but she couldn't help feeling distressed. But the idea in her heart was as solid as a rock and did not waver at all. She patted Xinye's hand, and her tone softened a little. Can't you control yourself a little? We have to think more about the future. If feelings are obtained too easily, we won't know how to cherish them. As she spoke, she stood up, walked to the window, opened the curtains, and the sunlight instantly poured into the room, illuminating her slightly sad face. Lin Wanqing stared out the window, her eyes a little blurry and her thoughts drifting away. She was well aware of her own fragility in this relationship, and also understood Xinye's youthful vigor, but she was more afraid of losing this hard-earned relationship, so she had to stick to her bottom line. Xinye looked at Lin Wanqing's back, and the irritability in his heart subsided a little, but the irresistible desire was still surging in his heart. He stood up, walked behind Lin Wanqing, hugged her gently from behind, and buried his head in her neck. I know you are doing this for my own good, for our own good, but sometimes I really can't control myself. His voice was slightly nasal, and his warm breath sprayed on Lin Wanqing's neck, causing her to tremble slightly. Lin Wanqing sighed softly, turned to face Xinye, put her hands on his shoulders, and looked into his eyes seriously. Xinye, I don't want to always reject you, but I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that if I satisfy you too quickly, our relationship will become dull and you will lose interest in me. Xinye knew what Lin Wanqing was worried about. She was simply afraid that he would not cherish her after getting her. But Lin Wanqing was really overthinking it. With her figure, she had a curvy figure with a nice curve. That beauty, skin whiter than snow, affectionate eyes, and every gesture exuding the unique charm of a mature woman, Xinye could not forget it even if he wanted to. How could he not cherish a beautiful mature woman who was so gentle to him and brought him endless sweetness and warmth during their time together? Moreover, she is the mother of his ex-girlfriend. This special relationship makes Xinye have a special feeling for Lin Wanqing. However, Xinye also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed and had to be done slowly and steadily. He gently held Lin Wanqing's face and said softly, Qing, don't worry, my feelings for you will not change because of these. I like you not only because of your appearance, but also because of the feeling when I am with you. Then let's take it slow, okay? Lin Wanqing said in a low voice. Regardless of whether Xinye was sincere or not, Lin Wanqing accepted it. But Xinye was right about one thing, that is, Xinye should not be kept in check all the time, as it is not good for his health. Moreover, she knew that Xinye would definitely have more than one woman in the future. After all, he was young and handsome, and there was never a shortage of beautiful women around him. Therefore, if you want to tie Xinye tightly to yourself, it is best to find a shackle for him. Of course, it would be best to exploit Xinye a little more and make him useless to other women. Okay, I'll do as you say. Xinye gently kissed Lin Wanqing on the forehead. At that moment, regardless of whether the two people had any ulterior motives, it looked quite warm. After the two of them had a simple meal, Xinye said goodbye to Lin Wanqing and went to Zhao Yunlei's house to be a tutor. However, before leaving, Lin Wanqing asked Xinye to accompany her to the jewelry auction in a few days. Xinye just happened to remember that a reward given by the system was also there, so he naturally agreed. When Xinye arrived at Zhao Yunlei's house, he just knocked on the door and heard Cheng Cheng's excited voice. Teacher Xin, you are finally here. The flowers I have been waiting for have all withered. The door creaked open and Xinye saw Cheng Cheng with an excited look on his face. The little fellow's eyes sparkled and his whole body was filled with irrepressible joy. Cheng Cheng grabbed Xinye's hand and pulled him into the house. Xinye followed Cheng Cheng into the house. He subconsciously looked around, scanning every corner of the living room, but did not see Zhao Yunlei. He could not help but feel a little puzzled, and asked Cheng Cheng curiously, Cheng Cheng, where is your mother? My mother is. Chang Chang was about to answer but was interrupted by a gentle but firm voice. Chang Chang, please go to your room first. I have something to talk to your teacher Shin about. Zhao Yunlei suddenly came down from the second floor. In fact, she had heard Xinye's voice a long time ago. From that moment on, her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. At this moment, she was wearing a simple home dress, her hair loosely hanging on her shoulders, and her eyes were filled with complex emotions, including anger towards Xinye and uneasiness about the upcoming conversation. During the few minutes on the second floor, she kept thinking over and over in her mind how to deal with her relationship with Xinye. Every idea was like a tangled mess, tangled together and unable to make sense of it. Then Mr. Shin, please hurry up. I'll be waiting for you in the bedroom. Chang Chang reluctantly let go of Xinye's hand, her face full of disappointment, but she still obediently turned around and walked towards her bedroom, looking back every few steps, her eyes full of reluctance. Okay, you go back first. Xinye smiled at Chang Chang, with a hint of comfort in his smile, trying to reassure the little guy. Zhao Yunlei walked over with slow and steady steps. Her eyes never left Xinye's eyes. It seemed as if she could see through him. Teacher Shin, please sit down first. I'll go get you some water. Her voice sounded calm, as if nothing had happened, but the slightly trembling ending still revealed the turmoil in her heart. No need, Sister Yunlei, I know you saw it all when you went to deliver the egg tarts just now. Xinye's voice broke the brief silence. His tone was direct, without any hesitation. Zhao Yunlei was stunned. She was about to turn around, but her body seemed to be frozen and she slowly turned back. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that before she could settle the score with Xinye would come to her on his own initiative. Yeah? Zhao Yunlei couldn't help but say with a bit of amusement, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile, since you are already with Wan Qing, why did you still want to? She didn't finish her words, but the questioning in her eyes was obvious. Because I like you, Sister Yunlei. Chapter 28. You don't want to be seen by Chang Chang, right? Zhao Yunlei widened her eyes, full of disbelief. She never expected Xinye to say this so bluntly. Why, you're still thinking about taking both of them down? There was a hint of anger in Zhao Yunlei's tone. She couldn't accept Xinye's greedy idea. Xinye knew that if he wanted to win over a stubborn woman like Zhao Yunlei, he had to use force. Sister Yunlei, could it be that you have no interest in me at all? If that were the case, I would not have succeeded so easily that night. You. Zhao Yunlei was immediately speechless by Xinye's retort. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and she felt mixed emotions. What Xinye said was indeed right. If she had no interest in him, she would not have let him do what he wanted at that time. Recalling the scene of that night, her heart beat faster involuntarily, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Sister Yunlei, when you live this life, don't care so much about what other people think, okay? As Xinye spoke, he stepped forward and gently hugged Zhao Yunlei from behind. His movements were gentle, but carried an irresistible force. Zhao Yunlei's body stiffened slightly, and her first reaction was to break free. She subconsciously used her hands to pry Xinye's hands apart. At this moment, Xinye's voice suddenly came to my ears. Don't move, Chang Chang is still in the bedroom, you don't want to be seen by Chang Chang. Xinye's voice was low and threatening, and Zhao Yunlei's heart sank. Zhao Yunlei stamped her feet in anxiety, her eyes full of anger and helplessness, but she really had no way to deal with Xinye. Let go quickly, she said in a low voice, with a hint of pleading in her tone. No, not until you tell me whether you like me or not. Xinye's voice echoed in Zhao Yunlei's ears, and his warm breath sprayed on her neck. Dislike. Zhao Yunlei responded coldly, trying to cover up her inner panic with her cold tone. But suddenly, Zhao Yunlei felt a warm big hand playing tricks on her body, approaching her tall breast step by step. Xinye, take your hands away quickly. Zhao Yunlei's voice became sharp because of anger and nervousness. She tried hard to break free from Xinye's arms, but her strength seemed insignificant in front of Xinye. Zhao Yunlei didn't expect Xinye to really dare to do it. Her face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato, all the way to her ears. Mom, what's wrong with you? Chang Chang's voice suddenly came from the bedroom, full of concern. I'm fine, I just stepped on something by accident. When Zhao Yunlei heard Chang Chang's voice, she hurriedly spoke, but her voice trembled as she spoke. She tried to sound calm, but she couldn't hide her inner panic. Mom, but why hasn't Teacher Shin come up yet? Zhao Yunlei listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer, and knew that Chung Chang was probably about to open the door and come out. Her heartbeat accelerated rapidly, as if it was about to burst through her chest, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Xin Yi, let go quickly. Chang Chang is coming out soon. Zhao Yunlei's voice trembled, almost in tears. She was filled with anxiety. At this moment, she was really impressed by Xin Yi. In such a critical situation, he dared to act recklessly and do bad things. She could clearly feel Xin Yi's hands holding her tightly, his strength not diminished at all, still exerting force. I don't care, answer my question first. When Xin Yi saw Zhao Yunlei's panicked expression, he immediately became interested. I like you, isn't that enough? Let go quickly. Zhao Yunlei almost gritted her teeth as she said this, her face full of helplessness and humiliation. At this critical moment, she really had no other choice but to follow Xin Yi's wishes. That's enough, but I'll let you go if you kiss me again. Since Zhao Yunlei has already taken the first step, Xin Yi wants her to take the second step. Xin Yi. If you don't kiss Chung Chang, she will come out soon. Xin Yi continued to exert pressure, with a hint of threat in his tone. At this moment, Zhao Yunlei heard the sound of the doorknob turning with a click. The sound was like a death warrant, and her heart instantly rose to her throat. There was no way. At this critical moment, she almost instinctively raised her head and kissed Xin Yi on the face. The moment her lips touched Xin Yi's cheek, a complex emotion surged in her heart, including anger, helplessness, and a hint of shyness that she herself was unwilling to admit. Yeah, that's great. Seeing this, Xin Yi smiled with satisfaction and immediately let go of Zhao Yunlei. In fact, he was a little afraid of being seen by Chung Chang. After all, if someone were caught in such a scene, it would be a big trouble. The moment Zhao Yunlei was released, she immediately straightened her clothes. Her hands frantically smoothed out the wrinkles on her clothes, her eyes full of anger and shame. She deliberately stayed away from Xin Yi, then gave him a fierce look, as if she wanted to devour Xin Yi. Chung Chang also opened the door and came out. He looked at Xin Yi and Zhao Yunlei with curiosity, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. When Xin Yi saw Chang Chang coming out, he immediately put on a relaxed smile and said, Chung Chang, your mother has finished talking to me, I'll come up right away. As he spoke, Xin Yi walked upstairs, but when he passed by Zhao Yunlei, he whispered in her ear, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear it, Sister Yunlei, I also bought you a bag, I will bring it to you when I come again. Zhao Yunlei's face turned redder instantly. She had mixed feelings. She had originally wanted to question Xin Yi and explain things to him, but how did it inexplicably turn out like this? And she had just kissed Xin Yi, how could she face her best friend Lin Wanqing? Ding, Zhao Yunlei's intimacy plus 10. At this time, Xin Yi also heard the voice from the system. He knew that his threat was not in vain, and he had finally made up for what he had lost. Xin Yi followed Chung Chang upstairs, but the dramatic scene with Zhao Yunlei was still echoing in his mind. On the surface, he was chatting and laughing with Chang Chang, playing games and doing homework, but his thoughts drifted to Zhao Yunlei downstairs from time to time. He knew that his behavior just now was a bit bold and even reckless, but it was also a way for him to try to control the situation in this complex emotional entanglement. Zhao Yunlei, who was downstairs, slumped down on the sofa weakly after Xin Yi and Chang Chang went upstairs. Her eyes were empty as she stared at the ceiling, her mind in a mess. She could never have imagined that things would turn out like this. I originally wanted to confront Xin Yi and ask for an explanation, but he pushed me into a desperate situation step by step, and I did things that went against my original intention. Chapter 29 Applying for a Driving School. Zhao Yunlei's heart is full of contradictions and struggles. On the one hand, she felt angry and ashamed at Xin Yi's behavior. His boldness and rudeness made her feel violated. On the other hand, she had to admit that during her contact with Xin Yi, she did develop some different feelings deep in her heart, which was why she failed to resist firmly to the end when facing Xin Yi's coercion. What made her even more miserable was that she didn't know how to face her best friend Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was her closest friend, but now she was involved in such an unbearable relationship with her boyfriend. Lin Wanqing's face kept appearing in her mind, and her heart was filled with guilt. As time passed, Zhao Yunlei was immersed in painful thoughts and unable to extricate herself. After an unknown amount of time, she heard the footsteps of Xin Yi and Chang Chang upstairs. They seemed to be finishing their tutoring session. Zhao Yunlei stood up in a panic, sorted out her expression, and tried to make herself look calmer. Xin Yi took Chung Chang downstairs. He glanced at Zhao Yunlei, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, including pride and a hint of imperceptible apology. Sister Yunlei, I've almost finished tutoring today. I'm going back first. Xinye's voice sounded very normal, as if nothing that had just happened had happened. Zhao Yunlei nodded slightly and said softly, "Okay, be careful on the road." Her voice was soft and a little tired. After Xinye left, Zhao Yunlei fell into deeper silence. Cheng Cheng noticed that her mother was acting strange, and asked cautiously, "Mom, what's wrong with you today? You seem unhappy." Zhao Yunlei forced a smile, touched Cheng Cheng's head, and said, "Mom is fine, maybe she's a little tired. You go play first, Mom wants to rest for a while." Cheng Cheng nodded and turned back to his room. Zhao Yunlei sat alone in the living room, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She knew that the relationship between herself, Xinye and Lin Wanqing had completely messed up, and she had no idea how to proceed in the future. On the other side, after returning home, Xinye lay on the bed, thinking about what happened today. He knew that he had successfully planted a different seed in Zhao Yunlei's heart. As for Lin Wanqing, the increase in their intimacy also made him feel a little relieved. But he also knew that this emotional game was full of risks, and if he was not careful, he could lose everything. He must take down both Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yunlei before he can continue to bind other beauties. So he had to be more cautious and skillfully maneuver between the two women in order to achieve his goal. But what he didn't know was whether Zhao Yunlei would still be willing to continue to be entangled with him after what happened today, and how Lin Wanqing would react once she discovered the subtle changes between him and Zhao Yunlei. Xinye closed his eyes and silently thought about his next plan in his mind. This challenging emotional chess game had just begun. Xinye woke up and the sunlight shone on his face through the gap in the curtains. He stretched himself, and the plan he had carefully planned last night became clearer in his mind. Today, he decided to apply for a driving school first. After all, if you want to go out and play without a permit, you have to take a taxi all the time, which is really inconvenient. After washing up, he packed up simply and went out to the driving school registration point. When he arrived at the driving school, there were quite a few people at the registration counter. While Xinye was waiting in line, he began to look around. As luck would have it, he ran into Lin Ningning again. Today, Lin Ningning is wearing a neat sportswear and her ponytail is tied up high, looking full of energy. She was standing in front of the registration desk, filling out the registration form. "Damn, what a coincidence, she's here to learn how to drive too." Xinye pretended not to see her and waited in line quietly. He really doesn't want to have anything to do with Lin Ningning now. If Lin Wanqing knew that they were still in contact, she would probably be really angry. Only after Lin Ningning left did Xinye breathe a sigh of relief and quickly walked to the registration information desk. The staff received him and asked for his personal information while operating the registration process on the computer. Xinye answered absent-mindedly, glancing towards the door from time to time, fearing that Lin Ningning would suddenly return. After a lot of effort, the staff finally completed the registration process and handed the relevant information to Xinye. Xinye just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to leave the driving school, but at the moment of the door, he froze. I saw Lin Ningning walking out slowly from the driving school door, her figure light and her ponytail swaying gently with her steps. Xinye's heart was instantly in turmoil. No? Why is she taking so long to come out? What is she doing in there? He muttered to himself in his heart, and his steps subconsciously paused. The first thought in his mind was to turn around and avoid it, but he knew that it was too late. Lin Ningning had sharp eyes and saw Xinye at a glance. A surprised smile appeared on her face and she waved at him enthusiastically. "Xinye, why are you here?" Xinye froze in place, quickly forced a slightly awkward smile on his face, and responded, "What a coincidence, Ningning, I'm here to sign up for a driver's license." "What a coincidence, me too, but why didn't I see you at the physical examination?" "Physical examination? Does this still require a physical examination?" Xinye was stunned. He probably was distracted just now and didn't hear the staff mention the physical examination at all. "Yes, I need it." Lin Ningning raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the physical examination, saying patiently, "It's over there, go quickly." Xinye nodded hurriedly, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, turned around and walked quickly towards the physical examination place. Lin Ningning looked at Xinye's receding figure and couldn't help feeling a little excited. Originally, she was still thinking about how to contact Xinye. After all, she was the one who believed the slander of her male best friend and ruthlessly abandoned him. "I didn't expect that the opportunity would be right in front of me. No, I have to find someone who can let me be his instructor when I practice the second part, so that I can have a chance." Lin Ningning secretly made up her mind and quickly considered whether there was anyone she knew who could help at the driving school. At this time, Xinye, who was queuing for a physical examination, had no idea of Lin Ningning's little thoughts. He was still worried about waiting in line. He never expected that there would be so many people in the physical examination area. No wonder Lin Ningning came out so slowly just now. At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind, "Xinyi?" When Xinyi heard someone calling his name, he was stunned for a moment and murmured subconsciously, "Someone called me?" Then, he clearly felt someone behind him lightly touch his shoulder with a finger. Chapter 30 High School Neighbors. Xinyi turned around and saw a woman in a white slim dress. Frankly speaking, Xinyi had seen many beauties since he was born, but the one in front of him made him lose his mind instantly. Exquisite facial features, fair skin, and a high nose bridge, these three perfect things are displayed on a girl's face. Normally, if you meet someone with such outstanding appearance, he or she should leave a deep impression in your memory. But Xinyi racked his brains and searched frantically in his mind, but he could not find any trace of her. "Xinyi, long time no see." The woman's voice was clear and pleasant, with an innate gentleness. Xinyi stood there in a daze, his brain working rapidly, trying to search for information about her from the depths of his memory, but no matter how hard he tried, he had no clue, and could only ask blankly, "You are?" When the woman saw his reaction, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but she didn't show it. "I'm Xiaoyu. We're from the same high school. I'm in the class next to yours." When Xinyi heard this, a look of sudden enlightenment immediately appeared on his face. He pretended to be impressed by her and nodded. However, in reality, his mind was in chaos and he really had no memory of her at all. After all, during that time in high school, Xinyi devoted all his attention to Lin Ningning without reservation. At that time, all he had eyes for was Lin Ningning's every move and smile. All his attention was drawn to her, and he naturally ignored many beautiful people and things around him, including the outstanding Xiaoyu in front of him. Xinyi couldn't help scratching his head. "Do you recognize me?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh softly. Her laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell. She tilted her head slightly and said playfully, "How could I not recognize you? You are the famous school idol in our high school. There are few girls in the school who don't know you." After hearing this, Xinyi's face flushed with embarrassment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a slightly shy smile, and responded, "With your looks, I think you are the well-deserved school belle of our school." Xiaoyu blinked and responded playfully, "Yes, I was the school belle of our school back then." As soon as these words came out, Xinyi was stunned. The smile on his face froze instantly. He secretly complained in his heart, feeling that nothing he said was right, as if he was stuck in an awkward quagmire. He even wanted to just shut up and stop talking. Xiaoyu saw Xinyi's embarrassment clearly, and she knew too well what Xinyi was thinking at the moment. After all, she had often secretly paid attention to Xinyi in school and was very familiar with his every move. She shook her head gently, with a hint of helplessness and ridicule in her eyes, and said, "Okay, I know you don't know me. After all, when you were in high school, your mind was all on Lin Ningning, so how could you pay attention to other people?" In fact, she also liked Xinyi very much at school. Xinyi is not only handsome, but also agile when running and jumping on the basketball court, which makes many girls scream. He is also a good student and his name is always among the top when the test results are announced. Who can not love Xinyi like this? She originally thought that there would be no chance for her to meet Xinyi in this life, and that the paths of their destinies would never intersect again. However, what she didn't expect was that after the college entrance examination, she was pleasantly surprised to find that both she and Xinyi were admitted to Xiqing University. She also carefully checked the admission list and confirmed that they were the only two of their high school classmates admitted to West City University. She was so excited at the time that she even thought about adding Xinyi under the pretext of the university. After all, she had been silently following Xinyi's information for so many years, and she also knew that he had broken up with Lin Ningning, which rekindled a glimmer of hope in her heart. Xinyi smiled awkwardly. Looking back now, he realized that he was indeed very stupid in high school. Although Lin Ningning is good-looking, she is far inferior to Xiaoyu in terms of appearance. Thinking of this, Xinyi couldn't help but be curious about how good-looking Xiaoyu was. He silently said in his mind, "System, check Xiaoyu's identity." Soon, detailed information about Xiaoyu appeared before him. Name Xiaoyu. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Appearance 9'6". Privacy value, 0. How many men have you driven with? Status, generous personality, cheerful and loves to laugh. Intimacy, 50. Identity, high school classmate. When Xinyi saw the appearance score given by the system for Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but take a breath. In his past experience of using the system, such a high appearance score was rare. Looking at Xiaoyu's charming smile at this moment, he felt more and more that the rating was true. Seeing Xinye's fixed gaze and his changing expression, Xiaoyu couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes and asked with a smile, "Xinye, what are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in it?" Xinye suddenly came back to his senses, realizing that he had just lost his composure. His face flushed, and he quickly said, "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something." "Xinye, I don't have your contact information yet, let's add a green bubble." "Okay." Xinye immediately took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the phone that Xiaoyu handed over. While waiting to be added as a friend, Xinye unconsciously looked at Xiaoyu's WeChat interface. Her online name was a string of English words with a simple and design-oriented font, and her avatar was a cute puppy. Could it be that cute animal avatars are a standard for beautiful women? He remembered that Lin Wanqing's avatar was also a puppy. Lin Wanqing's image involuntarily appeared in Xinye's mind, and his thoughts drifted away for a short while. However, before he had time to think about it, a prompt popped up on the phone screen indicating that Xiaoyu had passed the friend verification. Xinye's eyes lit up instantly, and he subconsciously opened her circle of friends to check. At this moment, a rough and somewhat teasing male voice suddenly sounded from behind like thunder. "Handsome guy, stop flirting with girls, it's your turn for the physical examination." "Here it comes." Xinye responded while hurriedly putting his phone into his pocket. With a hint of apology on his face, he waved at Xiaoyu and said hurriedly, "Then I'll go for a physical examination first." Xiaoyu looked at Xinye's slightly flustered back, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her eyes full of smiles. "Flirting with girls? It would be nice if you could really flirt with me." Xiaoyu whispered softly, with a barely perceptible hint of expectation in her words. She raised her head slightly, her eyes following the direction where Xinye went away, thinking secretly in her heart, "But it's not too late, after all, they are college classmates, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." While he was thinking, the team slowly moved forward and unknowingly it was Xiaoyu's turn. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, adjusted her skirt, and walked towards another medical examination room. Chapter 31 Goodbye Zhao Yunlei. Xinye originally thought that the physical examination would be very complicated, but he didn't expect that there would only be a vision test and a color blindness test. So he finished the inspection quickly. After all, he has a good eye of 5.0. After walking out of the physical examination room, Xinye subconsciously looked around, thinking about saying hello to Xiaoyu first. The two had just met by chance at the driving school. He felt that this was a kind of fate. However, when he looked around, he could not see Xiaoyu. Xinye frowned slightly, secretly speculating that perhaps she was still undergoing a physical examination somewhere else. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he decided not to wait any longer and turned back home to prepare for the exam for Subject 1. In just one day, Xinye was able to consistently score above 90 points in every mock exam. It's a pity that Subject 1 is too long to be completed in one day, otherwise Xinye would have gone to the driving school to take the test for Subject 1 long ago. And just like that, the day of tutoring Cheng soon arrived. Xinye specially brought the LV bag he bought a few days ago today. After all, he would only get the cash back reward after Zhao Yunlei accepted the gift, so he had to bring it with him. As for why not go to Lin Wanqing's house first? That must be because there is this obstacle, Lin Ningning, at home today. Xinye arrived at Zhao Yunlei's house with ease and rang the doorbell. After a while, the door slowly opened with a creak, and Zhao Yunlei's gentle face appeared before his eyes. She was wearing a light blue house dress and her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Originally, there was a faint smile on her face, but when her eyes met Xinye, the smile seemed to be blown away by a gust of cold wind and immediately became a little colder. "Teacher Xin, Cheng is upstairs, go upstairs and find him." Her voice was still gentle, but with an unmistakable sense of distance. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Xinye to respond, she turned around and walked towards the kitchen in an aloof manner. Zhao Yunlei walked into the kitchen, stood in front of the stove, turned on the gas, and the blue flames popped up, but her thoughts drifted away. She knew in her heart that with Xinye's character, he would not give up easily no matter how cold she was. In fact, Zhao Yunlei did have feelings for Xinye, but he was already with Lin Wanqing after all. Lin Wanqing had been her best friend for many years and they had a deep friendship, so she could never do anything to hurt her best friend. So, when she saw Xinye this time, Zhao Yunlei secretly made up her mind to ignore him no matter what. She hoped that he would get bored and then maybe he would stop teasing her. Xinye stood at the door, watching Zhao Yunlei's changes, and instantly understood her thoughts. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Zhao Yunlei still underestimated his thick skin. He walked into the living room and took the LV bag out of the box. Then, he walked towards the kitchen on his own. Sister Yunlei, what are you doing? Shinyi stepped into the kitchen, and his intimate voice echoed in this small space. He deliberately slowed down his pace, but his eyes were always fixed on Zhao Yunlei. Zhao Yunlei was downstairs at this time. When she heard Shinya's voice, the noodles she was about to put into the pot almost slipped. She was startled and thought to herself, why did he follow me in? Didn't I ask him to go upstairs to find Sheng Chang? However, Zhao Yunlei is thoughtful and has strong emotional management skills. Almost in an instant, she adjusted her state and her face quickly returned to the cold and indifferent expression that kept people at a distance. She secretly swore in her heart that no matter what tricks Shinyi used today, she would resolutely ignore him, hoping that he would give up as soon as possible and stop pestering her. Sister Yunlei, you are using cold violence against me, right? Seeing this, Shinyi put his bag aside and hugged Zhao Yunlei's slender waist from behind. Zhao Yunlei felt the sudden force at her waist, her body stiffened instinctively, and the chopsticks in her hand almost fell to the ground. But soon, she calmed down, and a similar action of Shinyi yesterday flashed through her mind, and a ripple appeared in her heart. She pretended to be calm on the surface, but she was secretly thinking in her heart, hug me, if you want, I'll let you hug me as much as you want, and I won't lose anything anyway. As long as I don't respond, let's see how long he can hold on. Thinking of this, she pretended to be calm and continued to slowly put the noodles in her hand into the pot, but in fact, her heart was already beating as fast as a deer. Still ignoring me? Shinyi saw that Zhao Yunlei was still silent, and he couldn't help feeling helpless. The series of offensives he had prepared were unable to be carried out at this moment. He didn't expect Zhao Yunlei to be so patient this time. Such a tough attitude made him at a loss for a moment, and he even wondered if he had messed up. In desperation, Shinyi decided to take a gamble. He leaned forward slightly and moved closer to Zhao Yunlei. The distance between them was instantly shortened, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. He tried his best to make his tone sound calm, and said softly, Sister Yunlei, if you don't speak, I will do what I want. Zhao Yunlei felt Shinyi approaching and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. An indescribable strange feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. However, she was full of doubts and had no idea what Shinyi meant by this. While she was still thinking, Shinyi suddenly reached out and quickly took the spatula from her hand. What are you doing? Zhao Yunlei screamed subconsciously and took a step back instinctively. Shinyi chuckled. He was much taller than Zhao Yunlei. From this angle, he could clearly see Zhao Yunlei's movements. Tell me what you are doing first, and then I will return the spatula to you. As Shinyi spoke, he raised the spatula in his hand, with a hint of mischief and roguery in his action. He put his hands behind his back and hid the spatula behind him, as if he was playing a child's game with Zhao Yunlei. Zhao Yunlei was so angry and anxious, she felt ashamed and annoyed, and said helplessly, Shinyi, I'm lying on the floor, can you give me the spatula back? Chapter 32, The Noodles Eaten. Sister Yunlei, couldn't you have paid attention to me earlier? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Shinyi immediately loosened his hands around Zhao Yunlei's waist with a sly smile on his face, but the moment Zhao Yunlei turned around, he put on a sincere expression. He took a step back slightly to give Zhao Yunlei enough space, but his eyes always stayed on her blushing cheeks. Zhao Yunlei turned around, her chest heaving slightly, her eyes filled with both shame and annoyance as well as a hint of indescribable complex emotions. She glared at Shinyi, trying to cover up her inner panic with a stern look. How could you do this, Shinyi? This is my home, Chang Chang is still upstairs. Her voice trembled slightly, and it was unclear whether it was because of anger or the aftereffects of the intimate contact just now. Shinyi put away his smile, a trace of apology appeared on his face. Sister Yunlei, I didn't mean it. I just saw that you kept ignoring me and I was too anxious. I'm not like this to others, but to you, I lose my composure when I get anxious. Don't think you can get away with it by saying a few nice words. I'm telling you, Shinyi, we can't do this between us. You and Wancheng. When Zhao Yunlei mentioned Lin Wancheng's name, her voice unconsciously lowered and a trace of loneliness flashed in her eyes. Sister Yunlei, I bought you a bag. Do you think it looks good? When Shinyi saw Zhao Yunlei mention Lin Wancheng, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that this was a sensitive topic, and was afraid that Zhao Yunlei would become further distant from him because of it, so he immediately tried to change the subject without thinking. He picked up the bag beside him and handed it to Zhao Yunlei. Zhao Yunlei looked over subconsciously, and when the conspicuous LV logo came into view, her eyes froze instantly. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she was speechless. A complex emotion surged in her heart. She was surprised by the gift and touched by Shinye's thoughtfulness. After all, she knew very well that Shinye was still young and certainly did not have much savings. The fact that he was willing to spend such a huge sum of money to buy an LV bag, the intention behind this was self-evident. "Shinye, why did you buy me a bag? You might as well buy it for Wanqing with this money. Stop wasting your time on me, okay?" There was a hint of helplessness and fatigue in Zhao Yunlei's voice. She raised her head slightly and her eyes met Shinye's. Her eyes showed both concern for Shinye and avoidance of this complicated relationship. "Sister Yunlei, this bag was originally bought for you. I think you will look great with it on your back." Shinye's voice was firm and gentle, and his eyes were full of sincerity and persistence. As he spoke, he took advantage of Zhao Yunlei's inattention and gently placed the bag on her arm. Then, he took a step back and looked Zhao Yunlei up and down, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Sister Yunlei, you are so beautiful." A blush instantly appeared on Zhao Yunlei's pretty face, and that blush was like the peach blossoms blooming in spring, so beautiful and charming. She couldn't help but give Shinye a cold look, but there was no longer the coldness in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of shyness and anger. She subconsciously looked at the bag in her hand and said, "It does look pretty good." Ding, Zhao Yunlei's intimacy plus 10. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the 10x cashback. 1,560,000 cash has been transferred to the host's bank card. Please check it in time. A system prompt sound suddenly rang in Shinye's mind, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. Zhao Yunlei is really her lucky star. This is the first time she has triggered a tenfold cashback. In just a short period of time, he earned more than 1 million. "Sister Yunlei, I haven't had lunch yet. Can I have the noodles you made later?" As Shinye spoke, he secretly observed Zhao Yunlei's reaction, with a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Then come over and eat with Cheng later." Zhao Yunlei didn't think much about it, thinking that Shinye was talking about eating the noodles she cooked. She gently put her bag aside, turned around, and continued to focus on the task at hand, preparing to serve the cooked noodles out of the pot. Thinking about the expensive bag Shinye gave her, Zhao Yunlei felt a little soft in her heart and planned to soften her attitude towards him a little. "Real?" As Shinye spoke, he unconsciously moved closer to Zhao Yunlei, as if being pulled by an invisible force. "What's the big deal about eating some noodles?" There was a hint of doubt in Zhao Yunlei's voice, but her attention was still focused on the noodles in the pot. She didn't even turn her head back, her hands were busy in an orderly manner. It was not until she raised her eyes inadvertently that she saw Shinye with a wicked smile on his face, his eyes staring straight at her lower body. A look of surprise flashed across her face for a moment, and then she understood the ambiguous meaning in Shinye's words. "Shinye, why do you bully me?" There was a hint of grievance and anger in Zhao Yunlei's voice. Her eyes turned red instantly and tears welled up in them. She suddenly felt very wronged. She had been deliberately avoiding Shinye and didn't want to get involved in this complicated emotional entanglement, but Shinye kept teasing her. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and the grievances in her heart surged like a tide, and she could no longer suppress it. Tears flowed uncontrollably, one drop after another, wetting her clothes. Shinye really didn't expect that Zhao Yunlei would be made to cry by him and was panicked for a moment. He hurried forward, hugged Zhao Yunlei in his arms and gently buried her head in his arms. "I was wrong, Sister Yunlei, please don't cry." Zhao Yunlei's emotions were completely out of control, and she was now filled with grievance and resentment, and she no longer had the heart to deliberately avoid Shinye. Her eyes were filled with tears of grievance. Her usual gentleness was completely gone. Her hands kept beating Shinye's chest like raindrops. Her voice was trembling and she asked loudly with tears in her voice, "Shinye, are you still a man? You only know how to bully me. You're already with Wanqing, why do you still want to provoke me? I've been trying to keep my distance from you, but you keep pressing me. What do you want?" Zhao Yunlei's words were filled with resentment after being teased and confusion about this complicated relationship. Shinye looked at Zhao Yunlei, who was almost collapsed, and felt guilty. He explained anxiously, "Sister Yunlei, I swear to God that I approached you because I really like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you." "Like me? Do you like me as a person or just my body?" Zhao Yunlei raised her head and looked at Shinye with tearful eyes, her voice carrying a hint of despair and temptation. "I like you, Sister Yunlei. I like everything about you, your kindness, your gentleness, your beauty, and your stubbornness. Shenye's answer was firm and he looked at Zhao Yunlei firmly. Under the impact of this strong emotion, Zhao Yunlei felt that the defenses in her heart collapsed. She felt the scent of masculine hormones emanating from Shenye up close, and that scent seemed to have an invisible magic that stirred her heartstrings. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened and her breathing became rapid. Driven by impulse and emotion, she stood on tiptoe, raised her head slightly, closed her eyes, and kissed Shenye's lips without hesitation. Shenye's eyes widened in shock at Zhao Yunlei's sudden initiative, but in just a moment he came to his senses and immersed himself in this passionate kiss. He held Zhao Yunlei's waist tightly with both hands, pressed her body tightly against him, and responded to the kiss passionately, as if he wanted to pour all his love into this kiss. Chapter 33: Getting Lin Wanqing to Agree. 10 minutes later, the two slowly separated. Shenye was breathing heavily, looking tenderly at Zhao Yunlei, whose delicate body was heaving slightly and whose face was flushed. He raised his hand and gently stroked her hair. "Sister Yunlei, you." Shenye just opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to express his complicated feelings at the moment. "Shenye, do you really like me?" Zhao Yunlei lowered her head slightly, avoiding Shenye's gaze, and asked in a low voice with a hint of shyness and uneasiness on her face. "Of course, I swear to God, I really like you." "Well, I don't care what's going on between you and Wanqing. As long as you can get Lin Wanqing to agree that we can be together, I'll agree to it." Zhao Yunlei knew in her heart that if she continued like this, she would be deeply trapped in this relationship. She knew very well that Wanqing had a strong and stubborn personality, and such a request was almost an impossible task for Shenye. She wanted to use this to make Shenye back off, and at the same time give herself a way out, trying to find a bit of rationality in this chaotic relationship. When Shenye heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and a trace of hesitation and embarrassment flashed across his face. "Tell Lin Wanqing this?" But seeing Zhao Yunlei's serious look, he gritted his teeth, mustered up the courage and said, "Okay, Sister Yunlei, we have a deal." "It's a deal." "Of course." Zhao Yunlei nodded slightly. At this time, the noodles in the pot were cooked and boiling with steam. Zhao Yunlei gently broke free from Shenye's arms, turned around and walked to the stove, picked up the chopsticks and scooped up the noodles. Her movements were a little flustered, trying to use busyness to hide the turmoil in her heart. "Sister Yunlei, just wait and see, I will make you willingly give me food from below." Shenye's voice came from behind, with a hint of playfulness and confidence. "No matter what, Shenye will get Zhao Yunlei. Bah, hooligan." Without even turning her head, Zhao Yunlei spat coquettishly. Her voice was soft, but not really angry at all. Instead, it sounded like the intimate scolding that only exists between lovers in love. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp pa sound was heard in the kitchen. Before Shenye left, his restless hand gently patted Zhao Yunlei's perky buttocks. "Shenye." Zhao Yunlei trembled all over and felt a strange burning sensation behind her. She was shocked and embarrassed. She turned around suddenly, her eyes wide open, wanting to scold, but all she saw was the empty kitchen door. Shenye had already run away without a trace. She was left alone, standing there, her face still blushing but the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised, her eyes filled with a complex expression of helplessness and sweetness. Shenye came to the second floor, raised his hand and knocked gently on Cheng Cheng's bedroom door, and said loudly, "Cheng Cheng, I'm here." The door was opened with a swish. Cheng Cheng looked miserable and couldn't wait to complain. "Teacher Shen, you are finally here. I have been losing things while playing on the subway these days. I am almost bankrupt." Shenye curled his lips and smiled to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'm here. But we have to finish our homework first, this is serious business." Shenye sat down steadily and began to patiently guide Cheng Cheng to do his homework. Cheng Cheng was thinking about the game, afraid of delaying it for too long, so he listened to Shenye's words and was full of energy. With the joint efforts of the two, the homework was completed quickly. Cheng Cheng looked at Shenye with anticipation and sparkling eyes. "Teacher Shen, I have finished everything. Can you play games with me now?" Shenye carefully looked through Cheng Cheng's homework and saw that it was done very well. He couldn't help but slap his thigh excitedly. "Okay, let's go." After entering the game, with the expert Shenye leading the team, Cheng Cheng had smooth sailing and gained a lot in every round. Before long, the deposit in the game reached tens of millions. "Cheng Cheng, I want to ask you something." Shenye shifted his gaze from the screen to look at Cheng Cheng, who was concentrating on playing games at the side, and suddenly asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Shen?" Cheng Cheng didn't even raise his head, his fingers operating flexibly on the screen, and responded casually. "I've been to your house for several days, but why haven't I seen your father?" Shinyi tried his best to sound casual. My dad? He and my mom divorced a long time ago. When I was young, he often beat my mom and would commit domestic violence whenever he disagreed with her. Cheng Cheng said it lightly, but these words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Shinyi's heart. Domestic violence? Shinyi couldn't help but raise his voice, his face full of disbelief. Yes, that's why my mother decided to divorce. Cheng Cheng suddenly seemed to remember something, and raised his head abruptly, his eyes shining, looking at Shinyi seriously. Teacher Shin, you are handsome and good at playing games, I think you are a good dad. Shinyi was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said nothing. He does want to, but your mother doesn't want to. Shinyi naturally didn't dare to tell Cheng Cheng this, for fear that Zhao Yunlei would get angry. However, what Shinyi could not have expected was that Zhao Yunlei had been a victim of domestic violence before. No wonder he could feel that Zhao Yunlei was insecure. Just as I was thinking, there was a gentle knock on the bedroom door, and Zhao Yunlei's gentle voice came in. Cheng Cheng, Teacher Shin, the meal is ready, come down and eat. Got it, coming right up. Shinyi responded, stretched out his hand and patted Cheng Cheng on the shoulder. Let's go, let's eat first. After saying that, the two of them stood up and walked downstairs together. Wow, it smells so good. Cheng Cheng smelled the fragrance wafting from the table, rushed down the stairs in 2 steps, and went straight to the dining table. Shinyi followed slowly from behind, his eyes unconsciously falling on Zhao Yunlei who was walking in front. At this moment, her hair fell softly on her shoulders, with a few strands of hair playfully draped beside her cheeks. Under the warm yellow light of the living room, she looked even more gentle and charming. Mom, the noodles you made are so delicious. Whoever marries you will be blessed. You kid can't even stop your mouth when you eat. Zhao Yunlei pretended to be angry and raised her hand to gently tap Cheng Cheng's forehead. But the slightly upturned corners of her mouth and the smile that could not be hidden in her eyes revealed her inner joy. It's strange to say, since Shinyi came home, Cheng Cheng seems like a different person. In the past, when doing homework, Cheng Cheng always procrastinated, fiddling with this and that, then daydreaming. But as long as Shinyi gave him a brief reminder, he would immediately become serious and focused and complete his homework obediently. Moreover, Cheng Cheng, who was usually naughty, also restrained himself a lot in front of Shinyi. Could it be that this is really a destined fate? A ripple quietly arose in Zhao Yunlei's heart, and her eyes unconsciously drifted towards Shinyi. Sister Yunlei, what Cheng Cheng said is absolutely true. With your cooking skills, I think you are more than capable of opening a noodle shop. Next time I come, I will have to trouble you to cook noodles for me. Shinyi said with a smile, his eyes were teasing, as if there was something else behind his words. When Zhao Yunlei heard this, she immediately understood what he meant and her face flushed slightly. She subconsciously glanced at Cheng Cheng who was eating noodles, and seeing that he didn't pay attention to this side, she secretly rolled her eyes at Shinyi, her eyes full of anger, as if saying, in front of the children, you dare to tease me so boldly. Article 34 Interference with the Procedures. After a while, Cheng Cheng finished a bowl of noodles in no time, wiped his mouth with satisfaction, picked up the bowl, stood up and said, Mom, I'll go to the kitchen to get another bowl. Okay, be careful, don't burn your hands. Zhao Yunlei warned. Don't worry, I got it. Cheng Cheng responded crisply and ran towards the kitchen. At this moment, Shinyi took advantage of the opportunity when Cheng Cheng walked into the kitchen, and while Zhao Yunlei was unprepared, he quickly stood up from his seat and walked to Zhao Yunlei's chair in a few steps. He sat down with a thump, and then he stretched out his arm and put it around Zhao Yunlei's shoulders. What are you doing? Zhao Yunlei was frightened by this sudden action. Her heart suddenly sank and she almost cried out. She subconsciously tried to get up and break free. Shinyi wanted to take the opportunity to be intimate with her for a while, but his sharp ears caught the sound of Cheng Cheng's returning footsteps. Why are you back so soon? His heart skipped a beat and he thought something was wrong. In panic, he quickly let go of her hand. Zhao Yunlei was still in shock, her chest heaving violently, gasping for breath, and a hint of fear still lingering in her eyes. In order to prevent Shinyi from taking advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble again, she turned around without thinking in a panic and sat down on the seat where Shinyi had just sat. She secretly glanced at Cheng Cheng and saw that he looked normal, still as carefree as ever, and seemed unaware of what had just happened. She breathed a sigh of relief and her tense body gradually relaxed. Cheng Cheng sat down again and devoted himself to the battle to conquer noodles. Ha! Mom, why did you and Teacher Shin suddenly switch seats? Cheng Cheng asked incoherently with his mouth full of noodles and his cheeks bulging. As he spoke, he raised his head and looked back and forth between Zhao Yunlei and Shinyi, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Chang, you remembered it wrongly. I was here just now. Zhao Yunlei's mind was working rapidly and she hurriedly explained, trying to remain calm on her face. As she spoke, she winked at Xinyi calmly and secretly made a threatening fist gesture, the meaning of which was obvious. It's all your fault, look at the trouble you caused. Xinyi understood what he meant. After all, it was his own rash behavior that caused the trouble. He nodded slightly and followed Zhao Yunlei's words and said, Chang, you did remember it wrong. Your mother and I have never changed positions. Is that so? Chang didn't think much about it. He muttered something, then lowered his head and started eating noodles with big mouthfuls. Zhao Yunlei held the bowl and hurried towards the kitchen, still feeling flustered by Xinyi's bold and reckless behavior. She secretly complained that Xinyi was too reckless and could be so intimate with the child so close. If Chang really saw her doing this, the scene would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it made her blush and her heart beat faster. Xinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei's back as she walked quickly towards the kitchen, and a different feeling arose in his heart. The intimacy that was not fully realized due to the hasty release just now was now tickling my heart again. He couldn't help himself, so he stood up and followed. Zhao Yunlei had just walked to the stove and was about to put noodles into the bowl when she felt a warm breath coming from behind her. Without looking back, she knew that it was Xinyi who followed her in. Sister Yunlei, please don't be angry. Xinyi said softly, with a hint of coquettishness in his voice. As he spoke, he gently moved closer to Zhao Yunlei. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's heartbeats. Zhao Yunlei's body froze, and she stopped moving her hands. She turned around and glared at Xinyi angrily. How dare you follow me in? You were almost discovered by Chang just now, did you know that? Although her tone was full of blame, her slightly red cheeks revealed her inner shyness. The corners of Xinyi's mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile that could charm everyone. There was a hint of cunning and a bit of affection in that smile, as if Zhao Yunlei's reproach was just a sweet rebuke to him and could not affect his mood at all. He reached out and gently lifted a strand of hair by Zhao Yunlei's ear, and his fingers inadvertently brushed across her cheek. The warm touch was like an electric current, which instantly made Zhao Yunlei tremble all over, and her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Sister Yunlei, after today I will work hard for our relationship, but what if Wanqing disagrees? If she doesn't agree, then don't bother me anymore and don't tutor Chang anymore, okay? Zhao Yunlei raised her head, her eyes full of pleading, and looked straight at Xinyi. She had wanted to end this evil relationship for a long time, but unfortunately she had never made up her mind. So, isn't today the last day we can spend time together like this? What do you mean by we get along? It seems like we haven't determined what our relationship is yet. Zhao Yunlei turned her head slightly, trying to hide her panic, but unknowingly, she had been led into Xinyi's rhythm. However, there was one thing Xinyi said that she agreed with deep in her heart. This might really be the last day they can spend together like this. After all, Lin Wanqing has a strong personality, so how could she easily agree to two women sharing one husband? When Zhao Yunlei thought that she might never see Xinyi again, her heart felt like it was being grabbed by an invisible hand, and it hurt. Over the years, there have been very few men who could make her heart beat. The appearance of Xinyi was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. And now, the ripples seemed to be dissipating. When Xinyi saw Zhao Yunlei's panic, he felt secretly proud in his heart. He knew what Zhao Yunlei was thinking. In fact, this was exactly the purpose of his teasing her today. He wanted to imprint his shadow deeply in Zhao Yunlei's mind, just like planting a seed in her heart, waiting for the right time to take root and sprout. In this way, if Lin Wanqing really gives in the future, he can strike while the iron is hot and completely conquer Zhao Yunlei in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he became more and more bold and continued to do evil to Zhao Yunlei. His hand rested lightly on Zhao Yunlei's waist. The action seemed casual, but it also carried a certain irresistible meaning. Zhao Yunlei was flustered by Xinyi's behavior. She slapped Xinyi's hand away and said, "Stop making trouble. Chang is still outside." Having said that, her voice softened unconsciously, no longer as tough as before. Xinyi did not give up. He took a step forward, gently pushed Zhao Yunlei against the stove, supported her body with his hands on both sides, and trapped her in his arms. Sister Yunlei, just for a moment. I promise I won't be so reckless next time. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently kissed Zhao Yunlei on the forehead. Zhao Yunlei's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she felt her breathing become rapid. She wanted to push Xinyi away, but when she thought that she might never see Xinyi again, her hands seemed to have their own consciousness and became limp and powerless. Her eyes were full of panic and shyness, and they met Xinyi's fiery gaze. For a moment, the air in the entire kitchen seemed to freeze, leaving only the rapid breathing of the two. Just then, Cheng Cheng's voice came from the living room. "Mom, why does it take you so long to serve the noodles?" This sudden voice was like a basin of cold water, instantly waking up the two people who were immersed in the ambiguous atmosphere. Shenyi quickly let go of his hand and took a step back, with a look of unsatisfied feeling on his face. Zhao Yunlei hurriedly tidied her hair and clothes, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice sound normal. "It will be done soon. This side is a little hot, I'll go slower." Zhao Yunlei served the noodles, picked up the bowl and hurried out of the kitchen, not daring to look at Shenyi again. Shenyi looked at her leaving back, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips, and then he followed her out slowly. Chapter 35 Checking the Surveillance. When Cheng Cheng saw his mother finally bring out the noodles, he didn't pay much attention to it. After Zhao Yunlei sat down, she secretly glanced at Shenyi and saw that he looked calm, as if the scene in the kitchen just now was just a dream. Her heartbeat had not yet calmed down, so she could only pretend to be calm and eat the noodles slowly, bite by bite, but her mind was not on the noodles at all. After dinner, Shenyi went to help Cheng Cheng with her homework for a while and then prepared to leave. Zhao Yunlei stood up to see him off. When they reached the door, Zhao Yunlei subconsciously glanced towards Cheng Cheng's room and was slightly relieved when she made sure the door was closed. Shenyi turned around, looked deeply at Zhao Yunlei, and said softly, "Sister Yunlei, don't forget, if I can really get Wanqing to agree, don't forget what you promised me." Zhao Yunlei's face instantly turned red. She avoided Shenyi's gaze and stammered, I know. Please leave now." She knew clearly that the promise Shenyi mentioned meant that if Lin Wanqing nodded, she would formally establish a relationship with Shenyi. But in Zhao Yunlei's mind, this matter was too absurd. Moreover, she felt in her heart that Lin Wanqing would never agree to two women sharing one husband given her personality. However, Shenyi seemed to be certain of the outcome. With a confident smile on his face, he turned and left. Zhao Yunlei watched his back disappear around the corner of the corridor before she slowly closed the door, leaned against it, and sighed heavily. In the following days, Shenyi kept studying for 1 hour on each subject, hoping to take the exam soon. "Ningning, why are you so enthusiastic all of a sudden? I remember you were quite reluctant to get a driver's license before?" Lin Wanqing was filled with confusion when she saw her daughter busy preparing to take the subject 1 exam early in the morning. "Mom, you were the one who asked me to learn quickly. Why are you not happy now that I'm motivated?" Lin Ningning rolled her eyes at her mother and continued to organize the documents and materials needed for the first test. She muttered to herself, "It's all for Shenyi. I have to pass the first test quickly so that I can study the second test with her." Lin Wanqing looked at her daughter's impetuous appearance and felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. "Okay, go ahead. Be careful on the road and call me after the test." Lin Ningning responded perfunctorily and walked out. "Huh? Why do these vegetables I planted seem to have been eaten?" Lin Wanqing, who was about to close the door, suddenly found that the vegetables she had carefully planted outside the door were much less. Her original intention of going back to take a nap disappeared in an instant. What wicked thief did this? Lin Wanqing quickly returned to the bedroom, sat in front of the computer, and quickly called up the surveillance footage. She stared at the screen without blinking, trying to identify the vegetable thief from the constantly jumping images. The scene slowly goes back to the early morning light, and in the dim light, a figure staggers towards the vegetable field. Lin Wanqing's originally frowned brows relaxed instantly, and a helpless expression appeared on her face. It was not a naughty child or a thief, but the stray orange cat in the community. "So it's you, little greedy cat." Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly, and her tense nerves relaxed. She was somewhat soft-hearted towards small animals, and when she saw the orange cat eating with relish, the anger in her heart disappeared without a trace. Just as Lin Wanqing was about to shut down the computer, she accidentally pulled the progress bar and the screen jumped to the day when Zhao Yunlei came to deliver the egg tarts. "Ha!" In the picture, Zhao Yunlei was lying outside the door, looking into the house through the peephole. After a long while, Zhao Yunlei stood up. Lin Wanqing started to wonder, that day, at this time, wasn't she being intimate with Shenyi? Thinking of this, she unconsciously enlarged the video screen and focused the camera on Zhao Yunlei's face. Zhao Yunlei looked panicked and had a very strange expression. Lin Wanqing knew her very well. There were very few things in Zhao Yunlei's life that could make her so panic-stricken. Moreover, Lin Wanqing noticed that after Zhao Yunlei deliberately coughed, she pretended not to know what she and Shenyi were doing in the house, and shouted into the house. What happened next was that Lin Wanqing hurriedly stood up to greet him, while Shenyi hid on the second floor. "No, that's not right. Even if she saw what happened between Xinyi and me, shouldn't she be happy? If it were in the past, she would have started to laugh at me a long time ago. Why is Zhao Yunlei behaving so strangely? Lin Wanqing was puzzled. It can't be. A possibility flashed through Lin Wanqing's mind. Zhao Yunlei fell in love with Xinyi. In fact, they are already together. No, if she's already with Xinyi, she shouldn't be acting like this. Lin Wanqing thought about it again and ruled out this possibility. But even so, Zhao Yunlei most likely likes Xinyi, otherwise her emotions wouldn't fluctuate so much. If Zhao Yunlei really likes Xinyi and takes the initiative to ask Xinyi out, will Xinyi refuse? The more Lin Wanqing thought about it, the more flustered she felt, and various possible scenes of Xinyi and Zhao Yunlei getting along kept appearing in her mind. No, with Xinyi's personality, I'm sure he would accept everything a woman offers herself to him, let alone someone like Zhao Yunlei. Moreover, when Lin Wanqing thought about the incident of Xinyi spraying perfume for no reason a few days ago, she felt that Xinyi had another woman outside. After all, domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. She knew the man's mind very well. What's more, she is still impossible for Xinyi to pick, which gives Xinyi an opportunity to take advantage of her. No, I have to test Xinyi. I can't be kept in the dark like this. As soon as the thought came to her mind, Lin Wanqing decisively took out her cell phone and called Xinyi. Maybe Xinyi was playing with his mobile phone, and the call was picked up as soon as it was connected. Qingqing, what's wrong? Xinyi's voice came from the receiver. Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? Men never cherish what they have. Tell me, don't you miss me? Lin Wanqing pretended to be angry. How is that possible? Of course I miss you, Qingqing. I just finished the first subject exam, and I was pushed around by the crowd when I came out of the examination room. I haven't had time to contact you. Xinyi hurriedly explained. In the receiver, Lin Wanqing clearly heard the chaotic sound of cars, occasionally mixed with a few car horns, and she knew that Xinyi was probably on his way home and the surrounding environment was quite noisy. How did you do in the exam? Did you pass? Lin Wanqing asked, following the topic, and was also a little curious about Xinyi's test results. Yes, I passed with 97 points, Qingqing. When I get my driver's license, I will make sure you experience my driving skills. Sure, I'll let you drive all the cars in my garage then. Lin Wanqing responded generously. There were several luxury cars parked in her garage. For her, letting Xinyi drive was not a big deal. That would be so boring. I'll be driving your full horsepower gasoline truck. Humph, I see you've been thinking about this all day long. Who made our two cars so good looking? I'll have to shift gears with one hand when the time comes. Stop talking nonsense. Send me the address of your home and I'll buy you something. Seeing that Xinyi was getting more and more outrageous, Lin Wanqing quickly got to the point. What are you buying? You'll know when the time comes. I'm going to hang up first. Send it to me when you're done. Lin Wanqing deliberately kept the question in suspense and hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Okay. Xinyi responded helplessly, looked at the phone that had been hung up, and shook his head slightly. After hanging up the phone and sending the location of his home to Lin Wanqing, Xinyi no longer bothered to think about what Lin Wanqing wanted to buy for him. He now has only one strong desire, which is to go home and sleep. There is nothing he can do about it. It's his own fault for making him get up before dawn to take the exam today. Chapter 36 Jade Foot. East Unit of Building 3, jiayuan.com. Lin Wanqing saw the address sent by Xinyi on her mobile phone and silently memorized it in her heart. This time she said she was buying something for Xinyi just to find out the location of his home, but what she really wanted to do was to launch a surprise attack on Xinyi and test his strength. Lin Wanqing walked into the bedroom and took out the flesh-colored stockings that Xinyi bought for her a few days ago from the closet. The stockings were thin and light, and felt smooth as they slid lightly under her fingertips. Since I'm going to Xinyi's house, it would be inappropriate to come empty-handed. Besides, she knew that Xinyi lived alone, so she thought she could indulge herself a little and add some special touches. Humph, this kid got a bargain. Lin Wanqing snorted softly, thinking to herself that today she planned to present herself to Xinyi as an attractive gift. After all, simply testing someone without giving them any rewards is unlikely to be effective. If Xinyi hadn't been having affairs outside, everyone would be happy. If he really has something fishy going on, this can be used as an opportunity to make him calm down and return to the right path. Even, a bold idea flashed through Lin Wanqing's mind. If things really came to that point, perhaps she could win over Zhao Yunlei. After all, They have known each other for a long time and know each other well. If they can form a united front, they may be able to deal with the situation better. Lin Wanqing carefully put on her stockings, picked out a simple slim-fitting dress to match it, and then put on a pair of jeans. This kind of silk underpants outfit may seem ordinary and simple, but it actually hides a seductive trick. She faced the mirror, slightly sideways, her skirt fitting her graceful curves perfectly, and her jeans cleverly hiding the temptation of her stockings, waiting for the right moment to inadvertently reveal her charm. Lin Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth, and the image of Xinye's stunned and astonished look when he saw her dressed like this appeared in her mind. After finishing her careful makeup, Lin Wanqing stood in front of the full-length mirror again and examined herself carefully from head to toe. She looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction, confirming that every detail was perfect. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, calmed her slightly nervous mood, walked out the door, walked straight to the garage, and drove the red Ferrari. Soon, she drove to jiayuan.com. After parking the car in the parking lot, Lin Wanqing went to Xinye's house. Ding dong, the doorbell rang particularly clearly in the quiet corridor. After a long while, there were sounds of dragging footsteps in the house, and then the door slowly opened. Xinye appeared at the door with sleepy eyes and messy hair. When he saw Lin Wanqing, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Xingxing, why are you here suddenly?" "Come in." Lin Wanqing stepped into the house and looked around calmly. There was a faint masculine scent in the house. There were a few pieces of clothing thrown randomly on the sofa and a half-empty coffee cup on the coffee table, but other than that, there seemed to be nothing unusual. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said with a charming smile, "I want to give you a surprise." "Why, you don't welcome me?" As she spoke, she deliberately took a step forward so that Xinye could see her clothes more clearly. Xinye swallowed his saliva and said as he closed the door, "How could that be possible? I'm too happy to be here. It's just that I just woke up and the house is a bit messy." Xinye didn't understand why Lin Wanqing suddenly came to his house. It couldn't be that she came on a whim, right? Lin Wanqing didn't respond to him and walked straight to the living room, quickly scanning every corner, trying to find some clues. At this moment, she suddenly saw an LV box on the table. Lin Wanqing's eyes were instantly attracted by the LV box on the table. Her heart suddenly shrank, and an ominous premonition surged into her heart like a tide. She remained calm, but was calculating in her heart what was in the box. Which woman was it a gift for? "What is this?" Lin Wanqing pretended to walk towards the table casually, reached out and gently touched the box, with a hint of curiosity in her tone. "Xingxing, this is a new LV bag I bought for you. Look, I haven't had time to give it to you yet." When Xinye saw Lin Wanqing coming in and looking around, how could he not understand what she was doing? But he didn't understand why Lin Wanqing suddenly wanted to check on him. Could it be that she knew that he had someone else outside? Or did she know what happened between him and Zhao Yunlei? Thinking of this, Xinye stepped forward, picked up the bag in the box, and hung it on Lin Wanqing. Xinye took a step back and said, "Xingxing, I think this bag is a perfect match for you. It suits you very well. Is there?" Lin Wanqing was originally full of questions to ask Xinye, but she didn't expect that he would take the lead. This provocation made her lose her composure in an instant. "I couldn't help but think, this little rascal really has some skills." Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering 5 times cash back. 940,000 cash has been transferred to the host's bank card, please check it. Just after giving the bag to Lin Wanqing, Xinye received another generous cashback. He felt so happy and satisfied. He walked forward with brisk steps, gently put his arm around Lin Wanqing's slender waist, and asked with a smile, "Xingxing, you came here specially today, you can't just come to check on me, right?" Snort. Lin Wanqing gave Xinye a blank look and said proudly, "Of course not, since I said I brought you a gift, I must have prepared something." Xinye looked confused, knowing full well that when Lin Wanqing came in just now, she had nothing in her hands. Lin Wanqing broke free from Xinye's arms, sat elegantly on the sofa, and said, "Come here, Xinye, let me show you something." Xinye was full of curiosity, but still walked up to her. "Squat down." Xinye did as he was told. "My jeans are a little long, please help me pull them up." Lin Wanqing continued, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. When Xinye heard this, he was stunned at first, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. "Ah!" He let out a soft cry subconsciously and began to murmur in his heart. This request was really beyond his expectations. For a moment, all kinds of strange thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that she wanted him to wash her feet? What kind of reward is this? Besides, I don't have any special fetish for jade feet. However, despite his doubts, Shinyi slowly stretched out his hands and gently held Lin Wanqing's slender legs in his hands. Lin Wanqing's legs felt delicate and her skin was warm, which made Shinyi's heart beat faster unconsciously. His hands seemed to be out of control and started to play mischief, his fingers gently rubbing Lin Wanqing's calves, sometimes scratching them lightly, and sometimes pinching them with a little force. Lin Wanqing felt itchy all over because of his series of small actions. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a blush appeared on her face. She couldn't help it and said coquettishly, "Shinyi, be honest. Just be obedient and help me roll up my trouser legs." Shinyi knew that he must not annoy Lin Wanqing, so he quickly put away his thoughts and did as he was told. Chapter 37 Bite Yourself. Shinyi carefully rolled up Lin Wanqing's trouser legs, his eyes inadvertently swept over the faintly visible stockings, and he was slightly stunned. Lin Wanqing noticed his gaze and smiled softly. "Shinyi, how about it, do you like my outfit? This is the pair of stockings you gave me last time. How chic, I didn't expect you to look so good in it." Shinyi pursed his lips slightly, trying to calm himself down, looking away from the stockings, and trying to keep his voice steady. "Qingqing, I love this little surprise so much." After saying that, he leaned over slightly, got closer to Lin Wanqing, gently sniffed the elegant fragrance between her hair, and his hands unconsciously slid down her calves and gently rested on them. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she gently slapped his hand away, pretending to be angry. You just know how to make trouble." Although she said blame, her eyes were full of shyness and tenderness. She tilted her head slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she looked very charming. Shinyi was disturbed by her appearance, and he couldn't help but pick up Lin Wanqing by the waist and strode towards the bedroom. Lin Wanqing exclaimed softly, and subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her eyes. Just as Shinyi stepped into the bedroom threshold, Lin Wanqing's face suddenly changed, and a hint of embarrassment and apology flashed in her eyes. She gently pushed Shinyi's chest with both hands, and said helplessly, "Shinyi, wait a minute. I'm not very convenient today." Shinyi's movements froze instantly, his original enthusiasm seemed to be poured with cold water, the excitement on his face turned into surprise, and then a hint of loss was revealed. But soon, he adjusted his mood, gently put Lin Wanqing down, and pulled a gentle smile from the corner of his mouth. "It's okay, Qingqing, I understand." Lin Wanqing reached out and gently stroked Shinyi's cheek, her fingers stroking his outline. "You won't blame me, will you? I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." Shinyi keenly caught the fleeting smile on her face, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether she knew about his relationship with other girls and was deliberately playing a little trick on him. However, he also felt that with Zhao Yunlei's personality, she would not reveal what happened between them to Lin Wanqing. Seeing that Shinyi didn't respond for a long time, Lin Wanqing asked with concern, "Shinyi, are you unhappy?" Shinyi smiled helplessly. "It's okay, Qingqing, I'll just go take a shower." Lin Wanqing looked at his back, feeling secretly proud in her heart, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, thinking, "It seems that my charm has not diminished, and this little guy is easily affected by his emotions." She leaned slightly closer and whispered a few words in Shinyi's ear. When Shinyi heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "Really?" Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded affirmatively. "Really, go take a shower." Shinyi came out of the bathroom quickly and saw Lin Wanqing sitting on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed in stockings, exuding a unique charm. Lin Wanqing hooked her finger at Shinyi and said in a soft voice, "Come here." Half an hour later. Shinyi leaned against the head of the bed, while Lin Wanqing lay in his arms with a comfortable look on her face, her hair casually scattered on Shinyi's chest, and a faint blush on her cheeks. Shinyi lowered his head slightly and gently kissed Lin Wanqing on the forehead with a bit of satisfaction and pampering. Lin Wanqing moved her body, snuggled into his arms again, and whispered softly, "Shinyi, today, are you happy?" Shinyi's lips curled up into a smile. "Of course I'm happy, Qingqing, you really surprised me today." "Humph, do you know I'm almost exhausted?" Lin Wanqing said coquettishly, her fingers gently drawing circles on Shinyi's chest. "Don't torture me like this next time." She raised her eyes, with a hint of laziness in them and a faint smile on the corners of her mouth, making her look like a lazy and charming cat. Shinyi tightened his arms and held Lin Wanqing tighter in his arms, rubbing his chin gently against the top of her head. "Thank you for your hard work, Qingqing. I won't do it again next time." Seeing that the time had come, Lin Wanqing pretended to speak casually. "Shinyi, what do you think of my best friend Zhao Yunlei?" As she spoke, she quietly observed Shinyi's expression, her fingers still drawing circles on his chest from time to time. She seemed nonchalant, but in fact every nerve in her body was tense. When Shinyi heard Lin Wanqing mention Zhao Yunlei, his heart suddenly tightened, but he pretended to be calm on the surface, still with a faint smile on his face, and said, "It's fine, what's wrong, Qingqing?" Although he tried hard to act as if nothing had happened, Lin Wanqing still keenly caught the strange look that flashed across his eyes. "Oh, man." Lin Wanqing sneered in her heart. She knew too well what Xinye's reaction at this moment meant. Given Xinye's character, she knew in her heart that if Zhao Yunlei approached him actively, Xinye would most likely not refuse. After all, who can easily reject a gentle, elegant, and graceful young woman? Chapter 38. It's okay. I just wanted to ask about your tutoring situation. Lin Wanqing blinked nonchalantly and cleverly changed the subject. You are talking about Cheng Chang. Xinye thought that Lin Wanqing was concerned about the progress of his tutoring for Cheng Chang, so he followed up the conversation and said, "It's pretty good, and I've become close friends with Cheng Chang recently." No wonder. Lin Wanqing pondered in her heart. She knew that Cheng Chang was in a rebellious period, with great mood swings and resistance to many people and things. But even so, Xinye was able to establish a good relationship with him, which shows that Xinye put a lot of effort in this regard. In this way, Cheng Chang probably won't resist having a father who can play with him. Coupled with Xinye's handsome face, he is indeed very attractive to a single mother like Zhao Yunlei. In these short few minutes of conversation, Xinye probably could not have imagined that Lin Wanqing had already sorted out a general outline in her mind and had a deeper understanding of the possible subtle relationship between him and Zhao Yunlei. However, despite being aware of this, Lin Wanqing still felt that this was not an urgent matter. After all, as of now, the two of them have not really come together. Moreover, as Zhao Yunlei had been her best friend for many years, Lin Wanqing firmly believed that she would not do such a treacherous thing as stealing her man. At the moment, the most important thing is to find out whether Xinye really has other women outside. Xinye, tell me honestly, do you have another woman outside? Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and asked the key question directly. Xinye didn't expect Lin Wanqing to jump so quickly, and went straight from the topic of Zhao Yunlei to questioning him whether he had another woman. His eyes widened, his face full of shock, and he stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Lin Wanqing stared at Xinye, her lips tightly closed, her eyes full of scrutiny and inquiry. She was not an ignorant little girl who was easily deceived, and she could not be fooled by Xinye's few words. Moreover, if Xinye really intended to make Lin Wanqing accept the complicated relationship between him and Zhao Yunlei, he would have to proceed step by step and reveal the truth bit by bit. Should I tell you? Xinye was torn between conscience and desire, and his thoughts were in a mess. After much thought, he finally felt that it would be better to be honest than to hide it. After all, Lin Wanqing had already become suspicious, and once the suspicion was planted, it would be as difficult to eradicate as weeds. Rather than being exposed in the future and falling into an even more embarrassing situation, it is better to face the problem now. Qingqing, I have it. Xinye spoke with difficulty, his voice low and hoarse, as if he had used up all his strength. When Lin Wanqing heard this, she felt a surge of anger rising from the bottom of her heart. Although she had guessed it before, and even rehearsed the scene of knowing the truth repeatedly in her mind, when Xinye admitted it himself, she was still struck by lightning, her heart was in turmoil, and she found it difficult to accept it. Without saying a word, Lin Wanqing turned around abruptly and walked quickly to the other side of the bed with her back to Xinye. Qingqing, I'm sorry, Xinye knew very well that the woman needed comfort at this moment, so he hurriedly chased after her and gently hugged Lin Wanqing from behind, his hands trembling slightly. Lin Wanqing's body suddenly stiffened, and she instinctively wanted to break free, but in the end she suppressed her emotions and let Xinye hold her. She closed her eyes tightly, tears welling up in her eyes, and tried to calm herself down. After a long while, Lin Wanqing slowly spoke, her voice dry and cold. Xinye, who is that woman? At this moment, she was extremely nervous and was most afraid of hearing the name that she was very familiar with from Xinye's mouth. It's a sale. Xinye said in a low voice, as soft as the buzz of a mosquito. Fortunately, at least I wasn't betrayed by both a man and a woman at the same time. Lin Wanqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She slowly turned around, sat up, and locked her eyes with Xinye, asking, Sales? Isn't it LV sales? After hearing this, Xinye showed a bitter smile on his face, his lips were tightly closed, and he remained silent. Really? Lin Wanqing couldn't help but snorted, her eyes full of ridicule and disappointment. Xinye, put on your clothes and come with me. Xinye was shocked, his eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Wanqing with confusion. Qingqing, Xinye was about to ask, but was interrupted by Lin Wanqing. Xinye, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Am I your first woman? Lin Wanqing stared at Xinyi with burning eyes and a firm tone. Xinyi nodded slightly and stammered, yes. That's fine. I don't care how that woman got into your bed, but I have to let her know who is your real girlfriend. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. She knew in her heart that with Xinyi's charm, in the future, especially after he went to college, he would be surrounded by all kinds of women, and she would not be able to tie him down at all. Therefore, the most urgent thing for her to do now is to consolidate her position as Xinyi's legitimate girlfriend. Even Lin Wanqing had a bold idea in her mind: should she drag Zhao Yunlei into the water? After all, Zhao Yunlei is one of us. If we can get her to stand on the same side as us, we may be able to better cope with the challenges in the future. Xinyi instantly understood Lin Wanqing's intention. She was going to demonstrate and make that woman, Suyu, completely give up her inappropriate thoughts, stay by his side obediently, and just be his woman. Well. Xinyi couldn't help but sigh secretly. At this point, Lin Wanqing didn't get angry, which was a blessing in disguise. He silently complained in his heart, wondering why his system was so demanding that the intimacy had to reach 70 before other relationships could be bound. At this moment, he was full of worry, fearing that Lin Wanqing's intimacy would decline. System, if Lin Wanqing's intimacy drops below 70, will it have any impact on me? Xinyi asked the system anxiously in his heart. Ding, once the intimacy of a bound object drops below 70, the subsequent bonus cash you receive will be reduced by half. The cold mechanical sound of the system rang in Xinyi's mind, like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart and shaking it. So cruel? Xinyi widened his eyes, his heart filled with shock and helplessness. Now he understood clearly that in order to get the full amount of reward, he had to do everything he could to follow Lin Wanqing's wishes and make her completely satisfied. Chapter 39. Two Women Confronted. Tianyuan Shopping Plaza. Lin Wanqing wore a simple slim dress with the hem just above her knees, perfectly showing her elegant temperament. She wore a pair of exquisite beige high heels, and every step made a crisp sound, reflecting her confident figure on the smooth floor of the mall. Xinyi, who was standing beside him, had his arm tightly held by Lin Wanqing and was smiling bitterly at the moment. Xingqing, you really don't need to use so much force, right? He frowned slightly and tried to break free a little to ease the pain in his arm. Lin Wanqing was unmoved. Instead, she increased the strength in her hands, turned her head to look at Xinyi, her eyes full of unquestionable, "What do you know? I am asserting my sovereignty. Besides, there will be a jewelry auction tomorrow, so I can pick out some clothes for you to dress up." After saying that, he dragged Xinyi and strode into the LV store. In the store, Suyu was chatting with Lu Mengshi. Lu Mengshi had sharp eyes and immediately caught a glimpse of Xinyi walking in. Just as she was about to open her mouth to remind Suyu, her eyes fell on Lin Wanqing, who was beside Xinyi. Her words were instantly stuck in her throat and she could only utter a puzzled, Yeah, your boyfriend is here, but why did he bring a woman with him this time?" When Suyu heard this, her heart was shocked. She looked up and was stunned for a moment. "It's okay, Sister Mengshi, I'll go take care of them, you just do your thing." Suyu pretended to be calm and tried to make her voice sound steady. Lu Mengshi cast a worried look at him and said, "Okay, you should be more careful. I think the person next to him has an extraordinary temperament. Maybe the real owner has come to visit." After hearing this, Suyu felt her legs go weak and she almost stumbled. She knew in her heart that if the queen came to hold her accountable, the situation would be difficult to resolve. Suyu took a deep breath, adjusted her state, quickly put on a standard professional smile on her face, and walked forward quickly. "Hello, sir, beautiful lady, I am our store guide Suyu, and I am very happy to serve you." As she spoke, she secretly looked at Xinyi, trying to find a clue from his expression, but Xinyi avoided her gaze and never dared to look her in the face. Lin Wanqing had a faint smile on her lips, but her eyes were full of scrutiny. She said to Suyu, "It's like this. We are going to attend an important event tomorrow. Please help my husband pick out some clothes that are suitable for tomorrow." Suyu nodded hurriedly, turned and walked towards the display area, her fingers wandering among the pieces of clothing. She seemed to be concentrating on choosing, but in fact she was in a state of confusion. While Suyu was choosing clothes, Lin Wanqing turned her head to look at Xinyi. Her voice was very low, but with a hint of sharpness that could not be avoided. "Is she that woman?" Xinyi's eyes dodged for a moment, but he finally nodded slightly and replied in a low voice, "Yes." Lin Wanqing immediately understood that the young and good-looking shopping guide in this LV store was none other than Suyu in front of her. When she saw Suyu for the first time, Lin Wanqing thought it was most likely her. After all, with Xinyi's vision, she thought that Xinyi looked down on other people. Soon, Suyu came over with several carefully selected suits and shirts, and introduced the styles and materials to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing flipped through the pages casually and said nonchalantly, "Okay, let him try." Xinyi took the clothes and walked quickly towards the fitting room as if he had been pardoned. The moment Xinyi stepped into the fitting room, Lin Wanqing turned her head and looked at Suyu, her tone calm. "Suyu, let's go out and talk for a while." Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and after hesitating for a moment, she followed Lin Wanqing out of the store. The corridor of the mall was bustling with people coming and going, but the small world where Lin Wanqing and Suyu were seemed to be shrouded in a cold barrier. Lin Wanqing took out a check from her exquisite handbag, handed it to Suyu, and said calmly, "Here is 3 million, leave Xinyi." Suyu widened her eyes and looked at the check in front of her, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. Before Suyu could speak, Lin Wanqing said slowly, "I know you may think it's too little, so, 4 million. As he said this, he took out another check and added it to the amount. Suyu finally came back to her senses and waved her hands hurriedly. "No, it's not about the money." Lin Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly, as if a little surprised, and added another check, 5 million, this is my bottom line. Suyu looked at Lin Wanqing and found that she looked calm, with no sign of making a scene, so she felt relieved. What she feared most was causing an argument in the store, which would not only make her lose face, but also cause her to lose her job. But Lin Wanqing is the boss of a jewelry company after all. Her every move exudes calmness and graciousness. Naturally, she would not do anything so ungraceful. I love Xinyi as a person, not his money." Suyu bit her lip and mustered up the courage to speak. Although she worships money and likes rich people, she feels that she will never find someone like Xinyi who is both rich and caring towards her in her life, so she does not intend to agree to Lin Wanqing's request. When Lin Wanqing heard this, a complicated look flashed in her eyes. She had originally intended to test Suyu. If Suyu had easily accepted the money and left, it would have saved her a lot of trouble. But now it seems that things are not that simple. How much magic potion did Xinyi feed this woman? 5 million can keep him unmoved. Suyu, you should know that there is no chance of success between you and Xinyi. Lin Wanqing put away the check, crossed her arms, and stared straight at Suyu. He and I are a perfect match, you are just a temporary novelty for him. Suyu felt that since Lin Wanqing called her out without Xinyi's knowledge, Xinyi should not be aware of it. In other words, Lin Wanqing probably didn't want Xinyi to know what happened today, which meant that she probably still held some importance in Xinyi's heart. Moreover, Xinyi once said that he had more than one girlfriend. In this case, Suyu felt that it was impossible for Lin Wanqing to solve every woman. She even felt that Lin Wanqing might not be the principal wife. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel confident. This beauty, I think Xinyi has me in his heart. These days, can a mistress speak so confidently? Lin Wanqing was speechless for a while, she didn't know what to say. But on second thought, the relationship between Xinyi and myself didn't seem quite normal. He is her daughter's ex-boyfriend. When she thought of this, Lin Wanqing felt like vomiting blood, but she still managed to remain calm on her face. Okay, I hope you can take good care of yourself in the future and pay attention to your own identity. After Lin Wanqing finished speaking, she looked at Suyu deeply, then turned and walked towards the LV store. Chapter 40. Treat your husband well. Don't worry, I will treat your husband well. Lin Wanqing's steps suddenly stopped, her back stiffened instantly, and a chill ran up from the soles of her feet to her heart. She turned around slowly, her eyes shooting towards Suyu like a knife, her originally elegant face now slightly distorted by anger. What do you mean by that? Lin Wanqing asked word by word, her voice so cold that it seemed to freeze the air. Although Suyu was a little scared, driven by her inexplicable stubbornness and her persistence in Xinyi, she straightened her back and said with courage, I mean, as a shopping guide, I will do my best to serve you, so that he can dress appropriately and show his best condition for the important occasion tomorrow. Having said that, her slightly trembling voice still revealed her inner nervousness. Lin Wanqing snorted coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Humph, you'd better mean this. I warn you again, don't play tricks in front of me. The relationship between Xinyi and me is not something you can easily interfere with. If you still want to continue in this business, stay away from him. Suyu bit her lip, feeling very aggrieved, her eyes slightly reddened. Ms. Lin, my feelings for Xinyi are sincere. I know you may think I am not worthy of him, but feelings are not something that can be broken off just like that. When Lin Wanqing saw Suyu like this, her anger suddenly grew even stronger. She really didn't expect that a mere shopping guide would have the courage to speak to her like that. You know, ever since she started her business successfully, there are only a handful of people who dare to be so arrogant in front of her. For a moment, Lin Wanqing even thought of asking someone to stop Suyu's job. But she calmed down immediately, knowing clearly in her heart that she was afraid that this woman would become desperate and go to Xinyi to make trouble and ruin her relationship with Xinyi. After all, those with bare feet are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Lin Wanqing was really afraid of pushing Suyu into a desperate situation, and she would do something reckless. Just as Lin Wanqing was furious and took a step forward, Xinyi happened to walk out of the LV store. He was wearing the suit that Suyu had carefully selected. The well-tailored fabric fit his body perfectly, making him look particularly energetic. "Qingqing, what are you doing outside? Come in and take a look at me." Xinyi was smiling and speaking in a clear voice, seemingly unaware of the tense atmosphere outside the store. "I'm coming, husband." When Lin Wanqing heard Xinyi's voice, she felt as if she was under a spell. Her hand, which was originally raised high, froze in mid-air, and her anger was instantly suppressed. She took a deep breath and tried to adjust her expression, trying to calm her face, which was distorted by anger. Then she turned around and walked into the store with a slightly stiff step. "Honey, this suit suits you so well." As soon as she entered the store, Lin Wanqing's eyes were attracted by Xinyi, and the remaining anger in her eyes was instantly replaced by amazement. It has to be said that clothes make the man, and Xinyi seemed like a different person wearing this outfit. The straight suit brings out his broad shoulders, and the slim cut highlights his straight legs. His usual casual temperament was replaced by maturity and stability. He exuded more and more the charm of a mature man, and his temperament instantly improved by several levels. Lin Wanqing couldn't help but gently lean into Xinyi's arms, put her arms around his waist, rested her head on his chest, and said softly, "Xinyi, did you do that on purpose just now?" Lin Wanqing knew everything in her mind. Xinyi was a thoughtful person, so how could he not notice that she called Suyu out? "Qingqing, my heart has always been with you. Why, I asked you to come in and see me, but now it's my fault?" Xinyi responded innocently, with an aggrieved look on his face, his eyes wide open, his hands spread out, looking at a loss. Snort. Lin Wanqing gave Xinyi a reproachful look, with a hint of coquettishness and resentment in her eyes. She used both hands to push Xinyi gently, breaking away from his warm embrace, and spat softly, "Man." After she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, but there was still a hint of suspicion in her eyes, as if she was wondering what Xinyi was planning. The corners of Xinyi's mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile, without saying much. In fact, Xinyi had already noticed the moment Lin Wanqing called Suyu out. After all, there was an insider in the store, Lu Mengshi. She had already conveyed the situation outside to Xinyi through her eyes and subtle movements, so he had a clear view of everything that happened outside. Xinyi secretly praised Suyu's performance in his heart. He didn't expect that in the face of the huge temptation of 5 million, she could stick to her heart and not give in. It seems that he had a unique vision when he took a fancy to her. Then why did Suyu suddenly become confident and dare to respond to Lin Wanqing like this? It turned out that at the critical moment when Lin Wanqing and Suyu were confronting each other, Xinyi took advantage of Lin Wanqing's inattention, slightly moved his fingers at the door of the store, and his eyes quickly sent a firm signal to Suyu. The clever Suyu understood immediately. She knew very well what Xinyi meant. It was a kind of encouragement and trust, telling her not to give up easily. With Xinyi's support, Suyu's courage increased immediately, which led to the scene just now. She bravely expressed her feelings for Xinyi and was not afraid of Lin Wanqing's threats. Xinyi knew that Lin Wanqing came here with the purpose of venting her anger. From the moment she walked into the store holding his arm tightly, Xinyi understood what she was thinking. So, he did not step in to stop the conflict. On the one hand, he felt that Lin Wanqing's temper needed to be properly vented, and keeping it in her heart would be detrimental to their relationship. On the other hand, he also intended to take this opportunity to let Lin Wanqing clearly realize that there was always a shortage of beautiful women around him. He knew very well that Lin Wanqing sometimes acted too confidently and even became arrogant in this relationship. He hoped that this incident would make Lin Wanqing feel a sense of crisis, and would also help him to carry out his subsequent work with Zhao Yunlei. Xinyi's mind was full of calculations, but on the surface he remained calm. He accompanied Lin Wanqing out of the LV store. Lin Wanqing held his arm, and they seemed very close. However, her frown from time to time still revealed her inner unrest. "Hubby, you must accompany me throughout tomorrow's jewelry auction." Lin Wanqing raised her head, staring at Xinyi with a look of expectation and a hint of worry. "Of course, Qingqing, how can I leave you at such an important occasion?" Xinyi responded with a smile and gently patted Lin Wanqing's hand, which was holding his, but his eyes drifted away inadvertently, his thoughts already drifting to his plan with Zhao Yunlei. He knew that if he wanted to advance his relationship with Zhao Yunlei, he had to stabilize Lin Wanqing first, and this auction was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity. Chapter 41 Calling Husband. System, can you tell me in advance what kind of jewelry you are going to reward me at the jewelry auction tomorrow? Xinyi asked the system anxiously in his heart. The host can auction the finale jewelry of the auction without any bottom line. The mechanical sound of the system sounded in Xinyi's mind. Xinyi didn't react for a moment, his face full of confusion, and then asked, "Are you saying that I can have unlimited funds to bid for that jewelry?" "Yes." The system responded briefly. "Damn, this is a godsend." Xinyi was ecstatic in his heart, and he couldn't help showing excitement on his face, and his steps became lighter unconsciously. At this time, Xinyi turned his head to look at Lin Wanqing beside him and asked, "By the way, Xingxing, what are you going to bid for at the auction tomorrow?" Lin Wanqing shook her head lightly, with a hint of helplessness on her face. "The main thing is to go and take a look. The things there are all extremely expensive." "Ah? Where is the finale jewelry?" Xinyi asked. "I dare not even think about it. The price is 9 figures and upwards. I'd be satisfied just to take a look at it from afar." Lin Wanqing sighed. Xinyi suddenly felt confident. "Xingxing, you can call me husband from now on. I think it sounds better." "You wish." Lin Wanqing's pretty face flushed instantly, just like the sunset in the sky. She thought to herself that if she hadn't done it on purpose to provoke Suyu, she wouldn't have called out husband so easily. However, looking at Suyu's expression at the time, it seemed that she didn't take it seriously at all. Lin Wanqing felt somewhat helpless. Xinyi raised a wicked smile, leaned close to Lin Wanqing, and sprayed his warm breath on her ear, and whispered softly, "Xingxing, just call me, I promise, I will listen to you in the future." As he spoke, he gently pulled Lin Wanqing's hand and drew circles on her palm with his fingers, his eyes full of anticipation and teasing. Lin Wanqing felt a tingling sensation spreading from her palms to her whole body, and her cheeks became increasingly hot. She pretended to be angry, pulled her hand back, and said coquettishly, "You are always talking nonsense. Who asked you to listen to me? I can't control you." Although she said this, she felt a little sweet in her heart. After all, Xinye's intimate behavior made her feel cared for. Seeing Lin Wanqing's reaction, Xinye's interest became even higher. He pretended to be disappointed and said dejectedly, "Alas, it seems that I have no status in your heart. You don't even want to call me husband. I thought you were sincere in calling me husband just now." Lin Wanqing looked at Xinye's expression, feeling both angry and amused. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Okay, stop pretending. You're like a child." Xinyi was relentless and continued to pester, "No, you must yell today, otherwise I won't leave." As he spoke, he stopped and stood in the middle of the mall, looking like he was determined to continue cheating. The pedestrians around cast curious glances at her. Lin Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. She pulled Xinye's sleeve and whispered, "Stop making trouble. There are so many people watching us." Xinyi was unmoved. Instead he raised his voice, "Are you going to scream or not? If not, I will just stand here." Lin Wanqing had no choice but to bite her lips, which were as tempting as ripe cherries. Her face was red, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. "Husband." Xinyi then smiled contentedly, took Lin Wanqing's hand, strode forward, and muttered, "That's right, my Xingxing is so well behaved." Yeah, why did that person call you out just now?" As soon as Xinyi and Lin Wanqing disappeared from the store entrance, Lu Mengshi couldn't wait to pull Suyu aside. Suyu sighed softly, a trace of helplessness flashed across her face. "It's all to make me leave Xinyi." TSK, that's my guess. Did you see Xinyi just now?" Lu Mengshi blinked, with a hint of mystery in her tone. "I saw it, what's wrong?" A hint of doubt flashed in Suyu's eyes. She didn't understand why Lu Mengshi suddenly asked this. "As soon as you were called out by that woman, I told your boyfriend." "No wonder. I was wondering why he suddenly appeared." "And you?" "Sister Mengshi, I will definitely refuse. After all, I can still tell the difference between a momentary pleasure and a lifelong pleasure." Suyu didn't mention a word about Lin Wanqing giving her a check for 5 million to let her leave Xinyi. She knew Lu Mengshi too well. Once Lu Mengshi knew about this, she would definitely scold her for being stupid. In Lu Mengshi's eyes, money is the real thing that can be held, while feelings are nothing but illusory and fleeting clouds. But Suyu had completely different ideas. During the days she spent with Xinyi, she truly felt Xinyi's charm and strength. She firmly believed that what Xinyi could give her was far more than just 5 million, but a future full of infinite possibilities. Then do you know who she is? Lu Mengshi changed the subject and that mysterious expression appeared on her face again. Why? Sister Mengshi, do you know her? Suyu's curiosity was instantly ignited, and she looked at Lu Mengshi with her eyes wide open. Lu Mengshi did not answer immediately, but took out her phone and swiped her finger across the screen quickly, as if searching for some important information. Then, she turned the phone screen to Suyu and said, "Originally, I just thought she looked familiar, and when I searched, I found that she seemed to be the one." Suyu looked at the message displayed on her phone, Lin Wanqing, chairman of Xiaofu Jewelry, and her heart was shocked, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened even wider, almost bulging out of their sockets, her face full of shock, and her originally pink lips were slightly open, but no sound came out. I originally thought that Lin Wanqing was just a rich woman, but I didn't expect her identity to be so prominent. Xiaofu Jewelry is well known in the jewelry industry and is the partner that many people dream of cooperating with. And Lin Wanqing is actually the helmsman of this jewelry company. Lu Mengshi looked at Suyu's reaction, nodded slightly, and a hint of worry appeared on her face. She reached out her hand, gently patted Suyu's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Yes, I just found out about it. Yeah, this woman is not simple, you have to be careful in the future. I think you must hold on to your boyfriend's thighs. Anyway, I think that your boyfriend actually dares to find a woman who is so much older than him, and dares to find another woman, which means that he must be powerful." So big? Suyu's voice was full of doubts, and she felt her thoughts were a little confused. She subconsciously took out her mobile phone and tapped quickly on the screen, searching for Lin Wanqing's age. When she saw the number 43 on the screen, her eyes widened again, and a storm surged in her heart. If she remembered correctly, Xinyi was only 18 years old, and Lin Wanqing could be his mother at this age. The scene of Xinyi and Lin Wanqing together instantly appeared in Suyu's mind, and an indescribable complex emotion surged in her heart. Could it be that Xinyi likes young ladies? Chapter 42 Mysterious Stockings. Lu Mengshi thought Suyu was still worried about her future emotional direction, and her heart was filled with anxiety. But he also knew that words might not be able to truly comfort Suyu at this moment, so he tactfully chose not to say anything more. He just patted Suyu's shoulder gently, indicating that she should think quietly alone. She quietly stepped aside, leaving Suyu some space alone. Is Suyu really worried at this moment? Actually, it is not. When her mind had recovered from the initial shock of learning Lin Wanqing's identity, Lin Wanqing's appearance and that staggering age figure uncontrollably appeared in her mind. Thinking that Lin Wanqing was already 43 years old, and that the traces of time would sooner or later leave obvious marks on her face, and that she would soon face the situation of being old and ugly, Suyu's previous worries quickly dissipated like a wisp of smoke. She knew very well that in this secular society, most men's attention would be attracted by young and beautiful women, and this was precisely her greatest asset. She is young, full of energy, with a pretty face and skin as delicate as mutton fat jade. The more Suyu thought about it, the more she felt that she was not without a chance of winning this emotional battle. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a confident smile. Then, Suyu couldn't wait to take out her phone, quickly edited a short essay and sent it to Xinyi. "Brother Shin, don't worry about what happened today. I'm fine. I know you must feel bad, caught between two women. Actually, I can understand her feelings. After all, she cares about you so much, and I don't want to cause any conflicts between you two because of me. I just really like you, so I acted on impulse and don't want to give up on you so easily. But don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. I know you have your own difficulties, and I don't want to be a burden to you. If she gets angry with you because of me, you must not talk back to her and try to comfort her. As for me, I will just watch you from afar. As long as you are happy, I will also feel very happy. But if you are tired or unhappy one day and want to talk to someone, I am always here. I am willing to be your listener and help you solve your problems." At this time, because Lin Wanqing had some urgent matters at the company, Xinyi had already returned home. Just as I was about to sit down and take a break, I received a short essay from Suyu. TSK, why does it feel a bit teasing? But I like it. Xinyi's lips curled up into a smile, and he quickly replied, "Suyu, today, because of you, I am stuck in the middle and feel really bad. You have to compensate me." After Suyu saw Xinyi's teasing reply, excitement and shyness intertwined in her heart. Her fingers uncontrollably tapped on the screen quickly. "Brother Xin, why don't you come to my house now? I'll give you a different way of clamping." Xinyi looked at Suyu's reply, and Suyu's youthful and sweet appearance instantly appeared in his mind. the long-suppressed greed in his heart was instantly aroused. During this period, he was juggling between Lin Wanqing and Jia Yunlei. The emotional entanglement made him exhausted, and his physical desires had been suppressed for a long time. At this moment, Su Yu's straightforward invitation seemed to ignite the fire in his heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent an OK emoticon with a vulgar meaning. Su Yu received the emoticon package and was sure that Xinyi would come tonight. She was so excited that she couldn't hide it. She walked quickly to Lu Mingxi's side with a bright smile on her face, patted Lu Mingxi's shoulder gently, and said, "Sister Mingxi, I will leave a little earlier today. Please help me cover for her." Lu Mingxi was startled by the sudden pat in Su Yu's unusually excited tone. She turned her head blankly, looking at Su Yu's happy expression, full of doubts. She thought Su Yu was worried about her relationship, so why was she so happy now? Lu Mingxi raised her hand and touched Su Yu's head, and asked with concern, "Yeah, are you okay?" Su Yu gently took Lu Mingxi's hand away and said with a smile, "Sister Mingxi, I'm really fine." She knew in her heart that Lu Mingxi probably still thought she was worried about the future direction of her relationship. But in fact, in her heart, her youth and beauty are her greatest assets. In this emotional competition, she is full of confidence and has nothing to worry about. She leaned close to Lu Mingxi, lowered her voice, and whispered, "He's coming to my house later, so I have to go back early to prepare." "Is that so?" Lu Mingxi understood immediately and secretly lamented that she had worried for nothing. "Everyone is thinking about driving on the road with Xinyi, but I am still worried that Su Yu might not be able to get over it." She had a meaningful look on her face, a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes, and she deliberately said jokingly, "Yeah, are you greedy for him, or is he greedy for you?" "Hey, Sister Mingxi, what are you talking about?" A blush appeared on Su Yu's face, spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes, and explained, "After what happened today, I knew he must be feeling bad, so I asked him to come over, hoping that he would relax." TSK. In the final analysis, it is you, Yaya, who is greedy. People, once they start to eat meat, can easily become addicted, especially women. Lu Mingxi smiled cunningly. "No way, Sister Mingxi. I'm leaving first. Please help me deal with it." Su Yu really couldn't stand Lu Mingxi's straightforward and bold teasing and felt like her face was about to burn. She said this in a hurry, turned around and walked towards the door. Alas, as expected, once you have a man, you forget your friends. Lu Mingxi looked at Su Yu's quietly leaving back and shook her head helplessly, but there was still a hint of doting smile on the corner of her mouth. She was just about to turn around and go to the bathroom to relax her nerves, which were a little tense from teasing Su Yu, when Su Yu came back like a gust of wind. "By the way, Sister Mingxi forgot to ask you something." Su Yu spoke breathlessly, her chest rising and falling with her rapid breathing. "What's up?" Lu Mingxi was slightly stunned. Seeing Su Yu's hesitant look, she guessed that it was probably related to Xinyi. She pretended to be anxious and urged, Yeah, hurry up and tell me. I can't hold it anymore and need to go to the toilet." "Don't, Sister Mingxi." Su Yu quickly grabbed Lu Mingxi's arm like a spoiled child and said, "I told you not to laugh at me." No, please tell me quickly, my little Yaya. Do you think flesh-colored stockings look better or black stockings look better?" Su Yu lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito. She thought that Xinyi liked young women and felt that she had to dress sexily in order to capture Xinyi's heart, so she came to ask the experienced Lu Mingxi for advice. But she felt extremely shy when she asked this question. As soon as Lu Mingxi heard it, she understood that Su Yu's intention was definitely to please the man. She sighed helplessly and said, "It doesn't matter whether Yaya wears flesh-colored stockings or black stockings, as long as she has a pretty face and a good figure, she'll look good in anything. Our Yaya has both, so she can wear anything." "Really?" "Of course it's true. But if you want to be more sexy, there's a kind of silk that men will be unable to take their eyes off." Lu Mingxi spoke mysteriously and deliberately kept the question in suspense. "What silk?" Su Yu's curiosity was completely aroused and she asked impatiently. "Come here and I'll tell you." Lu Mingxi pulled Su Yu to her side and whispered softly in her ear. "Ah." After hearing this, Su Yu's pretty face instantly turned red like an ignited flame. She was shocked and embarrassed, and stared at Lu Mingxi with eyes wide open in disbelief. "Sister Mingxi, is this really possible?" "Of course, this is not only more convenient, but also more direct and effective." Lu Mingxi said this confidently with a gleam of affirmation in her eyes. Then I'll try it." Chapter 43 Sun Yan. To save trouble, Shinyi called a taxi from his cell phone. On the way there, his thoughts were all on Suyu's tempting invitation, and his mind kept sketching the wonderful scene of the upcoming meeting. Suddenly, the driver's order acceptance reminder sounded. The master glanced at Shinyi in the rearview mirror with a little apology and said, "Brother, I'm really sorry, I took another order. Coincidentally, the destination is the same as yours. Do you think it's convenient to take it with you?" Shinyi was immersed in his own reverie, thinking that he didn't need to take a detour anyway, so he waved his hand and responded generously, "Okay, master, it's okay." The car stopped steadily next to a bus stop. Not long after, the car door was suddenly opened and a rich scent of perfume wafted into the car. Shinyi raised his eyes subconsciously and froze in his seat. The woman who got on the bus was tall, wearing a slim-fitting top that outlined her beautiful figure. The woman had a cold expression and her eyes revealed an aura that kept people at a distance. As soon as she sat down, she noticed Shinyi's gaze and said in a cold tone, "What are you looking at? This girl has a bit of a bad temper." Shinyi muttered quietly, but he didn't give in. "Why, my eyes are on my own body, can't I see something?" There was a hint of surprise in the woman's eyes, and she obviously didn't expect Shinyi to retort. She snorted coldly, turned her head to look out the window, and no longer paid attention to Shinyi. The driver glanced at the two men in the rearview mirror, sighed helplessly, and prayed secretly that nothing would go wrong along the way. The car continued to move forward. Shinyi was harsh in his words, but his curiosity was completely aroused. He glanced at the woman next to him from the corner of his eye from time to time. The woman's profile was neat, her nose was high, her lips were slightly pursed, and she looked stubborn. Shinyi thought, "This girl doesn't look easy to mess with, she must be a strong woman or something like that." Just as he was thinking, the woman seemed to notice his gaze, turned her head suddenly, and shot at Shinyi with a gaze like a sharp blade, "If you look at me again, believe it or not, I will dig out your eyeballs." Shinyi was not afraid at all, instead he grinned, "Beauty, don't be so angry, I just think you have a special temperament, so I looked at you a few more times. If you don't like it, I won't look at it." Although he said this, Shinyi thought in his heart that it would be okay to take a few secret glances at her after she got off the car. As the car bumped along, Shinyi's mind switched back and forth between the two girls. On one side is Suyu, who is waiting for him at home. Her youthful and sweet appearance and suggestive invitation make him feel itchy. On the other side was the mysterious woman next to him who was cool and had an outstanding figure. Her strength and coldness aroused Shinyi's inherent competitive spirit. Shinyi couldn't help but want to know her identity, and silently said in his heart, "System, check the identity of the girl next to you." Instantly, system information appeared in Shinyi's mind. Name, Sunyen. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance 8'9". Privacy value, 0. How many men have you driven with? Situation, bad temper, two-faced person. Intimacy, 20. Identity, internet celebrity anchor. After Shinyi learned the identity of Sunyen, the woman next to him, he thought that the identity of an internet celebrity anchor was quite consistent with her outstanding figure and unique temperament. After all, in the live broadcast circle, such eye-catching appearance is indeed very eye-catching. But this girl's temper is really too bad, Shinyi secretly complained. Shinyi looked at Sunyen again secretly. Sunyen seemed to notice it and crossed her arms subconsciously. Seeing this, Shinyi quickly looked away and looked out the window. The car encountered a red light at an intersection and stopped suddenly. Shinyi didn't sit steadily, his body leaned forward, and his arm accidentally touched the woman's arm. He quickly apologized, I'm sorry, the car braked suddenly just now and I couldn't keep it steady." The woman snorted coldly and said nothing, but her eyes were full of vigilance and dissatisfaction. When he touched it, Shinyi found something wrong. Sunyen's eye-catching breasts did not seem to be natural. That's right, no normal person would have such an exaggerated size. Shinyi thought that her breasts must be as big as an F cup. If they were natural, it would be really amazing. They were most likely the result of plastic surgery. Thinking of this, Shinyi suddenly lost interest, his enthusiasm instantly dissipated, and he took out his phone out of boredom and started watching videos. Soon, the driver reminded the two that they had arrived at their destination. Shinyi put away his phone and looked at the familiar street scene outside the window, feeling mixed emotions. He glanced at Sunyen beside him. At this moment, she still had a cold face and looked out the window with a hint of alienation in her eyes. Shinyi pushed open the car door and prepared to get out. Before closing the door, he couldn't help but say, "Today is special. I hope we won't meet again in the future." Hearing this, Sun Yan turned around and looked at him coldly without saying a word. Chapter 44 Sister? Originally, Xinyi planned to find Suyu directly, but he found that Sun Yan also got off at the same building, which made him feel a little worried. On the surface, he pretended to be calm and paid the fare, but his eyes were secretly observing Sun Yan's every move. Sun Yan was seen walking towards the building with a tall figure and elegant yet somewhat arrogant steps. Xinyi hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Why are you following me? Sun Yan keenly noticed Xinyi behind him, stopped, turned around, and looked at him with cold eyes. Xinyi scratched his head, speechless for a moment, his mind racing to think of an excuse. I also live in this building, what a coincidence. Sun Yan snorted coldly, obviously not quite believing it, but he didn't say anything else and continued walking forward. The two walked into the elevator together, and an awkward and subtle atmosphere filled the small space. Xinyi secretly looked at Sun Yan. As he observed her closely, he became more and more certain that those proud breasts were most likely the result of post-processing. Sun Yan seemed to sense Xinyi's gaze and glared at him unhappily. If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out. Xinyi smiled awkwardly and moved his eyes to the elevator floor buttons. The elevator slowly rose, but Xinyi was thinking about the purpose of Sun Yan's coming here. Did she know Suyu? Or was there something else going on? Various speculations kept flashing through his mind. When the elevator reached Suyu's floor, Xinyi subconsciously followed Sun Yan out. Sun Yan stopped again, looking impatient. What do you want? Xinyi was wondering how to answer when the door of Suyu's house suddenly opened and Suyu appeared at the door with a look of surprise on her face. But when she saw Sun Yan beside Xinyi, her smile froze instantly. Sister, why are you here? When Xinyi heard Suyu call her sister, he was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. His eyes darted back and forth between Suyu and Sun Yan, trying to find some similarities in their faces, but apart from their equally beautiful faces, it was difficult to associate them as sisters. Sun Yan frowned slightly, a hint of unnaturalness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to his cold and arrogant look. Why, I can't come. Suyu bit her lip, glanced at Xinyi secretly, then turned her gaze back to Sun Yan, and stammered, You can come, but I didn't expect you to come today. Xinyi finally recovered from his shock. He laughed dryly and tried to break the awkward atmosphere. So you two are sisters. What a coincidence. Sun Yan rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Who is it that you are a coincidence? How come you know my sister? Sister, he is my boyfriend. When Sun Yan heard Suyu say that Xinyi was her boyfriend, she was stunned at first, then a meaningful smile appeared on her face, and she looked up and down at Xinyi, as if she wanted to see through him. Oh? So you're Yeye's boyfriend? I really underestimated you. I didn't realize you were my sister's man. There was a hint of sarcasm in Sun Yan's tone, which made Xinyi's face hot. Xinyi smiled awkwardly, secretly complaining in his heart. If he had known that Sun Yan was Suyu's sister, he would have restrained himself along the way. Now he really shot himself in the foot. Suyu looked at Xinyi's embarrassed expression and understood that Xinyi's previous words and deeds probably offended this sister who was always difficult to mess with. She knew Sun Yan's temper very well. When she was a child, Sun Yan bullied her a lot by relying on her adopted status. The two of them rarely contact each other on weekdays, so why did Sun Yan suddenly come today? Are you here to ask for money again? Suyu thought to herself, she knew that Sun Yan was always lavish with money. Suyu thought to herself, but remained calm on her face. She gently pulled Sun Yan's hand and said with a smile, Sister, come in quickly. This is not a place to talk outside. The three of them walked into the house. Suyu asked Xinyi to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water, trying to get him away so that she could talk to Sun Yan alone. Xinyi understood and walked quickly towards the kitchen, but his ears unconsciously pricked up, wanting to listen to the conversation between the two sisters. Sun Yan sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, looked around the room, with a faint smile on his lips. Suyu sat down beside her, took a deep breath, and asked softly, Sister, you came here suddenly today, what's the matter? Sun Yan turned her head and looked at Suyu, with a complex and indistinguishable emotion flashing in her eyes. Yeah, I came here this time because I do have something to discuss with you. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. As expected, she had guessed right a few points. She frowned slightly and waited patiently for Sun Yan to speak. Sun Yan paused, then continued, My sister's live broadcast business has recently encountered a big problem. The capital chain has been broken. If there is no more capital injection, the live broadcast room will not be able to survive. When Suyu heard this, she felt a little troubled. She didn't have much savings to begin with, and she was thinking about planning her future with Xinyi, but her sister came to her at this time. But sister, you haven't paid me back the money I lent you last time, and I don't have any extra money now. Yeah, it's not that I won't return it to you. Besides, you were in an orphanage back then. If my parents hadn't taken you to my home and raised you, would you have the life you have now? Here we go again. Suyu smiled bitterly. Sun Yan would bring up this matter every time. But I have to admit that what they said does make sense. If it weren't for Sun Yan's parents, I wouldn't be who I am today. Well. Sun Yan looked at Suyu's expression and knew that she was about to give in. Yeah, you're working as a salesperson in a luxury store. There are a lot of rich people there. Just find someone and sacrifice yourself. Maybe you can enjoy a happy life, right? Sister, how can you say that to me? Do you want me to be kept by those rich men? How can a sister like you say such things? Sun Yan was choked by Suyu, her face turned pale and red, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her tough look. Yeah, that's not what I meant. I was just anxious and confused. You also know that if my live broadcast room collapses, I will really be left with nothing. Suyu looked at Sun Yan like this, feeling angry and pity for her. What made him angry was that Sun Yan spoke so excessively, treating him as a chess piece that could be sacrificed at will. It's a pity that I have to deal with such a selfish sister. Chapter 45, Shin Yi's Good Intentions? In the past, under Sun Yan's double attack of almost begging and pressure, Suyu might have softened his heart and agreed to lend the money. But this time, for some reason, Suyu suddenly felt a strong resistance in her heart. She really didn't want to continue to act as the money-giving boy who was given everything to others. Over the years, she knew Sun Yan's temper very well. Sun Yan spent money like water. Once she lent out her money, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, falling into a bottomless pit with no possibility of coming back. Suyu subconsciously looked through the kitchen door and saw Shinyi fiddling with the tea set seemingly casually, but in fact he pricked up his ears from time to pay attention to the movements here. Although he did not speak directly, his slightly frowned brows and slightly worried eyes conveyed a clear attitude: this money cannot be lent out easily. Shinyi originally thought that Suyu came from an ordinary family, but only now did he know that she was actually an orphan and had her current life thanks to being adopted by her adoptive parents. I thought that this life was rough enough, but I didn't expect that Suyu would have such a sister who was always asking for things and almost a blood-sucking sister. If Shinyi hadn't taken Suyu's feelings into consideration and didn't want her to make the relationship between her and her sister too awkward, he would have rushed out and taught Sun Yan a lesson. Suyu retracted her gaze and looked at Sun Yan. She took a deep breath and tried to make her tone sound calm and firm. Sister, since you have said so much, I have an idea. You have been doing live broadcasts for so long, there must be a lot of big brothers in the live broadcast room who are generous, right? In my opinion, you can also consider them. Maybe they can help you solve your urgent needs. It's better than asking me to do those unrealistic things. When Sun Yan heard this, she was immediately unhappy. Suyu, what do you mean by this? Sister, you keep saying that I'm your sister, but over the years, have you ever really treated me as your sister? Every time you come to me, you either ask for money or ask for money. Have you ever cared about whether I'm doing well? A barely perceptible glimmer of tears flashed across Suyu's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Inside the kitchen door, Shinyi silently stopped fiddling with the tea set and listened quietly to the noise outside. He could feel the turmoil in Suyu's heart at the moment, which was an outburst after years of repression. Sun Yan's face flushed red, as if someone had hit her sore spot. She angrily retorted, "How could I not care about you? You were adopted by your parents since you were a child. As your elder sister, haven't I spent enough time and effort on you? Now I just asked you to help me, but you are making excuses. How can you be so heartless?" Suyu sneered, "Spoiling your mind?" Sister, what you mean by spoiling your mind is that after I started working, you emptied my savings again and again with various excuses. Do you know how much overtime I worked and how much I suffered just to earn more money? And you took my hard-earned money and squandered it at will. Sun Yan was speechless after hearing Suyu's words. She was stunned for several seconds before coming back to her senses. Okay, Suyu, you are strong now and dare to talk to me like this. Fine, I love you in vain. As she spoke, she pretended to walk towards the door, trying to use this tactic of retreating to advance to force Suyu to compromise. Suyu looked at Sun Yan's back, and the panic and guilt she had felt before were gone. Instead, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. She was about to speak, but she had been keeping an eye on Shinyi over here, and felt that the time had come, so she gently pushed open the kitchen door and walked out. He walked to Suyu, put his arm around her shoulders naturally, and gave her an encouraging look. Shinyi turned around and looked at Sun Yan, who looked unhappy, and said seriously, Sun Yan, I have a way to help you make money, do you want to hear it? Sun Yan looked suspicious, crossed his arms, and asked teasingly, why, are you planning to lend me money? When Suyu heard this, she subconsciously thought that Shinyi was going to lend money to Sun Yan out of concern for her, and immediately wanted to stop him. Shinyi seemed to have anticipated her reaction. He put his hand on her shoulder and patted it gently, as if to comfort her, or to signal her to stay calm. Although Suyu was full of doubts, she still held back. Sun Yan saw that Shinyi ignored her and interacted with Suyu instead, and suddenly became annoyed. What are you two doing? Shinyi, I'm talking to you, do you take me seriously? Shinyi then looked at Sun Yan slowly, with a gentle smile on his face. Don't worry, of course I'm serious. I do have a way to make you money, but it's not lending you money. Suyu recovered a little, straightened her clothes, and stood aside, also curious about what Shinyi was up to. Then just say it quickly, don't dilly-dally. Sun Yan urged impatiently, crossing his arms across his chest and staring at Shinyi. Shinyi cleared his throat and said seriously, you have been doing live broadcasts for so long, you must have accumulated a lot of fans, but you just haven't found a suitable way to monetize it. I know some commercial cooperation channels, and they need anchors like you with a certain amount of traffic to promote their products. As long as you manage it well, your income will definitely be more stable and generous than what you are making now. Sun Yan's eyes flashed with excitement after hearing this, but she quickly became alert again. Is it really such a good thing? Why are you helping me? Don't you have any conditions? Shinyi smiled and said calmly, I don't have any conditions, I just don't know if you can accept it. What do you mean? Sun Yan looked confused. Suyu stood aside. Although she didn't quite understand Shinyi's intention, based on her understanding of him, she felt that he was not really trying to help Sun Yan, and was probably just trying to tease her. If you were asked to endorse a breast enhancement product, would you consider it? As soon as Shinyi finished speaking, Sun Yan instantly understood that Shinyi was indeed joking. Shinyi! Believe it or not, I will never let you enter my house again. Sun Yan was angry and annoyed. He shouted loudly, his face turned red, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Shinyi seemed to have not heard Sun Yan's threat, and said seriously, I am really thinking about you, why don't you appreciate it? After saying this, he deliberately sighed deeply and pretended to be very regretful. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. After all, as a sister who grew up with Sun Yan, she knew clearly that Sun Yan's figure before was different from now. Chapter 46 Surprise. When Sun Yan heard Suyu's laughter, he became even angrier and felt that he was being humiliated by the two of them. She glared at Suyu fiercely, her eyes seemed to say you are actually helping outsiders to laugh at me, then turned around and strode towards the door angrily. At the moment she was about to step out of the door, she turned her head abruptly, pointed at Shinyi with trembling fingers, and said through gritted teeth, Shinyi, just wait, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. After saying that, he slammed the door with a loud bang. The huge noise shook the whole house slightly. Suyu looked at the closed door, the smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by a trace of worry. She sighed softly and murmured to herself, I hope she can really learn a lesson this time. Seeing that Suyu was a little depressed, Shinyi reached out and gently rubbed her hair, and comforted her softly, don't worry, what happened today may make her change. After a pause, Shinyi looked puzzled and asked, but, Suyu, why is she so short of money for live streaming? In his opinion, with her huge size, if her voice was sweeter during the live broadcast, she would probably be able to make a lot of money. Brother Shin, you don't understand. She has been spending money without restraint since she was a child. She is a typical moonlighter and can hardly save any money every month. So that's how it is. Shinyi nodded thoughtfully, originally thinking that no one was willing to reward Sun Yan because of his bad temper. Suyu, don't lend her money easily again in the future, unless she pays you back first. Suyu nodded slightly, expressing her approval of Shinya's words. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered Shinya's bold actions in front of Sun Yan just now, and her face instantly turned red again. She glared at Shinyi in reproach and said, Brother Shin, what were you doing just now? There were so many people around, how could you? Shinyi looked at Suyu's shy appearance and thought she was so cute. He couldn't help but reach out and pull her into his arms, hugging her tightly, and whispered in her ear, I just saw that you were forced into a corner by her, so I wanted to help you out. As Suyu listened to Shinya's explanation, the shyness and anger in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a sweet feeling. She leaned in Shinya's arms, feeling his warm embrace, and said softly, then you are not allowed to do this again in the future, it's too embarrassing. Shinyi smiled and nodded, saying, okay, I promise I won't do it again. Shinyi put his hands under Suyu's armpits and gently picked her up. With this hug, Suyu's pajamas were pulled up a little bit, and Shinyi then discovered that Suyu was actually wearing flesh-colored stockings underneath her pajamas. His eyes fell on the flesh-colored stockings that were barely visible, and he was stunned for a moment. Suyu noticed something strange about Shinyi and followed his gaze. Her face instantly turned red to her ears. She was embarrassed and annoyed. She gently hit him on the shoulder and said coquettishly, "Brother Shin, what are you looking at again?" Shinyi came back to his senses and teased her with a wicked smile. "I didn't expect you to have such a little thought. Are these stockings specially prepared for me?" Suyu buried her head in Shinyi's arms and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "You make fun of me when you hate me." Shinyi carried Suyu and walked towards the bedroom, his steps light but somewhat anxious. Suyu put her arms around Shinyi's neck, raised her head slightly and looked at Shinyi's angular profile, her heart filled with a complex emotion of sweetness and shyness. When Shinyi gently placed her on the bed, a hint of panic and anticipation flashed in her eyes. Shinyi leaned over and placed his hands on both sides of Suyu's body. The two of them gazed at each other affectionately. The atmosphere in the room was warm and sweet. An hour later, Suyu lay in Shinyi's arms with a tired look on her face. Shinyi felt proud unconsciously as he looked at the increasingly sexy beauty in his arms. He really didn't expect Suyu to give him such a big surprise today, which really made him have a great time. "Brother Shin, stop looking at me." Suyu noticed Shinyi's fiery and somewhat obsessed gaze and her cheeks flushed again. She shrank her head into Shinyi's arms, trying to avoid the look that made her shy, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a hint of sweetness. Shinyi smiled gently and tightened his arms slightly to hold Suyu tighter. His eyes gently wandered over Suyu's face. At this moment, her hair was scattered messily on her shoulders, and her skin was faintly pink due to passion. There was still a lingering confusion and tenderness in her eyes. This appearance made Shinyi feel that Suyu exuded an indescribable sense of a wife. After Shinyi's two developments, the youthfulness of Suyu is gradually fading away, and is replaced by the unique charm of a mature woman. She was breathing slightly, her chest rising and falling gently with her breathing, and her inadvertently lazy posture became even more alluring. Shinyi looked at Suyu in front of him with tenderness and attachment in his heart, wishing he could freeze this beautiful moment forever. "Suyu, did you know?" Shinyi's voice was low and gentle, and it sounded softly beside Suyu's ears. "I really can't bear to let you go when you are like this now." Suyu's cheeks turned even redder when she heard this. She reached out and gently punched Shinyi's chest, saying angrily, "You're the only one who can say nice things. But my heart feels as sweet as honey." After a short rest, Suyu, whose strength was slightly restored, slowly sat up from Shinyi's body. Her hair fell messily on her shoulders. She casually put her hair behind her ears with her hands and said softly, "Brother Shin, I'll go cook for you. You must be hungry after all this busy time." When Shinyi heard this, he immediately reached out and pulled Suyu back into his arms, wrapped his arms around her tightly and shook his head like a rattle, firmly disagreeing. No, Suyu, you just went through all that and your body is still weak. You need to rest well. There's no rush to cook, just chat with me on the bed first." Chapter 47, Emotional Heat. Suyu smiled helplessly and leaned on Shinyi's chest again, feeling his strong heartbeat, her fingers unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. Shinyi looked at Suyu's cute little action, raised the corners of his mouth, and asked softly, "Suyu, why did you suddenly think of such a special surprise today? Is there something good?" Suyu raised her head and said shyly, "There's no special reason, I just want to make you happy and give you something different. And I also want our relationship to grow stronger." The corners of Shinyi's mouth curled up slightly. He knew in his heart that perhaps the appearance of Lin Wanqing made Suyu feel a sense of crisis, but this was also a good thing for him. "By the way, Suyu, do you know why Little Red Riding Hood has a flat chest?" Shinyi suddenly changed the subject and asked a confusing question. Why?" Suyu looked confused and puzzled. She didn't understand why Shinyi suddenly asked this. She felt uneasy and subconsciously thought, could it be that he dislikes my small size? Thinking of this, she unconsciously lowered her eyes and looked at herself. When Shinyi saw Suyu's little action, he instantly understood her thoughts and said, "Suyu, I don't mean to think you are too young." Suyu's face turned red in an instant. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She didn't expect that Shinyi could see through her little thoughts at a glance. "Brother Shin, please stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. I really can't guess." In order to change the subject as quickly as possible, Suyu hurriedly acted coquettishly towards Shinyi. Shinyi raised his hand, touched Suyu's hair lovingly, and said softly, because her grandmother was eaten by the big bad wolf. Ah. Suyu was stunned at first, and her brain froze instantly, failing to react to the deep meaning of these words. But when she saw the mischievous smile on Shinya's face, she suddenly realized what was going on. Brother Shin, you are so bad. Suyu pretended to be angry and gently hit Shinya's chest, but the blush on her face became more intense. Shinyi couldn't help laughing when he saw Suyu's cute appearance. He took Suyu's hand that was pounding on her chest and gently stroked her fingertips, his eyes full of doting. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. He adjusted his posture slightly so that Suyu could lean more comfortably in his arms, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, sniffing the faint fragrance emanating from her hair. By the way, Suyu, can I call you Yu from now on? When Suyu heard Shinya's intimate proposal, her heart trembled slightly. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and now it spread to her ears like a burning cloud. She nodded gently, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Okay, Brother Shin, you can call me whatever you want. Then, if that's the case, don't call me Brother Shin anymore. What's that called? Shinyi raised a sly smile and said, Yeah, do you know there's a joke on the internet that says when a girl calls a boy brother-in-law, the atmosphere is very ambiguous? I just want you to call me that. Just think about how special this name is. It's a little secret between us two. Suyu lowered her head slightly and muttered softly, I know there is this joke, but what does it have to do with us? Shinyi found Suyu's shy look so cute that he leaned close to her ear and whispered in her ear, Yeah, try it. Suyu bit her lower lip and hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to hum in a voice as small as a mosquito, Sister, brother-in-law. As soon as she said this, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Her cheeks were burning so much that she didn't dare to look directly at Shinyi. Shinyi was so happy when he heard the soft brother-in-law, but he pretended to be calm and responded seriously, Hey your brother-in-law will protect you no matter what happens in the future. Suyu was so amused by Shinya's appearance that she burst out laughing, and her original shyness also dissipated a little. She raised her head and looked at Shinyi with a smile in her eyes. Brother-in-law, you are so mean and you only like to tease me. Yeah, you have to call me brother-in-law more often in the future. Calling me brother-in-law sounds better than anything else. Shinyi whispered in Suyu's ear, and his warm breath caused a tingling sensation in her neck. Suyu gently hit Shinya's shoulder and pretended to be angry and said, You just know how to bully me. Let's see if I will scream again in the future. Although she said so, she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. As Suyu was smiling, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind, and her brilliant smile froze in an instant and disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? Shinyi noticed that Suyu was acting strange and couldn't help but ask. Humph. Brother Shin even said that you don't dislike me because I'm younger than you. Are you attracted to my sister? Suyu frowned slightly, a trace of grievance flashed in her eyes. Otherwise, why do you insist that I call you brother-in-law? Brother-in-law is my sister's husband. Shinyi sighed helplessly in his heart and smiled bitterly. Yeah, don't you think that I would like your sister with such a bad temper? But she has a big thing. Suyu muttered softly that once a woman fell into such groundless suspicion, it would be difficult to persuade her. I only like you to be natural and real like this. Shinyi stretched out his finger. He tapped Suyu's head gently as if to knock out her confused thoughts. And I don't necessarily require you to call me brother-in-law. Shinyi changed the subject and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Then what else? Suyu pouted unconsciously. Call. Shinyi deliberately lengthened his tone and whispered the name close to Suyu's ear. After hearing this, Suyu's eyes widened and her cheeks turned red. She felt that this request was too embarrassing and was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak for a while. Chapter 48 Complaining to Mom. Looking at Suyu's blushing face, Shinyi was about to say something when Suyu's cell phone suddenly buzzed. Suyu reached out to take the phone, and when she saw the screen showing an incoming call from her sister Sunyan, she froze instantly. She subconsciously looked at Shinyi. What should I do, Brother Shin? Shinyi raised his eyebrows, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Answer it, and see what your sister wants to see you about. Suyu took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello, sister, what's the matter? On the other end of the phone, Sunyan's voice was cold and sharp. Suyu, is Shinyi with you? Suyu's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously glanced at Shinyi. He was leaning over to the side, as if he wanted to hear clearly what was being said on the phone. Suyu calmed herself down and pretended to be calm. No, sister, he's not here. That's good. I know your boyfriend is here today, and I feel like he's backing you up, so I don't want to give me money. Just don't forget that I am the one who has the final say in our family. From now on, as long as I am here, he will never be able to step into our house. Suyu listened to her sister's words and secretly complained in her heart. She thought Sun Yan could come up with some new and novel threats, but she didn't expect it to be the same old routine again. In fact, she didn't expect Xinyi to accompany her home. To put it another way, even if she really went home, would Xinyi marry her? The answer is no. Although Xinyi was very caring towards her at this moment, Suyu was very clear about her identity as if she were a mirror in her mind. She only hoped that she could treat Xinyi wholeheartedly in the future. As long as Xinyi could keep a small place for her in his heart, she would be satisfied. Thinking of this, Suyu said in a firm tone, "Sister, my money didn't come from the wind. If you really need money, go earn it yourself, don't beg me for it like a shrew." You. When Sun Yan heard Suyu's ruthless words, he immediately became furious and saw stars. She was about to open her mouth to refute, but she only heard a busy tone on the phone. Suyu had already hung up. Okay, you become more capable now that you have a boyfriend, right? Sun Yan glanced at her phone in frustration, then quickly dialed a family number and cried, "Mom." Xinyi was still very satisfied with Suyu's behavior of hanging up Sun Yan's phone without hesitation. After all, to deal with such unreasonable people, you have to use tough measures. Xinyi looked at Suyu with admiration in his eyes. Yeah, you did the right thing, don't let her control you. Suyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Brother Shin, I don't want this to happen either, but she is my sister, and the situation at home has always been like this. Xinyi gently embraced Suyu in his arms, patted her on the back, and said softly, "I'm here, don't be afraid. If she dares to bully you like this again, I will never forgive her." Suyu leaned in Xinyi's warm arms, her heart deeply touched, but also vaguely uneasy. No matter what, she had to properly handle the dispute with Sun Yan as soon as possible. She knew Sun Yan's personality too well. If the problem was not resolved in time, she was afraid that Sun Yan would show up again one day and disrupt the relationship between her and Xinyi. Furthermore, Sun Yan still didn't know that Xinyi was financially strong. Given Sun Yan's personality, once he knows Xinyi's wealth, his attitude will definitely change 180 degrees. By then, they might try every trick in the book to poach your employees, which would be a huge trouble. While thinking, Suyu's cell phone suddenly rang. She lowered her eyes and frowned instantly. Xinyi also saw the caller ID Zhou. Xinyi looked puzzled and cast a questioning look at Suyu. "Brother Shin, this is my mother. You have a bad relationship with her?" Suyu nodded and said, "Well, not so good. My dad is the only one in my family who treats me well, but I don't want my dad and mom to quarrel because of me, so I usually just endure it." After hearing this, Xinyi hugged Suyu tightly in his arms with heartache, and said softly, "It's okay, yeah, answer it, I'm here." Suyu raised her eyes and met Xinyi's firm gaze, and her heart suddenly felt a little more at ease. To be honest, she really didn't want to talk to her mother, because her mother, like Sun Yan, was unreasonable in many things. Just as the phone was about to stop ringing, Suyu pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mom." On the other end of the phone, Jojo's voice was a little tired and angry. Yeah, your sister just called me and cried so sadly. She said that you don't take your family seriously because you have a boyfriend. You didn't even give her some money when she asked for it, and you even said mean things to her. What's going on?" Suyu felt aggrieved. She glanced at Xinyi beside her, calmed herself down and explained, "Mom, it's not like that. Sister always has no legitimate reason to ask for money. The money I earn through hard work is not blown by the wind. And she threatened me today, saying that as long as she is here, she will not let Brother Shin into the house." Jojo listened and was silent for a moment before saying, "No matter what, she is still your sister. Can't you give in to her a little? Don't make things too awkward for your family." "Mom, I've always been giving in to her, but she can't be so pushy." Xinyi was listening on the side, and couldn't help but take the phone, and said politely and sincerely, "Hello, Auntie, I am Xinyi. I know Suyu cares about her family very much, and has always been very tolerant of Sister Sun Yan. But this time Sun Yan's behavior is indeed a bit too much. If she continues to indulge like this, it will not be good for everyone." Jojo seemed a little surprised that Xinyi would talk to her directly. After a pause, she said, "You sound quite polite, young man. But this is our family affair. Why would you, an outsider, interfere?" Xinyi responded calmly, "Auntie, although I am an outsider, Suyu and I are truly in love, and I can't bear to see her being wronged. I hope you can look at this matter fairly, instead of blindly favoring Sun Yan." Jojo was speechless for a moment after being confronted by Xinyi. He said unhappily, "Humph, young people nowadays don't know the rules." Yeah, you can handle it yourself. If you don't handle your relationship with your sister well, don't even think about entering the house in the future. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Suyu stared at the phone blankly, her eyes red and her heart full of grievances surging like a tide. She had been carefully maintaining family relationships, but in return she received such indiscriminate accusations from her mother, which made her feel heartbroken. Shinyi hugged her again distressfully, patted her back gently, and tried to calm her down. Yeah, don't be sad, your mother was just misled for a while, and when she calms down, she may understand your difficulties. Suyu leaned in Shinya's arms, tears couldn't help but burst out, her voice was sobbing. Brother Shin, I'm really tired, I don't want to go on like this. I have been trying to maintain the harmony of this family, but why don't they understand me? Shinyi gently wiped away her tears and said softly, Yeah, you have done very well, this is not your fault. Chapter 49. Like daughter, like mother. Now, Shinyi finally understood where Sun Yan's unreasonable temper came from. It turned out that she had a mother who was just like her. Jojo favors Sun Yan to such an extent that she is also his daughter, whom he raised with great difficulty, just because of the blood relationship. He even seems to be justified in asking Suyu for money. Shinyi was full of confusion. If he didn't really want to adopt a child, why would he go through so much trouble? He really couldn't understand the logic behind this. In his opinion, parents should treat their children fairly and give them equal care and respect, rather than allowing one party to demand and oppress the other party at will. Drop. An abrupt reminder sound broke the original tranquility in the room. Suyu's cell phone rang again. Shinyi picked it up and took a look. Sure enough, it was a message from her mother Jojo. Yeah, transfer 3,000 yuan to your sister quickly. She needs it urgently. If you don't expect me to recognize you as my daughter anymore. In just a few words, the words were full of firmness and unquestionableness. When Shinyi saw this message, he sighed helplessly. He handed the phone to Suyu. Suyu took the phone and saw the content of the text message. Her eyes instantly turned red. Shinyi saw Suyu's sadness. He took Suyu's phone and was about to call Sun Yan, intending to argue with her and seek justice for Suyu. No, Brother Shen. Suyu grabbed Shinya's arm, her voice full of tears and pleading. Don't hit me, I'm afraid things will get worse. I know my mother and sister's tempers well. If you hit them like this, they will definitely be even angrier. I don't know what ugly words they will say or what extreme things they will do. Okay, I won't call. Then help me get my phone. Shinyi looked helpless, and felt both amused and distressed about Suyu's worry. Brother Shin, you're not going to call me while I'm grabbing my phone, are you? Suyu's face was full of suspicion, and her eyes were fixed on Shinyi, fearing that he would go back on his word. Yeah, am I that kind of person? Hurry up and obey me, or I'll punish you according to the family rules. When Suyu heard the words punishment according to family rules, her heart shuddered. The tragic past made her dare not slack off at all. There was no choice but to reluctantly get out of the warm bed, get up and walk to the table beside her. Oh, yeah, what's wrong with you? Did you forget to put on your clothes? Shinyi then realized that after the intimate interaction between the two, Suyu's clothes were thrown all over the place and scattered in every corner of the room, including that rather special piece of clothing. Suyu suddenly realized that she was naked and her pretty face turned red instantly. She rushed to the table in panic, grabbed Shinya's cell phone, then rushed back to the bed as fast as a frightened little rabbit and wrapped herself tightly. Hey, these two little white rabbits are so cute. Shinyi looked at Suyu's panic and couldn't help but laugh softly. Just now, when Suyu was running, her figure was light and her undulating curves attracted Shinya's attention unconsciously. Brother Shin, give it to you. Suyu carefully stretched out a white jade-like hand from under the quilt and handed the phone to Shinyi. Shinyi took the phone, and this time, he did not tease Suyu as usual. After pondering for a moment, he picked up his mobile phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Suyu, and then planned to transfer 10,000 yuan to Suyu's mother Jojo. Although Jojo's behavior made him quite dissatisfied, she was Suyu's mother after all. Even though they are not related by blood, Suyu has feelings for her after living together for so many years. Shinyi does not want to further intensify the conflict between Suyu and her family because of him. Shinyi didn't want to cause Suyu to have family conflicts because of him. At this moment, Suyu, hiding in the quilt, was still feeling embarrassed about her embarrassing appearance of running and jumping naked just now, and she didn't notice at all that Shinyi was operating something with her mobile phone. Although she and Xinyi were very close and had been honest with each other for a long time, this private and slightly embarrassing scene still made her feel extremely embarrassed, as if countless ants were crawling in her heart. And she also noticed that Xinye's eyes were always on her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly blame herself in her heart. So you are so old, how come you can forget whether you have clothes on or not? The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the more ashamed I feel. Suyu screamed hysterically in her heart, trying to dispel the embarrassment that followed her like a shadow and tightly wrapped around her, but the feeling of shame was like a thorn in her side that she could not get rid of. Yeah, please enter your phone password. I will transfer 10,000 yuan to your mother. Xinye's gentle voice, which carried a certain degree of unquestionableness, suddenly broke the silence in the room. Suyu was like a puppet with its soul taken away. She took the phone in a daze, her fingers slid mechanically across the screen, entered the password, and then subconsciously handed the phone back to Xinyi. However, just a second later, her eyes suddenly widened and she woke up instantly, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Brother Shen. Suyu's voice was full of astonishment, and she looked at Xinyi in disbelief. Xinyi thought Suyu was wondering why he transferred money to her mother, but he didn't know that Suyu was still deeply immersed in the shame just now, and her thoughts were completely occupied by the embarrassment just now. Yeah, she is your mother after all. Since she has asked and she knows I am next to you, let me help you again this time. Xinyi explained patiently, his eyes full of tenderness and consideration. However, I told your mother in your name that this is the last time I will lend money to your sister. I will give the money to your mother, and as for how much she gives to your sister, let's not worry about it. After sending the message, Xinyi returned the phone to Suyu. Suyu took the phone with a blank look in her eyes. She was totally unable to comprehend what had just happened and was still in a daze. Brother Shun, did you really send it to my mother? Suyu still couldn't believe it. Yeah, what's wrong? But I don't have 10,000 in my WeChat account, how did you send it? Little idiot, I transferred 200,000 yuan to your phone. Xinyi smiled and rubbed Suyu's head, his tone doting. The 200,000 yuan was not a sudden decision made by Xinyi on a whim, but a plan he had thought carefully about long ago. After all, from a certain perspective, the relationship between him and Suyu has more or less some special meaning. Even though he had bought her a car before, he had never transferred any money to Suyu. Suyu was a sensible girl and had never asked him for money, but Xinyi knew in his heart that he would not give less than the material support she deserved. Moreover, Xinyi has a plan hidden deep in his heart, which is to hope that Suyu can quit her job and live safely and comfortably at home as his well-cared-for canary, away from the trivialities and troubles of life. However, he also knew in his heart that all this had to respect Suyu's wishes and he could not impose his own ideas on her. Brother Shin, I don't know what to say. Suyu's eyes became red again and her voice choked with sobs. She didn't expect Xinyi to be so considerate of her. He not only cleverly dealt with her mother's unreasonable demands, but also wanted to fundamentally change her life. The mobile phone in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds at this moment. It carried not only the transfer information, but also Xinyi's full love and care. Silly girl, don't say anything, I do all this willingly. Xinyi gently embraced Suyu in his arms, his chin resting lightly on the top of her head. I know you have suffered too much injustice in this family. From now on, I just want to protect you and prevent you from shedding another tear. Chapter 50 City Live Broadcast. Because she was moved, Suyu pressed herself tightly against Xinyi. Now, Suyu didn't care whether to wear clothes or not. Xinyi felt the heavy weight of Suyu on his arm, which was soft and warm, making him want to take a bite. If Suyu was allowed to continue making trouble, Xinyi might not be able to bear it anymore. He quickly took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner throbbing, and gently pushed Suyu away a little. Yeah, you're sticking to me like this, do you want to be punished by the family rules? When Suyu heard this, she was stunned at first, then she realized the deep meaning of Xinyi's words, and her pretty face turned red instantly. Only then did she come to her senses and realize that she was almost naked. She realized that the temperature in the room seemed a little too high and that her behavior was a little too bold and intimate. She hurriedly pulled a corner of the quilt from the bed and wrapped herself up, leaving only her blushing face exposed. Xinyi looked at her like this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raised, the tenderness in his heart spread like a tide. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand to gently scratch her nose, and smiled. Look at your little appearance, it really makes people love and helpless. By the way, yeah, I suddenly want to eat the food you cook, would you like to show me your cooking skills? When Suyu heard this, her eyes instantly lit up, and her previous shyness was somewhat dispelled by this sudden request. Of course, I'll show off my cooking skills to Brother Shin right now, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the meal. Shinyi picked up all the clothes on the ground for Suyu and said gently, "Put them on quickly, don't catch a cold. I'm still waiting to taste the chef's cooking." Suyu took the clothes with a red face, quickly put them on, and then went to the kitchen. Seeing Suyu cooking obediently, Shinyi was also not idle. He immediately took out his mobile phone and started watching short videos. However, Shinyi did not watch the videos recommended by the system, but the videos in the same city. There's nothing we can do about it, since Shinyi has a pair of eyes that are brave enough to discover beauty. His fingers slid rapidly across the screen, and after scrolling through several videos in a row, Shinyi discovered that many female anchors nowadays were creative and wore tight yoga clothes to show off their bodies in front of the camera. As long as the young men in the live broadcast room actively give gifts, they will unlock various specific sports actions. If someone sends a come on duck special effect, the female anchor will do a handstand. Swipe a flower to watch energetic burpees. If the number of likes reaches a certain amount, you can even take on the difficult hanging door challenge. It has to be said that in order to get a piece of the pie in this fiercely competitive live streaming circle, some female anchors have really put in a lot of effort and can be described as hard-working. As for Shinyi, he just liked this and watched it with great interest. After watching several videos in succession, Shinye's eyes lit up and he finally saw a female anchor with a very good appearance. The way she plays in her live broadcast room is more novel. In addition to the regular movements, it also incorporates bending down, handstands, and even train poses. Soft. When Shinyi saw her ID name, he thought to himself that just from this short live broadcast, through the difficult moves she demonstrated, he could indeed intuitively feel that she was quite soft. In the camera, she was wearing a black vest with black denim shorts, her slender legs were covered with black over the knee socks, and she was standing barefoot on a soft yoga mat. During the live broadcast, she revealed a charming and moving expression from time to time. "Brothers, go all out, this challenge is easy for me." While she was shouting with all her might, she was also making all kinds of dazzling movements in coordination with the gift special effects that kept popping up on the screen. Facing the audience's difficulties, she still responded stubbornly, "Humph, this level can't be difficult for me at all." Shinyi was so engrossed in watching that his fingers unconsciously slid across the screen, his eyes fixed on the female anchor named Wanwan. At this time, Suyu was busy in the kitchen. The sound of pots and pans colliding could be heard constantly. She was humming a little tune while cooking the dishes carefully. In the live broadcast room, Wanwan's performance became more and more exciting. As gifts continued to pour in, the difficulty of her movements gradually increased. I saw her bend down lightly, with her hands firmly on the ground, her body forming a graceful arc, and her slender waist seemed soft as if she had no bones. Her long hair fell to the ground like a waterfall, contrasting with the black yoga mat, making her look even more charming. "Brothers, you are so awesome. There are even more powerful ones, just wait and see." She smiled softly and then with a neat movement, she did a handstand with her legs stretched straight toward the ceiling, demonstrating her core strength to the fullest. She still had a confident and charming smile on her face, and her eyes were full of temptation to the audience, as if announcing her infinite charm to everyone. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled wildly in an instant, and all kinds of messages of praise and rewards filled the screen like snowflakes. Shinyi was deeply attracted by her performance. He tapped the screen with his thumb unconsciously and sent out a few cheers. Wanwan was sharp-eyed and immediately noticed Shinye's reward. Her voice instantly became sweeter. "Thank you for the gift, big brother. I love you." As she said that, she immediately leaned against the wall and did a handstand. There weren't many people in her live broadcast room, only a few hundred. However, the consumption capacity of these hundreds of people is not comparable to that of other live broadcast rooms. After all, they are all perverts. As Shinyi listened to the soft and sweet thanks, the joy in his heart grew stronger, and his eyes became more and more glued to the screen, unwilling to move away even a little. Wanwan was standing upside down against the wall, her legs straight as two slender jade pillars, stretched steadily towards the ceiling. Her over-the-knee black calf socks glowed softly under the light, outlining her graceful calves. Shinye's eyes uncontrollably fell on the extremely attractive absolute territory above the soft calf socks, as well as her well-defined and heart-moving vest line. Hiss. Shinyi couldn't help but take a breath. As he watched, an indescribable restlessness welled up in his heart, as if a small flame was quietly burning in his heart. As the blood flowed back, her cheeks flushed slightly, making her look even more beautiful. Her long hair cascaded down like black satin, almost touching the ground, intertwining with the black yoga mat, creating a unique visual beauty. Her eyes were bright and charming, and she blinked at the camera from time to time, causing the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room to become more and more crazy. Goddess Wanwan is so amazing. Her figure and flexibility are absolutely amazing. If there's something even more powerful, let's continue giving out gifts. The barrage of comments scrolled rapidly, and the reward special effects flashed continuously. Wanwan looked at the comments, feeling secretly proud in her heart, but she still said stubbornly, "Brothers, this is nothing, there are even more amazing things, it depends on whether you are willing to give gifts." Shinyi originally wanted to watch the train running, but at this moment, Suyu's crisp voice came from the restaurant, "Brother Shin, the meal is ready, come and eat." Shinyi felt a little regretful that he didn't get to see what it was like to drive a train. But thinking that Wanwan's live broadcast would continue, he pressed the screen of his phone, threw the phone on the sofa, stood up and walked towards the living room. Chapter 51. So soft. Yeah, your cooking skills are so good. Shinyi looked at the table full of delicious dishes, his eyes full of surprise and admiration. Then he quickly walked behind Suyu and gently hugged her. He leaned forward slightly, put his nose close to Suyu's hair, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but sighed, "Yeah, whoever marries you will be blessed after several lifetimes." The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly. She certainly understood that Shinyi would not marry her, but she didn't care about that. She gently picked up a piece of tempting braised spare ribs, turned around, and handed the meat to Shinya's mouth. Her voice was soft and full of expectation, "Brother Shin, try it quickly." "Is it delicious?" Shinyi swallowed the whole piece of ribs without any hesitation. After chewing it carefully, he praised sincerely, "It's delicious, yeah, your cooking skills are amazing. As long as it tastes good, I'll make it for you whenever you come to my house." Suyu's face was filled with a happy smile, and she turned around to go to the kitchen to get the dishes. "Wait a minute, yeah, you have something in your hand." Shen Yi suddenly spoke. Suyu looked at her hand in confusion. Brother Shin, no." "Yes, definitely." As Shinyi said this, he took Suyu's hand and put the finger she had just passed the ribs into his mouth. He sucked it gently for a few times, then let go of his hand and said with satisfaction, "That's it." After saying this, he was still unsatisfied and licked his lips again with a sly smile on his face. Suyu looked at Shinya's appearance, feeling both angry and amused, and said helplessly, "Brother Shin, my hands are dirty." Not dirty at all. In my place, you are clean everywhere." Shinyi waved his hand nonchalantly, the smile on his face became brighter, and his eyes were full of doting. To be fair, Suyu's cooking skills are top-notch. Shinyi was very satisfied with the meal and exclaimed that it was very enjoyable. Suyu looked at Shinyi eating with relish, and her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. After all, as the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Judging from Shinya's reaction, Suyu was obviously quite successful. "By the way, yeah, can you dance?" While eating, Shinya's mind suddenly popped up the beautiful anchor whom he had just seen, and he asked a question for some unknown reason. "Yes, Brother Shin, I learned dancing when I was a kid. Do you want to see it?" Shinyi had just asked casually, but he didn't expect Suyu to really have this ability. He instantly felt like he had found a treasure. He couldn't help but recall the video he had seen before, in which some rich people were having dinner in a hotel with beautiful women in ancient costumes dancing beside them. The scene was so pleasant. He was extremely envious at the time and never expected that he could enjoy such treatment at home now. If Yaya is willing to perform, I will definitely watch it. Seeing Shinyi so excited, Suyu was naturally very happy. "Brother Shin, wait for me for a while, I'll be back soon." After that, she stood up and trotted back to her bedroom. Shinyi looked at Suyu's departing back. Although he was a little confused, he did not ask much. He secretly guessed that Suyu must have prepared another surprise for him. After a long while, Suyu came out of the bedroom. At this moment, she had finished changing her clothes, wearing the JK uniform and white silk that Shinyi wore when he first came to her house, and her long hair that was originally loose was tied into a playful double ponytail. It has to be said that Suyu's appearance is outstanding, and this outfit makes her look youthful, bright, and charming. Shinya's eyes were unconsciously attracted by her slender legs tightly wrapped in white silk. For a moment, Suyu had become extremely miserable in Shinya's mind. Suyu was very satisfied with Shinya's reaction. She liked seeing Shinyi being obsessed with her. "Brother Shin, watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, Suyu did a split cleanly and neatly, with her body perfectly spread to both sides, showing off her flexibility. "Damn, yeah, you're so fierce." "Brother Shin, these are all basic operations." Suyu responded playfully, then stood up and put her hands on her hips. Shinyi saw it all, especially the fact that Suyu was not wearing leggings, only white silk stockings, which made certain details inadvertently appear more clearly in his eyes. Watching Suyu's series of actions, the nameless desire in Shinye's heart burned again. Yeah, how long can you keep doing this? Suyu panted slightly, her white cheeks flushed with a touching blush, and she said softly, "A few minutes, what's wrong?" Shinyi walked up to her side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered a few words in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. But the ground is too cold, brother Shin. Suyu's voice was trembling, soft and helpless. After maintaining the difficult movements for a long time, her breathing became more and more rapid and her chest heaved violently. She never thought that Shinyi would make such a request. In an instant, shame overwhelmed her like a tide, and the burning heat spread from her ears to her whole body. In Shinye's eyes, Suyu's panting and shy look at this moment was undoubtedly the most deadly temptation. Every subtle reaction seemed to be deliberately teasing him. The most important thing in life is to be happy. The most important thing for a man is to enjoy life and time. He didn't know Suyu's abilities before, but now that he knows, he will make good use of them. Yeah, hold on for a while and I'll help you. Brother Shin, hurry up and get up. Don't you have something to do today? Shinyi slowly opened his eyes, the sunlight shining through the gap in the curtains onto his face, causing him to frown slightly. He was in a daze for a moment before he remembered what happened between him and Suyu last night, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Looking at Suyu, whose hair was messy but still bright and beautiful, he reached out and pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. "Let me hold you for a while. I don't want to care about those troubles with you around." Suyu's cheeks flushed and she gently pushed him away. "No, you can't delay your work because of me. Hurry up and wash up. I'll make breakfast for you." As she said this, she quickly stood up, picked up the clothes scattered on the floor and walked quickly into the bathroom. Shinyi looked at her back, stretched lazily, and then stood up reluctantly. Just as he was about to get dressed, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Wanqing calling. Shinye's heart skipped a beat and he quickly picked up the phone. As expected, Lin Wanqing asked him to arrive at the gate of her community at 8 o'clock. Then drive to the auction together. Shinyi hung up the phone and looked in the direction of the bathroom, feeling confused. Suyu was still preparing breakfast for him while Lin Wanqing was urging him to finish. Although there is still an hour left, he still has to go home to change clothes and then go to Lin Wanqing's house. This means time is pretty tight. Forget it, let's go quickly, otherwise it will be bad if we are late. Chapter 52 Betting. In desperation, Shinyi hurriedly put on his clothes and went to the kitchen. Suyu was busy frying eggs. She turned around and saw Shinyi. She smiled and said, "Brother Shin, please sit down for a while. Breakfast will be ready soon." Shinyi walked behind her and hugged her gently. Yeah, I'm sorry, I may not have time for breakfast." Suyu paused for a moment, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes, but she soon returned to her smile and turned to comfort him. "It's okay, go ahead." Shinyi kissed her lightly on the cheek and turned away. When Shinyi changed his clothes at home and came to the gate of Lin Wanqing's community, a brand new Maybach was parked there steadily, shining with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. Lin Wanqing had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Shinyi, she got out of the car with graceful steps, walked straight towards him, opened her arms and gave him a warm hug. Lin Wanqing seemed like a different person today. She was wearing a purple slim dress that fit her body tightly, showing off her exquisite figure without reservation. The deep V neckline is bold and sexy, and you can inadvertently catch a glimpse of the looming cleavage, which is very tempting. The hem of her skirt was slit to mid-thigh, and with every step she took, her fair skin was faintly visible in the sunlight, glowing with a soft sheen, and her figure swayed, showing off her charm. What surprised Shinyi even more was that she changed her usual makeup today and put on a retro Hong Kong-style makeup. The fiery red lips are bright and eye-catching, and the upward eyeliner makes her eyes look more charming and seductive. "What are you looking at? You're lost in thought." Lin Wanqing waved her hand in front of Shinyi with a smug smile on her face. Shinyi came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "I almost didn't recognize you in the way you were dressed today. You're so stunning." Lin Wanqing covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her laughter was crisp and pleasant. She held Shinyi's arm intimately and said coquettishly, "You are the only one who knows how to make people happy. Get in the car quickly. You can't be late for the auction, otherwise you will miss the show." Having said that, he pulled Shinyi towards the car. After getting in the car, Lin Wanqing changed into a pair of flat shoes and drove. Shinyi was somewhat confused about what she had just said. "Ching, is there anything special and exciting at today's auction?" "Of course. Didn't I tell you before that the finale piece of jewelry today is more expensive than you can imagine? Let's go and broaden our horizons and experience the charm of top-grade jewelry. Xinyi raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, Ching, such a rare treasure, you are not tempted at all? Don't you want to take it into your pocket? Lin Wanqing sighed softly, shook her head helplessly, and smiled bitterly, how could I not want it? But the competition is too fierce, and it's all those wealthy bigwigs who are fighting for it. Let's be pragmatic and buy something a little cheaper. I see. Xinyi muttered to himself thoughtfully, with a meaningful expression on his face. Seeing Xinyi's thoughtful look, Lin Wanqing's heart moved, and she couldn't help but teasing, why, looking at your attitude, do you want to help me take a picture of that treasure? Upon hearing this, Xinyi did not retreat, but moved closer and asked, you don't trust me so much? How about we make a bet? As he spoke, his hand seemed to be out of control and quietly fell on Lin Wanqing's leg, and his fingers gently rubbed it a few times. Lin Wanqing froze, a blush spread from her ears to her cheeks. She glared at him with a mixture of anger and amusement, and said angrily, strength? If you can really get that piece of jewelry, don't say I will give in to you today. If you want to find a few women in the future, I won't even blink an eye and will never stop you. But don't brag. The starting price of the jewelry is 9 figures, enough to buy several villas. Real? It couldn't be more true. I never break my promises. Lin Wanqing said this in a decisive tone, but she was secretly thinking in her heart, how could Xinyi come up with so much money? The starting price of the jewelry is 9 figures. If he had the financial resources, why would he become a son-in-law? I must be kidding myself. After hearing this, Xinyi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a determined smile. That smile hid a secret that only he knew. He knew in his heart that with the system at his disposal, it would be a piece of cake for him to take the jewelry. This was truly a godsend opportunity that Lin Wanqing personally brought to him. Okay, Ching, just wait and see. Don't regret it when the time comes. Snort. Lin Wanqing snorted lightly and looked at Xinyi's smug look, full of confusion. She really couldn't understand where he got such confidence from. While the two were talking, Lin Wanqing was distracted. When she came to her senses, she found that Xinyi's hand had quietly moved to the root of her thigh. Her body tensed instantly and a hot blush rose on her face. She knew very well that if she didn't stop herself, the valves in her body would be opened and she would burst out. Xinyi, can you please take your claws away first? If you keep touching me, I won't be able to drive my car. I'm going to crash soon. Xinyi finally woke up from his dream and awkwardly withdrew his hand. A blush flashed across his face, and he laughed dryly, trying to ease the slightly ambiguous and awkward atmosphere. Yes, I'm sorry, I was just too excited. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, and said with a hint of resentment, You always like to talk nonsense. The car continued to move forward in the ambiguous atmosphere and soon arrived at the auction site. Xinyi got out of the car first, and Lin Wanqing put on high heels and walked out of the car with a swaying figure. She gently took Xinyi's arm and walked towards the auction venue. All I can say is that Lin Wanqing is worthy of being the chairman, as she met one acquaintance after another before she even entered. These people, whether they were business elites or prominent families, greeted her enthusiastically with eyes full of respect and flattery. Lin Wanqing responded calmly, always with a decent smile on her face, showing the demeanor of a strong woman in the workplace. Director Lin, I haven't seen him for a long time, but he's still as charming as ever. An old man with gray hair but vigorous spirit walked over quickly with a smile on his face. Lin Wanqing quickly responded, Mr. Zhang. Long time no see, how are you these days? The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and the old man's gaze fell on Xinyi, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing introduced him at the right time. Mr. Zhang, this is my friend Xinyi. Xinyi is Mr. Zhang Hongye, the helmsman of the Zhang Group. Xinyi extended his hand politely. Mr. Zhang, I have heard of your name for a long time. Zhang Hongye smiled and shook hands with him. Although Lin Wanqing only said that they were friends, Zhang Hongye thought he was her boyfriend. I just don't know whether Xinyi is a rich second-generation kid or a gigolo hired by Lin Wanqing. After all, it is not uncommon for some wealthy and powerful women to find a young and handsome gigolo. Chapter 53 Love Rival? Although Zhang Hongye had many guesses in his mind, he still had a decent smile on his face and said, Mr. Xin is a handsome man. He came here with Director Lin. I guess he is also interested in jewelry collection? Xinyi smiled modestly and responded, Mr. Zhang, you are too kind. I only know a little bit about jewelry. This time I mainly came with Mr. Lin to see it and learn a little. Zhang Hongye nodded and looked at Xinyi again, as if assessing his strength and background. It would be fine if he was just a pretty boy, after all, Lin Wanqing would get tired of him sooner or later. But it would be difficult if it was a young master from some other family. After all, he knew that his son had long admired Lin Wanqing, the flower of the high mountain who came to the capital. In this business circle and world of fame and fortune, although Lin Wanqing is divorced and has a child, her charm has not diminished at all. Instead, she has gained a bit of the unique charm of a mature woman. She was decisive and capable, and she ran her company successfully. She established herself in the business world and became unattainable in the eyes of many people, which made Zhang Yi's admiration for her even deeper. The more Zhang Hongye thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He knew his son's temper very well, and once he made up his mind, it would be difficult to change it. If Xinyi really has a background, then he must find a way to help his son and not let this relationship die before it even begins. Mr. Xin, you are too polite. It is a good thing that young people are interested. This auction is full of hidden talents. You may learn a lot from it. Zhang Hongye had an amiable smile on his face, but his words were full of tentativeness. Mr. Xin looks unfamiliar, I wonder where he works. Xinyi could tell there was something behind his words, but he remained calm and answered in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, Mr. Zhang, I am just an ordinary person. I am currently running a small business, which is not worth mentioning. Xinyi brushed it off lightly, without leaving a single flaw. Zhang Hongye wanted to ask more, but someone called him, so he had to give up for the time being and said to Xinyi and Lin Wanqing, sorry, I have to go over there to greet them first. I will be absent for a moment. After Zhang Hongye walked away, Lin Wanqing gently took Xinyi's arm and joked with a smile, so you are so good at talking. I wouldn't have said that if you hadn't kept rubbing your shoulder against me. Xinyi leaned slightly to the side, lowered his voice, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and his eyes full of doting. Lin Wanqing blushed, patted Xinyi's arm gently, and said coquettishly, you are the only one who can talk nonsense, I am afraid that you will say something nonsense. That's true, but why do I feel an inexplicable hostility? Could it be that the old man just now has a crush on you? Hey, what's wrong? Are you jealous? Xinyi raised his eyebrows and said seriously, I have to keep an eye on potential competitors, but looking at his age, he doesn't want to be with young girls, right? Lin Wanqing almost blushed when she heard this. After all, she is a generation older than Xinyi. Doesn't this mean that Xinyi despises her age? She frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, and asked with a hint of questioning, Xinyi, what do you mean by this? When Xinyi saw Lin Wanqing's strange expression, he immediately realized that he had said something wrong and hurried to make amends. He held Lin Wanqing's hands with both hands and shook them gently, with a flattering smile on his face, Qingqing, please don't misunderstand me. I was just joking. How could I dislike you? In my heart, you will always be the most charming and attractive. Age is not worth mentioning in front of love. Lin Wanqing pretended to be angry. Turning his head away, Humph, I don't believe you can just coax me. Xinyi struck while the iron was hot and leaned close to her ear and whispered, really, think about it, how can that old man Zhang Hongye compare to me? The world can tell my feelings for you. Maybe I was too sensitive because of my hostility just now. Lin Wanqing then turned her head and rolled her eyes at him, you are sensible, but I also feel the hostility. It should be related to his son Zhang Yi. His son pursued me before, but I didn't agree. So that's how it is. It seems like he thinks of me as a love rival. But even if he pursued you, it doesn't matter. I'm the one next to you now. As he spoke, Xinyi gently pulled Lin Wanqing towards him. Lin Wanqing felt a warm current in her heart as she felt Xinyi's actions. But he still said, you just have wild thoughts. Let's go in quickly. With a smile on his face, Xinyi put his arm through Lin Wanqing's arm, and they walked towards the auction in unison. Hey, isn't this the beautiful Lady Lin? How come she's hooking up with a pretty boy after just a few days of not seeing her? A sharp and sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. Xinyi and Lin Wanqing subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman dressed in a bright tight skirt, dressed up gorgeously, holding the arm of a tall foreigner intimately, twisting her waist and walking straight towards them. Xinyi's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, could this be Lin Wanqing's competitor? He couldn't help but look at Lin Wanqing. At this moment, Sun Yao had already walked closer. Lin Wanqing shook her head slightly and signaled Xinyi with her eyes to keep quiet and let her handle it. What a narrow road the enemies meet. Lin Wanqing never expected that she would meet Sun Yao here. Sun Yao, as the chairman of Jinyuan Jewelry, is a sworn enemy of Lin Wanqing's company. They have been fighting openly and secretly over the years and have competed with each other countless times. Just a few days ago, Lin Wanqing had just defeated Sun Yao and severely suppressed her arrogance. Unexpectedly, not long after that, Sun Yao jumped out to cause trouble again. Lin Wanqing glanced at the foreigner next to Sun Yao and couldn't help wondering, from the looks of it, is she hooking up with a foreign big shot? Sun Yao's harsh mocking voice was still echoing in her ears, but Lin Wanqing was not in a hurry. With a decent and slightly mocking smile on her face, she responded slowly. I thought she was the etiquette lady hired by the auction. When I got closer, I saw that she was Miss Sunday. Why are you talking nonsense when I find a companion? But who can compare to you when it comes to liking young people? After not seeing each other for a few days, your taste has changed so much that you are looking for older men? Lin Wanqing looked vaguely at the foreigner next to Sun Yao. He was wearing an expensive custom-made suit and had a full beard. Although he has the deep facial features unique to Europeans and Americans, his face is covered with wrinkles and he looks to be at least 50 or 60 years old. When Sun Yao heard Lin Wanqing's counterattack, her face turned pale and red. Although the foreigner next to her didn't understand what they were saying, he noticed that the atmosphere was wrong and looked at Sun Yao with confusion. Sun Yao took a deep breath, forced a smile, patted the foreigner's arm and said in a soft voice, "Don't mind them, dear. This is a little joke between me and Miss Lin." Chapter 54 Lin Wanqing's Enemy. Lin Wanqing sighed inwardly. She had originally thought that if this foreigner could understand Chinese, she could instigate some trouble and start a fire in Sun Yao's backyard. But now it seems that her plan has failed. Lin Wanqing, don't be so proud. I came to today's auction well prepared. Just wait for the coincidence. Sun Yao finished speaking through gritted teeth, then intimately took the arm of the foreigner next to her, twisted her waist, and walked into the venue arrogantly. From beginning to end, she never looked at Xinyi directly. In Sun Yao's eyes, although Xinyi had a handsome appearance, he was just a gigolo who relied on women to get ahead and was not worth mentioning at all. Xinyi looked at Sun Yao's arrogant and domineering appearance and felt furious. I am such a handsome guy, but I feel so aggrieved that she looks down on me like this. Looking at the foreigner next to Sun Yao, Xinyi couldn't help but complain in his heart. According to her logic, she was just the canary kept by this foreigner. System, check this woman's information. Xinyi muttered in his heart. Byte. Name Sun Yao. Age, 38. Height, 163 centimeters. Appearance 8'2". Privacy value, 7. How many men have you driven with? Status, bad temper, will do anything to achieve his goals. Intimacy, 10. Very bad. Occupation, chairman of Jinyuan Jewelry, a well-known jewelry company in Shangjing City. TSK, good fellow, it seems like he has done a lot of things like keeping gigolos. Xinyi looked at the privacy value given by the system and couldn't help but be amazed. This value was really not low. However, what he did not expect was that Sun Yao's impression of him was so bad. Could this be the reverse of the legendary love the person and love the dog? Because he hated Lin Wanqing, he was also disliked to the extreme? Xinyi, if you look at me again, I will dig your eyes out. Seeing Xinyi staring at the direction where Sun Yao left, with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy in his eyes, Lin Wanqing scolded him half jokingly and half seriously. Xinyi suddenly came back to his senses, looking at Lin Wanqing's cute appearance pretending to be fierce with slightly puffed cheeks, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xingqing, don't let your imagination run wild. I was just angry when I thought about Sun Yao's arrogant attitude, and I was thinking about how to teach her a lesson. Snort. Lin Wanqing snorted and turned away deliberately, not looking at Xinyi anymore, thinking to herself, how could I not know what you were thinking? I don't believe your lies. At this moment, she looked like a little girl who was in a bad mood, and she had lost all the fierceness of a strong career woman. Women, no matter what age they are, once they get angry, they are as stubborn as a stubborn donkey, and even 10 cows can't pull them back. Xingqing, don't you know me yet? With Sun Yao's temperament, how could I possibly like her? You are the only one in my heart. Xinyi ignored the people coming and going around him and hugged Lin Wanqing tightly from behind, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder, and his warm breath sprayed on her neck. Xinyi, let go, there are so many people here. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened slightly, and a blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. She originally just wanted to make Xinyi clear about her attitude. He must not have any unclear relationship with Sun Yao. But I didn't expect Xinyi to be so bold and do such an intimate thing in public. If you call me husband, I'll let go. Otherwise, I'll just hold you in my arms and walk into the venue. Relying on the fact that he had few acquaintances here, Shinyi started to act like a spoiled brat, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a sly smile. He knew in his heart that Lin Wanqing was thin-skinned and could not afford to lose face. Don't scream. Shinyi, let me go quickly, or I will never let you go. Lin Wanqing was both embarrassed and anxious, her voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, she used both hands to pry Shinyi's arms apart, and her body kept twisting. Seeing that Lin Wanqing was really about to collapse from anxiety, Shinyi's eyes flashed with a hint of doting, and then he reluctantly let go of her hand. After letting go of her hand, Lin Wanqing hurriedly tidied up her slightly messy clothes, glared at Shinyi in reproach, and muttered in a low voice, You only know how to give me problems, and you don't even consider what kind of occasion this is. Shinyi smiled and scratched his head. By the way, Xingqing, what did that woman mean when she said she came prepared? Could it be that she has the ability to take the photo of the finale jewelry? I'm not too sure about that. But looking at the foreigner she's with, he must be quite wealthy. Otherwise, with Sun Yao's personality, how could she submit to him? As she spoke, Lin Wanqing raised a faint smile and teased, You should know that her previous mate selection criteria were all young and handsome, like you. But now she has found an old man, which shows that the other party's financial resources and power should not be underestimated. I guess he has the strength to make her willing to compromise. I see. Shinyi nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself, It seems that Sun Yao's privacy value is so high, there must be a story behind it. But even if she really has the ability to buy the finale jewelry, what does it have to do with us? You don't even know that our company's jewelry sales last month were twice as high as Jin Yuan jewelry. Lin Wanqing raised her chin, her eyes full of confidence and pride, and her tone revealed her disdain for Sun Yao's behavior. Why don't you run your own company well? It is of no use to do crooked and unorthodox things all day long. Wow, my woman is so amazing. Of course. Shinyi suddenly leaned in close with a sly smile on his face. Since you are so awesome, give me a kiss as a reward. Don't want. Lin Wanqing's cheeks turned slightly red and she gently pushed Shinyi and said angrily. Just a kiss, okay? Lin Wanqing had no way to deal with Shinyi and said helplessly, Then let's go in and kiss each other, okay? There is a private room inside and you can do whatever you want. Ding. Lin Wanqing intimacy +5. Seeing that his persuasion had succeeded, Shinyi let Lin Wanqing go contentedly, with a sly smile of success on his face. Today's auction is of great significance to him. This is a great opportunity to win Lin Wanqing, and he will not let it go. The finale jewel has nothing to do with us? That's totally wrong. Shinyi muttered to himself in a low voice, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes, and he had already started to think about the next plan in his mind. The two walked into the auction site side by side. Lin Wanqing took out a business card from her exquisite handbag and handed it to the receptionist at the door. The receptionist took it with both hands, immediately showed respect in his eyes, bowed slightly, and then quickly called over a beautiful woman in a gorgeous cheongsam. The cheongsam beauty walked over quickly with elegant steps, a professional yet friendly smile on her face. She nodded slightly and then turned sideways to lead Shinyi and Lin Wanqing to the second floor. The auction site is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is a spacious and bright public auction area. At this time, it is full of people. Everyone is talking and discussing the upcoming auction. The atmosphere is warm and noisy. The second floor is completely different. It is quiet and private, with private rooms scattered around. These private rooms are specially designed for distinguished guests with status and position. They are luxuriously decorated and well-equipped, allowing guests to enjoy a quiet and comfortable auction environment while also highlighting their unique identity and status. Chapter 55 Auctioneer Chow Yapping. The two followed the cheongsam beauty to a private room on the second floor. As soon as they entered, Shinyi was attracted by the layout of the room. In the center of the room stands an exquisite mahogany round table, surrounded by several comfortable leather chairs. Fresh fruits and exquisite tea sets are placed on the table. There are several priceless works of art hanging on the walls, which complement the classical furniture in the room. Lin Wanqing walked to the window, gently opened the curtains, and looked down at the bustling auction hall downstairs. A confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Looking down from here is a different feeling. Shinyi walked up to her and gently put his arm around her waist. With you by my side, everything seems beautiful. Lin Wanqing blushed slightly and gently slapped his hand away. You just say sweet words. At this time, the cheongsam beauty brought a list of jewelry items for the auction from outside. Shinyi took the list, sat on the sofa with Lin Wanqing, and looked through it together. He wanted to see if this finale jewel was a treasure and so valuable. On the list, the names and descriptions of each piece of jewelry were listed one by one, from rare deep-sea pearl jewelry to sapphire earrings emitting a mysterious glow. Each one was priceless. And when their eyes fell on the finale piece of jewelry, Shenyi and Lin Wanqing couldn't help but hold their breath. The Burmese Imperial Green Jade set has a rich and pure color, a warm and delicate texture, and is full of water and translucent. It is a rare top-grade jade in the world. Carefully designed and crafted by an internationally renowned jewelry master, the necklace and bracelet are inlaid with jade beads and dazzling diamonds of the same quality, paired with a luxurious jade ring. The entire set of jewelry exudes a royal demeanor, with a starting price of 150 million. Although Shenyi didn't know much about jewelry, he felt that this thing was worth a lot just by looking at the picture. Lin Wanqing is an expert, so she can naturally appreciate the extraordinary value of this jade set. Her fingers lightly slid across the description of the jadeite set on the list, her eyes full of amazement and appreciation. This imperial green jadeite is extremely rare, and this quality is 1 in a million. Coupled with the carving and design by an international master, it's no wonder that the starting price is so high. Shenyi looked at Lin Wanqing's obsessed look and felt secretly happy. He thought that this auction came at the perfect time. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to win the heart of such a beauty? He moved closer to Lin Wanqing, with the corners of his mouth raised. Qing, no matter what you want, I will help you get it. Lin Wanqing turned her head and thought Shenyi was joking. She couldn't help but smile and responded with a chuckle, you are just a witty talker. Even if I sell you, I can't get enough money to buy the jewelry, okay? What if I really did take a picture of it for you? Shenyi raised his eyebrows slightly, and as he spoke, he gently lifted Lin Wanqing's chin and asked her to look directly into his eyes. If you can really take her down, I will naturally keep my word. Lin Wanqing couldn't help laughing at his serious look and responded half jokingly and half seriously. Upon hearing this, Shenyi's face broke into a bright smile. He deliberately asked Lin Wanqing to repeat her promise, thinking to himself that he must not let her go back on her word when the time comes. After all, with the system, how could he not get the jewelry? All right, stop joking. Let's look at something we can afford. I've prepared 30 million this time, so I think I can get a few that I like. Lin Wanqing smiled and waved her hand, bringing the topic back on track. Shenyi did not explain and started looking at other jewels with Lin Wanqing. Miss Lin, the auction is about to begin. Would you like to move to the window? The view there will be wider and the effect of watching the auction will be better. At this moment, the Cheongsam beauty whispered a timely reminder. She has received rigorous professional training and knows that during the service process, she should only speak at necessary and critical moments. At the reminder of the Cheongsam beauty, Shenyi and Lin Wanqing stood up and walked to the window. At this time, the auction hall was packed with people, and everyone was whispering to each other, looking forward to the auction starting. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more heated, a female auctioneer dressed in a gorgeous high-slit cheongsam walked onto the stage gracefully. She has a curvy figure, and the perfect tailoring shows off her figure to the fullest. The wavy hair casually draped over the shoulders adds a touch of charm. She had a professional smile on her lips, which was as warm as the spring sun and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hello, distinguished guests. I am Chow Yaping. As soon as Chow Yaping opened her mouth, her voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley, echoing in the huge auction hall and making the originally noisy environment quiet in an instant. Welcome everyone to the Shangjing Jewelry Auction. Today we have carefully prepared a series of rare treasures for you. I believe it will be a feast for your eyes. The audience immediately exploded, with whispers rising from the crowd. Oh my god! This time, it's actually Goddess Chow herself who's hosting the event. It looks like this auction is going to be of a very special standard. Of course not. Look at how many prominent figures are here today. Any one of them is a well-known figure in the business and political circles. I heard that Lin Wanqing and Sun Yao also came to this auction. I didn't expect that 3 of the 5 most famous beauties in Shangjing City would gather together at once. Oh, if only one of them could belong to me, even if it's just a dream. Just when some people were immersed in beautiful fantasies and couldn't extricate themselves, someone took the lead and shouted, "Goddess Chow, I love you." This cry was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing thousands of waves. Goddess Chow, I love you. Shouts echoed in the auction hall, one wave higher than the other, and everyone's enthusiasm was completely ignited by Chow Yaping. Chow Yaping was very satisfied with the performance of the audience. After all, her family attached great importance to this auction, so they asked her to host it. Chow Yaping gently raised her hand and blew a kiss to everyone. The atmosphere on the scene was instantly pushed to a boiling point, with screams and shouts intertwined into one. When the noise died down, she smiled and spoke again, "Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Now, let's focus on the first lot." As she spoke, a hostess walked steadily onto the stage carrying an exquisite tray. On the tray, a dazzling ruby bracelet sparkled under the spotlight. "This is a ruby bracelet from Mogok, Myanmar." Chow Yaping's voice is clear and magnetic. Each ruby is rich in color, showing the purest pigeon blood red, with extremely high clarity, and they are all carefully polished by top craftsmen, and matched with shining diamonds, which can be said to complement each other. The starting price is 3 million. As soon as the words fell, someone in the audience quickly raised a sign, 3.5 million. A man in a dark suit spoke in a loud and determined voice. 4 million. The one who responded to him was a lady wearing jewels, with sharp eyes, who raised the price without hesitation. Chapter 56 Sun Yao takes action. Xin Yi, is she pretty? Lin Wanqing suddenly moved closer to Xin Yi, gently tugged at his sleeve, raised her head slightly, with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy in her eyes. Xin Yi was stunned at first, then reacted, with a doting smile on his lips. He stretched out his hand and gently scratched Lin Wanqing's nose, saying, "No matter how beautiful I am, can I compare to you? In my heart, you are unique and irreplaceable." Lin Wanqing snorted softly and turned her head away. "You are just sweet talking. But this Chow Yaping is really charming. She can stir up the atmosphere so enthusiastically." Xin Yi looked at Lin Wanqing's slightly arrogant profile and thought she was very cute. "She is quite capable, but I don't have the heart to pay attention to others. I only have eyes for you." Humph, men's words are deceitful. "I don't believe that you don't have any thoughts about her. Ching, you are being wronged. I really didn't do that." Xin Yi really didn't lie this time. Although Chow Yaping was very beautiful, he couldn't say that he liked her. In Xin Yi's heart, there was an indescribable sense of fame and fortune lingering around her, and she was really not the type he admired. "Then did you know that she is one of the 5 most beautiful women in Shangjing City?" Lin Wanqing tilted her head, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Ah." Xin Yi was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head, his face full of confusion. "I really haven't heard of it." Lin Wanqing pursed her lips and patiently explained, "They are the 5 most recognized beauties in Shangjing City, and Chow Yaping is one of them." Ching, I've really never heard of this. Besides, in my heart, having a goddess like you is enough. Others are not worth my attention at all." "You said you haven't heard of it, how do you know?" Before Lin Wanqing could finish her words, Xin Yi suddenly moved closer and gently covered her lips. After a while, the two separated slightly. Xin Yi's breath was a little hurried, but there was a sly smile on the corner of his mouth. "My Qingqing is naturally beautiful and bright. You can tell with your toes that she must be one of the top 5 goddesses." Now Lin Wanqing was completely obedient. No matter what, she was always teased by Xin Yi, so she just kept silent. At this time, the bidding in the audience entered the final stage. The ruby bracelet from Mogok, Myanmar, sparkled brightly under the light, and its price had risen to 9.5 million. On the stage, Chow Yaping's clear and pleasant voice rang out again, 9.5 million once, 9.5 million twice. Just as she was about to drop the hammer, Lin Wanqing pressed the bidding button in the private room and said, 10 million. Chow Yaping was slightly stunned, thinking that she had heard wrongly. She quickly glanced at the private room where Lin Wanqing was. After confirming that it was she who made the bid, she immediately regained her professional smile on her face. "This distinguished guest has offered 10 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?" The person who made the bid just now recognized Lin Wanqing's identity and stopped bidding. After all, she is a great beauty in Shangjing City, so it will always be a good idea to leave a good impression on her. "Ching, why are you the first one to be auctioned?" Xin Yi also didn't expect that Lin Wanqing would attack at the last moment. "Everyone is actually testing this first one. The price is not too high and it has the best value for money. I just need it, so I'll auction it off." After hearing this, Xin Yi couldn't help but look at Lin Wanqing with new eyes, and nodded with a smile. "My Qingqing is really thoughtful. I didn't expect you to have such considerations." Seeing that no one else was bidding, Chow Yaping began to make her final offer, her voice still clear and sweet, 10 million once, 10 million twice. Just as the word 3 and 10 million 3 was about to come out of his mouth, an abrupt voice broke the brief silence. "I'll give you 11 million. The sound was like a bolt from the blue, instantly making the atmosphere in the whole venue tense again. Everyone's eyes followed the direction of the sound, trying to find this Cheng Yao Jin who had appeared out of nowhere. Lin Wanqing also subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She obviously didn't expect that there would be complications at this last moment. Her gaze penetrated the crowd and fell on the next private room. When she saw that the familiar figure was Sun Yao, Lin Wanqing knew in her heart that Sun Yao had come to disrupt the situation on purpose. The private room where Sun Yao was located was next to Lin Wanqing, and she clearly heard Lin Wanqing's final offer. In order to make things difficult for Lin Wanqing, she chose to take action at the last minute. It's not for any other reason, I just don't like Lin Wanqing. Qiao Yaping was standing on the stage, and her eyes also caught sight of Sun Yao. As one of the 5 most beautiful women in Shangjing City, Qiao Yaping had heard something about the dispute between Lin Wanqing and Sun Yao. At this moment, an imperceptible excitement flashed in her eyes, and the professional smile on the corners of her mouth became brighter. In this fiercely competitive auction, bidders like Lin Wanqing and Sun Yao, who are both competitive and powerful, are undoubtedly the most likely to create a climax. She turned gracefully towards the private room where Sun Yao was, and her voice was clear and pleasant, yet just right to spread throughout the auction hall. Number 11 on the second floor bids 11 million. Is there a higher bid? This question was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing waves to rise again. 12 million. Lin Wanqing almost gritted her teeth and pressed the bidding button again without hesitation. Hearing Lin Wanqing's offer, a barely perceptible smugness flashed across Sun Yao's face. She slowly turned her head and cast a provocative and smug look in the direction of Lin Wanqing through the glass of the private room. That look seemed to say, I know you'll take the bait just by looking at me. Naturally, this scene did not escape Lin Wanqing's eyes. Anger surged in her heart and her hands clenched unconsciously. However, her years of business experience helped her calm down quickly. She took a deep breath and told herself not to be affected by Sun Yao's little tricks. Since the beauty in room 10 wants it so much, I'll give it to her. Sun Yao deliberately prolonged her voice, which came out from the private room with a hint of sarcasm and mockery. As soon as she finished speaking, she reached out and closed the curtains of the private room in a graceful manner, leaving Lin Wanqing with only a cold and arrogant back. Lin Wanqing looked at the slowly falling curtains, took a deep breath, suppressed the unhappiness in her heart, turned to look at Shen Yi, and tried hard to force a smile. It's okay. I've already taken off the bracelet. There's no need to get mad at her. Shen Yi looked at Lin Wanqing quietly without saying a word, but raised his hand and gently touched her head. There was a barely perceptible hint of coldness in his eyes, and he was already thinking about how to give the other person a taste of his own medicine. In his opinion, Sun Yao's wanton provocation should not be let off easily. At this time, Qiao Yaping's clear voice rang out again, congratulations to the lady in room 10 for winning this precious ruby bracelet. Following Qiao Yaping's announcement, there was a polite round of applause from the audience. Next, let us invite our second lot for today's auction, a pair of natural emerald earrings from Brazil. Chapter 57 Seduction. As the jewels were displayed one by one, the atmosphere became increasingly heated. The people in the private room took turns to buy the jewelry they liked. Zhang Hongye, who I met before entering the auction, also successfully bought a precious sapphire brooch. Lin Wanqing remained silent, her eyes occasionally glancing towards Sun Yao's private room, thinking silently in her mind. In her opinion, since Sun Yao had been so provocative before, she must find an opportunity to retaliate. Finally, Sun Yao showed great interest in a diamond necklace from South Africa and began to bid. Seeing the opportunity, Lin Wanqing's eyes flashed with sharpness, and her fingers were already on the bidding machine. When she was about to press it, Shen Yi suddenly reached out and gently pressed her wrist. Lin Wanqing turned her head with a puzzled look on her face and looked at Shen Yi, her eyes full of confusion. Shen Yi shook his head slightly and whispered, "Don't be impatient. It would be too easy for her to be led by her nose like this. Let's wait for a better opportunity and kill her by surprise." Lin Wanqing frowned and was about to refute, but when she saw the determination in Shen Yi's eyes, she swallowed the words back. She took a deep breath, suppressed the impulse in her heart, sat back in the chair, and still stared at Sun Yao's every move. On stage, Qiao Yaping enthusiastically introduced the unique features of the diamond necklace. This necklace uses top-grade South African diamonds, each of which has been carefully selected and cut, and is dazzling. The design combines modern and retro elements, showing luxury. The current bid for room 11 is 15 million. Is there a higher price? Qiao Yaping looked around the room expectantly, but there was total silence and no one responded. She paused for a moment, and the clear voice rang out again, 15 million once. The sound echoed in the spacious auction hall, and everyone held their breath, waiting for possible new bids. 15 million twice. Still no one answered, and the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Deal. Congratulations to Miss Sun for buying this unique diamond necklace. The auction hammer in Chow Yaping's hand fell heavily, making a crisp sound, announcing the end of the bidding. There was sparse applause from the audience, some out of politeness, some with a hint of envy. Sun Yao looked at the necklace she had just bought, feeling confused. She thought that Lin Wanqing would bid in retaliation for the previous provocation, but until the end of the auction, there was no movement from Lin Wanqing. This made her feel a little lost. TSK, I thought I could fight her again, what a bore. She turned around and looked at Silas beside her with a smile on her face, her eyes full of flattery. Silas, I love you so much. After all, the money for the auction just now was sponsored by him, and she knew in her heart that she had to thank him. Silas raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile, and took Sun Yao into his arms, enjoying the beauty of it. Sun Yao didn't care at all. She knew in her heart that this foreigner was willing to spend money on her simply because he was attracted by her beauty. And she would not lose out either. Not only could she get the jewelry for free, but she would also be proud when he took the photo for the finale jewelry. Room number 10. Lin Wanqing frowned, with a bit of annoyance and resentment in her eyes, and said with a little complaint, Shenyi, look, you let her take the jewelry so easily. She must be so proud of herself that she doesn't know who she is now. As he spoke, he stamped his feet lightly, his displeasure evident in his words. Qingqing, don't be impatient. The auction is only halfway through, the best is yet to come. Shenyi moved closer to Lin Wanqing, his warm breath sprayed in her ears, and he whispered softly, let's do this. Hearing Shenyi's words, Lin Wanqing's eyes flashed with hesitation. She subconsciously bit her lower lip and looked at Shenyi with a slightly worried look. Is this really going to work? I didn't bring that much money with me when I went out today. What if? Don't worry, Qingqing, it will definitely work, trust me. Chow Yaping was very satisfied with today's auction. Under her promotion, the prices of many jewelry auctions were higher than expected. I believe everyone has a goddess and a man in their mind. She slightly turned sideways, and the high-slit cheongsam inadvertently revealed a small section of her fair and slender thighs. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the audience. In the crowd, a young man shouted at the top of his voice, You are my goddess, I want Goddess Chow. I want to give birth to a child for you. These words caused a burst of laughter from the people around him, but the man's face flushed red, and he looked very sincere, and it was obvious that he was not joking. When Chow Yaping heard these threatening words, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a confident and charming smile. She did not look embarrassed at all, but responded generously, Then I will wait for you all. Her voice was clear and somewhat teasing, instantly pushing the atmosphere to another climax. After the laughter, Chow Yaping quickly stopped smiling, regained her professional look, and turned to look at the display stand. The etiquette lady presented an exquisite velvet box at the right time. Chow Yaping gently opened it and found a jade ring inside. Dear guests, what is presented to you now is a pair of top-quality jade rings from Myanmar. She paused slightly, glanced at the audience, and continued with a gentle smile on her face, This pair of rings is not just jewelry, but also a symbol of love. Just think about it, when you put this ring on the hand of your loved one, it would be such a deep and romantic confession. Whether you wear this pair of rings every day or on important anniversaries, they will make you the center of attention and add a rich touch to your love story. Now, I announce that the starting price of this pair of emerald rings that carry romance and affection is 15 million. In an instant, the whole place was in a commotion, with people whispering to each other. It has to be said that once anything is linked to love, the price instantly rises. Chow Yaping's grasp of people's hearts is extremely accurate, and she is truly a genius in marketing. However, this price setting just happened to suit Shenyi's wishes. Qingqing, don't hesitate, make your bid quickly, we want to be the first to try it out and gain the upper hand. Lin Wanqing understood what he meant. Almost at the moment when Shenyi finished speaking, she pressed the bidding button without hesitation. Her clear and firm voice spread throughout the venue, 15 million. This action may seem impulsive, but it actually contains hidden meanings. Shenyi wanted Sun Yao to mistakenly believe that Lin Wanqing was determined to get the pair of rings, so as to stimulate her competitive spirit and lead her step by step into the carefully laid trap. Let her pay for her impulsive behavior just now. Chapter 58, Scheming Against Sun Yao. Sun Yao was playing with the diamond necklace she had just bought in the private room. When she heard Lin Wanqing's bid, her movements suddenly stopped and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. What is Lin Wanqing doing? She didn't say anything before, but now she suddenly bids. Could it be that she is really determined to win? She muttered softly, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Silas, who was beside her, noticed her mood change, patted her shoulder gently, and asked if she was interested in the pair of rings. Sun Yao gritted her teeth, thinking that she must not let Lin Wanqing succeed easily, so she said to Silas in a tender voice, "Dear, this ring is so beautiful, I want it too. Can you take a picture of it for me?" Silas smiled fondly, nodded in agreement, and then pressed the bidding button, 16 million. When Lin Wanqing heard Sun Yao's bid, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. She looked at Xin Yi, and Xin Yi nodded slightly to signal her to continue. Lin Wanqing immediately raised the price, 17 million. Her voice was firm, as if declaring her determination to Sun Yao. At this time, the audience had been attracted by the fierce bidding and turned their eyes to the two private rooms, whispering about the competition between the rich and powerful. Sun Yao turned to look at Silas, her eyes full of anxiety. "Dear, she is so annoying, we can't lose to her." Silas frowned. Although he was financially strong, he didn't want to spend too much on the pair of rings. However, seeing Sun Yao's eager look, it was hard to refuse, so he had to raise the price again, 18 million. Xin Yi watched the price rise step by step, feeling secretly proud in his heart, for he knew that Sun Yao had gradually taken the bait. He leaned close to Lin Wanqing's ear and whispered, "Provoke her again, she can't hold back any longer." Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and pressed the bid button again, 20 million. When the price was announced, the whole audience was shocked. No one expected that the price of the rings would be raised so high in such a short period of time. The more determined Lin Wanqing was to get the pair of jade rings, the less likely Sun Yao would succeed in getting her. When Sun Yao heard Lin Wanqing call out a price of 20 million, a strange smile appeared on his face, as if he was determined to win. She turned to look at Silas, her eyes flashing with shrewd calculation, and said in a low but firm voice, "Dear, keep raising the price, no matter how much, stick to this price, I want to see how long she can hold on." Silas looked embarrassed, but under Sun Yao's soft and hard persuasion, he had no choice but to press the bidding button again, 21 million. In private room number 10, Lin Wanqing and Xin Yi watched Sun Yao continue to raise the price, and the two exchanged a tacit look. Xin Yi nodded slightly and said softly, "It's almost time to close the net." Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and raised the corners of her mouth in an imperceptible arc. At this time, in the two private rooms, Lin Wanqing and Sun Yao's eyes met in the air through the glass of the rooms. There were countless calculations between them in that eye contact. Chao Yaping stood on the stage, her cheeks slightly flushed with excitement. As expected, with these two people present, the bidding price is high. She shouted excitedly, 21 million at a time, is there a higher bid? The sound echoed in the silent auction hall, and everyone held their breath, waiting for new bids. Lin Wanqing sat quietly for a moment, then slowly spoke, her voice clear but with a hint of determination, "I give up." These three simple words instantly broke the tense atmosphere. There was an uproar in the audience, and everyone was whispering to each other, shocked by this sudden reversal. The moment Sun Yao heard Lin Wanqing give up, the smile on her face froze instantly. She widened her eyes, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What? She gave up?" Sun Yao exclaimed in a low voice, her face full of anger and unwillingness. Only then did she realize that she had been tricked by Lin Wanqing and had wasted millions on this meaningless bidding. Silas sighed helplessly and looked at Sun Yao with helplessness in his eyes. "Dear, we are at a big loss now." Sun Yao gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Anger was burning in her heart. She secretly vowed to find an opportunity to retaliate against Lin Wanqing. In private room number 10, Lin Wanqing and Xin Yi smiled at each other. Lin Wanqing leaned on Xin Yi's shoulder and said softly, "Now, she should know the consequences of provoking others casually." Xin Yi gently stroked her hair and said with a smile, "Yes, let's see if she dares to be so arrogant in the future." At this time, Chao Yaping announced that Sun Yao bought the ring for 21 million yuan. Sun Yao didn't expect that her cleverness would backfire and she was tricked by Lin Wanqing. She slowly stood up and subconsciously looked towards room number 10. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to freeze. Lin Wanqing seemed to have expected this. She was standing elegantly by the window at this moment, with a faint but mocking smile on her lips. Her two beautiful lips gently opened and closed, silently uttering two words. "Loser." This scene was like a sharp dagger, piercing directly into Sun Yao's self-esteem. In an instant, a surge of hot blood rushed to her forehead, her eyes went dark, her body swayed, and she almost lost her balance. In everyone's eyes, Sun Yao was always calm and self-sustaining, and could maintain her elegance and composure no matter what kind of storm she faced. But in front of Lin Wanqing, she seemed like a different person, and her emotions were always easily influenced by her, and she lost her composure again and again. Come to think of it, it's no wonder that in her confrontations with Lin Wanqing, she never seemed to really win, and ended up in failure every time. How could the proud Sun Yao swallow this? Sun Yao bit her lower lip tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She really didn't want to see Lin Wanqing's face, which made her so disgusted, again. It seemed that looking at it for one more moment would make her suffocate. So she turned around abruptly and walked quickly back to Silas. Silas looked at her with concern and was about to speak to comfort her, but was interrupted by Sun Yao raising her hand. Sun Yao took a deep breath, as if to swallow all the grievances in her heart. A trace of determination and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. She sneered and said, "It's okay. It's just a pair of rings. I don't care at all." Her voice trembled slightly, with some gnashing of teeth. "Anyway, there will be an auction of the finale jewelry later. Silas, you come forward and take it. I want to let Lin Wanqing see what real strength is and make her envious." As she spoke, she raised a mocking arc at the corner of her mouth and added, "My man is not comparable to that pretentious pretty boy next to Lin Wanqing." If Xin Yi knew Sun Yao's self-satisfied thoughts at this moment, he would probably curse. After all, in a sense, he is the real rich man. And he doesn't look like a gigolo, does he? Because of love, he fell in love with a rich young woman who was much older than him. Is that wrong? Chapter 59 Finale Jewelry. The auction proceeded in an orderly manner, and each piece of rare jewelry was sold after fierce bidding. After several rounds of bidding, the highlight moment of the auction finally arrived. The finale treasure that everyone has been looking forward to was about to appear. Chao Yaping stood in the center of the stage and scanned the audience. Her clear and pleasant voice echoed in the auction hall, "I can feel that everyone is looking forward to the finale of this auction. You can't wait to see its charm. So I will not keep you in suspense and directly unveil its mysterious veil." As she finished speaking, she gracefully leaned to the side, stretched out her arms, made a gesture of invitation, and announced loudly, "Next, let us welcome today's important guest with the warmest applause, Burmese Imperial Green Jadeite." This set of jadeite embodies the ingenuity of nature and the exquisite craftsmanship of top craftsmen. It is so rare that it can be said to be rare in the world. At Chao Yaping's signal, the curtain behind the stage slowly opened, and a well-dressed etiquette lady walked in with graceful steps, carrying a display stand in her hands. The Burmese Imperial Green Jadeite shines with a breathtaking glow under the bright lights. The jadeite on the necklace is round and full, with a color so rich that it seems as if emerald oil paint could drip out. The green is pure and deep, without any impurities. The starting price for this set of jade is 150 million. Chao Yaping's voice rang out again, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue. In order to fully display the charm of this rare treasure, Chao Yaping came to its side specially. She had a graceful figure. She took a light step forward with her right leg, and the high-slit skirt slid down, revealing her straight, slender, and white jade-like long legs, instantly becoming the focus of the entire audience. I have to say, Chao Yaping really has a good leg. I'm afraid a man would never get tired of playing with these legs for 3 years. The men in the audience showed amazement and admiration in their eyes, and some even opened their mouths slightly, looking lost. Most women showed complex expressions of envy and jealousy, secretly lamenting why they did not have such beautiful legs. No wonder there is a popular saying on the internet, "My sister's legs are not legs, they are spring water" by the Seine. It is the most appropriate word to describe Chao Yaping's beautiful legs. Lin Wanqing has always been very confident about her appearance and figure, and her elegance is evident in her every move. However, looking at Chao Yaping's perfect long legs on the stage, she had to admit in her heart that she was indeed unable to reach her level in this regard. She subconsciously turned her gaze to Xin Yi beside her, and a complex emotion inexplicably arose in her heart. Xin Yi's attention seemed to be attracted as well. Lin Wanqing's heart tightened and she frowned slightly. But when she looked closely, she found that Xin Yi's eyes were not fixed on Chao Yaping as she worried, but were staring at her legs. "Xin Yi, why do you keep looking at my legs?" Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt a little embarrassed being stared at so intently by Xin Yi, and subconsciously closed her legs. The corners of Xin Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sly smile. He naturally also noticed Chao Yaping's eye-catching beautiful legs. But long before Lin Wanqing looked at him, he had keenly sensed her thoughts. So, he decided to take the initiative and chuckled, "That must be because he is greedy for Qingqing's legs." As he spoke, he reached out and gently pinched Lin Wanqing's cheek. At this time, the bidding in the auction hall has already begun. Silas, who was next to Sun Yao, was the first to bid 160 million. After all, Silas came here just for this finale jewel, and he would definitely not miss it easily. Sun Yao looked at Silas's bid with a smug look on her face. She turned to look at the private room where Lin Wanqing was, her eyes full of provocation, as if to say, "See how you can compete with me this time." Lin Wanqing saw Sun Yao's eyes and knew that she was mocking her. But she couldn't fight back. After all, it was really too expensive. Xin Yi took in everything. He wants to order this jewelry. However, he did not intend to enter the game too early, but was prepared to wait until the critical moment, strike with thunder, and make the final decision, giving Lin Wanqing an unprecedented surprise. But before that, he felt he had to explain to Lin Wanqing where his money came from. "Qingqing, I have something to confess to you." Xin Yi took a deep breath, his expression unusually serious. Lin Wanqing was concentrating on the auction on the stage. When she heard Xin Yi's words, she turned her head with a puzzled look on her face. "Xin Yi, what do you want to confess?" Qingqing, actually I am a rich second generation." "I know." Lin Wanqing responded nonchalantly. In her opinion, Xin Yi spent lavishly on a daily basis and went in and out of high-end places without blinking an eye, so his family must have some wealth. But she always thought that Xin Yi's so-called rich second generation was just an ordinary rich kid with a little money. "You knew that a long time ago?" Xin Yi was confused by Lin Wanqing's answer, and the long speech he had prepared was instantly choked back. "You spend money lavishly, you must be a rich second generation. Why, is it possible that all the money you spend now is earned by yourself?" Lin Wanqing curled her lips and teased half-jokingly. "Damn, you are really right. You really earned it yourself." Xin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he remained expressionless. He secretly planned in his heart that he must use practical actions to let Lin Wanqing understand what a real rich second generation is. After all, Lin Wanqing had said before that if he could get the jewelry, she would give herself to him without reservation, and he wanted to make this surprise shocking enough. This rare Burmese imperial green jadeite set has seen its price skyrocket to as high as 200 million after rounds of fierce competition among several mysterious buyers. Just when everyone thought that the bidding war had entered a fierce stalemate, a steady voice broke the delicate balance on the scene through a telephone commission: 230 million. The sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of every bidder. Especially Silas, who was originally planning to raise the price to 210 million, but when he heard this offer, his face instantly turned a little ugly. You know, although he is financially strong when he comes to participate in the auction this time, the funds he can currently use are only 220 million. The extra 10 million yuan difference put him in a dilemma. Sun Yao keenly noticed Silas's hesitation, and a hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes. In her heart, this jade package is not only a symbol of wealth and status, but also a weapon for her to hold her head high in front of Lin Wanqing. She cannot accept failure no matter what. So, without thinking, she moved closer to Silas, her voice eager and somewhat bewitching. "How about I lend you some? I still have 30 million now." Silas was slightly startled when he heard this, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. The price was indeed beyond his expectations. However, if Sun Yao lends it to him, then it would be acceptable. After all, it is not certain whether the money will be repaid or not. Thinking of this, Silas gritted his teeth and raised the price to 240 million. Chapter 60: Xin Yi takes action. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue was extremely tense, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the next bid. Chow Yaping stood on the stage, a professional and satisfied smile on her face, her eyes unconsciously looking towards private room number 11. The price just called out for room 11 came as a timely relief, even exceeding her most optimistic estimate for the jade package. She thought to herself that if the owner of this voice was not from the familiar private room number 11, she really wanted to walk down the stage impatiently and have a good communication with this mysterious buyer. After all, in Shangjing City, where many talented people are hiding, anyone who can so easily spend such a huge amount of money to participate in the auction is definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Wanqing looked in the direction of private room number 11, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. She really didn't expect that the slightly weathered man next to Sun Yao would be so wealthy. She really is hooking up with a rich man. Xin Yi was sitting next to her, taking in all of this, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said jokingly, "Qingqing, don't forget, your man is not short of money either." Hearing this, Lin Wanqing turned her head and rolled her eyes at him, saying angrily, "You are rich? You want to be my son-in-law if you are rich?" Xin Yi was not annoyed, he just smiled and did not refute. He knew clearly that it was time to use the power of the system to give Lin Wanqing a big surprise. So, he silently called the system in his heart, "System, where is my auction funds?" Instantly, a mechanical voice that only he could hear rang in his mind. "It has been put into the host's pocket. The cost of this auction will be paid by the system. Please rest assured, host." Shenyi reached out his hand and touched his pocket inconspicuously. His fingertips touched a hard card. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Everything was under control. Just when everyone thought that the bid for room 11 would be the final outcome of the auction, Shenyi's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. He winked at Lin Wanqing, and although Lin Wanqing looked confused, she still chose to believe him. Shenyi picked up the bidding machine slowly, pressed the number, and said calmly and forcefully, 300 million. This offer was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar in the auction hall. All eyes turned to the private room they were in, and there was an uproar. A hint of surprise and astonishment flashed in Xiao Yaping's eyes. She had never expected that there would be such an amazing reversal in this auction. She said excitedly, "This VIP bid 300 million, is there anyone who can offer more? This is a rare Burmese Imperial Green Jadeite package. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to have another chance." When Sun Yao heard Shenyi's offer, her face turned pale and blue. She couldn't believe that Shenyi, whom she had always regarded as a gigolo, could actually ask for such a high price. Lin Wanqing was also shocked by Shenyi's offer. She quickly grabbed Shenyi's arm and asked in a low voice, "Are you crazy? Where did you get so much money?" Shenyi smiled and patted her hands, saying mysteriously, "I told you that your man is very rich, so don't worry about the money." Lin Wanqing looked at Shenyi's confident look. Although she was still full of doubts, she felt a little relieved. She bit her lip and stopped asking questions. She just held Shenyi's hand tightly and returned her gaze to the auction table. At this time, the auction hall was silent, and everyone was waiting to see if anyone would continue to raise the price. Xiao Yaping's voice sounded again, 300 million once, 300 million twice. Every time she shouted, Sun Yao's face became uglier. She clenched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, and her nails were almost digging into her flesh. Just as Xiao Yaping was about to shout 300 million for the last time, a faint voice came from the corner, 305 million. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with gray hair and plain clothes tremblingly raising his bidding card. Although his voice was not loud, it was particularly clear in the silent auction hall. Shenyi frowned slightly, glanced at the old man, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Lin Wanqing was also a little anxious and whispered, "He raised the price again, what should we do?" Shenyi patted her shoulder gently and comforted her, "Don't worry, just look at me." Shenyi picked up the bidding machine again and said without hesitation, 350 million. This time, his voice was more resolute and full of unquestionable momentum. The whole place was boiling again, and everyone was whispering to each other, marveling at Shenyi's financial resources. When the old man heard Shenyi's offer, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face and he slowly put down the bidding card. He looked at Shenyi and nodded slightly, as if acknowledging Shenyi's strength. Xiao Yaping shouted excitedly, 350 million once, 350 million twice, 350 million three times. Deal! Congratulations to this distinguished guest for successfully bidding on this set of Burmese Imperial Green Jadeite package. As she finished her words, warm applause broke out in the auction hall. Shenyi stood up with a smile, put his arm around Lin Wanqing's shoulders, and walked out of the auction hall amid the envious and surprised gazes of everyone. Sun Yao sat blankly in the private room, looking at their departing backs, her heart filled with resentment and anger. After leaving the auction hall, Lin Wanqing finally couldn't help asking, "Shenyi, who are you? Do you really have so much money?" Shenyi looked at her, smiled mysteriously, and said, "I can't tell you now, but don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer." Although Lin Wanqing was still somewhat dissatisfied, she knew that Shenyi didn't want to say it, so she had to give up. At this moment, a group of reporters suddenly surrounded us. "How did you have such strong financial resources to buy this set of high-priced jadeite?" A male reporter wearing black-framed glasses asked first. "Your identity has always been very mysterious, can you tell us a little bit?" The female reporter with a ponytail followed closely behind. Shenyi looked calm, with a gentle smile on his face. He spoke calmly and gently took Lin Wanqing into his arms, his movements natural and intimate. "This jade package is a gift for my girlfriend. She liked it, so I bought it. As for my identity, I will share it with you later when I have the chance." After saying that, Shenyi nodded slightly, then took Lin Wanqing and walked steadily through the crowd, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. This scene happened to fall into Xiao Yaping's eyes. She was standing not far away, a hint of surprise flashing across her originally elegant face. She looked up and down at Xinye's departing back, and never expected that the person who was so generous in buying the sky-high-priced jadeite would be such a young man. At first glance, I thought it was Lin Wanqing who was supporting him, but it turned out that it was Lin Wanqing who paid for him. Chao Yaping murmured to herself in a low voice, with a complicated look in her eyes. She subconsciously straightened her back, her eyes slowly sweeping over her curvy figure, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a different thought surged in her heart. I don't think I'm any worse than her? Chapter 61 Lin Ningning checks on me. Xinyi and Lin Wanqing finally got rid of the reporter's blockade and got into the car. Xinyi, you gave me a huge surprise today. Even now, Lin Wanqing is still a little dazed. She could never have imagined that the son-in-law she brought home by accident actually possessed such amazing financial resources. Looking back on the past, she always thought that Xinyi agreed to become a son-in-law because of her family's money. But she never expected that Xinyi was simply attracted to her as a person. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing's heart began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably. A sweet and warm emotion spread in her heart, and even a faint blush appeared on the tips of her ears. Xingqing, I've told you many times that I have plenty of money, but you just refuse to believe me. Xinyi sat in the passenger seat, leaning back slightly, with a helpless yet doting smile on his face. He shook his head gently, his tone full of teasing. Humph, you're so dishonest all day long, always joking with me. How can I take you seriously? Lin Wanqing pretended to be angry, frowned slightly, and glared at him coquettishly. Xinyi glanced at him, but couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The car started slowly and slid out of the parking lot smoothly. Xinyi inadvertently raised his eyes and looked at the street view outside the car window. He found that the route was a little wrong, and asked in confusion, Huh? Xingqing, where are you going? Drive to your house, how can you drive to my house? Lin Wanqing's cheeks turned red instantly, like a ripe apple, so beautiful and tempting. She turned her head away, not daring to look directly into Xinye's eyes. Her voice was soft and shy. TSK, I didn't expect my Xingqing to be so true to her promise. A meaningful smile appeared on Xinye's lips, with a gleam of joy in his eyes. Thinking about returning to his home with Lin Wanqing and spending some time together that belonged only to them, an indescribable anticipation surged in his heart. Huh, you think I'm like you? That's right, my family's Xingqing is the best. Before, Lin Wanqing didn't know that Xinyi was so rich, and she thought she could still control him a little. But now, knowing Xinyi's strong financial resources, Lin Wanqing's idea of controlling instantly disappeared. Lin Wanqing is now filled with anxiety and worries. She knew very well that Xinyi had shown her his true heart and wealth without reservation, and it was time for her to respond to this affection wholeheartedly. She was secretly worried that if she held back, Xinyi might be disappointed in this relationship and even leave her. Recalling the long nights she had spent alone in the past, the loneliness in her heart surged like a tide. She was like a piece of dry land that longed for the moisture of love. And at this moment, Xinyi was like the long-awaited rain, about to nourish her heart and allow her to relax, no longer having to endure the emotional desolation alone. The car drove steadily on the street. When passing a supermarket, Lin Wanqing's heart trembled suddenly. She subconsciously grabbed the corner of her clothes. After hesitating for a moment, she mustered up the courage to say, Xinyi, I want to go to the toilet, let's stop at this supermarket. As she said this, her eyes dodged unconsciously and her cheeks flushed slightly. Xinyi didn't notice anything unusual, he just said with concern, then hurry up, I'll wait for you here. Lin Wanqing hurriedly got out of the car and almost trotted into the supermarket. As soon as she entered the supermarket, her eyes scanned the shelves eagerly and she walked quickly towards the family planning products area. Her heart was beating like a drum and her eyes quickly searched among the dazzling array of goods, and finally found what she wanted. The moment she picked up the product, her face turned red instantly, and the scorching temperature seemed to ignite the air. She clutched the items in her hands tightly and walked quickly to the cashier counter like a thief. After paying, she carefully stuffed the items into her bag, took a deep breath, tried to calm herself, and then slowly walked out of the supermarket. Xingqing, didn't you go to the bathroom? Why is your face still so red? Xinyi looked at Lin Wanqing's slightly red cheeks and asked puzzledly. It's too hot inside the supermarket. Lin Wanqing lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, fearing that Xinyi would see through her thoughts. Xinyi didn't think much about it, just nodded slightly and started the car again. Because Lin Wanqing had been to Xinyi's house once before, she remembered the route very clearly and was familiar with the journey. Xingqing, just park the car at the entrance of my community. Xinyi said softly. Okay. Lin Wanqing responded, with a hint of nervousness and shyness in her voice that was difficult to conceal. The car stopped steadily at the entrance of the community. Lin Wanqing got out of the car. The evening breeze blew gently, but it failed to cool her hot cheeks at all. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, then reached out and held Xinye's arm, and the two walked upstairs side by side. For some reason, even though it wasn't her first time as a little woman, Lin Wanqing still couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She thought of the last time she accidentally bit Xinye, which was a much bigger scene. "Xingxing, I have prepared the slippers for you. Try them on to see if they fit your feet." Xinye entered the house, took out a pair of women's slippers from the drawer at the door, and handed them to Lin Wanqing. "You are so thoughtful, but I'd better wear high heels first." Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, bit her lower lip, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. As a woman who has experienced the hardships of life, Lin Wanqing knows men's minds very well. Her words, whether intentional or unintentional, were like a stone thrown into the lake of one's heart, causing ripples. How could Xinye not understand the deep meaning of this? His heart trembled suddenly, and he took a step forward without hesitation, stretched out his long arms, and steadily picked up Lin Wanqing horizontally. He hurried to the sofa and gently put her down. Lin Wanqing, lying on the sofa, had rosy cheeks and affectionate eyes, as beautiful as a blooming rose. Xinye could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart, and his hot lips directly pressed against Lin Wanqing's red lips. Lin Wanqing's body stiffened slightly at first, and she was a little uncomfortable with the sudden heat. But soon she was immersed in this surging love and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Xinye's neck. I don't know how long it took before the two reluctantly parted. At this time, the purple dress that Lin Wanqing was wearing was already in a mess. The originally exquisite deep V neckline now opens up a large area of snow-white skin, revealing the deep cleavage, which looks particularly dazzling under the bright incandescent light and exudes fatal temptation. Xingqing. Xinye's breathing was a little rapid, and he was panting slightly. His affectionate eyes were fixed on Lin Wanqing's body. He moved closer to her again, and his hot breath sprayed on her ears. Lin Wanqing was about to speak, her voice still containing a hint of confusion and coquettishness. Ding-ling-ling, the sudden ringing of the telephone broke the beauty of the room. Lin Wanqing woke up as if from a dream and had to prop up her soft and almost limp body to reach for the phone beside her. When she saw the three words Lin Ningning flashing on the screen, she paused and a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously glanced at Xinye and thought to herself. She was afraid that this man would come and cause trouble again while she was on the phone. Xinye reacted very quickly when he saw the caller ID. He stretched out his long arm and snatched the phone from Lin Wanqing's hand. With a sly smile on his face, he said half-jokingly, "Xingxing, you must answer this. If our daughter calls and you don't answer, then I will." Lin Wanqing spat softly and punched Xinye's shoulder with her pink fist, saying coquettishly, "You are still taking advantage of my daughter at this time." Just as he was about to tell Xinye to stop messing around, Xinye had already pressed the connect button. Chapter 62, Strawberry Flavor. "Mom, you're not coming back today?" Lin Ningning's voice came from the receiver. Lin Wanqing was both embarrassed and anxious, and her fair cheeks turned red in an instant. Without thinking, she reached out to snatch the phone from Xinye. Xinye raised a wicked smile, and instead of stopping her, he took advantage of the moment when Lin Wanqing was trying to grab her, stretched out his long arms, and once again hugged her soft body tightly in his arms. Feeling the warmth and softness of the delicate body in his arms, Xinye narrowed his eyes slightly, with a comfortable smile on his lips, enjoying the beauty of the moment. Lin Wanqing noticed Xinye's little movements and her cheeks became hotter. She frowned slightly and gave Xinye a reproachful look with her watery eyes, her eyes full of warnings, signaling him not to move around anymore. However, Xinye would never let Lin Wanqing get her wish so easily. The atmosphere at this moment was charming and ambiguous. In such a rare environment, how could Xinye miss this excellent opportunity? His hands seemed to have their own consciousness as they gently rubbed Lin Wanqing's waist, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "I'm here, Ningning. The signal here is not good, so I can't hear you clearly." Lin Wanqing didn't care about Xinye's little movements. She pretended to be calm and spoke into the phone with a slightly trembling voice. At this moment, her heart beat rapidly, fearing that her daughter might hear something strange. Lin Ningning held the phone, her brows slightly furrowed. She always felt that something was wrong with her mother today. There seemed to be an indescribable tenderness in her voice, as if her mother had entered a second spring. But she secretly thought that this idea was a bit ridiculous. How could it be possible? Then will you come back? Lin Ningning asked. Today I. Lin Wanqing was about to answer, but before she could finish her words, Shenye's hand inadvertently applied light pressure to her soft spot. Ah! Lin Wanqing immediately moaned softly, with an uncontrollable tremor in her voice. It was an instinctive reaction after being touched from deep within her heart. Mom, what's wrong with you? It's okay, Ningning, I just touched it accidentally. Lin Wanqing explained in a panic, the blush on her face spreading to her ears. Then, Lin Ningning wanted to say something else. Ningning, the signal here is not good. I'm going to hang up first. You can order takeout for dinner. I have an event to attend in the evening, so I won't be back. Lin Wanqing really felt as if there were millions of ants crawling on her body, and she felt hot all over. She was afraid that if she continued the conversation, she would make a fool of herself in front of her daughter. So without waiting for Lin Ningning's response, he hastily hung up the phone. Ha! Lin Ningning looked at the call interface that was suddenly hung up, her little head full of confusion. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She is already 18 years old and is no longer an ignorant child. How could she not hear that her mother was acting strangely just now? She couldn't help but wonder to herself, is it possible that I will really have a father at the age of 18? At this time, at Shenye's house, after Lin Wanqing hung up the phone, she panted slightly, raised her hand and hit Shenye in shame and anger. It's all your fault. You almost made a fool of yourself in front of our daughter. Now it's good, she must be suspicious. Shenye smiled nonchalantly, grabbed Lin Wanqing's hand, hugged her again, and whispered in her ear. Okay, I was wrong, but Ningning will know it sooner or later, right? Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him and was about to retort, but she didn't know what to say. Qingqing, what was the event you just mentioned? Could it be a PK battle between the two of us? As soon as Shenye said this, Lin Wanqing felt embarrassed and angry, her cheeks flushed again. She stretched out her hand and pinched Shenye's arm fiercely, and said coquettishly, It's already this time, and you are still joking like this. Shenye felt pain, but he was still smiling. He hugged Lin Wanqing tighter, kissed her on the top of her head, and said softly, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But seriously, we have to explain this to Ningning sooner or later. Lin Wanqing sighed softly, leaning in Shenye's arms, looking a little worried. I know, but you were her boyfriend before, but now you're mine. I'm really afraid Ningning can't accept it. After all, this relationship is too complicated. Shenye was slightly startled, a trace of guilt flashed across his face. He gently stroked Lin Wanqing's hair, trying to calm her down. I understand your worries. When I was with Ningning, I never thought I would meet you. Sometimes it's really hard to explain fate. At that time, Ningning and I were still young and our relationship was not mature enough. Later, we broke up and I was sad for a long time. But after meeting you, I know what true love is, and that feeling cannot be controlled. Lin Wanqing raised her head and looked into Shenye's eyes, still worried, but how can I explain this to Ningning? Will she think that I stole you away and that I am too selfish as a mother? Don't worry, it won't happen. But... Before Lin Wanqing could finish her words, she was interrupted by Shenye. Don't say but, let's go to the bedroom, okay? Shenye lowered his head slightly, and his hot breath sprayed on Lin Wanqing's ears. She clearly captured the burning desire surging in Shenye's eyes. That look was like a fire that instantly ignited the desire deep in her heart. In fact, Lin Wanqing had no intention of refusing. At this moment, she had already been immersed in this ambiguous atmosphere, and her rational defenses were gradually collapsing. Lin Wanqing opened her red lips slightly and uttered an almost inaudible response. Seeing this, Shenye was delighted and picked up Lin Wanqing steadily. Her body nestled lightly in his arms, like a docile kitten. Shenye, wait a moment. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed and she gently tugged at Shenye's sleeve. Shenye stopped and looked at Lin Wanqing, who looked like a shy blooming flower in his arms, and asked softly, What's wrong? Well, I have something in my bag, please take it. Lin Wanqing bit her lower lip, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly into Shenye's eyes. Call me husband, or I won't. Shenye raised a wicked smile and teased her deliberately. Husband. Shenye was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Wanqing to be so obedient. His heart was moved. He walked to the sofa, picked up Lin Wanqing's bag, and while rummaging through it, he found the box of items she had bought in the supermarket. TSK, it still tastes like strawberry. Shenye raised the corner of his mouth with a hint of ridicule, and looked at Lin Wanqing unconsciously, his eyes full of amusement. What are you looking at? Go in quickly. Lin Wanqing was both embarrassed and anxious. She glared at Xinyi in reproach and urged him. Got it, let's go. Xinyi responded with a smile, picked up the box, and strode towards the bedroom with Lin Wanqing in his arms. Chapter 63 Lin Wanqing's Support. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Sun Yao didn't expect that such thorough preparation would allow Lin Wanqing to shine. However, compared to the resentment brought to her by Lin Wanqing, the scene where Xinyi spent a huge sum of money to buy the finale jewelry at the auction really caused a storm in her heart. The shock was like a heavy hammer, hitting her heart hard and making her unable to recover for a long time. She could never have imagined that Xinyi, whom she regarded as a gigolo, actually possessed such amazing financial resources. This huge gap made her feel mixed emotions, such as jealousy, regret, and disbelief, which made her upset. It was in this mood that Sun Yao came up with another idea to capture Xinyi. I'm afraid Xinyi couldn't have imagined that he would have 2 more little fans today for no reason. At this time, there was already a bloody storm in Xinyi's bedroom. Hubby, hug me. Lin Wanqing dragged her exhausted body into Xinyi's arms, her voice still filled with tenderness and coquettishness. Xinyi had a satisfied smile on his face. He hugged her tightly, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, and his fingers occasionally running through her hair. This time, Xinyi was immersed in the land of tenderness and struggled for a full hour. I don't know if it was the box of strawberry-flavored little surprise that brought a different atmosphere, or because their love grew stronger after they revealed their true feelings to each other, but at this moment he was still full of energy and spirit. Suddenly, a crisp electronic sound rang in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Lin Wanqing. Xinyi was stunned for a moment, his face full of confusion. He was completely confused and felt uneasy. What does this mean? Is it only after experiencing such an intimate and close blending that one can truly win the heart of a beautiful woman? But thinking back to when I was with Suyu before and successfully won her over, there was no such prompt. Before he could figure out what was going on, the voice sounded again. Ding, since Lin Wanqing's intimacy has reached 100, the system will reward the host with a live streaming company. Please claim it in time. Oh my god. Xinyi suddenly realized. It turned out that the reward was triggered by the full intimacy, but he really didn't expect that this in-depth communication with Lin Wanqing would make her intimacy soar to the peak. He couldn't help but regret secretly. If he had known there would be such a benefit, he should have been honest with Lin Wanqing earlier, instead of waiting until now. Xinyi was still immersed in shock and regret over the system's reward, but Lin Wanqing in his arms moved. She raised her head, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of doubt, and asked softly, "Honey, why did you suddenly say fuck? What happened?" Xinyi came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Because I didn't expect Qingqing to perform so well today." As he spoke, he gently scratched Lin Wanqing's nose, his voice carrying a hint of doting and domineering. "From now on, when no one is around, just call me husband, do you hear me?" Snort. Lin Wanqing snorted softly. Although she acted tough, in her heart she had already agreed to Xinye's requests thousands of times. Under Xinye's passionate carving, Lin Wanqing, who was already full of charm, became even more charming and attractive. Her face seemed to be dyed by the sunset, with a faint blush, which was the unique luster after being nourished by love. The charm between her eyebrows and eyes becomes more and more intense. In her every gesture, the young woman's unique mature charm and girlish shyness blend together, forming a fatal temptation. Anyone who sees her will find it hard to take their eyes off her. By the way, Qingqing, it seems that you promised more than just this, right? When Lin Wanqing heard this, she immediately understood what he meant. The sweet smile on her face suddenly froze, replaced by a hint of anger. You men just like to eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. Lin Wanqing turned her head slightly, with a hint of complaint and helplessness in her tone. I insisted on my bottom line at the beginning because I was afraid that you would not cherish it after you got it. Qingqing, no way. Xinyi hurriedly explained with an innocent smile on his face, but his eyes flickered unconsciously. Although the absurd idea of having 3 wives and 4 concubines would occasionally pop up in his mind, he knew very well that if he said it out loud, he would stir up a hornet's nest. You're still saying no, but you've just taken me down, and you're already thinking about someone else. Lin Wanqing's eyes were slightly red, and her voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, with obvious jealousy and grievance. She turned around, her back facing Xinyi, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if she was suppressing her inner emotions. Qingqing, I was just joking. Xinyi quickly reached out and gently turned Lin Wanqing's shoulders so that she faced him. Besides, isn't that what you said before? I thought you were serious. Well, since you said so, I will reluctantly satisfy you. Lin Wanqing knew clearly that in this game of emotions, it would be difficult to keep Xinye's heart for long by herself. If you want to make this relationship more stable, you need to find a trustworthy ally who is not only caring but also on the same side as you. After much deliberation, Zhao Yunlei is the most suitable candidate. Satisfy me? Xinye was stunned by Lin Wanqing's words. She was still angry about it just now, but now she wants to satisfy him? Yes, since you've asked, I'll find you another woman. Lin Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and that smile contained an unfathomable thought. Who is it? Xinye's curiosity was instantly aroused. He knew very well that since Lin Wanqing said so, she must have a suitable candidate in mind. That's naturally my good friend Zhao Yunlei. After saying this, Lin Wanqing observed Xinye attentively. Xingqing, what are you thinking about? When Xinye heard the name, his face showed just the right amount of shock and confusion. His widened eyes and slightly open mouth showed his inner surprise to the fullest. In fact, he was already very happy in his heart. He didn't expect to get Lin Wanqing's support so easily. However, he knew very well that he had to pretend in this situation and must not let Lin Wanqing see that he had such an idea in his heart, otherwise all his efforts would be wasted. Lin Wanqing stared closely at Xinye's every move, not missing any subtle changes in expression on his face. Through Xinye's reaction, she secretly guessed that Xinye and Zhao Yunlei probably didn't have any special relationship at the moment. Hubby, why do you look down on my best friend? Lin Wanqing tilted her head slightly and spoke with a tentative tone. How is it possible that Sister Yunlei is such a nice person? I just think that she is your best friend after all. Xinye quickly waved his hands to explain. What's wrong with my bestie? Husband, don't think I don't know the little thoughts of you men. Would you reject a woman who throws herself into your arms? Lin Wanqing snorted lightly, her eyes full of understanding of the man's thoughts. She stretched out a finger and gently tapped Xinye's chest. Xinye smiled awkwardly. And I don't believe that you wouldn't be moved with the buff of being your best friend. Chapter 64 Zhao Yunlei's Marriage. Xinye laughed dryly twice and scratched his head, trying to diffuse the subtle and slightly awkward atmosphere. But his slightly red ears still revealed his true thoughts. Lin Wanqing saw it all, a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she became more and more certain of her guess. Since you also think Yunlei is good, then this is settled. Lin Wanqing's tone was unquestionably decisive, as if she had already begun to arrange this special marriage. Xinye opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Lin Wanqing interrupted him again. Don't worry about anything. I'll take care of this matter. Xinye sighed helplessly, pretending to be reluctant on the surface, but in his heart he couldn't wait any longer. He never imagined that it would be so easy to gain Lin Wanqing's support. Originally, he secretly guessed that this matter would definitely require a lot of discussion and twists and turns. In fact, was Lin Wanqing willing to do so? But the helplessness of reality was like an invisible high wall standing before her, forcing her to make such a compromise. Besides, Zhao Yunlei also has other thoughts about Xinye. In Lin Wanqing's view, this is a best of both worlds solution. As for Xinye's thoughts, she was certain that as a man, he would basically not refuse such a good thing. There was no conversation that night. When Xinye woke up again, he was pulled out of his sleep by the urgent ringing of the phone. Driving practice this afternoon? Xinye was sleepy and a little dazed, obviously not expecting the coach to call him so soon. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly agreed to the coach on the other end of the phone. Who is it? Lin Wanqing turned over lazily, yawned, and her white arms slipped out from under the quilt. She and Xinye had a lot of sex last night. Although she was over 40 years old, she was almost exhausted by Xinye's torture and her whole body was limp. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly that he is, after all, a young guy and very energetic. It has been a long time since I have been so indulged and enjoyed the pleasure between men and women. My driving instructor for Subject 2 asked me to practice driving in the afternoon. As Xinye spoke, he reached out and gently stroked Lin Wanqing's hair. Lin Wanqing nodded gently, looking pretty and charming in her sleepy eyes. Then, they both got dressed and stood up. Xinye put on his clothes quickly, as he had been thinking of playing a trick on Lin Wanqing again. But I didn't expect that Lin Wanqing's skin had changed. Xingqing, how come your skin has become so good? In just one night, her skin became so delicate, smooth and tender, as if it could be broken by a baby's, as if she had become a different person. Xinye suddenly realized that it was no wonder that there were so many rich women who were fond of male models according to the rumors. It turned out that this was the reason. Lin Wanqing blushed. It's all because of you moistening me last night.
When Xinyi heard this, his chest couldn't help but straighten out slightly, and an indescribable sense of pride arose spontaneously.
Isn't this my own ability?
After the meal, Lin Wanqing drove Xinyi to the driving school herself.
Honey, what a coincidence, you and Ningning are in the same driving school.
Lin Wanqing said with a smile while holding the steering wheel attentively. At first, she just thought the name of the driving school sounded familiar, but when she followed the navigation to arrive, she was surprised to find that this was where her daughter Lin Ningning practiced driving.
Really? What a coincidence.
Xinyi was slightly startled, a barely perceptible look of strangeness flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure. In fact, he met Lin Ningning on his first day at the driving school, but adhering to the idea that less trouble is worse than more, he did not mention this matter to Lin Wanqing.
Yes, husband, have you seen Ningning? Xinyi shook his head. This driving school is so big, it's not easy to run into him.
2. Lin Wanqing sighed softly. She had originally wanted to ask Xinyi to take care of Lin Ningning, but when she thought of the delicate relationship between Xinyi and Lin Ningning, she swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth.
Hubby, then you study hard, I'm leaving first. As for my bestie, just wait for my call. Xinyi raised the corner of his mouth and nodded, watching the car slowly drive away until it disappeared from the end of his sight. Then he turned and walked into the driving school gate. He walked quickly to the location the coach told him to go. After a while, a bald middle-aged man appeared. The man looked to be about 50 years old, slightly overweight. He was standing next to a training car, holding a cigarette in his hand, and occasionally looking up at the students around him. Is that Coach Wang Lei? Xinyi walked forward and asked politely. Wang Lei turned his head and looked Xinyi up and down, then put off the cigarette in his hand and threw it into the trash can beside him. He responded in a rough voice, Well, you are Xinyi, right? You are quite punctual. I thought a guy like you would be late. Xinyi was stunned, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He always felt that Coach Wang Lei's words were full of hidden meanings, and there was a hint of sarcasm. He thought to himself that he must not deliberately make things difficult for himself, otherwise, with his current temper, he would no longer swallow his anger like before. Well, you follow me there, and your main task for the next few days is to earn enough study hours. Wang Lei said this with a stern face and a dry tone, then walked to the side of the venue without even glancing at Xinyi. Although Xinyi was very unhappy, he could only catch up quickly. When they arrived at another car, Wang Lei pointed to the equipment inside the car and began to explain how to brush up on the learning hours. There was impatience in his voice and he finished in a few words. He also emphasized, you should brush for 2 hours in the afternoon. Don't brush for more than that. It will be useless if you brush for more than that. The system won't recognize it. Do you know how to do it? Wang Lei glanced at Xinyi with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Xinyi suppressed his unhappiness and nodded vigorously to indicate that he understood. That's fine. You have to sign in every 8 or 9 minutes. Don't forget. And there will be a student coming over later. You can teach her and then you can earn the study hours together. Wang Lei turned around and prepared to leave after he finished speaking. He walked a few steps and then turned back and added, Don't think about being lazy. I'm watching. Did I offend this coach in my previous life, or do I owe him 8 million in this life? Is it necessary to be so impatient? Xinyi muttered to himself as he slammed the car door shut, feeling extremely furious. He never thought that when he signed up for a driving school he would run into such a bad-tempered god. I hope I can get the certificate smoothly this time without any more troubles. Xinyi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then started the car and began to brush up on the course hours according to the procedure. During the break in class, Xinyi observed Coach Wang Lei's teaching process through the car window. You wouldn't know until you see it. He realized that this coach was not targeting him at all. He treated all the students the same way. His attitude was so cold that it could freeze people to death. Coach Wang Lei demonstrated the operation very quickly without any patience in explaining. He just went through it once and expected the students to grasp it immediately. Whenever someone looked confused or was slow to act, his harsh taunts would come like a barrage of bullets. You are still college students? Is this the level of your ability to accept things? I see that the grandpas and grandmas who are strolling in the park next door learn faster than you. If you can't learn it, just do it now. Don't waste time. Just leave if you want. Chapter 65 Driving Practice with Lin Ningning. Most college students practice driving during the summer vacation.
Most college students adhere to the principle of keeping the peace and only want to pass the driving test quickly. They know that conflicts with their coaches may cause them a lot of trouble and delay their certification process. Therefore, even if the coach has a bad attitude in perfunctory teaching, they just endure it silently, burying their grievances and dissatisfaction deep in their hearts, not daring to express it easily. But it has to be said that the behavior of some driving school coaches is really shocking, and they are totally unworthy of the title of coach. They have no patience when teaching. When faced with students' confusion, they not only fail to answer them patiently, but also speak harshly to them. Some even hinted at students to give gifts. Originally Shinyi thought he was just learning to drive and getting a license, but now Shinyi suddenly had another idea. That is to rectify the driving test instructors.
Excuse me, are you brushing your school hours?
Just as he was thinking about it, a familiar voice sounded in Shinya's ears. Shinyi turned his head and saw Lin Ningning standing next to the car with a hint of confusion and embarrassment in her eyes. Shinyi was slightly startled. Why is it her?
It really is Shinyi. It seems like I found the right person.
Lin Ningning just saw that the person in the car looked familiar, and after taking a closer look, it turned out to be him. Shinyi was slightly startled, and subconsciously wanted to explain something, but he felt that anything he said at this moment would be redundant. After a brief silence, he tried to make his expression look more natural and said, "Yes, what a coincidence, hurry up and get in the car." Lin Ningning hesitated for a moment, but still opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat.
The air in the car seemed to freeze in an instant.
Both of them deliberately avoided each other's gaze.
The atmosphere was depressing and awkward. After a long while, Lin Ningning whispered, "I didn't expect to be here with you to study."
Shinyi coughed lightly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Well, it's a small world. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt that his response was dry and meaningless. Now that she has made up her mind to get Shinyi back, Lin Ningning knows that she must take the initiative and can no longer be as passive as before. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to break the suffocating silence in the car.
"Shinyi, what have you been doing recently?"
"Nothing, what's wrong?"
Shinyi felt a little uncomfortable.
After all, his identity suddenly changed from ex-boyfriend to father, and it was a little difficult for him to adapt.
"Nothing, just bored, just chatting."
Lin Ningning pretended to be calm and shrugged, but her eyes never left Shinyi's face.
Shinyi nodded, said nothing more, lowered his head and started to browse his phone.
The moment he lowered his head, a bright strawberry mark on his neck was exposed to Lin Ningning without reservation. Lin Ningning's breathing stagnated, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Shinyi, do you have a girlfriend?" Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of nervousness that she herself was barely aware of.
"Yes, I found it." Shinyi responded casually without even raising his head. "Ah? Who is it?"
"Your mother." As soon as he said this, Shinyi suddenly came to his senses. He froze instantly, his mind went blank, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
"What?" Lin Ningning's eyes widened and her voice instantly rose. I mean you don't know him."
Lin Ningning was really shocked by Shinyi's words. The moment Shinyi said "your mother," her heart sank suddenly, and she couldn't help but choose to believe it. After all, she had been feeling that her mother's behavior was a little strange recently. After hearing what Shinyi said, he actually began to have doubts in his heart, and a trace of uneasiness quietly spread in his heart. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. "Okay, you two should come to practice driving at this time tomorrow.
That's all for today." Coach Wan Lei suddenly appeared and broke the suffocating silence in the car.
He leaned over to look at the two people in the car, a hint of suspicion flashed across his face, but he didn't ask any more questions and just turned and left. Shinyi and Lin Ningning both breathed a sigh of relief. This sudden pardon allowed them to temporarily avoid having to face this extremely embarrassing situation. Shinyi, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Lin Ningning finished speaking hurriedly, then opened the car door in a panic, got out of the car almost as if escaping, and walked quickly towards the entrance of the driving school. She bit her lower lip tightly, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corner of her clothes, her fingertips turning white due to the force, and Shinyi's words "your mother" kept echoing in her mind, making her feel confused. Shinyi looked at Lin Ningning's departing back, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't utter a word. He sighed helplessly, raised his hand and rubbed his temple, regretting his slip of the tongue. On the other hand, Lin Wanqing did not choose to drive home, but went to a private massage parlor.
"Lele, why are you here so early?"
Lin Wanqing asked with a little surprise as she walked into the massage room. I saw Zhao Yunlei sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of hot tea in her hand and a faint smile on her face. I have nothing to do today, so I came here early. Zhao Yunlei stood up and walked towards Lin Wanqing. Her eyes fell on her smooth and fair skin and she asked in confusion, Wanqing, have you done any beauty treatments recently? How come your skin has become so good? Lin Wanqing didn't expect that Zhao Yunlei noticed her skin at first sight. She was slightly startled and a blush quietly appeared on her face. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her cheek. The delicate touch seemed to remind her of the nights she spent with Xin Yi. Lei, do you want it? I can share it with you. Of course. As women get older, they care more about their appearance. After all, if you don't pay attention, the traces of time may quietly creep up on your face. Okay, I'll tell you the method tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Lin Wanqing said this meaningfully, but there was a barely perceptible hesitation in her eyes. At this moment, her thoughts suddenly drifted back to the scene here where Zhao Yunlei shyly and with a bit of longing told her that she fell in love with an 18-year-old boy. Now that I think about it, wasn't he that boy Xin Yi? Lin Wanqing felt a complicated feeling in her heart. She had foolishly encouraged Zhao Yunlei to pursue him bravely. Now, looking back, I just feel like I'm too slow. She didn't even notice such an obvious signal. Perhaps Zhao Yunlei had already fallen in love with Xin Yi. Ha? Wanqing, is this still a secret? Can't you tell me now? Zhao Yunlei looked confused. Lin Wanqing shook her head gently, her hair swaying slightly with the movement. Okay Lei, stop thinking about it. Let's go to the hot springs and relax. Zhao Yunlei was full of suspicion when she saw this, but she didn't dare to continue asking. She shrugged slightly and a helpless smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Okay, let's go take a hot spring bath and forget all these troubles. As he said this, he took Lin Wanqing's arm affectionately and they walked side by side towards the hot spring pool. Chapter 66 Confessing to Zhao Yunlei. Warm water vapor surrounded the swimming pool. Lin Wanqing soaked in the water comfortably with only her head exposed. She gently lifted her hair and said casually, Lei, what do you think of Xin Yi who came to your house to tutor Chengcheng? Wanqing, why did you suddenly mention him? Zhao Yunlei had just taken off her bathrobe and was walking step by step into the swimming pool. Hearing this, he paused for a moment, and a barely perceptible panic flashed across his eyes. Lin Wanqing raised her lips in a mysterious smile, her eyes sly. Didn't you just ask me how I take care of my skin? This is the method. She knew Zhao Yunlei's personality very well, so she wanted to add fuel to the fire to see her reaction. Zhao Yunlei's body trembled, causing the water surface to shake. You're with him? Yes. Lin Wanqing nodded calmly, with a hint of sweetness and satisfaction in her tone. You don't know how energetic this young man is. He tortured me to death all night. It's only been a few days, and look at my skin. It's obviously improved. Although Zhao Yunlei knew in her heart that Xin Yi did not belong to her, a feeling of bitterness couldn't help but well up in her heart when she heard her best friend share the intimate details of her and Xin Yi so bluntly. She bit her lower lip and sighed silently in her heart. Alas, I'm afraid this is the best ending. I hope Xin Yi won't bother me again. Lin Wanqing seemed not to notice Zhao Yunlei's abnormality. She swam slowly towards her and took in the loneliness that flashed across her face. She pretended to be unaware and continued, Lei, didn't you say before that you fell in love with a young man? What's going on? Is there any progress? When Zhao Yunlei heard this, she forced a bitter smile on her face. Progress? When people are making love with you, what progress can there be? Of course, she could only secretly complain about these words in her heart. Wanqing, stop talking. That young man is only after my money. I haven't thought about it recently. Zhao Yunlei forced a smile and waved her hand as if she was nonchalant, trying to hide the bitterness and resentment in her heart. I see. How could Lin Wanqing not understand the real situation? She knew her best friend too well, but she just refused to admit it. Lei, please show me the photo. I want to know what kind of person has fascinated you like this. Okay, I'll show you when we get out. Zhao Yunlei gritted her teeth and responded reluctantly. She thought to herself, isn't it hard to find photos? There are all kinds of them on the internet. Just search and you can find a lot of them. I should be able to get away with it if I just fool around. Just as she was thinking, Lin Wanqing suddenly rushed over and launched a sneak attack on her. Zhao Yunlei was caught off guard and didn't react for a moment. Ah, Wanqing, you are a big hooligan. Zhao Yun quickly swam back a few steps, and frantically pulled at her swimsuit that was almost knocked off by Lin Wanqing, a blush appearing on her face. Lele, I think I should just call you Daylight from now on. I haven't seen you for a few days, but I feel like you've grown taller.
Ha! Zhao Yunlei couldn't stand Lin Wanqing's blatant teasing, and her face turned even redder.
After adjusting her swimsuit to make sure it wouldn't fall off again, she rushed forward and started fighting with Lin Wanqing.
For a moment, the swimming pool was splashing with water.
The two young women were playing and laughing in the water, chasing each other, and bursting into laughter from time to time. Lin Wanqing dodged Zhao Yunlei's counterattack by moving sideways, and took her arm, pretending to beg for mercy. Okay, I won't make trouble anymore.
I give in.
Zhao Yunlei panted slightly, her chest rose and fell violently, and her face was still flushed.
She pretended to be angry. You just bully me. As he said this, he gently slapped Lin Wanqing's hand away.
The two of them leaned against the edge of the swimming pool to take a rest. The warm water wrapped around them and the water vapor blurred their faces.
After a brief silence, Zhao Yunlei looked at the water and said softly, Wanqing, honestly, what are your plans for you and Xinyi in the future?
Lin Wanqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Zhao Yunlei to suddenly ask this. She thought for a moment and said slowly, Lele, to be honest, since I chose to be with him, I have prepared myself for him to be more than just a woman.
Zhao Yunlei's face was full of confusion, her eyes widened with disbelief. What do you mean? She really couldn't understand the deeper meaning of Lin Wanqing's words. Could it be possible that he has other women?
Zhao Yunlei's voice unconsciously rose, with a hint of shock and anger.
Yes.
Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly, with a hint of loneliness in her eyes.
How dare he?
Zhao Yunlei was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and her original dissatisfaction with Xinyi completely erupted at this moment. Although she knew that Xinyi might not be very peaceful, she did not expect him to be so unscrupulous. She calculated silently in her mind that if she, the woman he had teased, was included, there would be at least 3 women around Xinyi. Lele, you don't know, his family is very rich. If he was short of money, I could still control him, but now all I can rely on is my face and body to maintain my attraction to him.
Zhao Yunlei was stunned after hearing this. She had no idea about Xinyi's family background before.
After Lin Wanqing said this, she realized that her understanding of Xinyi was so superficial.
Wanqing, are you going to just let it go? Are you going to let him do this? Lin Wanqing slowly shook her head with a gloomy expression. What can I do?
I'm already 40 years old and I'm afraid I can only attract him for a few years. Nonsense, Wanqing, you don't know how attractive you are to men. Zhao Yunlei quickly retorted that in her eyes, Lin Wanqing was mature and elegant. The charm remains unchanged.
Lin Wanqing secretly thought about you, but she didn't say it out loud. What's the use of attraction? I'm just afraid that those young girls will then demonstrate against me. Lele, why don't you help me? Lin Wanqing looked at Zhao Yunlei earnestly. Wanqing, how can I help you?
Zhao Yunlei was completely confused and had no idea how to start.
You come with me.
Lin Wanqing said as a matter of course without any hesitation in her tone.
What?
Zhao Yunlei thought she had heard it wrong and her face was filled with shock. Lele, I know that the young man you like is Xinyi. In this case, why don't you come and help me so that you can also feel his charm? Lin Wanqing stared at Zhao Yunlei with a hint of expectation in her eyes.
What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly like your man?
Zhao Yunlei's face flushed red and she glared at Lin Wanqing with shame and annoyance.
After a brief stalemate, Zhao Yunlei could no longer bear this suffocating atmosphere.
She stood up suddenly with a huge splash of water, and her wet swimsuit was still dripping. She didn't care about that and hurriedly grabbed the bathrobe beside her, wrapped it around her body, and stumbled towards the exit.
Chapter 67 Zhao Yunlei agrees.
Lin Wanqing looked at Zhao Yunlei's hurriedly leaving back, knowing that she was on the verge of collapse, but she did not chase after her immediately. In her opinion, Zhao Yunlei needs some time to calm down, and this is the necessary process for her to overcome her inner shame. Lin Wanqing stayed quietly in the swimming pool for a moment, then slowly raised her hands, scooped up the clear water with both hands, held them above her head, and let the cool water flow down her hair, cheeks, and meander down her whole body. Lin Wanqing, everyone is afraid that their boyfriend will have an affair with their best friend, but you want to send your best friend to your boyfriend's bed instead. She murmured in a low voice, her words full of self-mockery and helplessness, and finally turned into a long and heavy sigh, which dissipated in the warm water vapor. After some time, Lin Wanqing slowly stood up. When her graceful figure emerged from the water, her skin turned a bright red due to being soaked in water for a long time. She walked slowly to the poolside, picked up the towel and gently wiped her body, her eyes gradually becoming very determined. Lin Wanqing put on her bathrobe and walked out. She came to the private room and saw Zhao Yunlei lying on the bed with her eyes closed, receiving a massage. She looked relaxed, but her brows were still slightly furrowed. It was not difficult to see her inner struggle. Lin Wanqing said softly to the masseur, "Excuse me, could you please leave for a moment? I want to talk to my friend alone." The masseur was slightly startled, then nodded, packed up his things, and quietly left. The room suddenly became quiet, with only the ticking of the wall clock. Lin Wanqing walked to the bedside, sat down gently, looked at Zhao Yunlei, and said softly, "Lei, I know that what I just said makes you feel very embarrassed, but I really thought it through carefully." Zhao Yunlei slowly opened her eyes somewhat evasive. "Wanqing, do you know how ridiculous this is for me? How can I share a man with you?" Lin Wanqing held Zhao Yunlei's hand with a sincere look in her eyes. "Lei, I understand how you feel, and I know this idea is crazy. But I love Xinyi, and I don't want to lose him, and I don't want to lose you, my best friend, because of him. I can see that you have feelings for him too. Instead of both of us being miserable, why not give it a try?" Zhao Yunlei bit her lower lip, tears welling up in her eyes. "Aren't you afraid of people gossiping about you? Aren't you afraid of being pointed at?" Lin Wanqing sighed softly. "I am afraid, but compared to these, I am more afraid of losing you. Besides, this is our life, we have the right to choose our own way to happiness." Zhao Yunlei was silent for a long time, and the scenes of her time with Xinyi kept appearing in her mind. Those heart-moving moments made it difficult for her to let go. She raised her head and looked at Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing, do you really not mind? I don't want to ruin our friendship." Lin Wanqing gently stroked Zhao Yunlei's hair and said softly, "I don't mind. As long as we are honest with each other and understand each other, we can definitely handle it." Zhao Yunlei took a deep breath, and the balance in her heart gradually tilted. "When did you know that I like Xinyi?" When Lin Wanqing heard this, she was delighted. She keenly noticed the change in Zhao Yunlei's attitude and knew that she probably agreed. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she chuckled. "I knew it the day you gave me egg tarts." In fact, Lin Wanqing saw through the surveillance that Zhao Yunlei could not hide the love she had when she looked at Xinyi. But she knew that this truth would only make Zhao Yunlei more embarrassed, so she buried this secret deep in her heart. "Ah!" Zhao Yunlei couldn't help but let out a soft cry, her face full of surprise and confusion. She racked her brains and thought about it over and over again, but she never expected that day to come. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that it was indeed only that day that she, Lin Wanqing and Xinyi were present at the same time. "Wanqing, what do you want to do?" Zhao Yunlei sat up straight. "We are like this." Lin Wanqing leaned closer and whispered softly in Zhao Yunlei's ear. Although her voice was soft, it contained something that made one's heart beat faster. After hearing this, Zhao Yunlei's pretty face turned red instantly. She really didn't expect that Lin Wanqing would come up with such a bold method of substituting a cat for a prince. "Are you sure this will work?" she asked with a hint of worry, her tone mixed with shyness and uneasiness. "Oh, Lei, there is no perfect method in this world, but I'm sure there will be no problem, so you can rest assured. What you should be concerned about now is not this, but another problem." Lin Wanqing blinked, a cunning light flashing in her eyes. "What's the problem?" "Xinye's strength." Lin Wanqing deliberately prolonged her tone, and the amusement on her face became more and more obvious. "Wanqing, you are talking nonsense again." Zhao Yunlei said coquettishly, a blush on her face, but a hint of expectation was revealed in her eyes. Just tell me whether you want to know or not. If you don't want to, I won't tell you." Lin Wanqing pretended to shut up, trying to play hard to get. Zhao Yunlei was torn between her conscience and her desire. Her mind told her that she shouldn't continue this topic, but her inner curiosity and desire were like a surging tide that was difficult to suppress. After much hesitation, in the end, my emotions overcame my reasoning. "Wanqing, please speak quickly." Her voice trembled slightly, with a hint of urgency. Lin Wanqing raised a mysterious smile and deliberately kept the secret for a while before saying, "Lei, you don't know that every moment with Xinyi is as exciting as riding a roller coaster. His drive and vitality always make me." Her voice gradually lowered and an intoxicated blush appeared on her face. Zhao Yunlei listened so intently that her breathing became rapid unconsciously, but she still had her sanity. She bit her lip and said angrily, "Wanqing, please stop teasing me and speak so vaguely. Lin Wanqing disregarded her reserve, and in order to win Zhao Yunlei's heart, she moved close to Zhao Yunlei and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhao Yunlei's eyes widened instantly, and the blush on her face quickly spread to her ears.
She gently hit Lin Wanqing's shoulder. How could you say that?
Lin Wanqing smiled and held Zhao Yunlei's hand, her expression becoming serious. Lei, I know this is all crazy, but believe me, Xinyi really has a charm that people can't help but fall in love with.
Although this plan we have come up with is risky, once it succeeds, the days ahead. Zhao Yunlei took a deep breath to calm her chaotic heartbeat. Then when do we start? I'm still a little worried about what if he finds out about my weakness. The day after tomorrow, Xinyi will be on vacation, so we will act on that day.
As for the flaws, he will never find them as long as we cooperate well.
Okay, I'll go back and prepare well. Zhao Yunlei nodded.
I was both nervous and excited. The two discussed the details in detail and made sure everything was foolproof before getting up and leaving the room.
It is said that women in love are as stupid as wood. Does this kind of thing require planning?
If anyone dares to express his feelings to Xinyi directly, he would probably dare to play with two women at the same time.
Chapter 68 New Secretary.
After Xinyi came out of the driving school, he did not go home directly, but came to the internet celebrity live broadcast company rewarded by the system Uzi Live.
Damn, that's really impressive. Xinyi looked at the magnificent modern building in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
The glass curtain wall shines with golden light in the afterglow of the setting sun, and the four big words Uzi Live on the top of the building shine brightly. Fortunately, the system gave me my secretary's phone number, otherwise it would have been difficult to get in.
Is it Dong Mingfei? Xinyi pressed the call button and asked. Yes, who are you?
Dong Mingfei's voice came from the receiver, with just the right amount of politeness in his tone. She knew that the company was about to have a new boss, so she was extra polite to every unfamiliar caller.
I'm the new chairman of your company, Xinyi.
I'm downstairs in the company now, please come down and pick me up. Xinyi stated his identity concisely.
Seeing this, Dong Mingfei immediately used a gentler voice, hoping to leave a good impression on her boss.
Not long after, Xinyi saw a tall and elegant woman hurriedly walking out of the building. She was wearing a slim-fitting black business suit that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. The black stockings tightly wrapped around her long, straight legs, and every step she took was light and confident. However, what attracted Xinyi's attention the most was her proud figure. The fullness of her chest almost broke through the restraints of the black suit, exuding a charm that made it difficult to look away. Dong Mingfei stood at the door and saw Xinyi at a glance. She originally thought that the new boss would be a middle-aged man, but the Xinyi in front of her had a tall figure and handsome face, and looked even younger than her.
She walked quickly to Xinyi and asked politely, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Shin?" "It's me."
The corners of Xinyi's mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. He secretly thought that having such a beautiful secretary would surely add a lot of fun to his future days. He stretched out his hand, ready to shake hands with Dong Mingfei. Seeing this, Dong Mingfei bent down slightly and stretched out her fair little hand.
"Hello, Mr. Shin,"
she said softly. Xinyi held her hand and squeezed it unconsciously, secretly sighing in his heart, "TSK, it feels really good."
"Mr. Shen."
Dong Mingfei uttered a coquettish sound, a blush appeared on her face, and she quickly pulled her hand back.
That charming look made Xinyi's heart move.
It seemed that this beautiful secretary was not an old driver.
It was good. He liked her. "Please take me in to have a look." Dong Mingfei smiled and gestured with her hand, guiding Xinyi into the building. This building has 8 floors in total. As soon as Xinyi entered the door, he saw many rooms lined up on the right. "What is this?" he asked puzzledly. Dong Mingfei followed his gaze and explained, "Boss Shin, those rooms are where our company's anchors broadcast live."
When Xinyi heard this, he immediately became interested. He walked quickly to one of the rooms and looked inside through the window. He saw a beautiful anchor wearing yoga pants and dancing to dynamic music.
"Are yoga pants still so cool?" Xinyi couldn't help but mutter to himself. Dong Mingfei walked up to Xinyi and introduced softly, "Mr. Shin, this is our dance area. Many beautiful anchors can dance. You can come and appreciate it when you are free." Xinyi suddenly felt wonderful.
Now I can really meet the anchors offline, and even exercise the rights of the chairman to have more communication with them.
"Mr. Shin, how about we go up first?"
Dong Mingfei saw that Xinyi's eyes were always on the anchor and reminded him in time.
"Okay, let's go." Xin Yi retracted his gaze and followed Dong Mingfei to the 8th floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he walked straight to the office. Mr. Shun, this is your office. Dong Mingfei walked forward and gently pushed the door open.
As soon as Xin Yi stepped in, a faint feminine scent lingered around his nose. Various items were randomly placed on the desk, and they obviously still retained traces of Dong Mingfei's previous use.
Mr. Shun, I'll clean it up right away. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Dong Mingfei's face.
Before Xin Yi came, she had been using this office, so the desk was full of her personal belongings. Xin Yi waved his hand, signaling Dong Mingfei not to worry. It's okay, leave it alone for now, it won't be a problem.
You are so anxious to let me come up, you must have something to say, right? Boss Shun, this is it.
Dong Mingfei leaned forward slightly, a trace of worry on his face. Recently, several anchors in our company have been secretly broadcasting live on other sites without telling the company.
How do you think we should deal with this? Live broadcast on an external station? Xin Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this, and thought to himself, does he have to show his tough methods as the chairman just after taking over the company?
He hesitated for a moment and said, then give me the list and let me take a look.
Here are the lists.
Dong Mingfei was well prepared, and she picked up several neatly arranged documents and handed them to Xin Yi with both hands.
Xin Yi took them and began to read them quickly.
He scanned each page quickly, skipping over the male anchor's profile without thinking. As he read further, he couldn't help but feel a little confused.
Why were all the hosts male? Could it be that?
Just as I was thinking about it, another piece of information about a male anchor appeared.
Finally, a female anchor appeared in the last piece of information.
Although she did not completely meet Xin Yi's deepest expectations, she also brought unexpected surprises.
This one, and these ones.
Xin Yi pointed to the files of the male anchors one by one with a firm tone, leaving no room for doubt. Deal with them as they should be, according to the company's regulations, and show no mercy.
Okay, Mr. Shun, then.
Dong Mingfei lowered her head slightly, her eyes looking intentionally or unintentionally at the last piece of information about the female anchor, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself.
Let me put this here for now and think about it.
Xin Yi pretended to be in deep thought, with an expression of careful consideration on his face. Seeing this, Dong Mingfei raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, as if she had seen through Xin Yi's inner thoughts. Okay, Mr. Shin, I'll do it right away. After saying that, she turned around and walked with graceful steps, gently closing the office door. Sun Yan, we are really destined to meet each other. We always run into each other in unexpected places.
After going around in circles, you actually became my beautiful anchor.
The corners of Xin Yi's mouth rose slightly, with a playful light flashing in his eyes. He gently shook the information with Sun Yan's name on it in his hand and let out a faint chuckle.
As long as you live stream peacefully, we will be fine. But look at what happened.
You violated the company's rules and secretly live streamed on another site.
You can't blame me for this.
After all, I am your boss now and the company's rules cannot be broken. Xin Yi shook his head gently, pretending to be helpless, but he was actually secretly happy. He couldn't help but think of Sun Yan's arrogant face in his mind, thinking about how to deal with this special accident.
Chapter 69, Sun Yan became his subordinate?
After a quick thought, Xin Yi had a rough plan in his mind.
But we need to see Sun Yan's performance first. After all, she is Su Yu's sister, so she can't be pushed too hard. Just as I was thinking about it, I felt the urge to urinate. Fortunately, the chairman's office was equipped with an independent bathroom. Shen Yi stood up and walked over.
After opening the door, he was about to satisfy his physical needs when his eyes were suddenly attracted by a pink object in the corner. Looking closely, it turned out to be a woman's underwear. After a little thought, Xin Yi guessed that it was most likely Dong Mingfei's. After all, before he arrived, she was the only one who used this office most frequently. When he picked it up and took a closer look, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of interest smiled at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that Dong Mingfei, who looks so cool and majestic on the outside, actually has a girlish heart inside.
There are cute Pikachu patterns printed on her underwear. Xin Yi picked up the bra again and his eyes fell on the size label, E-cup. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Before, he always thought that Lin Wanqing's C-cup was attractive enough, but the size of the bra in front of him instantly made him realize the gap between the two, like the bright moon and the stars, there was really a huge difference. His Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously, and his mind uncontrollably drew the image of Dong Mingfei wearing this underwear.
The scene slowly unfolded in his mind like a movie, becoming clearer and clearer. The strong visual impact made his heart beat faster. Just as Shin Yi was immersed in this beautiful imagination, the toilet door was suddenly pushed open with a creaky sound. Shin Yi turned around subconsciously and his eyes met Dong Mingfei's panicked eyes. At this moment, Dong Mingfei's head was poking out of the door, and her eyes were instantly fixed on her underwear in Shin Yi's hand.
In an instant, the air seemed to be sucked away, and the entire space fell into deathly silence.
The awkward atmosphere completely submerged the two of them like a surging tide.
Dong Mingfei's face instantly flushed, spreading from her ears to her neck.
It turned out that after Dong Mingfei left the office, he originally planned to deal with the matters of those male anchors who violated the rules. However, she paused for a moment, suddenly remembering that her changed underwear from yesterday was still forgotten in the office toilet. When she thought about the unimaginable scene if she was discovered by Shin Yi, her heart instantly rose to her throat. So, she had an idea and decided to get her clothes back under the pretext of going to the bathroom.
She tiptoed back to the office and looked around.
She didn't see Shin Yi, so she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and assumed that Shin Yi had gone out.
She was so anxious that she didn't care about anything else at the moment.
She rushed straight to the bathroom and pushed open the door. It was because of this that I encountered that very embarrassing scene.
Mr. Shin, you are here too?
In a panic, Dong Mingfei didn't know what to say and could only stammer out these words, her voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. Seeing this, Shin Yi felt a little flustered, but he knew very well that he must not panic in this situation. After all, as long as you keep your composure, others will be the ones who panic.
He pretended to be calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a teasing smile. Yes, why, my secretary, do you want to come with me?
No. Dong Mingfei waved her hands in front of her in panic as if she was scalded. She didn't dare to look again and closed the door in a hurry. Shin Yi shrugged and didn't take it to heart. After all, he was the chairman now, and this little incident wouldn't make him lose his composure. After taking care of his physiological needs, he pushed open the door and saw Dong Mingfei standing at the door with a serious face, his hands folded in front of him, and a trace of embarrassment still lingering in his eyes.
Mr. Shin, I will definitely knock on the door next time I come in. Dong Mingfei lowered his head and spoke sincerely. Hearing this, Shin Yi couldn't help but wonder, thinking to himself, after all this time, this is just a big-breasted and brainless secretary? But he remained calm, waved his hand, and said, "It's okay, Secretary Dong, from now on I will appoint you as my personal secretary, you can come in and go out as you like, okay?" As he spoke, he took out those underwear from behind and handed them to Dong Mingfei. "Secretary Dong, take them." Dong Mingfei's face flushed again.
She hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out her hand and took the clothes. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "Thank you, Mr. Shin." She clutched her clothes tightly, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, she was full of regret. Why was she so reckless and made such a fool of herself in front of her boss?
Shin Yi looked at Dong Mingfei's embarrassed look, and instead of being angry, he found it very interesting. This secretary is good.
If there is something, he has to ask the secretary to do more work.
If there is nothing, he will naturally.
Seeing Shin Yi staring at her, Dong Mingfei said in a panic, Mr. Shin, I'll go out to work first." At this moment, escaping from this awkward and suffocating space became her only thought.
Dong Mingfei has had excellent conditions in all aspects since childhood.
She has outstanding looks and extraordinary temperament, but she seems a little naive mentally and often does wrong things due to lack of consideration. In the past, she always took great pains to disguise herself and tried her best to show her smart and capable side in the workplace. But today, she felt that her carefully constructed disguise was like paper and was about to be completely torn apart.
"Well, wait a minute."
Shin Yi spoke slowly, with a hint of irresistibility in his tone. Dong Mingfei, who had already turned around, suddenly paused, his body froze in place, and asked cautiously, "Boss Shin, what's wrong?"
"Do you know where Sun Yan is broadcasting live?" "Sun Yan? Is it the Sun Yan who violated the company's rules?"
Dong Mingfei frowned slightly, the name quickly appeared in her mind, and she asked back subconsciously.
Shin Yi nodded slightly, his tone firm. "Yes, it's her. I plan to have a good talk with her." "Just talk to her, but don't mention these embarrassing things to me again."
Dong Mingfei muttered to herself in her heart, but maintained a professional smile on her face, not daring to show any sign of abnormality.
"Mr. Shin, she is in room 502. Do you need me to take you there?"
Dong Mingfei bowed slightly and spoke softly, trying to end the conversation as quickly as possible. "No, just go and do your thing." Xin Yi waved his hand, his eyes still on Dong Mingfei, as if he was looking at something.
Okay, Mr. Shen. Dong Mingfei turned around and left as if she had been pardoned. Secretary Dong, can I see you wearing what you're wearing today tomorrow?
Xin Yi said this out of the blue, with a hint of teasing and anticipation in his eyes.
Dong Mingfei's footsteps suddenly stopped and her face flushed instantly.
She pretended not to hear, quickened her pace, and almost ran out of the office. For some reason, although Dong Mingfei did not give any response, Xin Yi was inexplicably certain that Dong Mingfei would do as she was told tomorrow.
Chapter 70 Stimulating Sun Yan. Xin Yi soon arrived at 502. He walked lightly and slowly approached the glass window. He looked inside and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. Sun Yan was seen wearing an exquisite maid outfit, which perfectly outlined her proud figure. The fullness of her breasts was clearly visible, making her look like a character from the second dimension. Wow, she's really wearing a maid outfit?
Xin Yi couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, with a hint of surprise and appreciation in his eyes. However, the soundproofing of this room was so good that no matter how hard he tried, he could not hear clearly what Sun Yan was saying in the live broadcast. Xin Yi waited for a long time, until Sun Yan finished today's live broadcast, then he pushed the door open. Xin Yi waited patiently outside the door, and time passed by minute by minute.
Finally, Sun Yan ended today's live broadcast.
He took a deep breath, raised his hand and pushed open the closed door.
Who is it?
Sun Yan heard the sound and turned his head subconsciously.
The moment her eyes met Xin Ye's, she was filled with astonishment. Why is it you? There was undisguised surprise in his voice. Obviously, she never thought that she would meet Xin Yi here. Why can't I be here? Is this your private territory?
The corners of Xin Ye's mouth rose slightly with a hint of playful smile. As he spoke, he walked behind Sun Yan with a leisurely pace. Looking down from above, the magnificent breasts of hers were reflected in Xin Ye's sight without reservation.
TSK, 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 even though it may be held up by external forces, it is indeed pleasing to the eye. You rascal!
Sun Yan reacted instantly, his face burning with shame and anger. The embarrassing experience of being humiliated by Xin Yi and forced to endorse breast enhancement products emerged involuntarily in her mind. She quickly turned around and subconsciously covered her chest with her hands, trying to block the part that was being stared at by Xin Yi.
Why? You dress like this just to attract attention? Now you want to act noble again?
Xin Yi sneered mercilessly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone.
Oh.
Sun Yan was so angry that he sneered, and the anger in his heart was burning. How could you fall in love with someone like you who has no quality? Don't worry, with your current condition, you will never be able to step into my house. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her emotions like a flood that could not be contained.
No, how did someone like you get into our company? Did you sneak in? Xin Yi looked at Sun Yan as if he was a fool. What's with that expression on your face? I'll ask security to kick you out right now.
Sun Yan was irritated by Xin Ye's eyes and reached out to grab the phone. I was brought in by Dong Mingfei himself.
What are you going to do to drive me away?
Xin Yi crossed his arms across his chest, looking calm, with unquestionable confidence in his tone.
Sun Yan paused when he heard this, with confusion written all over his face. You can call Mr. Dong by his name?
I think you just used sweet words to deceive Mr. Dong. She still refused to believe it and was sure that Xin Yi was a liar. Sun Yan, you should worry about yourself first. You are so audacious that you don't stay at the company's live broadcast and go to 9-1 to earn money from unknown sources.
You can just wait to pay the penalty.
Xin Yi put away his smile, his expression became serious, and there was a hint of warning in his tone. Originally, he planned to communicate with Sun Yan calmly, but Sun Yan's aggressive attitude was really unbearable for him, and he even had the idea of teaching her a lesson. When Sun Yan heard this, his heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale instantly.
That's impossible. I didn't show my face during the live broadcast.
She muttered to herself in her heart, but pretended to be calm on her face. Xin Yi, don't talk nonsense.
Do you believe I will sue you for defamation? Defamation?
Xin Yi sneered, and without saying anything, he threw the evidence collected by the company at Sun Yan's face. Take a good look at who this person with half of his body exposed is.
You investigated me?
Sun Yan looked at the overwhelming evidence in front of him, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart was instantly shattered, and a feeling of despair and hopelessness surged in his heart.
Sun Yan, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. No, I want to see the chairman.
Sun Yan suddenly raised his head, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. She thought to herself that the only way to bring the matter to the attention of the chairman was to hope for a better outcome. After all, she knew that the new chairman had not yet officially appeared. As long as she messed things up before that, no one would be able to convict her easily. Thinking of this, she immediately picked up the materials and ran out.
Chairman? He's so far away, yet so close at hand.
Shen looked at Sun Yan's back, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He took out his cell phone and quickly called Dong Mingfei. Secretary Dong, please come to the chairman's office immediately.
It's urgent.
Boss Dong, you don't know that I was doing a good job on my live broadcast today, and suddenly someone broke into my live broadcast room and insulted me with words. Those words were simply unbearable to hear. Sun Yan stood in the chairman's office, her eyes red, and she complained to Dong Mingfei in tears. Her expression was very aggrieved, as if she had suffered a great injustice.
Dong
Mingfei was originally thinking about Shen Ye's intention in calling her here, but when she heard this, she was slightly stunned and didn't react for a while. She thought to herself that the person who had visited Sun Yan's live broadcast room today was most likely either a staff member or Mr. Shen.
Boss Shen insulted her? How is that possible? Dong Mingfei began to wonder in her heart.
She guessed that Shen Yi was talking about Sun Yan's violation of regulations during live broadcast on the 9-1 platform, but how could this be considered an insult? Not treating her as having breached the contract was already considered lenient. Although Dong Mingfei had some ideas in her mind, she didn't dare to express her opinion easily because she didn't know Shen Yi's overall plan. She just listened quietly to Sun Yan's crying.
Dong Zong? Dong Zong?
Sun Yan noticed that Dong Mingfei's eyes were a little wandering, as if she wasn't listening to what she was saying, so she quickly waved her hand in front of her.
She asked anxiously, Boss Dong, did you hear me? You have to make the decision for me. You can't let this kind of person run wild in the company.
Sun Yan, our company's new chairman has arrived. Dong Mingfei calmed down, looked at Sun Yan calmly, and said slowly, you should explain it to him later, he will handle this matter fairly. Dong Mingfei thought that since Shen Yi singled out Sun Yan, he must have his own plans, so it would be more appropriate to let him handle it. When Sun Yan heard Dong Mingfei's words, a trace of surprise appeared on her face, but then she returned to her pitiful appearance and asked, Boss Dong, when did the new chairman arrive?
Why didn't I hear any news at all?
She still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that as long as she could play the victim in front of the new chairman, she might be able to escape.
Chapter 71 Shen Yi punishes Sun Yan.
Just then, the office door was slowly pushed open, and Shen Yi walked in with steady steps. He put his hands in his pockets, with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely sharp.
He looked straight at Sun Yan as he entered the door.
When Sun Yan saw Shen Yi coming in, the expression on her face froze instantly, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly pretended to be calm.
Boss Dong, this is the person. I noticed she has been wandering around the company today.
Dong Mingfei looked in the direction Sun Yan pointed, and after seeing who it was, she immediately said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Shen.
These 3 simple words echoed clearly in the office.
This name was like a heavy hammer, hitting Sun Yan's heart hard. Her body shook violently, and she froze in place for an instant, the color quickly draining from her face. My brain seemed to have suddenly short-circuited, everything went blank, and all thoughts came to a halt at that moment.
Shen Yi seemed not to notice Sun Yan's abnormality. He waved his hand calmly, indicating that Dong Mingfei didn't need to be so polite. However, the seemingly ordinary action was extremely glaring in Sun Yan's eyes.
She seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, her feet seemed to have taken root and she could not move at all. She could only stand there in shock, her lips trembling slightly.
She kept repeating in her mind, impossible? How could it be him? How could he be Mr. Shen here?
This must be a dream. She could not reconcile the person in front of her called Mr. Shen with the image she had known before. The huge gap in shock made it difficult for her to accept this sudden fact.
Sun Yan, didn't you say you wanted to find the chairman? Shen Yi raised his chin slightly, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly, I'm standing here now, what do you want to tell me? Chairman?
When Sun Yan heard this, his body shook violently and the expression on his face froze instantly. Then, a flash of surprise flashed across her eyes like lightning.
Since Shen Yi is the chairman, doesn't she still have a chance of survival?
Even though their relationship had been strained before, I was still his sister in name only.
He wouldn't really send me to jail, right?
Thinking of this, Sun Yan's heart couldn't help but fall to the ground, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Shen Yi, look, we are becoming estranged when you say that.
Sun Yan's expression changed instantly, with a smile all over his face, and his tone was so intimate as if there had never been any conflict between them.
I am your sister. What would Suyu think if you treated me like this? She would be so sad.
He's really a man who changes his mind according to the situation. Shenyi snorted inwardly, but still had a faint smile on his face. He thought, he starts to try to gain connections when something like this happens.
Didn't he swear before that he wouldn't let me into the house?
He shook his head gently, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a serious look.
Sun Yan, what you said is really interesting.
Suyu has always treated you as her own sister, trusting you and taking care of you wholeheartedly.
But what about you? Do you treat Suyu as your own sister?
Over the years, you have borrowed so much money from Suyu under various pretexts.
Have you ever paid back a single cent? Shinyi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment and disdain. Now you want me to stop treating you like this? Are we familiar with each other?
Sun Yan was left speechless by Shinya's series of questions, and her face turned pale and red. She opened her mouth, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't speak at all.
After a long while, she stammered, Shinyi, how can you say that? I plan to pay back the money, but I'm a little tight on money now. Besides, Suyu and I are sisters. Why do you, an outsider, interfere in our affairs? Hearing this, Shinyi couldn't help but sneer, outsider? I'm Suyu's boyfriend, how can I be considered an outsider?
But you, as a sister, not only don't take care of your sister, but also scheme against her everywhere. Your live broadcast on the external station today has damaged the interests of the company. According to the contract, you must pay the penalty for breach of contract. When Sun Yan heard that he had to pay liquidated damages, he immediately became anxious. Shinyi, you can't be so heartless.
I have been in the company for so many years, even if I have no merit, I have worked hard, can't you just let me off?
Shinyi was unmoved. He looked at Sun Yan coldly and said, rules are rules.
No one can break them. If you feel wronged, you can take legal action. However, I advise you to face the reality and compensate obediently, otherwise, the company will pursue it to the end. Dong Mingfei stood aside, eating melon quietly.
She didn't expect that there was such an entanglement between Sun Yan and Shinyi. It was so exciting that she wanted to join the battlefield. Sun Yan's face flushed, her chest heaving violently, and she glared at Shinyi. Shinyi, believe it or not, I will tell my parents about this right now, and then I will not let you enter my house.
Bang! A crisp slap instantly broke the tense atmosphere.
Shinyi stepped forward without hesitation and slapped Sun Yan to the ground. He actually didn't care what kind of image he had in Sun Yan's family's mind, but he felt annoyed when he thought that Suyu would be caught in the middle because of the conflict between them. After all, Suyu and her father have always had a good relationship, and he didn't want Suyu to fall into pain and entanglement because of this.
Shenyi, you.
Sun Yan felt dizzy from the slap and it took him a while to come back to his senses. She reached out her trembling hand and gently touched her beaten cheek. The burning pain made her eyes red and her cheeks began to swell slightly. When Dong Mingfei saw Shinyi suddenly step forward and take action, she was startled, fearing that he would lose control of his emotions and do something more extreme. She hurried forward, grabbed Shinyi, and shouted anxiously, Boss Shin. At the same time, he kept shaking his head at Shinyi, trying to calm him down.
Secretary Dong, you think too much.
I won't dirty my hands because of this kind of person.
Shinyi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said in a low voice, help me close the door, then sit here and guard it for me, don't let anyone in.
Dong Mingfei was stunned when she heard this, and for a moment she didn't understand what Shinyi meant. But she still followed Shinya's arrangements and did as she was told. She walked to the door and closed it, then sat aside, her eyes full of confusion and worry, and she looked at Shinyi and Sun Yan from time to time.
Stand up.
Shinyi looked coldly at Sun Yan, who was sitting on the ground, without a trace of warmth in his tone. Sun Yan looked at Shinyi with resentment, her eyes seemed to be able to spit fire, but she still gritted her teeth and stood up.
Come in with me. After Shinyi finished speaking, he turned and walked towards a room. Just go in.
Although Sun Yan's heart was filled with fear and anxiety, her strong curiosity and inherent stubbornness made her follow.
She wanted to see what Shinyi was going to do. At worst, both sides would be destroyed. Dong Mingfei looked at the direction the two were heading and couldn't help but widen her eyes, her heart full of confusion. Isn't that a toilet? What are two people doing in there? Chapter 72 Toilet Passion. Shinyi, what do you want to do?
Sun Yan could never have imagined that the place Shinyi took her into was actually the toilet. For a moment, panic and anxiety quickly surged into my heart.
Aren't you hoping that I won't pursue you? Then you have to pay a price.
Xinyi knew clearly that if he didn't take the opportunity to teach Sun Yan a lesson, she would sooner or later get into bigger trouble, and might even implicate Suyu.
Pooh. Sun Yan angrily spat at Xinyi, water splashing. Xinyi, don't be so wishful thinking. You still want me to serve you, aren't you too delusional? Do you really think you are so shameless? Oh. So, you plan to pay the penalty? Xinyi, even if I don't compensate, what can you do to me? Don't forget, I'm Suyu's sister.
Sun Yan straightened his back and tried to use this identity to intimidate Xinyi.
You take this identity too seriously.
If you were Suyu's biological sister, it would be fine, but you are just Suyu's half-sister with no blood relationship.
If you don't pay, you can only use other things as collateral.
Xinyi sneered, his tone full of sarcasm.
Sun Yan didn't believe that Xinyi would dare to do anything to her.
She just thought he was bluffing and trying to scare her. Without saying a word, she turned around and reached for the door, wanting to leave this place that made her extremely uneasy. However, she gripped the doorknob and turned it, but the door didn't budge.
Xinyi, you. She turned around angrily and wanted to question Xinyi.
At this moment, she felt a hard object suddenly pressing against her from behind, and the powerful force pressed her against the door.
Sun Yan panicked for a moment, his mind went blank.
She never expected that Xinyi would actually take action.
Get out of my way.
She struggled desperately and screamed.
Xinyi was really angry this time.
He was determined to teach Sun Yan a profound lesson and not let her act recklessly anymore. He took a step forward and trapped Sun Yan in a corner, forcing her to face the current situation with an unresisting attitude.
Boss Shin, are you all right?
Dong Mingfei naturally heard the noise coming from the toilet and hurriedly asked.
It's okay, Secretary Dong, you just need to guard outside and don't let anyone in.
Xinye's voice was calm and firm.
Boss Dong, save me.
Sun Yan cried out for help to Dong Mingfei, her eyes full of fear and helplessness. Dong Mingfei looked through the half-open door and saw Sun Yan, who was leaning against the wall with a frightened look on his face. She knew in her heart that Xinyi must have his reasons for doing this. She quickly weighed the pros and cons between work and personal affairs, and ultimately chose to ignore Sun Yan's cries for help, and just dutifully stood guard at the door to make sure no one disturbed the confrontation inside.
In the office, Dong Mingfei frowned and paced back and forth in annoyance.
Every passing second seemed like torture, and she looked towards the bathroom from time to time.
Isn't it over yet?
At this time, Sun Yan's voice came from the toilet.
The surprise and disbelief in her tone penetrated Dong Mingfei's ears word for word. Is it that crazy?
Sun Yan's voice trembled slightly, with obvious panic. Dong Mingfei could imagine without even looking that Sun Yan must be extremely pale and weak at this moment, barely able to support himself by leaning against the wall. After a long hour, the office door was finally slowly pushed open, and Xinyi walked in from outside with steady steps. Dong Mingfei subconsciously turned slightly to the side, and her eyes caught sight of Sun Yan squatting in front of the toilet. She was hunching her back, her body heaving violently uncontrollably, and the sound of vomiting could be heard again and again.
With just one glance, Dong Mingfei's mind was as clear as a mirror, and she instantly guessed the cause and effect. Secretary Dong, you did a great job this time.
Dong Mingfei's pretty face flushed instantly, her eyes were a little evasive, and her heart was full of confusion and anxiety. She couldn't help but ask herself if she was an accomplice in helping the evil.
Boss Shin, since you are done here, I will leave first.
Dong Mingfei's voice was soft, with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness. Xinyi saw her shyness and embarrassment, so he nodded slightly to signal her to leave. In the office, Xinyi sat leisurely on a chair, staring straight in the direction of the toilet, waiting for Sun Yan to come out.
Xinyi, aren't you afraid that I will call the police?
Sun Yan finally walked out of the bathroom. Her hair was disheveled and there were still traces of tears on her face. The look in her eyes when she looked at Xinyi was full of hatred, and she looked like she wanted to eat Xinyi alive.
Go ahead and report it. What do you think your chances of winning are?
Sun Yan gritted her teeth, knowing in her heart that what Xinyi said was true. Thinking back to what had just happened, humiliation and anger surged in her heart, but she was helpless. Under Xinyi's great power and tyranny, she was like an ant that was powerless to resist and could only let him manipulate and play with her at will.
Let's wait and see.
Sun Yan squeezed out these words from between her teeth, glared at Xinyi fiercely, turned around and left quickly. Xinyi knew clearly in his mind that with Sun Yan's unwillingness to swallow grievances, it was very likely that he would go to find Suyu at this moment. Since Sun Yan wants to talk to Suyu so much, he has to perform well. Thinking of this, Shinyi took out his cell phone without hesitation and called Suyu.
Yeah, are you home now?
Suyu's gentle but somewhat puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Husband, I'm here, why are you asking this suddenly?
I'll come to see you today. Go out and buy some food. I want to eat the meal you cook. Okay. Husband. Just wait for a feast.
The corners of Shinye's mouth slightly raised, revealing a doting smile, but in an instant he remembered Sun Yan's matter and his expression tightened. Buy more delicious food and your husband will reward you well tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone and took a taxi to Suyu's house. On the other side, Sun Yan left the office and drove to Suyu's house.
Suyu, are you at home today? I have something to talk to you about. Sun Yan called.
Suyu on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned and felt a little confused. How could it be such a coincidence that Shinyi just said he was coming and my sister also said she would come today?
This is really strange. However, she would never connect Shinyi and Sun Yan together.
In her opinion, these two people have nothing in common, their life trajectories are completely different and there is no possibility of any intersection between them.
Sister, I have something to do today. Why don't you come another day?
Suyu hesitated and refused politely.
Between Shinyi and Sun Yan, she almost subconsciously chose Shinyi.
No, I'm already on my way to your house and will be there soon. Sun Yan's attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation, and his tone was firm and unyielding.
Suyu sighed helplessly. I'm going to go out and buy something. I'll leave the key at the door. Come and open the door yourself.
There was really no other way, so you could only come up with such a compromise, and her tone was full of helplessness and compromise.
Chapter 73 Desperate Sun Yan.
Honey, my sister just called and said she wants to come over too.
Suyu immediately told Shinyi the news. Come if you want.
This is your home, not hers. But yeah, I suddenly want to eat the roast duck at the corner of the street.
Can you take the trouble to go there? I've been craving it for a long time.
Shinyi knew that he had to find a way to keep Suyu outside for a while to avoid meeting Sun Yan.
Okay, no problem, husband. Send me the address and I'll go buy it right away. Suyu didn't think much about it. She only wanted to meet Shinye's request and quickly agreed.
After hanging up the phone, Suyu put on her coat, changed her shoes, and opened her phone to check the location sent by Shinyi.
The moment she saw the address, she frowned slightly and muttered softly, "It's so far?
It will take a long time to go back and forth.
I can't let my husband wait for too long." Sun Yan urgently confided Shinye's evil deeds to Suyu.
So she compressed the original half-hour time into 15 minutes. When she arrived at her door, she picked up the key hidden under the doormat and opened the door. Sun Yan slumped on the sofa, his brain working rapidly, thinking about how to expose Shinye's ugly behavior to Suyu, wishing he could devalue Shinye's image and Suyu's heart to worthless.
Her heart was filled with resentment.
Although she was not a pure and innocent person, she should not suffer such a great humiliation for no reason. Thinking back to what happened in the office, the corners of her mouth still ached slightly, and the humiliation and anger burned in her chest like a raging fire. No, we must not let Shinyi off easily this time. We must punish him severely and make him pay a heavy price. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Bang, 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 every knock made Sun Yan upset. Suyu, didn't you bring your keys? Sun Yan muttered as he reluctantly got up and opened the door.
She thought it was Suyu who came back, but as soon as the door opened, a familiar and disgusting smell hit her in the face. Shinye's tall figure, wrapped in a chill, blocked the door. Before Sun Yan could react, he pushed her into the house violently. Her back hit the wall heavily, causing her eyes to turn red with pain.
Shinyi, why is it you?
Sun Yan's eyes widened in horror, his voice full of disbelief, and his body began to tremble subconsciously. Shinyi raised a wicked smile, leaned close to Sun Yan, and said in a tone that was almost whispering, "Of course it's me, baby, I thought you were just in the office's service, so I came to see you."
Sun Yan was shocked and angry, and asked, "How did you know I was here?"
Shinyi reached out and pinched Sun Yan's chin, forcing her to look directly into his eyes, and sneered, "Where else can you go if not here?
I know you too well. Then how dare you?"
Before Sun Yan finished her words, she felt Shinye's hands wandering wantonly on her body. She struggled desperately, but like a moth trapped in a spider web, the more she struggled, the tighter she became.
Sun Yan, do you know why I treat you like this?
Shinyi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes.
Because you're a beast. Sun Yan gritted his teeth, hatred bursting from his eyes.
Shen Yi disagreed and mocked, "You're not much better. You're living a carefree life outside with your sister's money. How dare you say you're clean?
What about you? What you did to me in the bathroom today, weren't those the actions of an animal? Aren't you exchanging your body for a debt? Isn't this something that you both agreed to? So what now? What else do you want?"
Sun Yan was filled with despair, and her voice was filled with tears.
Why, how much do you think you're worth? You think you can pay off the penalty by spending time with me once? Aren't you too naive? You bastard. Don't say that about yourself. How about this, I'll give you a special price.
You only need to accompany me for another 99 and 81 times, and our account will be completely settled.
You treat me like a chicken, don't you?
Sun Yan was completely enraged and used all her strength to try to break free from Shen Yi's shackles.
However, her resistance was in vain.
Shen Yi picked her up easily and threw her on the bed.
Sun Yan, if it doesn't work once, let's do it a few more times. I don't believe I can't sleep with you. Sun Yan, are you convinced?
Shen Yi held Sun Yan tightly in his arms. Sun Yan only felt sore all over, and every inch of his muscle was protesting.
That was the result of being tormented by Shen Yi.
She was exhausted both physically and mentally at the moment, her heart full of humiliation and anger. She didn't want to pay any attention to the devil Shen Yi, so she simply closed her eyes, turned her head to the side, and ignored his words.
Nothing to say?
Seeing that Sun Yan had no reaction, Shen Yi's face flashed with displeasure, and his arms began to move restlessly again, as if he was about to stir up another storm.
Have you never seen a woman before?
Sun Yan finally couldn't bear it anymore, and the anger that had been pent up in her heart suddenly burst out. She turned her head, her eyes wide open, and shouted at Shen Yi, her voice full of anger and unwillingness.
Who told you not to speak? Talk about it, I'll talk with you, okay?
Sun Yan compromised helplessly. She was really afraid of Shen Yi's trouble, so she could only choose to bow her head temporarily.
That's right.
Shen Yi smiled with satisfaction, but that smile looked extremely ferocious to Sun Yan. His hand naturally touched Sun Yan's big white rabbits and kneaded them wantonly.
I have to say, the feel is definitely not right.
Sun Yan frowned in disgust, but was powerless to resist. Sun Yan, as long as you listen to me, I will not only forgive your breach of contract, but also introduce you to a lucrative job. Shen Yi suddenly changed the subject and spoke seriously.
What? You want me to endorse a breast enhancement product? Sun Yan was full of sarcasm and retorted unhappily.
In her opinion, nothing Shen Yi said could be believed.
Give me your phone.
Shen Yi ignored Sun Yan's sarcasm and stretched out his hand to ask for the phone. Sun Yan looked confused, but was too lazy to struggle. She thought that she couldn't escape from Shen Yi's grasp anyway, so she simply handed the phone over. Shen Yi took the phone, slid his finger quickly across the screen, and after some operations, he returned the phone to Sun Yan.
Okay, I've transferred a 50,000 yuan deposit for your phone.
Shen Yi leaned against the head of the bed and said leisurely.
Deposit? Sun Yan's face was full of suspicion, and he subconsciously looked at his mobile phone. Sure enough, the payment notification came into view, and there was an extra 50,000 yuan in his account. I know there are many beautiful girls in our company. I hope you can screen some high-quality women for me. The more detailed the information, the better.
Shen Yi sat up, looking serious, and explained the tasks in a serious manner. Sun Yan raised her head and looked at Shen Yi with a meaningful look, which was full of suspicion and disdain. In her mind, Shen Yi definitely had no good intentions and was probably participating in the beauty pageant to satisfy his own selfish desires.
Are you just going to let my breach of contract go like this? Sun Yan still couldn't believe it. If you listen, that's fine. Shen Yi nodded. He knew clearly what Sun Yan was thinking. She must have thought that he was choosing a concubine. But in fact, Shen Yi was planning to select some outstanding beauties to enter the entertainment industry or even the film industry.
He had his own business plans, but Sun Yan was still in the dark about all this.
Chapter 74 Collagen.
Sun Yan clutched the phone tightly, her fingertips turning white with anger and confusion.
She raised her eyes and stared at Shen Yi, gritting her teeth and saying, "Is it that simple? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who can be fooled by just a few words?" Shen Yi got up from the bed and put on his clothes slowly, with an unfathomable smile on his face. "Believe it or not, this job is easy for you, and you can make a lot of money, so why not do it?" Sun Yan snorted coldly, feeling conflicted. This 50,000 yuan deposit was like a hot potato. Taking it was like being put in invisible shackles by Xin Yi. If I don't take it, the previous breach of contract will be like a sword hanging over my head. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Why should I trust you? What if I find someone and you turn against me and deny it?" Xin Yi buttoned up his shirt, turned around and leaned against the bed, crossing his arms. "I, Xin Yi, always keep my word. As long as you do this well, you will get the benefits. If I break my promise, you can tell everyone about what happened today. I, Xin Yi, am not a coward." Sun Yan weighed the pros and cons in his mind and finally decided to agree for the time being. After all, this was the only way to get out of the predicament at the moment. "Okay, I'll do it. But you'd better not play tricks." She gritted her teeth and said reluctantly. "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, everyone will benefit." Xin Yi said, picked up his coat and walked out of the bedroom. "Remember, I want to see the detailed information within a week. Don't let me down." Sun Yan looked at Xin Ye's departing back and was a little dazed for a moment. It seemed as if her brain had been drained of the ability to think, and her eyes were fixed dully on the gradually disappearing figure. For some reason, an inappropriate thought popped up in her mind. I should say it, this dead man is quite manly in some ways. As soon as she thought of this, she suddenly came to her senses and shook her head vigorously, as if to completely drive this ridiculous idea out of her head. She cursed herself secretly. Sun Yan, it's already this time, and you are still thinking about these nonsense." "Honey, you came so soon? I thought you would wait a while." Suyu's brisk voice came from the door, breaking the slightly eerie silence in the room. She opened the door and saw Xin Yi sitting on the sofa at a glance. A bright smile instantly broke out on her face. That smile was like the warm spring sun, full of tenderness and joy. "I just got here not long ago, but aren't you tired carrying so many things?" Xin Yi raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a perfect smile. He stood up, walked quickly towards Suyu, and took the bags of food from her. "Not tired, husband." Suyu stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Xin Yi on the cheek. The intimate gesture was full of love. "But, husband, my sister hasn't come yet?" Suyu tilted her head slightly, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. She thought that the first person she would see when she came back was Sun Yan. "Your sister, she just said she had a stomachache and is lying in your room now." Xin Yi looked calm, and his tone was filled with just the right amount of concern, making it impossible to hear any flaws. "Ah? Is she in a lot of pain?" "It's okay. I gave her some water and some collagen. Give me everything and go check on her first." As Xin Yi spoke, he quietly pushed Suyu towards the room, still with a gentle smile on his face. "Damn Xin Yi! You have the nerve to say collagen supplement." Sun Yan, who was hiding in the room, was so angry when she heard this that she cursed in her heart. She pursed her lips unconsciously, recalling the ridiculous things that happened just now. The taste seemed to still linger on her lips, which was really intoxicating. She put on her clothes in a hurry, lay down as quickly as possible, and adjusted herself to look weak. "Sister, how are you?" Suyu walked into the room and asked. For some reason, Sun Yan felt inexplicably guilty. "I'm fine. Xin Yi has just cured me." Suyu looked at Sun Yan's flushed cheeks, which didn't look like she was in pain at all, and a trace of suspicion arose in her heart. Moreover, she always felt that there was a strange smell in the room. The smell was hard to describe and made her feel vaguely dizzy. "Okay, then you lie down first, I'll go cook." Although Suyu was very dissatisfied with Sun Yan in her heart, she had to do a good job on the surface. "And didn't she say on the phone that she had something to ask me? I just don't know what it is." When Xin Yi saw Suyu turn around and walk towards the kitchen, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he followed her quietly. In the kitchen, warm yellow light pours down, casting a warm filter over the entire space. Suyu stood in front of the stove, preparing to take out the ingredients one by one. Xin Yi approached quietly, hugged her gently from behind, put his chin on her shoulder intimately, breathed warmly, and whispered softly, "Thank you for your hard work, my baby, buying so many of my favorite foods." Suyu was a little embarrassed by this sudden intimate behavior, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she said angrily, "Husband, go sit down quickly, the meal will be ready soon." However, Xin Yi did not leave as she said, but hugged her even tighter. His hand slowly moved up Suyu's arm, gently holding her hand, and his voice was low and magnetic. "Let me help you, wouldn't it be faster if we two worked together?" Having said that, he took Suyu's hand and began to wash the vegetables.
Suyu's heart beat uncontrollably faster in her chest. Being held so intimately by him, even her breathing became rapid. After washing the vegetables, Shinyi did not stop. He let go of Suyu's hand, and instead gently stroked her waist, slowly turning her around so that she faced him. Their eyes met, and Suyu saw the burning love in Shinya's eyes, and was a little dazed for a moment. Shinyi leaned forward slightly, his breath gradually approaching. Suyu subconsciously closed her eyes, her heart beating like thunder. Just as their lips were about to touch, there was a sudden noise outside the kitchen, as if Sun Yen had accidentally knocked something over. Suyu suddenly came back to her senses and pushed Shinyi away in a panic, her face full of embarrassment and shyness. "I'll go see what's wrong with my sister first." Shinyi frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he still let go of Suyu. Suyu came to the living room and saw Sun Yen squatting on the ground, frantically picking up the things that had knocked over. Seeing Suyu coming in, Sun Yen smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I accidentally knocked it over." Although Suyu was confused, she still said, "It's okay. If you feel uncomfortable, just lie down for a while. I'll prepare the meal soon." Sun Yen nodded and watched Suyu return to the kitchen, feeling mixed emotions. In the kitchen, Shinyi was still there. Seeing Suyu coming back, he walked forward and hugged her again. "Don't worry about her, let's continue." Suyu blushed and gently pounded his chest. "No, my sister is still here. It would be bad if she saw it." Shinyi remained unmoved, his kisses fell on Suyu's neck and cheeks like raindrops. Suyu's breathing became more and more rapid, and her hands unconsciously grasped the corner of Shinya's clothes. Chapter 75 Cooking. Shinya's passionate kiss made Suyu gradually sink, and her rationality was crumbling in the hot love. She clutched the corner of Shinya's clothes with both hands, her knuckles turned white, and she collapsed in his arms, and could only resist helplessly. "Don't, what if my sister really comes in?" Shinyi didn't care. His lips moved up along her neck, finally kissing her lips and swallowing her words into his mouth. Just when the two were immersed in passion, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open. Sun Yen stood at the door, her eyes widened instantly, and the expression on her face quickly changed from shock to embarrassment, as if it was frozen. Her lips opened and closed slightly, and her throat made a few dry sounds. After a long while, she stuttered and said, "Well, my company suddenly had an emergency and asked me to go back, so I'll leave first." Sun Yen had come here originally to accuse Shinyi, but now that the accusation has failed, Sun Yen doesn't want to be a light bulb here anymore. A thought flashed through Sun Yen's mind, which really shocked her. Shinyi's physical strength is too amazing. You know, Shinyi has already worked on her twice today, but now he still has the energy to be so intimate with Suyu. This made Sun Yen feel embarrassed, but she couldn't help but secretly admire Shinyi's physical strength, and even felt a little amused. When Suyu heard the sound, she hurriedly broke free from Shinyi's arms. Her face instantly flushed and spread to her ears. She tried to suppress the slight trembling of her body due to shyness, and said with a trembling voice, "Sister, don't you have something to talk to me about today?" Sun Yen waved his hands hurriedly, shaking his head like a rattle, avoiding looking at Suyu, and kept saying, it's okay, you two go ahead, I'll leave first." After saying this, without waiting for Suyu's response, he turned around and walked away quickly, his steps so hurried that he even staggered. Suyu looked at Sun Yen's departing back, full of doubts. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of confusion. Sun Yen was really abnormal today. In the past, she was known for being tough and arrogant. No matter what happens, he is always aggressive, but his attitude today is completely different. When Shinyi saw Sun Yen leave, his desire seemed to be ignited even more vigorously. His hot palms touched Suyu's waist again, and he couldn't wait to continue the intimacy just now. After all, although he had cooked twice today, he didn't enjoy it to his heart's content because he was always on the verge of worry. Suyu's cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes. She bit her lower lip nervously, her voice was a little coquettish and shy, and she stammered, wait, go check if the door is closed first, in case my sister comes back again." Shinyi was slightly startled, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. But looking at Suyu's shy and earnest look, he let go of her hand and turned to walk towards the door. His steps were somewhat anxious, and it was obvious that he just wanted to confirm it quickly and come back to continue. At the moment when Shinyi checked the door, Suyu rushed into the bedroom as fast as if she had greased her feet. Her heart was beating violently in her chest and her hands were shaking as she searched through the closet for the nurse's uniform that she hadn't worn for a long time. Shinye's reaction when he saw her outfit kept appearing in her mind. The mixture of nervousness and anticipation made her cheeks get hotter and hotter. Shinyi confirmed that the door was closed, turned around and went back to the kitchen, but found that Suyu was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but frown slightly, his heart full of confusion. He called Suyu's name softly and walked towards the bedroom. The moment he pushed open the bedroom door, the scene before him made him freeze in place.
Suyu was seen wearing a clean white nurse uniform, standing beside the bed.
The clothes were tailored to fit her body perfectly, outlining her curvaceous figure. A few strands of hair under the nurse's cap playfully fell beside her cheeks, adding a bit of charm.
Shinye's eyes suddenly became hot, and he immediately understood Suyu's little thoughts.
He raised an evil smile and walked slowly towards Suyu, each step carrying an undisguised desire. Suyu felt even more shy when he looked at her so bluntly. She lowered her head slightly, tugging at the corner of her clothes with both hands unconsciously, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, Do you like it? Shinyi did not answer, but quickened his pace and hugged her in his arms.
Honey, let's eat first, okay?
Suyu pressed her cheek against Shinye's chest, listening to his pounding heartbeat and feeling the burning heat of his body. Her voice was soft, with a hint of coquettishness. Shinyi lowered his head slightly, and his lips touched Suyu's ear. His voice was low and hoarse, with unmistakable desire. For me, this is also eating. His breath sprayed on Suyu's neck, causing her to tremble slightly.
Wait a minute, I have a surprise waiting for you.
Shinyi stared at her. Although the anxiety in his eyes had not dissipated, he still suppressed the impulse in his heart and sighed helplessly and dotingly, then wait a little longer. He knew very well that Suyu must have put a lot of thought into this surprise, and he really couldn't bear to ruin her mood.
He suppressed his anxiety, let go of Suyu, sat on the sofa in the living room, and kept staring at the kitchen, watching Suyu's busy figure.
Soon, Suyu came out of the kitchen carrying the steaming dishes and placed them on the dining table one by one.
The aroma of food filled the air, but Shinya's mind was not on that at all. His eyes always followed Suyu.
Just as the two were about to start eating, the doorbell rang suddenly. Suyu's eyes lit up as if she had guessed something and she walked quickly towards the door. Shinyi put down his chopsticks with a puzzled look on his face and followed her. Suyu opened the door, took a huge package from the courier and carried it into the house with difficulty.
Shinyi looked at the package and frowned even more, and was very curious. Yeah, what is this?
Suyu smiled mysteriously and did not answer but motioned Shinyi to help open it. The two of them worked together to tear open the package and a large movable mirror appeared before their eyes. Shinyi was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suyu's cheeks blushed. With an evasive look in his eyes, he whispered, I thought that it would make our time more interesting.
Shinyi pulled Suyu into his arms and said in a low and seductive voice, Yeah, you always give me unexpected surprises.
Suyu snuggled in his arms and said coquettishly, Let's eat first, or it will get cold. Only then did Shinyi reluctantly let go of her and they returned to the dining table. While eating, Shinye's mind was obviously not on the food. His eyes drifted towards the mirror from time to time. In his mind, he imagined what was about to happen, and the desire in his body began to stir again. Suyu felt uncomfortable under his fiery gaze and coughed lightly, Eat quickly and don't be in a daze. Shinyi came back to his senses and picked up his chopsticks, but every time he took a bite, he felt that the meal was taking an incredibly long time.
Chapter 76 Doctor, I'm sick.
After finally finishing the meal, Shinyi took the opportunity when Su Shui was cleaning up the dishes to place the mirror in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows allows one to see outside from the inside, but one cannot see inside from the outside, so Shinyi is not worried about leaking his privacy at all. Everything was ready, and Shinyi walked into the kitchen with brisk yet somewhat anxious steps. The light from the kitchen shone on Suyu, outlining her gentle figure. She was concentrating on cleaning up the dishes and didn't notice Shinyi approaching at all. Shinyi quietly walked behind her, stretched out his long arms, gently embraced her in his arms, put his chin on her shoulder intimately, and said softly, Dr. Su, I am sick. Suyu paused her hand movements, the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and her eyes were full of smiles. Of course she knew Shinyi was joking, but she still followed his words and asked softly,
Patient, what's wrong with you?
Shinyi tightened his arm slightly, hugged Suyu tighter, and said in a low and magnetic voice, with a hint of teasing, I had an adverse reaction when I saw you. His breath was warm, spraying on Suyu's neck, causing her to tremble slightly. Tell me any adverse reactions and I will help you treat them. Suyu turned her head and her eyes met Shinye's. Forget it, Dr. Su.
I'm afraid you can't cure it.
Patient, please rest assured.
I am a professional.
Suyu blinked and pretended to be serious. Shinyi leaned close to Suyu's ear, his voice getting deeper and deeper, with a hint of hoarseness. I thought I was stiff enough, but when I lowered my head, I found that there was someone stiffer. As soon as these words came out, Suyu was stunned at first, then she reacted, and her cheeks instantly flushed, spreading to her ears. Before Suyu could respond, Shinyi exerted force with his arms and picked her up steadily. Suyu exclaimed, and subconsciously wrapped her arms around Shinye's neck. However, this time Shinyi did not walk towards the bedroom, but held her and walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window.
Suyu was originally immersed in this sudden intimate action, full of shyness and anticipation.
But when she realized Shinye's destination, she was stunned, and the blush on her face deepened instantly and spread to her neck. She never expected that Shinyi would choose this location. She was panicked and her eyes unconsciously drifted to the window. Through the one-way glass, she could even clearly see the pedestrians passing by. Suyu calmed down and tried to calm herself down, and said seriously, "This position is very bad. I think it's better to change it, otherwise it will not be conducive to your cure." "It's okay, Dr. Su, I have found a treatment." "What is the solution? Do you know how injections work?" Suyu was confused by his inexplicable question and her mind went blank. "What's the principle?" "It's bound to be that the more you fight, the less there will be." "If so, I think the equivalent substitution method is a good idea." Suyu was startled, as if she had vaguely guessed the deeper meaning of Shinye's words, and her cheeks were so red that they almost bled. She pretended to be calm and asked in a low voice, "Do you need my help?" Shinyi chuckled, and his voice echoed in Suyu's ears, "That's definitely not necessary, you just need to cooperate with me." After the intimate treatment, Shinyi gently took Suyu into his arms and gently helped her put on the white nurse's uniform again. His fingertips accidentally touched her skin, causing Suyu to tremble slightly. Shinyi raised a satisfied smile and whispered in her ear, "Dr. Su, this treatment was very good. Let's continue next time." Suyu was so tired that she collapsed in Shinye's arms, her legs were weak and she couldn't utter a word. She could only breathe slightly to show that she heard what Shinyi said. Recalling what had just happened, she felt mixed emotions. God knew how much effort she had put in to cure Shinye's illness. Just as Suyu gradually recovered, she looked out the window inadvertently and a familiar figure came into her sight. It was the old man who had pursued her madly before. Suyu's face turned pale in an instant, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Shinyi was immersed in the sweet afterglow, but suddenly he saw Suyu's frightened look and couldn't help but look confused. The reflex arc is so long? He really didn't expect Suyu to suddenly have such a violent reaction. Yeah, what's wrong?" Shinyi asked with concern, his hands subconsciously tightened to hold Suyu in his arms. Husband, I saw a familiar man downstairs." "Familiar? That's not right." Shinyi remembered that Suyu had never had this before. "Husband, not ex-boyfriend." Suyu keenly sensed Shinye's doubts and hurriedly explained, "It was a client of mine when I was working before. He pursued me." At this point, Suyu bit her lower lip slightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. "But don't worry, husband. I have nothing to do with him. Maybe I did some pua to him at that time." Suyu smiled awkwardly, with a hint of helplessness in her smile. In that work environment, everyone did this, and she was influenced unconsciously. After all, working in that kind of environment, most of her colleagues did the same thing, so she was naturally influenced by them. Shinyi immediately understood what Suyu meant. But he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he has a very strong possessiveness towards his woman. Yeah, you don't need to work there anymore. Just quit and come to work in my company." Shinye's tone was firm and unquestionable. "Husband, do you still have a company?" Yes. Let's keep it a little mysterious for now. You will know when the time comes." Shinyi smiled and touched Suyu's head, trying to ease her tension. Suyu nodded obediently, but soon remembered something and became nervous again. "That husband, I think he might be coming for me." "Why? Did you ask him for a lot of money at that time?" No, it's just that he bought a lot of things from me, but he has a wife, so I definitely wouldn't accept him. He thought he could win me over by spending money on me, but I rejected him in the end." Suyu hurriedly explained, fearing that Shinyi would misunderstand. Shinyi frowned even more tightly, with a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "How dare he come to my house? He simply doesn't know what's good for him." As he said this, he gently put Suyu down, walked to the window, and looked down at the man downstairs. Chapter 77 General Manager? What a coincidence! At this moment, the old man has come upstairs. When Shinyi noticed this, he immediately comforted Suyu in a gentle voice and asked her to change her clothes first. He then planned to meet this uninvited guest to see what he was up to. Shinyi watched Suyu hurried into the bedroom, turned around and leaned on the sofa in the living room, with his arms folded across his chest, his eyes cold, quietly waiting for the old man to arrive. Not long after, there was a sudden knock on the door, and then the old man shouted in a hoarse voice, "Suyu, I know you are at home, open the door quickly." When Shinyi heard the sound, he strode forward and opened the door without saying a word.
What's wrong? Is there anything?
Shinye's voice was low, neither humble nor arrogant. He didn't see the person clearly because the distance was far just now. But when the door opened, an old man with wrinkles and haggard face appeared in front of him. The old man's voice was full of vicissitudes, and he coughed from time to time while speaking, and his whole body looked very old. Shinyi only took one look and secretly judged in his heart that this was the kind of old man who had no fighting power in matters between men and women and would soon be defeated. The old man looked Shinyi up and down, his face full of confusion, and asked, "Who are you?" After saying that, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the house number, muttering softly, "Is it correct, right?" After muttering, he seemed to think that he might have come to the wrong place. He laughed dryly twice, then turned around and prepared to leave, mumbling something, probably thinking he had entered the wrong building.
"You're not wrong, this is Suyu's home."
Seeing this, Shinyi spoke slowly. The old man paused and turned back again, his face more puzzled. "Oh, I just remember it's here."
"Are you Suyu's brother?"
Shinyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, pulling out a faint smile, and deliberately said, "I am her boyfriend, what do you want to see her for?" In fact, Shinyi said this on purpose, firstly to declare his sovereignty to this old man, and secondly to see what his purpose was. At this time, Suyu was hiding in the bedroom, holding her breath, with her ear pressed against the door, quietly listening to every move outside. When the old man heard Shinya's words, the expression on his face froze instantly, and then his eyes widened, with a hint of anger and unwillingness on his face.
A trace of resentment flashed in those turbid eyes, staring at Shinyi. "You are her boyfriend? You? Suyu didn't say that before."
As he spoke, he took a step forward excitedly, exuding an air of anger and humiliation. Shinyi remained calm and composed. He raised his eyebrows slightly, with a mocking smile on his lips.
He met the old man's gaze without flinching, with a hint of contempt in his tone. "Oh? What did she say?"
"But I advise you, it is not a glorious thing to have a wife and still be entangled with other women outside.
If your wife finds out, it will not be good, right?"
As Shinyi spoke, he casually adjusted his cuffs.
The seemingly casual action gave people a strong sense of oppression.
The old man's face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes began to evade. It was obvious that Shinya's words had hit a sore spot. But he still didn't give up, and retorted with his neck stiff, "Don't meddle in the matter between me and Suyu. I spent so much money on her, she can't just turn against me like that."
Shinyi sneered, took a step forward, looked down at the old man, and said word by word, "You can buy sincerity with money? You are too naive.
Suyu has clearly rejected you, but you still come to me.
Aren't you asking for trouble?"
Suyu, who was hiding in the bedroom, felt a warm feeling in her heart when she heard Shinya's words defending her. She bit her lower lip gently, her eyes slightly red. She was moved and a little guilty. She knew that all this was caused by her. She secretly made up her mind that after this matter was over, she would explain it clearly to Shinyi. The old man's face twisted. He was so angry and embarrassed by Shinya's retort that he lost all his rationality. He spat on the ground and yelled in a hoarse voice, "She is just a money-loving bitch, in bed. Just wait, I've got your girlfriend." Those disgusting dirty words poured out of his mouth like sewage, instantly polluting the surrounding air.
Shinya's face suddenly turned gloomy.
"You old thing, if you dare say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart." The old man knew that his words had completely angered Shinyi.
He panicked and his legs began to tremble slightly uncontrollably.
But he still refused to give in, and tremblingly squeezed out a few more ugly words, trying to cover up his inner fear in this way. Veins bulged on Shinya's forehead, his chest heaved violently, and every breath was filled with uncontrollable anger. He could no longer hold back and rushed forward like an angry lion, determined to teach the rude old man a lesson. When the old man saw Shinyi really made a move, he was so frightened that his face turned pale as paper. He turned around and ran away, shouting as he ran, "Don't come over here, dare you to touch me." There was no trace of his previous arrogance in the way he fled in panic. Shinyi chased after him relentlessly and reached the stairs in just a few steps. The old man panicked and lost his way. He slipped and rolled down the stairs, uttering a series of screams. Shinyi stopped at the stairs, looked at the disheveled old man, and said coldly, "This is the result of your bad mouth. I'll let you go today. If you dare to appear in front of us again, it won't be so simple." The old man got up from the ground, covered in dust and with several scratches on his body, grimacing in pain. He glared at Shinyi fiercely but dared not say another word. He limped away, covering his wound. When Shinyi returned to the house, Suyu had already come out of the bedroom and was pacing anxiously in the living room. Seeing Shinyi coming back, she hurriedly went to meet him, her eyes reddened and her voice tearful as she said, "Honey, are you okay?"
Shinye's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a soothing smile. He reached out and gently stroked Suyu's hair and said softly, "I'm fine. But yeah, I really think that man is not in his right mind." He frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. Any reasonable person wouldn't just start cursing in that situation, right? This is simply asking for trouble. Suyu bit her lower lip lightly and hesitated for a moment before speaking. He showed some signs of Alzheimer's disease at the time. After saying that, she looked up at Shinyi with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Shinyi raised his eyebrows and asked jokingly, "No wonder this is not the reason why you rejected him in the first place, right?" Suyu was slightly stunned, a trace of panic flashed across her face, and then she explained eagerly, "Even if my husband didn't have these, I would never choose him. In this life, there is only you in my heart and I only belong to you." Shinyi naturally knew that Suyu had been a little wavering in her views on love in the past, but now it seemed that she had really settled down completely. He gently squeezed Suyu's hand to comfort her, then changed the subject. Yeah, do you know what he and his wife do?" Suyu tilted her head and tried to recall. He seems to be in the business world. As for his wife, it seems, she seems to be the general manager of Yuzi Live. The general manager of Yuzu Live? When Shinyi heard this, he was startled at first, then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips, and he thought to himself, isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 78, Opening the Harem. Early in the morning, after Shinyi left Suyu's house, he went to the company. As for arranging a job for Suyu, Shinyi planned to wait until she resigned. It wouldn't take long anyway. After arriving at the company, Shinyi sat in the spacious and bright office, tapping his fingers on the table. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and dialed Dong Mingfei's number. "Secretary Dong, please come to the office. I have something to discuss with you." At that time, Dong Mingfei was sitting at his workstation, looking focused and a little anxious. The computer screen in front of her was filled with various data and information, and her desk was piled with documents. Recently, she has been racking her brains to think about where to allocate the company's resources. Although the company has a considerable number of anchors today, their quality varies greatly. What makes her even more headache is that she has not been able to find a popular anchor who can carry the company's traffic. In the fierce industry competition, this is undoubtedly a major obstacle to the company's development and has also caused Dong Mingfei to fall into deep trouble. Seeing that Shinyi wanted to talk to her about something, she had to put down what she was doing temporarily. "Mr. Shin, you're looking for me?" Dong Mingfei walked quickly into the office, looking respectful yet a little nervous. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes falling on Shinye's face, trying to catch a clue from his expression and guess his intention of looking for her this time. After all, the scene from yesterday was still lingering in her mind. "Secretary Dong, do you know Wang Liu?" Shinye's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and his eyes deep and elusive. "I have to say that having such a beautiful and pleasant secretary around really makes people feel happy." Today, Dong Mingfei was not wearing her usual rigid work clothes, but a simple yet elegant casual outfit. It perfectly outlines her graceful and beautiful figure, adding a bit of charming charm. "Wang Liu? Isn't that manager Wang from our company?" Dong Mingfei was stunned when she heard this, and she felt confused. She really couldn't understand why Shinyi suddenly mentioned this person. In her impression, Manager Wang was a charming and seductive enchantress. Could it be that Shinyi has some feelings for her? "Secretary Dong, what are you looking at?" "I just want to know the situation of our company's management." Shinyi caught the strange light that flashed across Dong Mingfei's eyes and began to explain. However, Dong Mingfei did not believe Shinye's words in her heart. She had already labeled him a tyrant in her heart and thought that his words were just an attempt to cover up her mistake. Shinyi had no idea of what Dong Mingfei was thinking. The reason he asked about Wang Liu's situation was actually to get a deeper understanding of the manager's performance in the company. If there is anything unsatisfactory about her work, you can take this opportunity to cause her some trouble and make things difficult for her. As for the so-called unspoken rules, Shinyi never thought about it that way at all. After all, the old man who was harassing Suyu was already very old, so how young could his wife be? It's really not worth having any bad thoughts about it. "Boss Shin, Manager Wang's performance in the company is quite good.
Dong Mingfei lowered her eyes slightly and spoke in a steady voice, but a subtle hint of complex emotions flashed in her eyes. Faced with Xinye's questions, she felt very nervous. She really couldn't figure out Xinye's true thoughts, so she didn't dare to say anything more. In fact, Dong Mingfei had a lot of complaints about Wang Liu. In her opinion, Wang Liu was able to climb to her current position entirely because of her husband, who was 20 years older than her. Her path to promotion was full of opportunism and there was no real talent or knowledge at all. Not only that, Wang Liu, who held an important position in the personnel department, abused her power wantonly. In every interview, she specifically chooses male anchors who are handsome in appearance but have no talent. Dong Mingfei couldn't help feeling nauseous at the thought of Wang Liu using the company's interview room as her own beauty pageant and disrupting the company's normal recruitment order to satisfy her own selfish desires.
Secretary Dong, please don't worry.
Xinyi saw through Dong Mingfei's concerns, and his voice was full of unquestionable power. Don't worry, I just want to understand the situation of the company's management from all aspects.
Your opinion is very important to me.
He knew that Dong Mingfei was very dissatisfied with him because of what happened yesterday, but there was nothing he could do about it.
It was because Sun Yan was such an annoying woman. Boss Shen, if I really tell you, please don't say I'm a big mouth. How could that be? I'm not the petty type. Mr. Shen, do you know how old Wang Liu's husband is this year? Dong Mingfei changed the subject and asked a seemingly irrelevant question. How old?
Xinyi knew that the man was not young, but he didn't know his exact age.
He couldn't help but wonder inwardly, what does this have to do with Wang Liu's performance in the company?
Her husband is 55 years old and she is only 35 years old. Dong Mingfei deliberately slowed down her speech, enunciating each word, with a hint of profound meaning in her voice.
My goodness, this is really an old cow eating young grass.
Upon hearing this, Xinyi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and instantly understood the hidden meaning of Dong Mingfei's words. It turns out that Wang Liu was able to get to where she is today thanks to this special relationship.
No wonder the old man was so keen on spending a lot of money on young girls. He must have tasted the sweetness with Wang Liu. You mean?
Xinyi raised his eyes and looked at Dong Mingfei. Dong Mingfei saw that Xinyi had understood, so she continued, Boss Shen, you don't know that she is the only one who has the final say in interviewing anchors in our company.
It's completely her one-man show.
As she spoke, she frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction appearing on her face.
What? Did she take money from someone else?
Dong Mingfei shook her head slightly, her expression becoming more complicated, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Although she didn't take the money, she has a harem in there.
Wow, a harem? This is really eye-opening.
No wonder they say people of the same family stick together. This couple, one of them spends a lot of money on young girls outside, and the other one uses a honey trap in the company.
They are really a perfect match. Xinyi couldn't help but be amazed, his face full of disbelief.
Xinyi speculated that Wang Liu might accept money and engage in corruption at work. But now when I hear about such absurd behavior, I am still shocked.
Is it that the old man has lost the ability to feed her, or is it that Wang Liu has too big an appetite? I guess it's probably both. Chapter 79 Strange Interview Request. Secretary Dong, is this Manager Wang in the company now?
Hearing this, Dong Mingfei quickly took out her cell phone to check her schedule.
Boss Shen, today is the day for an interview.
As usual, she should be in the interview room right now.
Really? That would be great.
The corners of Xinye's mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Secretary Dong, please help me forge a resume. Remember, emphasize your appearance and downplay your talents and skills. I want to see how this manager Wang behaves.
Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll get it done right away.
Dong Mingfei estimated that Wang Liu was going to be in trouble soon. With her personality, she would probably offend the new chairman soon.
Soon, Xinyi got Dong Mingfei's forged resume.
He carefully examined the carefully crafted job application materials. A handsome photo, simply listed talents and seemingly ordinary experience on it completely met his requirements. The corners of Xinye's mouth curled up in a determined arc. He folded his resume and put it into the inner pocket of his suit. He stood up, straightened the corners of his clothes, and walked towards the interview room with steady steps. Arriving at the door of the interview room, Xinyi saw a long queue outside. These job seekers had different expressions. Some had frowned and muttered something, as if they were reciting the interview points silently. Some of them looked relaxed and were chatting and laughing with the people around them. Xinyi was not in a hurry.
He walked to the end of the line and lined up. Bored, Shinyi gently patted the man in front of him on the shoulder and asked in a gentle voice, "Handsome guy, do you know what the interview content is?" The man turned around with a smile on his face, looked at Shinyi, and said, "I don't know exactly what the interview will test, but I can guarantee that you will pass." Shinyi pretended to be puzzled, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why is that?" The man looked at Shinyi as if he were a rare animal, his eyes full of disbelief. "Could it be that you didn't even know the details before coming for the interview?" Shinyi shook his head in agreement. "No wonder. You don't know that the interviewer has only one requirement: the man must be handsome and the woman must be beautiful and have a good figure." The man curled his lips and explained helplessly. "Is it that simple?" Shinyi pretended to be incredulous and continued to ask. The man looked up at Shinyi. His 1.9-meter height stood out from the crowd and was very eye-catching. "Is this easy? Only because you are tall and handsome would you think this condition is easy to achieve. Don't worry, we can definitely make it through." Shin patted his shoulder wildly. "I'll just forget it. I thought I could get away with it by putting on some makeup, but then I heard that they don't want any men under 1.8 meters tall." "Impossible?" Shinye's heart skipped a beat and a surge of anger rose up quietly. "This is just bullshit. No wonder there are so few decent anchors in the company." Although appearance plays a certain role in the live broadcast industry, what can really retain the audience is high-quality content. There are so many handsome men in this world, why should the audience stare at you? What's more, there are many photo frauds like Xiao Biluo now. Shinyi was secretly complaining when he saw a slightly fat man angrily walking out of the interview room and immediately started cursing. Damn it, those who know that this is a recruitment for anchors, while those who don't think this is a beauty pageant. I'm on a comedy show, but they actually require a height of 1.8 meters and don't even give me a chance to show my talent. This is ridiculous. If this is the case, why do we even have an interview? How is it? Did you see it?" The man next to him winked at Shinyi, motioning him to look at the angry man. Shinyi pulled out an awkward smile and echoed, "It's true." For a moment, he felt speechless, with helplessness and indignation intertwined in his heart. "How about you go in first and help me test the situation?" "Okay, but what's your name, bro?" "Shin Yunan, what about you?" "Shen Yi." Shin Yi stepped forward and shook hands with him. As soon as he touched Shin Yunan's hand, Shin Yi felt a steady force. For some reason, he always felt that the man in front of him was extraordinary. As for why he is so special, it is probably because of his very calm temperament, which makes him seem out of place in this slightly impetuous interview team. "Good fellow, are we still a family? Are you also a god in mythology?" Shin Yunan's eyes widened, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Shinyi was slightly stunned, then reacted and explained, "No, it's the Shin with 3 water drops." "I see. But the homophones don't make any difference. They sound the same." Shin Yunan waved his hand nonchalantly, with a friendly smile on his face all the time. "To be honest, I'm really curious about the details of this interview. Brother, you have to be more careful when you go in, and come out and talk to me in detail." Shinyi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will tell you everything. I also want to see what kind of tricks this interview that only values appearance can bring." At this time, the line moved forward a little, and the people in front entered the interview room one after another. Soon it was Shinye's turn. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and walked steadily into the interview room. When Shin Yunan saw Shinyi walk into the interview room, he actually showed a trace of regret. "What a shame, what a shame. I guess he will also succumb to that one." After saying that, he threw the resume into the trash can beside him and turned away, completely ignoring the interview that was about to take place. Shinyi stepped into the interview room and saw the scene inside. He saw 3 interviewers sitting behind a long table. The interviewer in the C position kept his head down, saying nothing, as if he was lost in thought. The 2 female interviewers next to him were completely different. They stood tall, held their heads high, and had sharp eyes. The 2 female interviewers looked ordinary and wore black-framed glasses, but their clothes were extremely fashionable and clearly carefully matched. The moment he saw the 2 female interviewers, Dong Mingfei's previous instructions suddenly emerged in Shinye's mind. She once said that Wang Liu had 2 capable assistants who were responsible for interviews for a long time. Looking at the expressions and postures of the 2 people in front of him at this moment, Shinyi was certain that these 2 were Wang Liu's trusted assistants. The moment these 2 saw Shinyi, a strange light suddenly appeared in their eyes.
One of the female interviewers raised her lips and said anxiously, "Well, please stand on the measuring instrument over there and measure your height and weight." Shinyi muttered to himself, "Good fellow, this interview is like a physical examination." But he still walked over as he was told and stood on the instrument cooperatively.
Height, 190 centimeters. The measuring instrument emits a clear voice announcement. Weight, 85 kilograms. Then, the second announcement sounded. Chapter 80 Cheongsam Beauty Manager.
Wang Liu had been keeping her head down, her fingers casually moving across her resume. The moment she heard the measuring instrument report height 190 centimeters, she raised her head instantly as if she was pulled by an invisible force.
TSK, finally a handsome boy has come. But how come he is so handsome?
Her eyes quickly swept towards Xingyi, and then fell on the introduction in her hand, with a hint of excitement in her voice. That.
Shen Yi, right?
You passed the first round of the test, please take a seat.
Shen Yi couldn't help but complain in his heart. Wow, 666. Height and weight are the first round of testing, isn't this nonsense?
But his expression remained calm. He walked steadily to the chair and sat down slowly. After sitting down, Shen Yi began to look at the woman in front of him calmly.
Wang Liu was wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam.
The bright color and unique cut outlined her figure perfectly, and the fullness of her chest was clearly visible, which was particularly eye-catching.
Shen Yi even caught a glimpse of 2 points faintly visible on the cheongsam, and was startled, secretly wondering if she was going topless.
What is even more eye-catching is that she is wearing a pair of white high-heeled sandals and is leisurely crossing her legs. The foot hanging in the air was still swaying restlessly, and the sandals were drooping up and down, making slight sounds. It seemed particularly out of place in the quiet interview room, revealing an indescribable frivolity and casualness. Hiss, what a fairy, no wonder she is so popular with male anchors. Shinyi muttered to himself, those male anchors who join the company can not only easily get a job, but also have a meal for free. If they behave well enough to please her, they may even be kept by her.
This is really killing two birds with one stone for them. Ha! You're only 18 years old?
Wang Liu's eyes fell on the age column on the resume, and a hint of surprise flashed across her face.
Isn't this the age of passion? She thought to herself. Yes, I just turned 18 this year. Shen Yi looked calm and spoke in a steady tone, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Then tell me why you want to join our company.
Wang Liu leaned forward slightly, her eyes revealing charm, and she looked at Shen Yi like a drawn silk. I'm short of money right now, so I came here to make some money. Shen Yi lowered his eyes, deliberately making his voice sound helpless.
Oh, really?
Hearing this, Wang Liu suddenly became interested and sat up straighter.
You just graduated, why are you in such a hurry to make money? My mother is seriously ill and our family is short of money.
Shen Yi frowned slightly, with just the right amount of worry on his face. He wanted to give Wang Liu an illusion that he was someone who was easy to manipulate and in desperate need of money.
But
the assistant next to Wang Liu suddenly spoke, but was interrupted by Wang Liu after just uttering 2 words.
Don't say but, I think this is good.
Wang Liu thought the assistant was deliberately finding fault, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. After all, in previous interviews, they often used this method, finding faults before making a decision. But the young man in front of her was so handsome, and the assistant interrupted at this moment.
Wang Liu couldn't help but complain in her heart, what a lack of tact. Shen Yi, come with me to this room. I have something else to tell you. Wang Liu stood up and walked towards the next room on her own. Shen Yi was full of doubts, but his face remained calm. Is it over already? He stood up, looked at the 2 female interviewers politely, and asked, Ladies, have I passed the interview? It's over, it's over. Come on over. Didn't you hear Manager Wang asking you to come over?
The woman who was refuted by Wang Liu just now had obvious impatience in her tone, and seemed to vent all her anger on Shen Yi.
Shen Yi didn't bother with her and followed Wang Liu in steadily. Tian, what's going on? This guy is so handsome, why are you still finding fault with him?
Inside the room, another female interviewer, Ning, complained softly.
No, Sister Ning, look at this resume. It clearly says that I have a happy family and a middle-class family background. The assistant named Tian looked anxious as she handed the resume to Ning.
Ning took a closer look and showed a surprised expression on her face. Yeah, it really is. Maybe he wrote it wrong just now. Tian, let's not worry about this kind of thing. Let's continue the interview. Anyway, Manager Wang has agreed. Ningning waved her hand, looking as if she wanted to calm things down.
Oh well. Tian Tian was a little helpless.
Although she felt that something was fishy, what Sister Ningning said made sense, so she had to suppress her doubts and continue with the work at hand.
Wang Liu pushed open the side door leading to the interview room and walked in first. This is a small office, but the layout is very ambiguous.
Pink lights are softly sprinkled all around, and a large sofa is placed against the wall. Wang Liu walked straight to the sofa and sat down, crossed her legs, and signaled Shen Yi to sit opposite her with her eyes. Shen Yi's heart was filled with alarm, but he still sat down calmly, with just the right amount of ignorance and restraint on his face. Wang Liu looked at Shen Yi, with a meaningful smile on her face. Xiaoshen, our company has always been willing to cultivate new people with potential, as long as you are obedient. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and pretended to touch Shen Yi's face. Shen Yi retreated slightly without leaving a trace, with an awkward look on his face. Manager Wang, when you say obedient, you mean? Wang Liu took her hand back and leaned back on the sofa, her eyes showing a bit of strength. Just listen to my arrangements at work, and spend more time with me in private. As long as you can do it, money and resources are not a problem.
Shen Yi felt sick in his heart, but pretended to be moved. Manager Wang, of course I am willing to listen to you, but I really need this job, and I am afraid I can't do it well.
Wang Liu smiled and said, don't worry, as long as you behave yourself, no one can do anything to you. At this tense and ambiguous moment, Shen Yi's heart moved, and he silently called out in his mind, System, check Wang Liu's information. In an instant, rows of detailed data appeared before his eyes.
Name, Wang Liu. Age, 35. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance 8'5". Privacy value, 5. How many men have you driven with? Situation, strong and smooth personality, strong desire. Intimacy, 30.
Identity, General Manager of UZ Live Broadcasting Company. When Shen Yi saw the data privacy value 5, he was slightly stunned. This was beyond his expectations. In his original idea, a woman like Wang Liu, who was bold in her behavior and had strong desires, should have a very high privacy value. However, after a little thought, he figured out the reason.
Wang Liu is in a high position.
As the general manager of UZ Live Broadcasting Company, she has considerable power and naturally has high standards. She knows how many men covet her body and try their best to get into her bed. Among so many suitors, she must be very picky and will not easily have relationships with others, so it makes sense that her privacy value is not high.
Chapter 81. What is today?
Thinking of this, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Shen Yi's eyes, but he quickly lowered his eyes and hid his emotions. Seeing Shen Yi like this, Wang Liu became more and more proud. She leaned forward, almost sticking to Shen Yi, and reached out her hand to gently touch Shen Yi's arm, her voice so tender and sweet. Xiaoshen, as long as you follow me, you can get whatever you want in the company in the future.
Shen Yi resisted the urge to shake her hand off, and said in a trembling voice, Manager Wang, I am so grateful to you.
It's just that I have never experienced this before, and I am still a little scared. Wang Liu thought Shen Yi was really just shy, so she giggled and patted Shen Yi on the shoulder.
What are you afraid of? I'm here. I've booked a private room at the Imperial Hotel tonight. Come to me after get off work and we can talk about future development.
Shen Yi secretly groaned in his heart. But he still nodded and agreed, okay, Manager Wang, I will be there on time after get off work.
Wang Liu nodded with satisfaction and leaned back on the sofa, her eyes full of anticipation for the coming night.
It had been a long time since she had met a man as tall and handsome as Shen Yi. In addition, she is at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and has strong physical needs. But the husband at home was unable to do what she wanted. Driven by desire, her longing for Shen Yi became stronger and stronger, and ripples had already appeared in her heart. Shen Yi found a suitable opportunity, politely said goodbye to Wang Liu, and hurriedly left the room filled with ambiguous atmosphere.
After leaving, Shen Yi went to Dong Mingfei's office and told her everything that happened in the interview room today and when he was alone with Wang Liu without reservation. Dong Mingfei listened quietly with a focused expression.
After Shen Yi finished speaking, she looked at Shen Yi thoughtfully, with a complicated look in her eyes, and asked, Mr. Shen, what you mean is that Wang Liu invites you to the private room of the Dihao Hotel tonight.
Will you go or not?
After just a few days of contact, she felt that Shen Yi would definitely not miss a charming beauty like Wang Liu.
I will definitely go.
Really? Dong Mingfei nodded slightly, with an expected look on her face.
But
Shen Yi changed the subject, frowned slightly, and a hint of alertness appeared in his eyes.
But what, Mr. Shen? I always feel that the woman may have ulterior motives. She is so proactive, it doesn't seem like she is simply attracted by my appearance. Oh, by the way, Mr. Shin, now that you mentioned that, I remember it.
The male anchors who were close to Wang Liu all obeyed her orders, as if she had caught them with some fatal handle, and were completely at her mercy.
Dong Mingfei slapped his forehead and said with sudden enlightenment. Is that so? After Dong Mingfei's reminder, Shen Yi began to think thoughtfully.
Before the appointment, Shen Yi was afraid that Wang Liu might have bad intentions, so he bought a device in advance that was small in size, had clear images and had long battery life. He deliberately hid the camera in front of his chest and carefully adjusted the angle to ensure that once he entered the battlefield, he would be able to completely and accurately record every scene of his meeting with Wang Liu, leaving solid evidence for any subsequent situations that might arise. When the agreed time arrived, Shen Yi raised his hand and stopped a taxi and set off. After arriving at the hotel, he followed Wang Liu's instructions and went to the reserved private room. When I opened the door, I saw Wang Liu had been waiting for a long time. She looked like she had just come out of the bathroom, wearing the thin bathrobe provided by the hotel, with large areas of her snow-white skin exposed unreservedly, exuding a seductive scent. Seeing Shen Yi coming in, she immediately stood up and greeted him with a charming smile on her face. Xiaoshen, you are finally here, I can't wait. Shen Yi pretended to be calm and responded with a smile. There was a traffic jam on the road. I'm sorry to have kept Manager Wang waiting for a long time. The two sat down one after another. Wang Liu skillfully picked up the bottle, filled 2 glasses with wine, and handed one to Shen Yi. Come on, Xiaoshen, let's have a drink first to celebrate our future cooperation. Shen Yi took the wine glass, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he put it to his lips and took a sip, watching Wang Liu's every move with his peripheral vision. Wang Liu was a little unhappy when she saw Shen Yi didn't drink, but she didn't show it. Instead, she continued to seduce Shen Yi with sweet words. Xiaoshen, as long as you are obedient, I guarantee that you will quickly become popular in the company and make a lot of money. As she said that, she reached out again to hold Shen Yi's hand. Shen Yi dodged without leaving a trace, pretending to be nervous and said, Manager Wang, I am really grateful to you, but I am still a little worried. What if someone finds out? Wang Liu smiled contemptuously. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, no one will dare to say anything. Don't those male anchors listen to me obediently? Shen Yi's heart moved, knowing that the opportunity had come, and deliberately asked, Manager Wang, how did you make them so obedient? This, you will know in a moment. Wang Liu smiled mysteriously, with a hint of cunning in her eyes, deliberately keeping the secret. Shen Yi was stunned when he heard this, and muttered to himself, I'll know in a minute? How can I know? What on earth is this woman up to? Wang Liu stood up with a smile, walked gracefully to Shen Yi's side, and sat down as if nothing had happened. The distance between them was instantly shortened, and Shen Yi could even feel the warm breath emanating from her. Xiaoshen, do you want to have a bright future in the company and rise to the top? Wang Liu tilted her head, spoke in a tender voice, and deliberately moved closer to Shen Yi, the smell of perfume on her body becoming stronger. Manager Wang, since I decided to follow you, I must want to have a good future. Shen Yi tried hard to maintain a shy yet sincere expression on his face, but in fact he already wanted to investigate her. That's fine. Wang Liu nodded with satisfaction, a smug smile on her lips. Then, she made an even bolder move. She gently hooked her legs and wrapped them around Shen Yi's legs. Her movements were skillful and full of temptation. Hiss, this woman really knows how to play. Shen Yi gritted his teeth secretly. If he wasn't determined to find out Wang Liu's true purpose, he would have wanted to execute her on the spot. Manager Wang, what are you doing? Xiaoshen, we can't have a good chat if you keep doing this. Wang Liu frowned slightly, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Could it be that you have never had a date in your life? But, Manager Wang, I really haven't talked about it. Real? Wang Liu looked suspicious as she looked Shen Yi up and down. Shen Yi nodded heavily, looking very honest. Wang Liu's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a new world, and she asked excitedly, in other words, you are still a virgin? Aha! Shen Yi nodded again, his voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Wang Liu started to have doubts in her heart and just couldn't believe that such a handsome man would never have dated several girls. Then swear that if you are lying, your thing is 3 centimeters shorter. She said half jokingly and half seriously, staring closely at Shen Yi, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Okay, I swear I'm a virgin today, or I'll be 3 centimeters shorter. Shen Yi said seriously, deliberately pronouncing the word today very lightly, so that it was almost inaudible. He thought to himself, since he really didn't have sex with a woman today. It's not a lie to say this, it's only natural.
Chapter 82, The Cat Substitutes for the Prince.
Seeing Shinya's confident look, Wang Liu felt a surge of heat rising rapidly in her body. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and lick her lips gently, her eyes full of undisguised desire. To be honest, after working in this industry for many years, she has seen many men of all kinds, but this is the first time she has met such a handsome little virgin. Thinking that she had never had physical intimacy with such a man in her life, Wang Liu felt that this was an unexpected surprise given to her by God, and her inner desire became stronger. Wang Liu leaned forward slightly and gently pressed her fingers against Xinya's lips. Her movements were gentle but full of provocation. Then she made a few pa sounds and said coquettishly, "Don't curse yourself like that." She blinked her watery eyes and gazed at Xinyi with a loving look on her face.
That look seemed to be able to melt people.
Then, Wang Liu used the strength of her legs tightly wrapped around Xinya's legs to sit on Xinya's body softly. Her movements were smooth and charming.
Hiss. Xinyi secretly took a deep breath and couldn't help but complain in his heart, just because she knew that he was a virgin, this woman was so excited? He is really as hungry and thirsty as a wolf. Anyone who marries this woman will be unlucky for half his life. Of course, if you're just dating for fun, then just ignore what he said. He subconsciously raised his hands and pressed against Wang Liu's large, exposed, warm, and delicate skin, and asked stutteringly, "Manager Wang, you are. Xiaoshen, tonight, I will let you become a real man, okay?"
Wang Liu spoke in a tender voice as she gently held Xinya's hand and rubbed her whole body against his arms. The softness on her chest touched Xinyi intentionally or unintentionally, and her words and actions were full of temptation.
"That's not good, Manager Wang. You're my boss." "Oh, Xiaoshen, haven't you read those sweet stories about managers and employees on the internet? We are all adults, this kind of thing is normal."
Wang Liu chuckled nonchalantly, her eyes revealing a hint of cunning and charm, which made her look particularly alluring under the ambiguous lighting.
"Can this be the same? How is this different?"
As she spoke, Wang Liu made a move that was beyond Xinya's expectation. She stood up lightly, and the body that was originally tightly pressed against Xinyi moved away in an instant.
"Manager Wang, what are you doing?" Snort. Wang Liu snorted lightly, with a hint of mocking smile on the corner of her mouth. "Xiaoshen, you kept saying no just now, but now that I'm gone, you're not happy?" It's said that men's words are lies, and it's really true. She raised her chin slightly, with a hint of amusement in her eyes, and stared at Xinyi closely, as if trying to see through his thoughts. "Manager Wang, I'm not." Okay, stop talking." Wang Liu waved her hands impatiently. "Just tell me whether you are willing to obey me or not. If you are not willing, I will leave now, and you will never have a good life in the company in the future." She folded her hands in front of her chest, looking very confident, as if she was sure that Xinyi would not dare to refuse. What on earth is this woman up to? Not knowing what Wang Liu was up to, Xinyi finally nodded. "Xiaoshen, this is right." Wang Liu smiled with satisfaction, and the haze on her face instantly dissipated, returning to her charming and attractive appearance. She walked to a table nearby and took out a black eye mask from her bag. "This is?" "Xiaoshen, come here, let me put it on for you. Today I will teach you something exciting," Wang Liu said in a tender voice, with a hint of irresistible temptation in her tone. "Fuck, this woman is a big S?" Xinyi was shocked. There was a strange smile on Wang Liu's face, and her movements were gentle but full of ulterior motives. She slowly covered Xinya's eyes with the black blindfold, and his eyes instantly fell into endless darkness. Then, she took advantage of Xinya's lack of reaction and gave him a gentle push, causing Xinyi to fall defenselessly onto the soft bed. In an instant, Xinyi felt a cold and hard touch on his wrist, and then there was a light click sound, as if he was handcuffed and his hands were tightly bound. He struggled subconsciously, but found it was all in vain. The metal shackles tightly clasped his wrists, restricting his movements. "Manager Wang, what are you doing?" "Xiaoshen, don't worry, I'm going to get something and we'll be back soon." Wang Liu deliberately lowered her voice, with a hint of charm and temptation in her tone. Then, Xinyi heard her light footsteps gradually fading away, and she walked towards the bathroom. He twisted his wrists hard, trying to break free from the sudden restraint. But the handcuffs didn't budge at all. Every struggle was in vain, and instead caused a sharp pain in my wrists. After a while, there was a sound of light footsteps coming from the bathroom. He could clearly feel the footsteps stop beside the bed, and then, a pair of soft but cold hands gently touched his body, moving slowly and wantonly. Before he could recover from his shock, two pairs of tender lips pressed against his,
with a strong scent of perfume. Shin Yi responded passively, but his mind was working frantically, wondering what was going on.
How strange.
Shin Yi muttered to himself, wondering when he had ever been treated so humiliatingly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. But with his hands tied and his eyes blindfolded, he couldn't see the situation around him and could only let the situation develop in an unknown direction. Under her guidance, the two people's positions quietly exchanged. Shin Yi was flipped over to the top without realizing it, and the woman was lying underneath. As they kissed, Shin Yi suddenly felt his wrists loosen, and the restraints were actually untied. He moved subconsciously, and his right hand touched a soft spot. Instinctively, he squeezed it gently.
Oh, help! Why are you doing this to me?
A sharp scream instantly broke through the silent air, like a sharp blade piercing straight into Shin Yi's heart. Shin Yi was stunned for a moment, his mind went blank, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. He reached out in panic to pull off the blindfold.
The glaring light made him squint.
When his vision gradually became clear, the scene before him horrified him. He saw that the person lying under him was not Wang Liu, but a strange woman. At this moment, the woman was screaming desperately, her face full of fear and grievance. She pushed Shin Yi hard with both hands, looking like she was being raped.
Oh no, that woman is playing this trick?
Shin Yi thought to himself that something was wrong, and just as he was about to stand up to explain, he heard a rapid and violent kick on the door.
Chapter 83 Mutual Calculation.
Before Shin Yi could get up from the woman, the door of the private room was slammed open by two policemen.
The leader was a relatively older policeman. He quickly scanned the scene in the house and shouted, "Don't move!" The sound echoed in the small space, full of deterrence. Following behind the policeman was a young man.
His eyes shuttled back and forth between Shin Yi and the woman on the bed, as if he was quickly assessing the situation.
"You, calm down."
He pointed at Shin Yi, his tone unquestionable.
Shin Yi was stunned. He raised his hands, slowly got up from the woman, and explained anxiously, "Police comrade, this is a misunderstanding. It was Wang Liu."
Before he could finish his words, the young policeman stepped forward, grabbed Shin Yi's arm and handcuffed him.
"If you have anything to say, come back to the bureau and talk,"
he said coldly, obviously not buying Shin Yi's explanation.
"Listen to my explanation, it's really a misunderstanding."
Shin Yi struggled and shouted loudly, but the police remained unmoved. The woman on the bed was still crying and shouting, "It's him.
He wants to rape me."
These cries and complaints left Shin Yi speechless. The older policeman walked to the bedside, squatted down, and gently comforted the woman. "Don't be afraid, we are here. Tell me the details first." The woman sobbed as she described the incident, deliberately exaggerating the incident and describing Shin Yi as an unforgivable criminal. Shin Yi listened to her distorted story, feeling angry and anxious, but helpless. Just then, a figure suddenly walked out of the bathroom. Shin Yi looked carefully and saw that the person coming was Wang Liu.
He was immediately furious. "Wang Liu, you." However, Wang Liu seemed not to have seen Shin Yi.
She walked straight to the older policeman, with just the right amount of surprise and concern on her face, and said in a tender voice, "Director Chen, why are you here?" The man called Director Chen is none other than Chen Xiaowei, Deputy Director of the Shangjing Public Security Bureau. He had a faint smile on his face, as if he was enjoying a wonderful farce, and he responded, "Didn't I come here because I received a report that someone was bullying decent women?" As he spoke, while everyone's attention was on Shin Yi, his restless hand quietly touched Wang Liu's perky buttocks.
Wang Liu pretended to be shy and moved sideways. This seemingly unintentional interaction revealed an indescribable ambiguity and familiarity.
One can't help but wonder how many times they have done this kind of thing.
Wang Liu turned around and faced everyone, her face full of innocence and shock. She pointed at Shin Yi and said, "Ah?
Shin Yi is an employee our company just hired.
I really didn't know he would do such a thing."
Seeing this, Shin Yi was furious, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. He simply stood where he was, quietly watching Wang Liu continue her performance, wanting to see how this farce would develop further. Chen Xiaowei raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile that seemed majestic but concealed a mystery, and ordered the young policeman beside him, "Lian, take him back to the police station first. I will comfort them here and go back soon."
"Okay, Director Chen."
The young policeman named Lian, with a serious face, immediately handcuffed Shin Yi without hesitation and escorted him out with quick movements.
Shin Yi sighed helplessly, feeling depressed.
The handcuffs that had just been unlocked were now put on again. Thinking back on what he had done, he secretly regretted it, blaming himself for his momentary curiosity and insisting on finding out what Wang Liyu's conspiracy was.
Now I've accidentally fallen into the trap she carefully designed.
But Xinyi quickly adjusted his mentality. He knew very well that it was meaningless to argue here at this moment. After all, any discerning person could see that Wang Liyu had a close relationship with Director Chen. Instead of wasting words, it would be better to go to the police station and find an opportunity to deal with this young policeman. After Lian and Xinyi disappeared at the door, Chen Xiaowei immediately winked at Wang Liyu. The meaning in that look was so profound that others could hardly understand. But Wang Liyu understood what he meant. She quickly took out a thick stack of banknotes from her bag and handed it to the woman who was still sitting on the bed pretending to cry. She said impatiently, "Okay, everyone has left.
Stop pretending. Take the money and leave quickly."
The woman's eyes lit up. She reached out to take the money, counted it quickly, and found that the amount was not less, but more than expected. She was immediately delighted. Without saying a word, she stood up and hurriedly left the room, leaving only Wang Liyu and Chen Xiaowei in the room. Seeing this, Chen Xiaowei quickly closed the door of the hotel and isolated himself from the outside world. The moment he turned around, the desire in his eyes could no longer be concealed, and he picked up Wang Liyu, who was only wearing a bathrobe and had a graceful figure. Wang Liyu took the opportunity to wrap her legs around Chen Xiaowei's waist, gave him a kiss, and asked in a tender voice, "Director Chen, why did you come so early this time?
Aren't you missing my baby?"
As Chen Xiaowei spoke, he slapped Wang Liyu's but hard, with a hint of eagerness and greed in his voice.
"Ah, Director Chen, be gentle,"
Wang Liyu said in a coquettish voice, which seemed to have a hook, making Chen Xiaowei even more distracted.
"I see, but where did you find such a handsome man?" Chen Xiaowei calmed down a little and asked curiously. "My company has so many people coming for interviews every day. If this goes on for a while, won't we have one?" Wang Liyu blinked and said with a proud look on her face, "That's true. Are you also greedy for that handsome boy?" Chen Xiaowei raised his eyebrows and asked half-jokingly, "Director Chen, but am I not in your arms now?"
Wang Liyu twisted her body and spoke in a coquettish manner, which made Chen Xiaowei laugh out loud.
"Little rascal."
Chen Xiaowei scratched her nose lovingly, and then changed the subject. "I helped you get this money jar today, you have to serve me well." Chen Xiaowei knew clearly in his mind that Wang Liyu was a cunning person with a lot of schemes. She was just using the guise of recruitment to take advantage of those young and handsome job seekers to achieve her own ulterior motives. Although the means were not very honorable, Chen Xiaowei did not care about it. After all, what existed between them was a transaction of interests and desires, and it was purely a matter of each taking what they needed. Wang Liyu wanted the power in his hands to protect her in the business world and clear obstacles. As for him, what he was greedy for was Wang Liyu's irresistible service, and he found a moment of indulgence and pleasure in her.
This kind of relationship is simple and direct.
As long as both parties maintain their bottom line, they will not interfere with each other's lives. In his opinion, if he met a woman who acted unreasonably all day long, his wife would find out sooner or later, and by then, the family and career he had worked so hard to build would be ruined. Fortunately, Wang Liyu is not only sensible but also obedient. Thinking of this, Chen Xiaowei hugged Wang Liyu tightly, greedily indulging in her alluring fragrance.
Chapter 84 Right eyelid twitching.
Just as Chen Xiaowei was immersed in this moment of joy, Xinyi was escorted into the police car by Lian. Along the way, Xinyi's brain was working rapidly, and he became more and more certain that this was a vicious method often used by Wang Liyu. She first used her charming appearance and bold seduction to confuse those young people who were inexperienced in the world. When they let their guard down, she would carefully design a trap, seize the handle, and play with them in the palm of her hand to seek benefits for herself. Thinking of this, Xinyi couldn't help but feel that this woman was a little scary. After the car arrived at the police station, Lian took Xinyi to the interrogation room. He sat opposite Xinyi, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. In his many years of police career, he has dealt with all kinds of cases, but the young man in front of him gave him a different feeling, and he did not seem like a vicious criminal.
"Tell me, what's going on?"
Lian asked, his tone still serious, but less tough than at the beginning. Xinyi took a deep breath and told Lian the whole process of how he was framed by Wang Liyu. After hearing this, Lian frowned and a ripple of emotion arose in his heart. Although he was just an ordinary police officer, he had heard some rumors about Deputy Director Chen Xiaowei, but he had no solid evidence. Xinyi's story made him begin to suspect that there was an unspeakable secret behind this case.
"I have evidence here."
Xinye's eyes were fixed on Lian, his tone was firm, and he lowered his head slightly, indicating the position of his chest. Lian understood what he meant and looked in the direction Xinye indicated, only to see an extremely concealed miniature camera hidden there. He carefully took off the camera, his movements showing a bit of nervousness and anticipation. Turning on the camera, detailed images were presented frame by frame, recording the entire process of Wang Liyu's step-by-step frame-up.
So, did you catch the wrong person?
Xinye caught the instantaneous surprise and shock that flashed across Lian's face, and knew in his heart that the policeman in front of him had already seen through the truth of the matter. Lian's expression instantly became extremely embarrassed, his lips opened and closed slightly, but no sound came out. His mind raced as he realized that he had inadvertently been involved in a bottomless conspiracy. He knew very well that Deputy Director Chen Xiaowei was extremely powerful and had complex connections within the police station. In the past, Chen Xiaowei was always accompanied by another police officer when he went out on missions. Today, that police officer happened to have something to do, so he was temporarily replaced by him.
At this moment, he finally understood that behind this seemingly accidental replacement, there might be a more complex and dark secret hidden.
However, he didn't dare to think about it any further, because if he made the slightest mistake, his hard-earned job and future would probably vanish in an instant.
Xinye looked at Lian's conflicted expression and understood that he might really know very little about the dark side behind it. I won't make a fuss. Can you just call my family for me?
As for whether you hand over the evidence to your leader or not, I don't care.
How about that?
Xinye's tone was calm, but it carried a force that could not be rejected. Lian was stunned when he heard this, with confusion and puzzlement written all over his face.
He really couldn't understand why he handed over this key evidence related to Xinye's innocence so easily.
In his opinion, this evidence was undoubtedly the lifeline for Xinye to clear his name, but Xinye seemed to have completely left the decision to him. However, Ong Li didn't want to get too involved in this trouble. So, he silently took out his cell phone, handed it to Xinye, and said in a low voice, "Put in your number and I'll tell you."
After Xinye entered the number, Lian took the phone.
The beep sound of the call was particularly clear in the silent interrogation room. His eyes were wandering and his thoughts had already drifted away. After hanging up the phone, Lian fell into deep confusion, thinking about how to tell Chen Xiaowei. At the same time, in the hotel room, Chen Xiaowei and Wang Liyu lay lazily on the bed after making love. Wang Liyu snuggled in Chen Xiaowei's arms, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest, and said, "Director Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days.
How come you have become so powerful?"
Chen Xiaowei raised a smug smile, stretched out his hand and gently pinched Wang Liyu's cheek, and said, "Baby, it's because I miss you that I work so hard.
By the way, why haven't I seen the little follower behind you today? Is he reliable?"
Chen Xiaowei smiled nonchalantly, patted Wang Liyu on the shoulder, and said soothingly, "Don't worry, he is just a new police officer, he doesn't have any ulterior motives. The guy who was originally following me today had something to do, so I replaced him temporarily.
This kind of small character can't cause any trouble.
As long as you give him some sweet treats, he will behave himself."
That's good.
I don't know why, but my right eyelid keeps twitching.
I always feel like I'm missing something important.
Wang Liyu frowned slightly, and the uneasiness on her face became more and more obvious. "I guess your sweetie was completely conquered by me just now, otherwise why would you roll your eyes in pleasure just now?" Chen Xiaowei raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of teasing.
Nonsense. Wang Liyu's cheeks flushed, and she patted him lightly with a coquettish look. Her pretended anger made her look even more charming. This is not nonsense, it's all based on science. How about we try it again? 2 negatives equal a positive, maybe your eyelids won't twitch anymore.
Chen Xiaowei had a wicked smile on his face and his eyes were gleaming with desire. As he spoke, his hand wandered restlessly around Wang Liyu's waist.
I don't want to. I'm already exhausted. If you do it again, I'll really fall apart. Wang Liyu pushed him weakly with a pleading look in her eyes. Oh well.
Chen Xiaowei patted her perky buttocks with a look of regret, then leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette. The smoke rings he exhaled slowly rose in the dim light.
Chen Xiaowei used to be keen on supporting young and immature college students.
In his eyes, those youthful faces and their innocence are a different kind of spice in life. But as time went by and he grew older, his preferences quietly changed, and mature and charming young women like Wang Liyu gradually became his favorites.
The charm of this kind of women is really irresistible.
What they can give is far more than just physical pleasure, but also spiritual rapport. Wang Liyu has been in the business world for a long time and is knowledgeable and well-rounded. When she was with Chen Xiaowei, she could always keenly grasp his thoughts and cater to his arrogance of power just right, which greatly satisfied Chen Xiaowei's vanity. And when it comes to some difficult issues, she can give penetrating insights with her rich experience and unique vision, which is something that those inexperienced college students can never do.
Women like Wang Liu also have amazing versatility.
They are like actors with superb acting skills, able to switch between different styles freely.
If Chen Xiaowei misses the innocence of college students, Wang Liu can instantly transform into a campus girl.
Her youthful and lively energy is no less than that of a real college student. Not only is she gentle and considerate in her words, but she is also coquettish and cute in her actions, giving Chen Xiaowei double the emotional value and making him intoxicated and unable to extricate himself.
Chapter 85 I Want Them All.
In the smoke, Chen Xiaowei's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He frowned, picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Liang. The gist of it is that the man who was escorted just now actually wore a miniature camera on his chest and recorded everything that happened just now.
Chen Xiaowei's face suddenly turned gloomy and he slammed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Wang Liu noticed his abnormality and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Director Chen?"
Chen Xiaowei snorted coldly, "That boy who was escorted actually hid a miniature camera in his chest and recorded everything you did to plot against her." When Wang Liu heard this, her face turned pale instantly, and her body, which was originally nestled in Chen Xiaowei's arms, froze.
"Where is that camera now?" "It's in Lian's hands."
Chen Xiaowei curled his lips, a hint of disdain showing on his face.
"Speaking of which, this guy is really stupid. He actually handed over the camera directly. He really thought he could make some trouble with this thing. It's so naive and ridiculous."
Wang Liu let out a long sigh and patted her heaving chest, as if to calm the heart that was about to jump out of her throat.
"That's okay.
Then, she looked at Chen Xiaowei with a fierce look in her eyes and said anxiously, "Director Chen, we have to destroy the camera no matter what.
We must not let this video leak out, otherwise we will all be doomed."
Chen Xiaowei frowned and pretended to be very embarrassed.
"This is not a good idea. After all, Lian is a policeman. If we just ask him to destroy the evidence, what if he turns against us and exposes the matter? We will be completely finished. The risk is too great. I really don't dare to take it." Wang Liu knew clearly in her heart that Chen Xiaowei was deliberately manipulating her. She knew this old fox too well.
On the surface, he pretended to be worried, but in fact, he already had a plan in mind. Wang Liu called out Director Chen in a coquettish tone, then twisted her waist, moved close to Chen Xiaowei, and put her arms around his arms. She said in her sickly sweet voice, "You are the one who has the final say in the police station.
Are you afraid of a little policeman like him?
Let's use both soft and hard tactics on him.
I don't think he will dare to disobey."
As she spoke, she raised her head, her eyes full of charm and expectation, and gently shook Chen Xiaowei's arm. Chen Xiaowei frowned and said with embarrassment, "That's what I said, but if this matter is not handled well, it will be like playing with fire and getting burned." He actually had a plan in mind, but he was just holding back on it to see how Wang Liu would react.
Wang Liu's eyes rolled and she came up with a plan.
"Let's give him a generous hush money first, and then hint to him that if he dares to disobey, he won't have a good life in the police station in the future, and he may even lose his job and become disgraced.
He's an ordinary police officer, so he will definitely think twice."
Chen Xiaowei nodded slightly, with a sly smile on his face. "Well, that's a solution. But it has to be done perfectly, without leaving any evidence behind."
"Director Chen, why don't we go to the police station right now? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't rested enough."
Chen Xiaowei leaned lazily against the head of the bed and spoke slowly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He knew very well how panicked Wang Liu was at the moment, and he particularly enjoyed the feeling of being in control of the overall situation. Wang Liu cursed in her heart, "This old bastard." She knew clearly that Chen Xiaowei was deliberately trying to manipulate her. He knew very well that she was extremely anxious, but he himself sat on the Dao Yutai, looking neither anxious nor slow. Perhaps he was already dissatisfied when she refused his tenderness just now, and now he was deliberately delaying in order to laugh at her anxiousness. Thinking of this, Wang Liu gritted her teeth, put on a flattering smile on her face, twisted her waist, slowly stood up, and walked to Chen Xiaowei. She half squatted down and said in the most gentle tone, "Director Chen, I know you are tired, but this matter really cannot be delayed. After we solve this troublesome matter, I will serve you well, okay?"
"That won't work."
Chen Xiaowei frowned and shook his head without hesitation, with a barely perceptible hint of pride in his eyes. He knew in his heart that this was a rare opportunity to control Wang Liu, so how could he let it go easily? Wan Liu was secretly upset when she saw this, but there was nothing she could do. She had no choice but to get up and walk towards the bathroom with a slightly hurried pace. Chen Xiaowei looked at her back, a meaningful smile on his face, his expression relaxed, not in a hurry at all. In his opinion, he had a sure win in this game.
Not long after, Wang Liu came out of the bathroom, holding 2 glasses of water steadily in her hands. Chen Xiaowei raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked deliberately, "Baby, what is this?"
Wang Liu had a charming smile on her lips and said softly, "Director Chen, this cup is cold water and this cup is hot water.
Which one do you want?" Chen Xiaowei understood immediately, and his face showed uncontrollable excitement.
Over the years, he had said it many times but failed to make Wang Liu surrender. He didn't expect that he would succeed today.
"I want both."
Chen Xiaowei couldn't wait to say, his face full of greed, "Only children make choices, of course adults want both." Wang Liu secretly spat in her heart but still maintained a smile on her face. She gently placed the cup in front of the bed and slowly took a sip of the hot water. Her lower lip lightly touched her upper lip, and the temperature of the hot water made her tremble slightly. Then she slowly knelt on her knees.
Chen Xiaowei suddenly felt relaxed all over and couldn't help but take a breath, hiss.
The ambiguous atmosphere in the room became stronger and stronger, and the dim light intertwined the figures of the 2 people. In the detention room of the police station, Shen Yi sat calmly in the corner with his eyes closed, without a trace of panic on his face.
He knew he was wronged.
Although the evidence is not in his hands for the time being, he believes that the truth will eventually come out, so he is not in a hurry.
"Would you like to eat something?"
Lian stood at the door of the detention room and looked at Shen Yi with guilt in his heart. He knew very well that Shen Yi was framed by Wang Liu and that he had played a not-so-glorious role in this incident, so he thought of giving him something to eat to make up for it.
"No, I'm not hungry."
Shen Yi responded calmly, without any emotion in his voice, his eyes still closed, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Upon hearing this, Lian opened his mouth and wanted to say something but finally swallowed his words back. He couldn't help but murmur in his heart that if anyone was to blame, it was this guy who was so lustful that he easily got into bed with that woman, otherwise how could he have fallen into such a predicament now?
Just then a clear voice came from outside the detention room, "Is anyone there?" Chapter 86. Wan Liu was stunned.
Lian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman standing at the door with an anxious look on her face. She was wearing a neat business suit and her hair was a little messy, obviously she came in a hurry.
"Who are you?"
Lian looked at her suspiciously.
"My name is Dong Mingfei, I'm Shenye's secretary."
"I came here just now after receiving a phone call," Dong Mingfei said anxiously, looking through the iron bars of the detention room at Shen Yi who was sitting in the corner. When Shen Yi heard the voice, he slowly opened his eyes. The moment he saw Dong Mingfei, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes.
Apparently he didn't expect the secretary to drive so fast.
It seems that this can be a key area of training in the future. Lian was slightly stunned.
He really didn't expect that Shen Yi actually had a secretary. He muttered to himself, could it be that Shen Yi is some important figure?
He suppressed his doubts and simply told Dong Mingfei the whole story again.
"Officer, I understand. Can I go in and see our chairman now?" "Okay, but you only have 10 minutes. The rest will have to wait until our leader arrives."
Lian opened the door of the detention room. Dong Mingfei walked in quickly and sat down next to Shen Yi. Shen Yi sat up straight, with a bit of surprise and gratitude in his eyes, and whispered, "Mingfei, thanks to you for coming in time this time."
Dong Mingfei shook her head. "Mr. Shen, this is what I should do. But how do you plan to deal with this matter now?" "Deal with?"
The corners of Shen Yi's mouth rose slightly and he chuckled, with a look of confidence in his smile.
"Let's wait until Wang Liu comes over. I believe she will make the right choice after seeing you." Dong Mingfei understood immediately and nodded, "Yes, I don't think Wang Liu would go to such lengths on this matter."
If it was just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but this time, the person she plotted against was the chairman of her own company. Lian watched from outside as Shen Yi and Dong Mingfei briefly exchanged a few words before falling silent.
He couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't a normal person think carefully about how to deal with this difficult situation? How could they be so calm? At this time, Dong Mingfei walked out of the detention room and said politely, "Officer, I will sit outside for a while and wait for your leader to come." There was nothing wrong with this statement. Lian didn't know how to respond for a moment and could only nod slightly.
Shortly after Lian nodded slightly, a burst of hurried and familiar footsteps was heard in the corridor of the police station. Chen Xiaowei strode over with a smug look on his face, and Wang Liu followed behind, deliberately keeping a distance from him. Chen Xiaowei immediately saw Lian and Dong Mingfei standing at the door of the detention room.
He frowned and asked, "Lian, what's going on? Who is this woman?" Lian quickly stepped forward and briefly explained Dong Mingfei's identity and purpose.
After hearing this, Chen Xiaowei did not react at all. But when he turned to look at Wang Liu, he found that Wang Liu's eyes were fixed on Dong Mingfei and her face turned extremely pale.
Dong Mingfei noticed Wang Liu's gaze.
She straightened her back and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Shen Yi saw all of this through the iron bars in the detention room, his face still wearing that confident smile. Wang Liu's heart was in a mess.
She could never have imagined that the young man she was plotting against turned out to be the chairman of the company.
How could it be such a coincidence? Could it be that Dong Mingfei was deliberately plotting against me? Chen Xiaowei noticed something was wrong with Wang Liu and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Do you know her?"
Wang Liu shook her head in panic, but her eyes betrayed her. At this time, Dong Mingfei had already walked in front of Wang Liu.
"Manager Wang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that we would meet in this place." Dong Mingfei had always disliked Wang Liu, and this moment gave her a great opportunity.
Wang Liu forced a stiff smile and responded with a fake smile, "Yeah, I didn't expect to see the beautiful Dong here."
In her words, she deliberately avoided mentioning Dong Mingfei's identity. The hidden meaning was obvious, she was reminding Dong Mingfei not to use his identity to suppress her.
At this moment, Wang Liu still had hope that there was still room for improvement.
Dong Mingfei smiled lightly and ignored Wang Liu's hint.
She turned slightly and cast her eyes towards Chen Xiaowei. She bent down gracefully and extended her hand. Her voice was clear and had an aura that should not be underestimated, "Director Chen." Chen Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and shook it with a formal smile on his face.
"I believe you already know Shen Yi."
Before Chen Xiaowei finished speaking, Dong Mingfei suddenly raised her voice and took the initiative.
"Director Chen, of course we know that Mr. Shen was wronged.
I don't know which woman with ulterior motives is so deliberate in scheming against Mr. Shen.
She is such a bitch."
These words were like a bomb that suddenly exploded, catching Chen Xiaowei and Wang Liu off guard. The smile on Chen Xiaowei's face froze instantly, and a trace of panic and anger flashed in his eyes. Wang Liu's face turned pale and her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't find the right words to refute.
"I don't know what Mr. Shen of yours is."
Chen Xiaowei suppressed the anger in his heart, trying to calm himself down and try to save the situation. "Our CEO Shen is the recently appointed chairman of UZ Live, and he is also the direct supervisor of the woman next to you." When Wang Liu heard this, her face turned pale and red, and her clenched fists turned white from the force she exerted. She could never have imagined that she would capsize in the gutter and provoke such a big Buddha.
"I'm asking you, Manager Wang. Looking at your expression, could it be that you are the one who is plotting against our CEO Shen?"
There was a faint sneer on Dong Mingfei's lips, and his eyes were full of provocation and questioning.
How is it possible?" Wang Liu responded stutteringly, her voice revealing guilt.
At this time, Shen Yi's voice, which was somewhat teasing and firm, came out clearly from the detention room. "Director Chen, Manager Wang, can you let me out now? I was wrongly accused, and that police officer has evidence on him."
Chen Xiaowei gritted his teeth, veins on his forehead bulged slightly, and he pretended to be calm and said, "Evidence?
This matter is not that simple, we can't just rely on your one-sided statement." Having said that, his eyes drifted towards Lian uncontrollably. He knew better than anyone that the evidence Shen Yi was talking about was the crucial miniature camera. He knew in his heart that if he let Shen Yi go at this moment, he would undoubtedly be giving Shen Yi a huge handle to control him.
Just as Chen Xiaowei was about to continue quibbling, Wang Liu suddenly tugged at the corner of his clothes in panic.
Her hands were cold and trembling from nervousness. She lowered her voice and said, well, I called the wrong police just now.
"Director Chen, I will cancel it now."
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaowei looked at her in disbelief, his eyes full of confusion and dissatisfaction.
However, Wang Liu seemed unaware.
She lowered her head and did not dare to look directly into Chen Xiaowei's eyes. She was so scared that she didn't dare to bet whether Shen Yi had any evidence of her committing a crime in the company. After all, a high-ranking executive like Shen Yi who was parachuted in has an unfathomable background, not to mention that there is Dong Mingfei, a thorn in the eye who is against him everywhere and is watching him covetously.
Chapter 87 Wang Liu begs for mercy. "Uncle Police, what do you mean? They have withdrawn the lawsuit, do you still want to detain me?"
There was a faint smile on Shen Yi's lips, and he looked at Lian calmly. There was a hint of ridicule in his tone, but it was impossible to refute it.
Lian was instantly caught in a dilemma. He looked a little panicked and cast his eyes towards Chen Xiaowei, stammering, "Director Chen, this. Let him go." Chen Xiaowei gritted his teeth and speculated secretly in his heart. There must be some unknown secret behind this. The Xinyi in front of him might have a powerful background that he cannot afford to offend. Lian received the instruction and hurriedly opened the door of the detention room. Xinyi walked out leisurely, stretched his waist, and deliberately raised his voice and said, "Oh, I'm really suffocating in there, don't you think so, Manager Wang? Mr. Shen, I really didn't know it was you." Wang Liyu's face was pale, her voice was trembling, her eyes were full of fear and regret, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Shen Yi just smiled slightly and winked at Dong Mingfei. He strode towards the police station door with an extremely casual attitude, completely ignoring Chen Xiaowei's murderous gaze. Dong Mingfei followed Shen Yi closely, and stopped when she passed by Wang Liyu. "Manager Wang, I hope you take care of yourself." The sound was not loud, but it was like a cold wind on a cold night, making Wang Liyu shiver. After saying that, he left quickly. Chen Xiaowei looked at Shen Ye's receding back, and anger instantly rose in his heart. He turned around abruptly, glared at Wang Liyu, and asked, "Wang Liyu, do you know what stupid thing you were doing just now?" "Director Chen, he was parachuted in. Who knows who's behind him? And didn't you see he wasn't panicking at all? That means he has a backup plan. He might even be able to destroy both of us." Wang Liyu was panicked, her voice tinged with tears. As she spoke, she rushed out without caring about her image, trying to catch up with Shen Yi, as if this could save something. In the blink of an eye, only a few police officers on duty, as well as Lian and Chen Xiaowei, were left in the police station. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. "What are you looking at? Those who should be off work should be off work, and those who should be working. With this little free time, can't you do something more practical?" Chen Xiaowei became furious and shouted at the police officers. His voice echoed in the empty police station, highlighting his embarrassment and helplessness at the moment. Wang Liyu ran out of the police station in a panic, and saw Shen Yi and Dong Mingfei standing there, talking and laughing, as if the tense scene in the police station just now had never happened. She knew in her heart that Shen Yi must be waiting for her, so she didn't care about the image she usually carefully maintained, and hurriedly trotted over in her high heels, stumbling all the way. "Manager Wang, please slow down, or you might sprain your ankle in those high heels." There was a half smile on Shen Ye's lips, and no emotion could be heard in his voice. "Mr. Shen, I was really wrong. I didn't know you would actually come to the interview in person." Wang Liyu ran to Shen Yi, panting, her voice filled with tears, her face full of regret and fear. "What are you talking about? Are you saying that if it's not me, then you can cheat and defraud others at will?" Shen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze instantly turned cold, and his tone was so chilly that it seemed to freeze the air. But Mr. Shen, if they didn't have bad intentions towards me, this wouldn't have happened." Wang Liyu still had hope and tried to defend herself, but her voice became smaller and smaller until it was almost inaudible. "Are you hinting at me?" Shen Ye's face suddenly changed, and before he finished speaking, with a loud slap hit Wang Liyu's face heavily. The slap was so powerful that Wang Liyu's face instantly tilted to one side. The crisp sound echoed in the air for a long time, as if telling of her unbearable situation. Seeing this, Dong Mingfei tactfully took a step back and lowered her head, fearing that Shen Ye's anger would affect her. "Boss Shen, I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to be beaten." Wang Liyu covered her burning face, her body trembling slightly. She kept blaming herself, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare let them fall. Shen Yi looked at Wang Liyu, who was covering her face and trembling, but the anger in his heart did not dissipate. He took a step forward, his voice low and cold. "Wang Liyu, do you think you can get away with just saying I deserve a beating? Do you think I know nothing about the things you did in the company?" Wang Liyu knew that the most critical moment had come. "As long as we can get through this moment, there will be room for discussion. Boss Shen, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I will definitely change for the better in the future." "Opportunity? Do you know how much of an impact you've had on the company? You've rejected such a good candidate before he even had an interview, all because of your selfish desires." Wang Liyu knelt on the ground with a plop, tears pouring out like a dam breaking. "Boss Shen, I swear to God that I will serve the company wholeheartedly in the future, find back all the talents that were rejected before, and do my best to make up for the company's losses. If I do it again, you can do whatever you want to me. I am willing to accept legal sanctions."
She cried so hard that tears welled up in her eyes, her body kept shaking, and her forehead hit the ground heavily. Xinyi looked at the embarrassed Wang Liu in front of him, feeling mixed emotions. He is not a person who is easily soft-hearted, but the company is currently in a critical period. If he deals with Wang Liu at this time, it will inevitably cause considerable turmoil and will also distract his attention from reorganizing the company. Besides, Wang Liu has been in the company for many years and is familiar with the business processes, so she might be able to make up for her mistakes. Xinyi was silent for a long time, then said coldly, "Get up. I'll give you a chance for now, but you'd better remember what I said today. From now on, you will be suspended for a month and reflect on your actions. Come back to work in a month, and I'll be watching your every move. If you dare to play tricks again, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Liu nodded hurriedly as if she had been granted amnesty, and said in a tearful voice, "Thank you, Mr. Shin, thank you Mr. Shin for giving me this opportunity, I will definitely not let you down." She stood up slowly, covering her face, not daring to look directly into Xinyi's eyes. It was not until Xinyi and Dong Mingfei's figures completely disappeared around the corner and the sound of the engine gradually faded away that Wang Liu slowly raised her head. She raised her hand and gently touched her still burning cheek, wincing slightly when her fingertips touched the redness and swelling. At this moment, the regret and fear on her face instantly faded away, replaced by a cold and confident look. There was a calculating light flashing in those eyes, completely lacking the pitiful look from just now.
A month of reflection time?
She snorted inwardly, with a scornful arc at the corner of her mouth. It's just a small matter. In her opinion, this was just a warning from Xinyi. She firmly believed that with her own means and charm, it would not take long for her to regain Xinyi's trust and forgiveness. After all, when she was young, she had been dealing with all kinds of men and had done this kind of thing many times. Every time she was able to get away cleverly and make those men fall in love with her, and this time was no exception. She straightened her slightly messy clothes, straightened her back, her high heels made crisp sounds on the ground, and turned away confidently, as if nothing had happened.
Chapter 88. Who's back? Boss Shin, are you going to let her go so easily?
Dong Mingfei sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with both hands, and turned his head to look at Xinyi, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. "Don't worry, Secretary Dong, I know my limits." Seeing Xinyi so confident, Dong Mingfei opened her mouth and wanted to persuade him a few more times, but swallowed the words back when they came to her lips.
In the end, she just nodded slightly and said no more.
Along the way, the car was so quiet that only the slight engine noise and the rustling sound of the tires rubbing against the ground could be heard. Dong Mingfei was driving attentively, but she was still thinking about Wang Liu. She really couldn't understand Xinyi's plan, but since Mr. Shin said so, he must have his own deeper meaning. After arriving at the destination, Dong Mingfei stopped the car steadily and looked up. The community in front of her was ordinary, completely different from the high-end residential area where she imagined Xinyi should live.
She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Are all rich people so low-key and simple?" "Secretary Dong, thank you for this time."
Xinyi pushed open the car door, stepped one foot out of the car, turned his head and looked at Dong Mingfei with a gentle smile on his face.
"Mr. Shin, you are too polite. This is all my job."
Dong Mingfei came back to her senses and responded quickly, with the corners of her mouth unconsciously rising into a polite smile. "By the way, Secretary Dong, please be more careful when you go out next time. Don't forget to button your clothes." Xinyi stood up, as if he remembered something, turned his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes, and there was a hint of ridicule in his tone.
"Ah!"
Dong Mingfei screamed subconsciously, and looked down following Xinyi's gaze, only to find that the top button of her shirt had been unbuttoned at some point, and her collar was slightly open, revealing a hint of fair skin. Her face instantly became hot, like a ripe tomato, red from her ears to the base of her neck. When she was trying to button her shirt in a hurry and then looked up at Xinyi. His figure had disappeared at the entrance of the corridor, leaving her alone sitting in the car, with a blush still on her face. Xinyi went upstairs, but the moment he saw the lights in his room were on, he stopped abruptly. He frowned slightly, a puzzled look on his face, and muttered to himself, "Huh, that's strange, could it be that I forgot to turn off the lights when I went out?" With this doubt, he opened the door and looked down to see a pair of women's high heels at the door. The high heels were of novel design, with a few tiny rhinestones inlaid on the uppers. They sparkled brightly under the light and were obviously very valuable. He was startled and a thought flashed through his mind, could it be that my mother came back quietly? Xinyi walked into the living room and glanced around habitually, but didn't see anyone. However, the living room was tidier than usual. The pillows on the sofa were neatly arranged, the coffee table was wiped spotlessly clean, and the floor was shiny. These subtle changes made him more certain of his guess. At this moment, a figure vaguely flashed in the bedroom.
He asked without thinking, "Mom, are you back?" However, there was silence in the room and no one responded to him.
Shinyi walked towards the bedroom with a heart full of doubts, and his steps unconsciously became lighter. When he walked to the bedroom door and was about to raise his hand to push it, the bedroom door happened to slowly open from the inside.
"My dear son, your mother is back."
A familiar voice came into my ears. Shinyi subconsciously made a puzzled sound. The voice did sound familiar, but he felt something was wrong. He looked carefully and realized that the person standing in front of him was not his mother at all, but Lin Wanqing. She was wearing a slim-fitting silk pajamas, her hair casually draped over her shoulders, and a meaningful smile on her face.
"Qingqing, are you looking for a fight?"
There was a hint of smile on Xinye's lips, but his eyes were filled with doting.
"Ha, my dear son, don't you miss your mother?"
Lin Wanqing pretended to be aggrieved and pouted slightly.
"Indeed, it seems like you can indeed be my mother," Xinyi responded slowly. At first, Lin Wanqing didn't understand the mystery in these words.
She blinked her big eyes, looking confused. But when she met Xinye's smiling eyes, she suddenly realized that this guy was hinting at her old age.
"Shen Yi."
She raised her eyebrows, shouted in pretend anger, and raised her hand as if to hit him. She looked like an annoyed little animal, cute but also a little angry.
"What's the matter, Qingqing? Didn't you want to be super senior just now?"
Xinyi dodged while explaining with a smile, his tone full of ridicule, as if he was very proud of the fact that he had successfully pissed off her. Alas, this man, he really doesn't know how to cherish what he has. It's only been a few days and he already despises himself for being old. Lin Wanqing pretended to be sad, lowered her head slightly, with a hint of grievance in her voice, and her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she was really hurt. When Xinyi heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He quickly reached out and pulled Lin Wanqing into his arms, his movements gentle but anxious, fearing that she would really be angry.
"Qingqing, how can that be possible?
This is just a joke.
You are the youngest and most beautiful one in my heart."
His voice was full of sincerity, and as he spoke, he gently stroked her hair, trying to soothe this furry little cat.
Snort.
Lin Wanqing turned her head away slightly, deliberately not looking at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Seeing this, Xinyi immediately put his mouth close to Lin Wanqing's ear, his warm breath gently brushed past her ear, and whispered 2 words. When this name was called, Lin Wanqing's originally pretended angry expression instantly collapsed. She turned her head suddenly, her face full of shyness, raised her little fist and gently patted Xinyi's chest, muttering, "You were so bad, you only know how to coax me."
Xinyi took Lin Wanqing's hand and gently pulled her to the sofa to sit down.
Lin Wanqing half leaned in Xinyi's arms, with a blush still on her face, and asked softly, "You came back so late today, did something happen?" "I'll tell you later, okay?
Keep it a secret for now."
Lin Wanqing tilted her head slightly, her puzzled expression made her look even more charming and adorable, her cherry-like mouth slightly opened, forming a small O shape.
"There's a surprise," Xinyi added, with a hint of pride in his voice.
Lin Wanqing glanced at Xinyi with some confusion, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant.
Could it be that he knew I would come today?
As soon as this thought came to her mind, she quickly shook her head to deny it.
Did Zhao Yunlei tell him?
No, Zhao Yunlei has always been tight-lipped and shouldn't have revealed this news. She racked her brains, but couldn't figure out what Xinyi was planning.
Chapter 89 Lin Wanqing's Grievances. By the way, Qingqing, why did you suddenly come here today?
I came here today to tell you something important, and it is closely related to you. Lin Wanqing pursed her lips, a barely perceptible trace of grievance flashed across her face, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She subconsciously lowered her head and gently tugged at the corner of her clothes with her fingers. After all, no woman is willing to share her beloved man with others. This complex emotion makes her feel mixed emotions.
What's the big deal?
Xinyi keenly caught the flash of dissatisfaction on Lin Wanqing's face, and a strong curiosity suddenly surged in his heart. He frowned slightly, and his mind began to speculate rapidly.
Could it be that Lin Wanqing has done what she promised me? As soon as this thought came to mind, Xinye's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably.
A hint of anticipation flashed across his eyes for a moment. He thought that if things were really as he wished, Zhao Yunlei's intimacy with him would probably increase sharply, and he might even be able to directly bind himself to the next woman.
Hubby, didn't I tell you about my best friend Zhao Yunlei before? Yeah, what's wrong?
Xinyi was slightly startled, his heart suddenly moved.
Hearing Lin Wanqing's question, he became more certain of his guess.
I've already talked to her, and she agreed to be with you. Lin Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly as she spoke out this breaking news. Her eyes were fixed on Xinye's face, not missing any change in his facial expression.
Real? Xinye's eyes widened, and his shocked expression seemed to overflow the screen.
He knew very well that Zhao Yunlei had always been wavering in her emotions, but he did not expect that things would take such a turn for the better. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Lin Wanqing must have put a lot of effort into this matter.
Seeing Xinye's uncontrollable excitement, Lin Wanqing was immediately filled with jealousy and anger. Honey, I remember when I said I would give you Lele, you didn't want it, right? Why are you so excited now?
She pouted slightly, pretending to be angry, but her eyes were full of concern. Xinyi then realized his own gaffe, smiled awkwardly, and quickly sorted out his emotions, trying to make himself look calmer.
Xingxing, no way, I was just so shocked. I really didn't expect her to agree. Yeah?
Lin Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly, with an expression of obvious disbelief on her face.
Of course. Xinyi nodded hurriedly. In fact, he was already very happy. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected surprise today.
He had wanted to investigate Zhao Yunlei for a long time.
This expectation had not come about overnight.
Now that his dream was about to come true, how could he not be ecstatic? He was so excited at the thought that he would soon have a deeper contact with Zhao Yunlei and explore her inner world.
By the way, Xingxing, how did you convince her? Persuade? Lele already likes you.
Lin Wanqing blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, and there was a hint of pride in her eyes. It's just that she has always cared about my opinion, so she would never steal my man from the bottom of her heart. She raised her chin slightly, with a hint of pride, as if declaring sovereignty. I just had a quick chat with her and she agreed.
I also appealed to her emotionally and logically. Use reason to persuade him?
Yes, I told her how great you are and how you conquered me.
As she spoke, she gently took Xinye's arm and leaned towards him. How about it, I'm awesome, right? Xingxing.
Xinyi called out softly, his throat seemed to be choked by something, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He was delighted by Zhao Yunlei's agreement and moved by Lin Wanqing's efforts, but his heart was filled with surging emotions and he couldn't find the right words to express them.
Hubby, don't think I feel wronged.
Lin Wanqing raised her head and looked straight at Xinyi with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Originally, I asked Lele to come here for my own sake, so you should just put your mind at ease. She deliberately emphasized the words for myself, implying that she cared about the many women around Xinyi. Xinyi knew that Lin Wanqing had something else to say, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. He scratched his head subconsciously, but was speechless. After all, the facts were in front of him, and there were indeed many women around him. Wait until the two of us drain you dry, and then we'll see if you dare to go out and look for a woman again. Xinye's face flushed, and he smiled awkwardly, trying to change the subject. Xingxing, don't say that, I only have you and Lele in my heart.
By the way, when is she free? Let's meet up.
Lin Wanqing looked at Xinye's anxious and slightly shy look, and burst out laughing, then reached out and gently poked his chest. Seeing how anxious you are, I have already made an appointment with her to have dinner together tomorrow night. You have to behave yourself then.
Perform? How about I perform now?
Lin Wanqing was stunned.
What are you showing?
Xinyi did not answer directly. With a mysterious smile on his face, he turned around and walked quickly towards the bedroom. Since Lin Wanqing has been so wronged, he has to compensate her. After a while, he came out with a complete set of clothes in his hands, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious.
Husband, you.
Xinyi was holding a maid outfit in her hand. The delicate lace edge was gleaming with a delicate luster under the light, and the hem of the skirt was slightly wrinkled. Next to it was a pair of thin white silk shoes that shone faintly. Lin Wanqing's face flushed as she looked at these two things, and her ears instantly turned red. She opened her mouth but found that her throat seemed to be blocked, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. She couldn't help but imagine herself wearing this dress, and she felt shy and flustered. After all, she hadn't tried this style of clothes for many years.
This would be too embarrassing if I wore it. Xinyi looked at Lin Wanqing's blushing face and couldn't help laughing softly.
He put his clothes on the sofa and then sat next to Lin Wanqing, stretched out his hand and gently hugged her shoulders and said half-jokingly,
Qingqing, I just thought it was fun and wanted to see how cute you would look in this.
Lin Wanqing glared at him coquettishly and gently pounded his chest with her hand. You want me to wear such embarrassing clothes? Having said that, Lin Wanqing felt a different feeling in her heart. She secretly glanced at the maid outfit and imagined what it would look like when she put it on. She actually had some different expectations, but shyness still prevailed.
Chapter 90, Changing the Name.
When Xinyi saw that Lin Wanqing did not refuse outright, he knew that she was a little shaken.
Qingqing, how about it? Do you want to try it? This is what I carefully prepared for you.
Lin Wanqing bit her lip and hesitated for a long time.
Finally, he nodded gently, his voice as quiet as a mosquito's hum. Well, just this once, you are not allowed to laugh at me.
After all, there will be another woman by Xinye's side tomorrow, and a complex and indescribable feeling surges in his heart. She thought silently in her heart that no matter what, she had to give Xinyi an unforgettable night. When Xinyi heard this, he was overjoyed.
The image of Lin Wanqing wearing a maid outfit appeared in my mind.
Just thinking about it, my heart began to beat uncontrollably. After all, a young woman exuding mature charm is about to change into a playful and cute maid outfit.
This strong contrast is hard for anyone to resist. Lin Wanqing picked up the maid uniform and white silk stockings, and walked quickly into the bedroom with a red face.
After a while, Lin Wanqing's slightly nervous voice came from the bedroom. Husband, I'm dressed. You are not allowed to laugh. Xinyi agreed hurriedly, stood up, and stared at the bedroom door.
The door slowly opened, and Lin Wanqing walked out shyly.
She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly into Xinye's eyes. The maid outfit fit her figure perfectly. The lace edges made her look even more petite and cute. The white silk wrapped around her legs added a touch of charming charm. Xinyi stared at her with his eyes wide open. It took him a while to come back to his senses.
He exclaimed sincerely, Qingqing, you are so beautiful.
Lin Wanqing raised her head and looked at Xinye's infatuated look. The shyness on her face faded a little, replaced by a sweet smile. You just want to make me happy.
Qingqing, this is what I really think.
As Xinyi spoke, he exerted force with his arms and picked up Lin Wanqing steadily. When my fingertips touched the white silk, the delicate touch spread along the nerve endings, passing through my body like an electric current. Lin Wanqing's cheeks were flushed, her eyes were full of affection, and her legs were naturally wrapped around Xinye's waist. At that moment, an ambiguous atmosphere quickly spread in the air, and the temperature around them rose quietly.
Xinyi suppressed his inner throbbing, leaned close to Lin Wanqing's ear, and spoke in a low and bewitching voice, Qingqing, who am I? Hubby, what's wrong?
Lin Wanqing blinked her watery eyes and asked in confusion.
No, I'm not your husband at this moment. Ah.
Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing subconsciously looked up at Xinyi, and happened to meet his teasing gaze. She felt her cheeks getting hot and lowered her head in shame and embarrassment.
What's wrong, Qingqing, why are you suddenly shy?
Xinyi teased her deliberately, his tone full of ridicule.
Not yet.
Lin Wanqing's voice was as soft as a mosquito, with a hint of coquettishness.
Still what?
Xinyi kept pursuing her, the smirk on his face becoming more and more obvious.
You are my master now. Lin Wanqing blushed and said this very reluctantly. What? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Xinyi pretended not to hear and continued to make things difficult for her. Master.
Lin Wanqing's voice was soft, with a slight tremor at the end. After saying that, she buried her burning face deeply, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xinyi chuckled contentedly, holding Lin Wanqing and striding towards the bedroom, his voice low and full of temptation. Qingqing, your master will reward you well today. Xinyi slowly woke up from his sleep, glanced at the screen of his mobile phone with sleepy eyes, reached out and gently patted Lin Wanqing who was still sleeping beside him.
Qingqing, your phone is ringing.
Xinye's voice was filled with weariness and a hint of laziness.
Host.
Lin Wanqing murmured in a daze. She had shouted too much last night and was unable to come back to her senses from her role for a while. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, quickly reacted, her cheeks slightly reddened, and corrected, Hubby, please help me get through. Xinyi slid the screen and saw the caller ID. He frowned slightly and said, It's Zhao Yunlei.
Ah. Why did she call so early?
Lin Wanqing instantly became more awake, and her originally hazy eyes widened, full of confusion.
What's the matter? What time did you agree to meet today?
Xinyi asked as he stretched himself, trying to dispel the remaining sleepiness.
10 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Wanqing said, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. Shinyi looked at his phone again, his pupils shrank slightly, and his tone unconsciously rose, but it's already 10:30. Lin Wanqing, who was still on the edge of sleep, woke up instantly as if she had been electrocuted when she heard these words. She sat up suddenly, her hair was a little messy, and her face was full of anxiety. She hurriedly grabbed the phone and answered the call right before it was about to hang up, her tone full of apology. Lele, I'm so sorry, I slept until now.
I knew it. I sent you several messages, but you didn't reply.
There was a hint of reproach in Zhao Yunlei's voice on the other end of the phone. Lin Wanqing patted her forehead and tried to calm herself down.
She quickly suggested, Lele, why don't we change the meeting time to the evening? There will be more time and a better atmosphere in the evening. It's all right. I have no problem.
Zhao Yunlei agreed readily. After all, the other party was her best friend's boyfriend and she couldn't say anything.
Lin Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Where are you now? I'll come find you and we can buy something while we're at it. I'm at home. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be leaving soon. As Lin Wanqing spoke, she anxiously lifted the quilt. Suddenly, a messy scene came into view.
The floor was littered with the war debris left over from last night's passion. Crumpled clothes and tilted pillows seemed to be silently telling of last night's madness.
Where are my clothes, honey?
Lin Wanqing glanced at the ground in panic.
He asked anxiously. Here it is.
Shinyi slowly stretched out his finger and pointed to the position on his right.
The clothes that Lin Wanqing wore when she came yesterday were lying there wrinkled. Lin Wanqing walked over without hesitation, quickly picked up the clothes and put them on skillfully.
At this moment, she no longer cared about shyness and reserve. After all, last night she and Shinyi experienced things that they thought they would never try in their lifetime. Those bold and passionate memories had already broken through the last line of defense in her heart. Shinyi leaned against the head of the bed with a faint smile on his face, his eyes following Lin Wanqing's every move, quietly appreciating this worldly scene with a doting look in his eyes.
After Lin Wanqing was dressed neatly, Shinyi spoke with a hint of teasing and curiosity. Xingxing, have you changed your mind? Chapter 91 Bitten by a Dog.
Lin Wanqing didn't have time to explain to Shinyi at this time.
Hubby, there's really no time now. You'll know in the evening.
As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Wanqing rushed to the toilet like a gust of wind and slammed the door shut. Shinyi sat alone on the bed, full of doubts, but he could only wait patiently. It was only 10 minutes, but it felt extremely long to Shinyi. Suddenly, there was a sound of light footsteps, and then he heard the sound of the door opening and closing.
Damn, it's so quick this time?
Shinyi couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes full of surprise. In the past, Lin Wanqing always took a lot of time to dress up, but this time she did it so quickly and efficiently. Shinyi stood there in a daze, staring straight at the closed door, the curiosity in his heart growing wildly like weeds. He couldn't hold back any longer, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Wanqing. Xingxing, why are you in such a hurry to go out?
What are you going to do?
After waiting for a long time, the phone screen finally lit up, and Lin Wanqing replied, Hubby, didn't I tell you tonight?
I really don't have time to explain now.
Shinyi looked at the message, shook his head helplessly, and sighed heavily. I wanted to continue sleeping, but I tossed and turned, and all I could think about was Lin Wanqing's hurried departure, and I couldn't fall asleep. On the other side, Lin Wanqing took a taxi to Zhao Yunlei's house. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Zhao Yunlei wearing simple home clothes, standing at the door to greet me, with a teasing smile on her face. Xingxing, why are you so late today?
Did you have too much fun with Shinyi last night and couldn't get up? Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly.
She hit Zhao Yunlei lightly and said angrily, Don't talk nonsense.
I overslept today. I'm really sorry.
Zhao Yunlei smiled and pulled Lin Wanqing's hand, saying, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Since we won't have dinner until tonight, let's go shopping and pick out some beautiful clothes. The two came to the mall and walked between the various stores. Lin Wanqing was absent-minded. She took out her cell phone from time to time to check the time and typed quickly, as if she was sending a message to someone.
Zhao Yunlei noticed her strangeness and asked, Xingxing, why are you so absent-minded? Is there something on your mind?
Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but decided to keep it a secret for now. It's okay, I'm just worried about the arrangements for the evening. Zhao Yunlei patted her shoulder. After a few days of psychological preparation, Zhao Yunlei felt that she had overcome the most difficult hurdle: shame. Shinyi, who was still confused, suddenly heard a message on his cell phone. He opened it and saw that it was from Lin Wanqing. Tell him not to stay at home now and come back in the evening.
What the hell is going on?
Although he was confused, Shenyi decided to listen to Lin Wanqing. After putting down his phone, Shenyi subconsciously flipped through the chat box again.
Why did that bitch Sun Yan send me a message?
His eyes fell on Sun Yan's profile picture, and with a bit of surprise, he clicked on it lightly.
What caught my eye were a few pictures.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a profile of several big and small internet celebrities in the company, which recorded in detail their personal information, live broadcast style, number of fans, etc.
Shenyi's eyes widened slightly, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corners of his mouth. He whispered, "Good boy, you collected it so quickly."
After staring at the screen and thinking for a moment, Shenyi's eyes flashed with determination. "Since I have seen it, I will go to you today."
It happens that today is the weekend and Sun Yan is not going to work.
Shenyi quickly asked Sun Yan for her home address, stood up, packed up his things, and walked out. The taxi stopped at the gate of Sun Yan's residential area.
Shenyi paid the fare and walked into the residential area.
Her home is in a high-rise apartment. Shenyi rang the doorbell, and after a while, the door slowly opened. Sun Yan was wearing a tight purple dress and twin ponytails, with a warm smile on her face. "Come on, Mr. Shin, come in quickly." Shenyi stepped into the house, his eyes subconsciously lingering on Sun Yan for a moment, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, why is she still dressed like this at home? He suddenly felt something was wrong. As soon as he sat down on the sofa, Sun Yan came over like a gust of wind, holding the anchor profiles that had been sent on the phone.
"Boss Shin, take a quick look. These are the high-quality anchor information of the company that I have carefully collected."
Shenyi reached out to take the introduction, but didn't have time to take a closer look.
Sun Yan moved closer intentionally or unintentionally, with her chest almost touching Shenyi's arm, and asked in a tender voice, "Boss Shin, do you think my outfit looks good today? Could it be that the attributes that were exploited before exploded? Why did he suddenly become a different person today?"
For a moment, Shenyi was still a little uncomfortable. "I originally thought that when I came here today, Sun Yan would respond sharply as usual and engage in a debate with the group of scholars." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was fishy.
Shenyi calmly put down the information in his hand and suddenly stood up.
He placed one hand firmly on the back of the sofa, covering Sun Yan in front of him, and the other hand rested on her shoulder seemingly casually.
"This outfit is really pleasing to my eye. Sun Yan, I didn't expect you to have this side of you in private."
After saying that, he leaned forward slightly and let his warm breath spray into Sun Yan's ears. Sun Yan's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes became blurred, her body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously moved closer to Shenyi. Shenyi saw this. The other hand slowly raised up and gently lifted Sun Yan's chin to let her look directly into his eyes. "Sun Yan, why haven't I seen you treat me like this before?
I remember that you were very dissatisfied with me a few days ago, right?"
Sun Yan's breathing was rapid, her eyes were full of shyness and desire, and her voice was soft and sticky. "Mr. Shin, wasn't I wrong before?" Shenyi chuckled, his fingers slowly slid down Sun Yan's cheek, across her neck, and finally landed on the edge of the neckline of her dress. Just as Sun Yan's heart was beating like a drum and she was immersed in the ambiguous atmosphere, Shenyi suddenly let go of her hand. "Sun Yan, I guess you should have installed a camera somewhere in the living room."
Mr. Shin, what are you talking about? Why is there a camera here?" Sun Yan's heart tightened, but he pretended to be calm.
His legs were weak, but he still pretended to be calm as he stood up from the sofa. She cursed fiercely in her heart, "Damn it.
I was just one step away."
Originally, after Sun Yan learned that Shenyi was coming to her house, she carefully planned this seduction action and intended to take an intimate video between her and Shenyi in order to achieve her ulterior motives. At this moment, the plan was exposed. Sun Yan gritted her teeth and comforted herself in her heart. Just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Anyway, it's not like I haven't been bitten by a dog before, and the bites were much more serious than today. Just consider it as a loss of face due to this misfortune. Thinking of this, Sun Yan looked up at Shenyi and forced a smile on his face, trying to save the situation a little.
Chapter 92, Recording a Beautiful Life. "Boss Shun, I was wrong before.
I shouldn't have treated Yaya like that.
After your guidance a few days ago, I came to my senses."
As she spoke, she twisted her waist and tried to get closer to Shenyi again, looking exactly like someone trying to get close to someone hot.
Shenyi raised his eyebrows, staring at Sun Yan with a sharp gaze, as if smiling. "Oh? Are you sure you want guidance, not counseling?"
Sun Yan did not hold back at all, she blinked her eyes and smiled charmingly. "Oh, Mr. Shin, whether it's guidance or counseling, in my heart, you are the well-deserved guidance king." When Shenyi heard this, he understood that this woman was flattering him on the surface, but was actually being sarcastic and alluding to what happened to him in the toilet a few days ago.
Xinyi remained calm and pretended to be very pleased. Really?
In that case, let's go to the place where we had our first time. Having just been plotted against by Wan Liu, Xinyi was extremely cautious in this regard. He thought that the toilet was relatively hidden, and even if Sun Yan had some intention, he would not install surveillance there.
If she even set traps in the toilet, then this woman is extremely perverted. Ah.
Mr. Shin, the toilet has a peculiar smell. It would be better if we were in the living room, or the bedroom would be fine too.
Sun Yan frowned slightly, cursing inwardly, damn Xinyi, why didn't he take the bait?
She originally hoped to use this trick to get something on Xinyi, but she didn't expect Xinyi to refuse to fall for it, leaving her helpless.
Xinyi looked at Sun Yan's reaction, and he understood what Sun Yan was planning.
A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he deliberately emphasized his tone, Sun Yan, since you have figured it out, then listen to me. After saying that, he turned around and walked straight towards the toilet. Sun Yan bit her lower lip. Although she felt unwilling, Xinyi had the evidence of her breach of contract in his hand. For a moment, she really didn't dare to refuse openly. Helplessly, he had to suppress the anger in his heart, forced a smile, and followed Xinyi into the bathroom. I had been looking forward to getting a piece of evidence to check and balance Xinyi today, but I didn't expect Xinyi to be so cunning.
I'm afraid this plan will fail.
An hour later, Xinyi sat on the edge of the bed, holding a cigarette between his fingertips. The smoke slowly rose, blurring his deep eyes. He glanced at Sun Yan beside him, only to see that she looked tired and there was a look of grievance in her eyes. Xinyi turned his gaze to the two monitoring devices placed on the table in front of the bed, and then pulled Sun Yan into his arms.
How is it? How does it feel to have everything recorded by the camera?
Xinyi's voice was low, with a hint of teasing. It turned out that in the bathroom, Xinyi used various means to make Sun Yan finally unable to bear it and confess that she had hidden cameras in the house. And there was more than one place. She secretly installed surveillance cameras in the living room and bedroom. Adhering to the principle of giving someone a taste of their own medicine, after finding the cameras, Xinyi hung one of them on his chest and created a first-person perspective image on the bed. Mr. Shen, I put cameras at home to record our beautiful life. Sun Yan's cheeks turned slightly red and she tried to explain.
Xinyi reached out his hand, gently pinched her cheek, and said with a smile, "Oh?
But you didn't say that in the bathroom. It was you who used that trick on me, which made me dizzy and blurted out everything." Sun Yan muttered, her words were illogical. Xinyi smiled softly and ignored Sun Yan's absurd words.
It's okay. We were just recording a beautiful life. The essence is the same. Xinyi said slowly. How can this be the same?
When Sun Yan heard this, she immediately wanted to break free from Xinyi's arms. But as soon as she moved, Xinyi exerted a little force with his arms and held her tightly.
It's true.
You took the photos secretly, and I took selfies. So it seems that the nature of your behavior is worse. There was a sly gleam in Xinyi's eyes, and he stared at Sun Yan with a half-smile.
Sun Yan looked at Xinyi and felt a chill rising from her spine.
This man was more terrifying than she had imagined. But what is strange is, why didn't I notice this when I had a heated argument with him before?
Boss Shen, I. Just as Sun Yan was about to speak, Xinyi turned on the camera. In an instant, Sun Yan's coquettish voice echoed in the room, "No more, no more." Sun Yan's cheeks instantly turned red and hot. "Boss Shen, turn it off."
She was both embarrassed and anxious, and reached out to snatch the camera from Xinyi's hand. Xinyi chuckled and turned his wrist flexibly, easily avoiding Sun Yan's snatching hand. Sun Yan's voice in the camera continued, and each sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting her self-esteem.
Why, are you embarrassed now?
When you secretly installed the camera in this room, you didn't expect this day to come. The sarcasm in Xinyi's tone became stronger and stronger. Sun Yan was angry and anxious, her eyes were red, and her body kept twisting in Xinyi's arms, trying to break free from his restraints. "Xinyi, you're going too far. Turn it off quickly, or I'll never let you go."
However, Xinyi had no intention of letting go.
He held down Sun Yan's dancing hands with his other hand, and looked at her like an eagle.
Are you done with me? Sun Yan, who was the first to go too far? You schemed against me and threatened me with those shameful videos, but now you are the first to complain?
Sun Yan was speechless after hearing Xinyi's words. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She bit her lower lip and glared at Xinyi fiercely. "Well, I'm screwed. Just tell me what you want." Shinyi took a deep breath of cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke, his eyes becoming more profound. It's simple.
Now you have one more handle in the company. Listen to me and stop trying to be clever in the company. If you plot against me or hurt Yaya again, more than just the two of us will see these videos.
Sun Yan's heart trembled, knowing that she had completely fallen into Shinyi's trap this time. She lowered her head and stopped struggling, her voice carrying a hint of reluctance. Okay, I admit it. Seeing this, Shinyi let go of Sun Yan and turned off the camera. The room fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of Shinyi smoking. After a while, Sun Yan stood up and tidied her messy clothes. She looked at Shinyi with complicated eyes. Although he was filled with resentment, he could only swallow it at this moment. Boss Shin, are you hungry now? I'll go cook for you. In fact, Sun Yan didn't want to stay in the same room with Shinyi for even a second and just wanted to escape from this embarrassing place as soon as possible. Shinyi knew what Sun Yan was thinking and nodded calmly without saying a word. Seeing this, Sun Yan hurriedly left the bedroom and went to the kitchen. Chapter 93, Give Gifts to the Female Anchor. Shinyi would definitely not eat the meal. After all, no matter how hungry he was, he would wait until the dinner in the evening. That is the most important thing. Shinyi stood up, walked through the slightly messy living room, and took the anchor resume compiled by Sun Yan. He flipped through the resumes one by one. Suddenly, a photo and ID on a resume caught his attention. Huh? Why does this girl look so familiar? Is she an anchor I followed before? Shinyi frowned slightly, tapped his resume lightly with his fingertips, and muttered to himself. His eyes fell on the ID Wan. Shinyi quickly took out his mobile phone, opened the short video software, and searched eagerly in the follow list. Damn, it really exists. Shinyi couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect that this anchor who often appeared in my browsing history actually belonged to my own company. Looking back on the past, Shinyi remembered that he had watched her live broadcast many times. In front of the live camera, she always cleverly performed a series of borderline actions in the name of receiving gifts for fitness. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was scrolling wildly, filled with frivolous viewers and a group of LSPS. But Shinyi didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In his opinion, live streaming is all about meeting each other's needs. The female anchor provides emotional value to the audience, and the audience gives generous tips, so both parties benefit. After all, isn't the essence of the live streaming industry to create value and obtain returns? If the female anchor gives up live streaming because she can't make money, where will Shinyi find such entertainment in the future? You can't go to Sun Yan's 9-1 live broadcast room to see what new trick she is playing, right? Shinyi looked at the resume again. Next to the 3 words Year 1, her various information was recorded in detail. Age, 23. Weight, 45 kilograms. Height, 160 centimeters. I have to say that Sun Yan did a good job in this regard. While thinking, Shinyi noticed that Year 1 was broadcasting live, so he clicked on it. In the picture, Year 1 is wearing a pair of brown yoga pants and a pair of clean white socks. The slim yoga pants perfectly outline her figure. It seemed that she had been live streaming for a long time. Her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, which slid down her cheeks and wet a few strands of hair. During the live broadcast, the expression on her face was a little distorted, with a hint of ferocity, and she looked like she was trying extremely hard. At this time, the background music in the live broadcast room had a dynamic rhythm. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Year 1 was interacting by driving a train. The audience was sending gifts frantically, the screen was filled with colorful special effects, and comments were scrolling rapidly. The entire live broadcast room was filled with a warm and slightly restless atmosphere. Shinyi's eyes were fixed on the screen of his mobile phone. Looking at Year 1 interacting hard in front of the camera, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Suddenly, a comment flashed across an eye-catching font, 1, do a difficult split and you will get plenty of gifts. Immediately afterwards, special effect gifts continued to flood the screen. Year 1 panted a few times, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her face, but when she saw the endless gifts, her eyes instantly became determined. She took a deep breath, slowly adjusted her posture, and began to try the splits. As the amplitude of her movements increased, the expression on her face became more distorted, veins bulged on her forehead, and her brown yoga pants were soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to her skin. The live broadcast room was boiling instantly, and the comments were rolling like a tide. 1 is really trying hard. This figure is amazing. Shinyi watched this scene with interest and typed in the barrage, good performance. As soon as it was sent out, it was drowned by a massive amount of barrage.
That won't work. Shen Yi frowned.
As the company's CEO, he felt a little embarrassed to be drowned out when he spoke. So, he recharged 5,000 Douyin coins on his mobile phone without hesitation. With a tap of the finger, a carnival special effects gift flashed out with dazzling light. At this time, Yi Ruanwan had just completed the splits and was breathing heavily, with her chest heaving violently. When she saw the carnival special effects suddenly explode on the screen, her eyes widened instantly and she almost jumped up with excitement.
Thank you for the carnival, brother.
Her voice was so sweet that it almost made her feel sick.
She asked delicately, brother, is there anything you want Ruanwan to do for you?
Shenye's eyes were fixed on the screen, and his fingertips quickly tapped on the bullet screen. Ruanwan, support the tablet with one hand and keep it for 1 minute.
This is a small test for you. As soon as the message was sent, it instantly attracted everyone's attention.
Yi Ruanwan's face, which was originally full of smiles, froze slightly after hearing the order, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. But looking at the comments from the crowd in the live broadcast room, and glancing at the carnival special effects that Shen Yi had just sent, she gritted her teeth and responded in a tender voice, Big Brother's request, Ruanwan will definitely work hard to complete it. The music gradually slowed down, and Yi Ruanwan slowly squatted down, supported herself on the ground with her right hand, bent her left knee, and after adjusting her breathing, she exerted force suddenly to support her body. At first, she was able to remain steady, but as time passed, her arms began to tremble slightly, and the sweat on her forehead became more and more dense, sliding down her chin and dripping onto the ground. In the live broadcast room, the audience's eyes were fixed on her, the frequency of the barrage scrolling became slower and slower, and everyone was waiting with bated breath. After about 40 seconds, Ye's arms could no longer support him and he collapsed to the ground with his hair sticking to his face in disarray. She gasped for breath, with a trace of frustration on her face. Brother, Ruanwan tried her best, but I couldn't hold on for a minute.
I'm sorry.
Shen Yi was not angry and was about to say a few words of comfort in the barrage. Yi Ruanwan suddenly sat up, with a hint of expectation in her eyes, and said in a tender voice, Brother, although Ruanwan did not complete the task, it can be seen that you care about Ruanwan very much.
How about we add a green bubble?
In the future, if you want to see anything, just tell Ruanwan directly, and Ruanwan will definitely try her best to satisfy you. At the same time, she playfully made a friend-adding gesture with her slender fingers in front of the camera.
The live broadcast room immediately exploded, and many viewers complained sourly in the barrage, did Ruanwan get taken down by the Big Brother? Biased.
Why do you give Big Brother green bubbles? Shen Yi looked at Yi Ruanwan's expectant eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and after thinking for a moment, he replied in the barrage, okay, when I get off the air, you can send me a private message with my green bubble number. As soon as the news came out, the gift special effects in the live broadcast room flashed wildly again.
It's no wonder that they know how to have fun.
In just a short while, gifts kept flying. Yi Ruanwan was so excited when she saw Shen Yi's reply that her cheeks flushed.
She thanked him repeatedly in front of the camera. Thank you, brother. I will contact you as soon as I get off the air.
However, behind this seemingly innocent joy, Yi Ruanwan also had her own plans in mind. She is well aware that the live streaming circle is a mixed bag, and most of the so-called Big Brothers are just looking for something new. Even though the green bubble has been added, who knows if he's just acting on a whim. If they don't give me gifts in the future, there's no point in keeping it, so just block them. But if you're willing to spend money, then maintain it well, and you might be able to make a fortune.
Chapter 94 Adult Candy. Boss Shen, the food is ready, come and have a taste.
Sun Yan put the last dish on the table and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shen Yi, who was immersed in the live broadcast, heard Sun Yan's call, locked his phone, stood up and walked towards the living room. Sun Yan, I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to deal with, so I won't eat here.
Enjoy it yourself.
As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly picked up his coat, put it on neatly, and prepared to go out. Sun Yan's hand holding the soup bowl was suspended in mid-air, the smile on her face froze instantly, and she looked at Shen Yi in disbelief. After being stunned for several seconds, the emotion of unwillingness surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but mutter, Shen Yi, are you deliberately playing tricks on me? Shen Yi paused, turned his head, and looked straight at Sun Yan.
What did you say?
Sun Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she realized that she had said something wrong. She quickly put on a smile and waved her hand, saying, It's nothing, Mr. Shen. I mean, you have to eat more when you're out there, and don't starve yourself.
Shen Yi nodded slightly. That's good, I thought you were complaining about me.
Oh, how could that be? Sun Yan walked quickly to Shenye's side, with a flattering look in her eyes. Boss Shen, if you want to come again in the future, please let me know in advance. I will prepare the food in advance and look forward to your coming. Shenye saw the innocent smile on Sun Yan's face, turned around and left without saying anything. He has to go to a date now. The warm yellow light shines through the window, making the sign of the erotic clothing store particularly eye-catching. Zhao Yunlei stared at the flashing neon lights at the door of the store, then looked at Lin Wanqing, who was smiling beside her. Her face flushed instantly, and she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Wanqing, why did you bring me here? Lin Wanqing blinked her eyes and deliberately teased, Lei, of course you are here to buy clothes. Otherwise, why would you come all the way here? Ah. Wanqing, I don't want it. Zhao Yunlei subconsciously covered her burning cheeks with her hands, stepped back repeatedly, her eyes full of resistance. Lin Wanqing chuckled and took Zhao Yunlei's arm, pretending to be helpless, and said, Okay, I'll buy it for myself. When the time comes, I'll wear it beautifully, so don't be jealous, and don't rush to wear mine. As she spoke, Lin Wanqing took Zhao Yunlei and walked into the store cautiously. There is a subtle hint of ambiguity in the air. All kinds of erotic clothing with unique shapes are hung on the shelves, exuding a unique charm under the light. Not only was Zhao Yunlei's cheeks flushed as she was setting foot in this place for the first time, but even Lin Wanqing was so nervous that her palms were sweating. After all, this was also the first time in her life. As soon as the two entered the door, the clerk greeted them warmly. Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yunlei looked at each other with evasive gazes, feelings of embarrassment and curiosity intertwined in their hearts. The clerk had a professional smile on his face and glanced at Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yunlei. Welcome, two beauties. We have a lot of new styles in our store that are both fashionable and unique. Would you like me to introduce them to you? Lin Wanqing's cheeks were hot, her eyes were wandering, and she stammered in response, I'll take a look myself first. Zhao Yunlei hid behind Lin Wanqing, with only half of her blushing face showing, and nodded slightly. The clerks know that many people who come in are shy and tend to shop on their own. After all, this kind of thing is more private. She also understands this very well. The two walked slowly along the shelves, and Lin Wanqing was attracted by a black lace pajamas. The pajamas are thin and transparent, giving off a soft luster under the light. Lin Wanqing reached out and touched it gently, and ripples surged in her heart. Seeing this, Zhao Yunlei leaned close to her ear and whispered in a low voice, Wanqing, this is too explicit. Do you really want to buy it? Lin Wanqing's cheeks turned even redder, and she said angrily, Don't yell. I just think it looks good, and it's not against the law to try it first. Wait, Wanqing, look over there. Zhao Yunlei suddenly tugged at Lin Wanqing's sleeve and signaled with her eyes. Lin Wanqing followed Zhao Yunlei's gaze and saw a wide variety of uniforms neatly hung in the window on the other side of the store. Stewardess, Catwoman, Secretary. The styles are rich and varied, dazzling. At just one glance, Lin Wanqing understood the purpose of these uniforms, and a warm feeling surged to her cheeks. She and Zhao Yunlei looked at each other, and the shyness in each other's eyes was self-evident. Logically speaking, given their experience, these kinds of things shouldn't have caused them to lose their composure like this. But when she thought that these clothes would come in handy when she was with Shenye, and the complicated and subtle emotional relationship between them and Shenye, she felt an indescribable shyness in her heart. That beautiful lady. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and shouted to the clerk. The clerk walked over quickly with a standard professional smile on his face. Beautiful lady, do you need me to help you get any clothes? Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she pointed at the window in a panic. That, and that one, pack them all for me. The clerk was slightly stunned when he heard this, and his eyes lingered briefly on Lin Wanqing's delicate face and tall figure, and he couldn't help feeling a little envious. The beauty in front of me not only has outstanding looks, but also extraordinary temperament. Her husband is so lucky. She has taken the initiative to purchase so many sexy clothes, which must mean that she is enthusiastic and cooperative in her married life. What's wrong, no? Lin Wanqing's heart tightened when she saw the clerk standing there in a daze. She thought the clothes displayed in the window were only for viewing and not for sale. Yes, beautiful lady, I will arrange it for you right away. The clerk came to his senses, responded quickly, and turned around to help Lin Wanqing pack her things. Wanqing, why did you buy so much? Zhao Yunlei leaned close to Lin Wanqing's ear, her face full of confusion. Lin Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth, with a sly look in her eyes. After today, you will understand. After the clerk packed the clothes, Lin Wanqing took the bag. Her heart was still beating fast and her cheeks were burning. Zhao Yunlei's face was full of suspicion, but Lin Wanqing just smiled mysteriously and never mentioned its purpose. The two walked out of the sex shop and night had already fallen.
Lin Wanqing's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Xinyi. Wanqing, should I go home now? Okay, come back now. Wanqing, what did Xinyi say? Zhao Yunlei came over curiously and tried to find out what was going on.
Lin Wanqing winked playfully and pretended to be mysterious. Don't ask, you will know when Xinyi comes. After saying that, she pulled Zhao Yunlei into the car. Just as the car was about to drive away slowly, Lin Wanqing slapped her forehead suddenly as if she was struck by an electric current. Lei, wait for me in the car for a while.
I have to go get some sugar. Adult candy?
Zhao Yunlei frowned slightly, her eyes full of confusion. Before she could organize her words to ask, Lin Wanqing had already rushed out of the car like a gust of wind and disappeared around the corner. Zhao Yunlei was bored, so she took out her cell phone and typed into the search engine. As the search results loaded one by one, her cheeks became hot at a speed visible to the naked eye.
The screen displayed Daretang, Shangjing City's exclusive couples sex toy brand store, dedicated to providing couples with. The more Zhao Yunlei read, the more surprised she felt. She couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, when did Wanqing become so lewd? Chapter 95 Little Fox.
After Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yunlei returned to Xinye's house, Lin Wanqing took out the clothes and things she had bought there.
Wanqing, you. Zhao Yunlei was dumbfounded.
Looking at the little fox suit and those sex toys that she was too embarrassed to talk about, her cheeks instantly turned red. Lin Wanqing smiled brightly, picked up the little fox suit, and stuffed it directly into Zhao Yunlei's arms. Lei, try this one quickly, it must be especially suitable for you. As he was speaking, the fox's tail accidentally slipped and fell to the ground with a pop. Zhao Yunlei subconsciously bent down to pick it up, stroking the soft tail hair with her fingers, raised her eyes and asked, Wanqing, why don't you wear this? Lin Wanqing blinked, took out the bunny girl costume from the bag, and gestured in front of her. Who said I won't wear it?
I'll wear this. Wanqing, you.
Zhao Yunlei was speechless for a moment. The Lin Wanqing in her memory was not so bold.
Now this kind of behavior is really hard for her to adapt to. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart, since when did Lin Wanqing become so bold and creative?
Lin Wanqing naturally understood Zhao Yunlei's confusion. She walked forward, gently held Zhao Yunlei's hand, and said earnestly, Lei, I am helping you overcome your inner shyness.
You don't know, Xinyi is always surrounded by beautiful women, and each of them has ulterior motives.
If you don't use some tricks to firmly grasp Xinyi's heart, you will suffer in the future. I do this not only for myself, but also for you. You have limited knowledge of Xinyi's situation now, but when you know more about it in the future, you will definitely understand my painstaking efforts. Zhao Yunlei listened to Lin Wanqing's words. Although she still had some hesitation in her heart, she looked at her friend's sincere eyes and finally nodded slowly. Wanqing, I hope you are right. After saying that, she walked into the bedroom with a nervous mood. Lin Wanqing also walked into another bedroom and changed into a bunny girl costume. When she adjusted her earrings in front of the mirror, the silver bell swayed gently, making a clear and pleasant sound. She looked at her charming self in the mirror, a confident smile on her lips. After a while, Zhao Yunlei pushed open the bedroom door, her steps hesitant. Lin Wanqing turned her head and her eyes lit up instantly. Lei, you are so beautiful. Zhao Yunlei's cheeks were flushed, and the little fox suit she was wearing perfectly outlined her figure.
The furry tail sways gently with her movements, full of playfulness and temptation. Wanqing, I'd better change back into my old clothes. This is really uncomfortable.
Before Zhao Yunlei finished speaking, a steady sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Based on the familiar rhythm, she immediately determined that Xinyi had returned and was instantly panicked.
How can I have the nerve to meet Xinyi when I look so seductive now?
In a panic, Zhao Yunlei signaled to Lin Wanqing eagerly with her eyes, then turned around and hurried back to the bedroom like a frightened deer. Lin Wanqing looked at Zhao Yunlei's departing back, shook her head slightly and smiled. Due to time constraints, she could not bother to chase after her to comfort her. Xinyi took out the key, and the sound of turning the door lock was particularly clear in the quiet atmosphere. He pushed open the door, and a strong scent of perfume mixed with an ambiguous atmosphere hit him in the face, causing him to pause, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
Lin Wanqing remained calm and walked forward with brisk steps. The bunny girl outfit outlines her slim figure, and the bells jingle as she moves. Honey, you're back. I have a surprise for you today.
She smiled and spoke softly. Xinye's gaze lingered on Lin Wanqing for a moment, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as I was about to respond, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a furry foxtail looming behind the half-open door of the bedroom. He raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. It seems that there is more than one surprise today? Lin Wanqing followed his gaze and secretly laughed at Zhao Yunlei for not hiding it well enough, but she deliberately kept it a secret. Husband, what do you think of me today? Shen Ye's eyes were burning. He reached out and gently lifted the hair by Lin Wanqing's ear. His tone was a bit teasing. Xingqing, you really brightened my eyes today.
Yeah? Lin Wanqing's eyes moved, and her fingertips pointed towards another bedroom intentionally or unintentionally. Although Shen Yi couldn't figure out Lin Wanqing's intention for a moment, he couldn't suppress his curiosity.
He stretched out his long arms, picked up Lin Wanqing steadily, and strode towards the bedroom.
What's wrong, Xingqing? Don't you plan to ask your bestie to come out and join you? Hearing this, Lin Wanqing pretended to be angry and snorted, Hubby, you've forgotten me now that you have another woman? Shen Yi quickly comforted her, his tone sincere. How could that be? In my heart, Xingqing will always be the irreplaceable first choice.
After hearing this, Lin Wanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of pride, and she said coquettishly, then how are you going to compensate me? Shen Yi knew in his heart that Lin Wanqing had paid a lot to maintain this complicated relationship.
Looking around, how many women can be as generous as her and share their boyfriend with their best friends?
Thinking of this, Shen Yi hugged Lin Wanqing tighter and whispered softly in her ear, Baby, I will definitely make it up to you. At the same time, Zhao Yunlei was in the bedroom next door.
She was full of doubts and didn't understand why Lin Wanqing didn't ask her to go out.
At this moment, an ambiguous sound penetrated the wall and reached her ears clearly.
So bold and crazy? Zhao Yunlei's eyes widened in disbelief.
She couldn't help but imagine what Lin Wanqing looked like in her mind and found it hard to accept for a moment.
In fact, Lin Wanqing did this on purpose.
In order to win Shen Ye's heart, she spared no effort and used all her tricks. And letting Zhao Yunlei hear the noise was also part of her plan. Although the three of them shared Shen Yi, Lin Wanqing wanted to make it clear to Zhao Yunlei that she was the one who occupied the dominant position in Shen Ye's heart, and the relationship between the primary and the secondary should not be confused. Zhao Yunlei's cheeks were burning and her heart was in turmoil in the bedroom. She covered her ears tightly with both hands, trying to block out the blushing sounds, but those sounds kept entering her ears as if by magic.
How so?
Zhao Yunlei lies on the bed biting her lower lip. His body was trembling slightly, his incomprehension of Lin Wanqing's behavior and his inner shyness intertwined. At the same time her body became slightly excited. After a long time, the sound gradually died down. Lin Wanqing lazily sat up from the bed with a satisfied smile on her lips, while Shen Yi gently tidied her messy hair.
Lin Wanqing suddenly remembered Zhao Yunlei next door. A sly flash of cunning flashed in her eyes and she deliberately raised her voice, Hubby, Lei looks so good in the little fox suit today. Do you want to go and see it?
Shen Yi nodded with a blush still on his face. Okay, I just caught a glimpse of the tail, it's really interesting.
Chapter 96, Taking Down Zhao Yunlei.
Zhao Yunlei curled up in her bed, the sounds coming from the bedroom next door still seeming to echo in her ears. Her heart was beating like a deer and she couldn't calm down for a long time.
No wonder Lin Wanqing mentioned Shen Yi's strength and charm to her before.
She was skeptical at first, but now she is completely convinced. Just as her heart was boiling with emotion, the bedroom door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Zhao Yunlei reflexively thought it was Shen Yi. Her heart suddenly rose to her throat, and in panic she quickly pulled up the quilt and wrapped herself tightly in it like a frightened ostrich.
Lei, what are you hiding?
Lin Wanqing walked in with light steps, and when she saw Zhao Yunlei's appearance, she couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Yunlei was embarrassed and anxious, and pulled the quilt tighter. Wanqing, you scared me to death.
I thought it was Shen Yi. Why, are you looking forward to Shen Yi coming so much?
Lin Wanqing walked to the bedside and stared at Zhao Yunlei with interest, her eyes full of teasing.
Wanqing, please stop teasing me.
Zhao Yunlei's voice came muffled from under the quilt. Lin Wanqing pointed to the bedroom next door and said with a smile, Hurry over there, I left you a chance.
I can't, Wanqing, you should go back and accompany him.
Zhao Yunlei's voice was trembling slightly, mixed with shyness and entanglement.
Are you sure?
Lin Wanqing looked at Zhao Yunlei with burning eyes. Lei, don't regret it later. Zhao Yunlei bit her lower lip and hesitated for a moment.
Finally, the strong sense of shame prevailed and she nodded slightly.
Seeing this, Lin Wanqing still didn't give up and continued to persuade. Lei, Shen Yi doesn't know you are here yet.
How about I think of an excuse to trick him over here? This is not good.
Zhao Yunlei tried to refuse, but her eyes revealed a hint of hesitation.
Lele, it's settled.
Lin Wanqing was afraid that Zhao Yunlei would go back on her word, so she pulled back the quilt as soon as she finished speaking. In an instant, Zhao Yunlei, wearing a little fox suit, was exposed to the air. The exquisite costume outlined her graceful figure, and her furry tail swayed playfully.
Wanqing, give me back the quilt. Zhao Yunlei was shocked and embarrassed, and tried to take back the quilt.
Lin Wanqing acted as if she didn't hear anything, picked up the quilt and walked straight out the door, not forgetting to remind her, Lele, get ready quickly, I'll trick Xinyi in now. Before Zhao Yunlei could calm her flustered heartbeat, Xinyi's familiar voice came slowly, Xingqing, where have you been? As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyi, with a blindfold on, took tentative steps into the bedroom where Zhao Yunlei was hiding. Zhao Yunlei's mind went blank for a moment, and she thought to herself, is this a game of hide-and-seek designed by Wanqing and Xinyi?
Did they deliberately lead him here?
Xinyi groped around in the air with his hands, stumbling along, and soon reached the bed. In an instant, Zhao Yunlei felt that the air had frozen. She held her breath, her body as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, not daring to move even a hair.
Ah! Xingqing, I caught you.
Xinyi shouted excitedly and grabbed Zhao Yunlei in his hand.
He frowned slightly, his tone full of confusion, huh? Xingqing, why do I feel like you become smaller?
Zhao Yunlei, who was already feeling ashamed and angry, became even more furious when she heard this. Without saying a word, she clenched her fists and punched Xinyi hard.
You're small. Your whole family is small.
In order to avoid being discovered by Xinyi, Zhao Yunlei complained silently in her heart. Xinyi felt pain, but quickly grabbed Zhao Yunlei's small hand. He knew in his heart that this made Zhao Yunlei completely annoyed. But in fact, all of this was carefully planned by Lin Wanqing, with the purpose of helping Zhao Yunlei overcome her inner tension.
Ha! What is this furry thing? Xinyi hooked his finger and grabbed the foxtail behind Zhao Yunlei.
A sly smile appeared on his lips, and he rubbed his tail in pretending to be confused.
The ambiguous atmosphere in the air became stronger. Xinyi rubbed the fox's tail and deliberately exclaimed, Xingqing, when did you grow a tail? It feels pretty good.
Zhao Yunlei was embarrassed and angry, her whole face turned red like a ripe tomato. She tried to pull back her hand that Xinyi was holding, but she couldn't break free. In a panic, she accidentally touched Xinyi's chest, which made her heart beat even faster. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's voice came from the door, Xinyi, you finally caught Lele. Hearing this, Xinyi slowly took off his blindfold and looked at the shy Zhao Yunlei, with a sly look in his eyes, so it's not Xingqing, I was wondering why the touch was different.
Zhao Yunlei was shocked and embarrassed.
She covered her burning cheeks with her hands and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lin Wanqing walked in with a smile and sat down beside the bed, Lele, I said Xinyi would definitely find you.
Don't be shy, we finally have this opportunity, relax.
Zhao Yunlei secretly glanced at Xinyi and saw that he was looking at her with interest. She quickly lowered her head and muttered softly, Wanqing, how could you team up with Xinyi to tease me? Xinyi reached out and gently stroked Zhao Yunlei's hair, his voice low and gentle, Lele, Wanqing is doing this for your own good, to make you less nervous. You look really beautiful in this little fox costume today. Zhao Yunlei's shyness faded away a little when she heard Xinyi's praise, and she raised her head to meet Xinyi's fiery gaze. Lin Wanqing saw this. He went out silently and closed the bedroom door. There were only two passionate people left in the room. The early morning sunlight shines softly into the bedroom through the gaps in the gauze curtains, covering everything in the room with a hazy golden veil. Zhao Yunlei woke up slowly and stretched her body lazily, her eyes inadvertently sweeping over Xinyi who was sleeping beside her. His chiseled face looked even more profound and charming in the morning light, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was still immersed in the beauty of last night. Zhao Yunlei's cheeks flushed as all the memories of last night flooded into her heart like a tide, a mixture of shyness and sweetness. She quietly lifted the quilt and got out of bed carefully for fear of disturbing Xinyi. Her smile grew as she picked up the scattered fox suits on the floor. At this moment, Xinyi slowly opened his eyes and said in a lazy voice with a strong sense of sleepiness, Lele, where are you going? Zhao Yunlei's body stiffened and she turned to meet Xinyi's gentle gaze, I was afraid of waking you up and wanting to go out for some fresh air. Xinyi sat up and the bedsheet slid down his strong chest. He opened his arms and called softly, come here. Zhao Yunlei's cheeks flushed as she moved step by step to the bed like a child who had done something wrong. Xinyi pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead, Lele, you were really beautiful last night. Zhao Yunlei snuggled in Xinyi's arms, feeling his warm body temperature, her heart filled with happiness.
Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence. Lei Xinyi, are you awake? Breakfast is ready.
Lin Wanqing's voice came from outside the door. Xinyi and Zhao Yunlei looked at each other and laughed out loud.
Xinyi responded loudly, Xingxing, we are coming right away.
The three of them sat around the dining table. Lin Wanqing looked at Zhao Yunlei's shy yet happy expression and joked, Lei, you look so radiant.
You must have slept well last night.
Zhao Yunlei's cheeks flushed and she said angrily, Wanqing, stop teasing me. Xinyi smiled and picked up a piece of bread and handed it to Zhao Yunlei, Lei, eat more.
Chapter 97 Intimacy Value Achieved. Just then, Zhao Yunlei's phone suddenly rang. Zhao Yunlei took out her phone and looked at it. Her face turned pale. Oh no!
It was my turn to pick up Cheng Cheng today.
I actually forgot.
She was extremely anxious and frantically swiped the screen of her phone, trying to contact the tutor. Originally, she had found someone to pick up Cheng Cheng from school, but today that person suddenly had something to do.
However, Zhao Yunlei was distracted by Lin Wanqing and Xinyi and had forgotten about it. Seeing this, Xinyi immediately put down the bread in his hand and asked with concern, Lei, what happened? Zhao Yunlei recounted the whole story incoherently.
After listening to her, Xinyi patted her shoulder gently and comforted her, don't worry, I'll go pick her up now. From now on, Cheng Cheng's affairs will be shared with you.
After all, I will be his father in the future.
After saying that, Xinyi quickly stood up, picked up his coat and hurried out. When Zhao Yunlei heard this, she felt weird, but also a little sweet at the same time. After watching Xinyi leave, Lin Wanqing raised her eyebrows, a sly smile appeared on her face, and she took out her cell phone from her pocket. Lei, guess what I recorded last night?
Before Zhao Yunlei could react, Lin Wanqing pressed the play button, and the ambiguous sounds from last night instantly echoed in the restaurant.
Zhao Yunlei was shocked and embarrassed, her cheeks flushed red, and she reached out to grab Lin Wanqing's phone. Wanqing, you actually recorded it.
Delete it now.
Lin Wanqing nimbly dodged Zhao Yunlei's snatch and said with a smile, don't be shy, this is our beautiful memory. Besides, I saw how much Xinyi took care of you last night.
He is sincere to you. Zhao Yunlei stamped her feet and said angrily, Wanqing, how could you do this?
If Xinyi knew, it would be so embarrassing. Lin Wanqing waved her hand disapprovingly, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else.
All right then. Lin Wanqing was filled with confusion when she saw Zhao Yunlei quickly calm down.
Then I saw Zhao Yunlei slowly took out her cell phone from her pocket with a sly smile on her face. Wanqing, since you recorded my video, I can't suffer any loss. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of Lin Wanqing and Xinyi's intimate interaction last night came from the phone. Lin Wanqing's eyes whitened instantly, her face turned pale and red, and she screamed, Lei, you actually recorded it too. As he said that, he reached out to grab Zhao Yunlei's cell phone. Zhao Yunlei was prepared and dodged lightly, saying smugly, Humph, we are even now.
If you dare to tease me with the recording, I will release yours too.
Lin Wanqing sighed helplessly and slumped in the chair. Lei, I didn't expect you to have this skill, you are amazing. Zhao Yunlei smiled and sat next to Lin Wanqing, put away her phone. Wanqing, let's agree to delete the recording and no one is allowed to mention this again. Lin Wanqing nodded repeatedly, okay, delete them all to avoid embarrassment in the future. I can only say that the two of them are worthy of being best friends, as they think exactly the same about everything they do. Xinyi stood on the side of the road and raised his hand to stop a taxi. After sitting in the back seat, he couldn't wait to say in his mind, system, check Zhao Yunlei's intimacy value.
Recalling the madness of last night, the corners of Xinyi's mouth rose unconsciously. He was so careless for a moment that he forgot about the system. Ding, Zhao Yunlei's intimacy has reached 75. A crisp system prompt sound rang in Xinyi's mind. Good fellow. Xinyi couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, with an unconcealable excitement on his face. After investigating once, the intimacy has increased so much. Now I can bind a new target. Xinyi was happily imagining the future when the system prompt sounded again. In view of the host's recent outstanding performance and the significant increase in Zhao Yunlei's intimacy, the host is now given 2 rewards for the host to choose from. A. 4 beauty pills. After taking them, the user's appearance can be improved by 5 points. B. 10 million in cash. This amount can be used for any bound object consumption, and you will get 5 to 10 times cash back after consumption. Oh my god. Xinyi was shocked and couldn't help but sigh, the system really spent a lot of money this time. Xinyi fell into deep thought. If he could successfully get a 5 to 10 times cash back from 10 million in cash, that would be 50 million or even 100 million. There was a hot debate online about which would you choose, 10 million or admission to a top university?
Most people would choose 10 million without hesitation, not to mention that they might get 100 million this time. Looking at this beauty pill, it is undoubtedly very attractive to women. After all, everyone loves beauty, and women regard beauty as a treasure. If this pill is given to the bound object, it will definitely greatly improve their favorability. Shinyi tapped his fingers rhythmically on his knees, weighing the pros and cons of the two options, unable to make a decision.
After thinking for a long time, Shinye's eyes gradually became firm.
He thought to himself, for me, temporary monetary gains are tempting, but improving the appearance of the women around me is undoubtedly more valuable in the long run. Although Lin Wanqing and Zhao Yunlei's skin is in good condition now, time is unforgiving. As they age, their faces will inevitably show traces of time. This beauty pill can perfectly resolve this concern. System, I choose A. Shinyi made a decisive decision in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 beauty pills. The pills have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. The system prompt sounded at the right time. A calculating smile appeared on Shinye's lips. He was planning to give the pill to Zhao Yunlei first. The intimate contact last night made Zhao Yunlei fall deeper in love with him. If he gave her this great gift now, it would surely make her even more devoted to him. As for Lin Wanqing, I will give her another one when the time is right to further consolidate our relationship. The taxi soon arrived at the entrance of the tutoring class. Shinyi opened the car door and saw Chang Chang looking around eagerly, with disappointment written all over her face.
Shinyi walked up quickly and touched Chang Chang's head. Chang Chang, you must have waited for a long time. Teacher Shin is late. Shinyi quickly crossed the road and came to Chang Chang. He raised his hand and gently touched his head, saying in a gentle voice, Chang Chang, have you been waiting for a long time? Teacher Shin is late. Ah. Teacher Shin, why are you here to pick me up?
Chang Chang raised his head, his round eyes filled with surprise. In his expectation, the person who came to pick him up might be his mother, or it might be the uncle who picked him up on weekdays, but he never expected that it would be Teacher Shin. Chang Chang hasn't seen Teacher Shin for a long time. Every time he asked to see Shinyi, Zhao Yunlei gave the same reason. Teacher Shin was busy today, and he would come when he was free. Chapter 98 Reward. Shinyi squatted down and looked at Chang Chang at eye level, with a warm smile on his face. Because mom has something to do today, I asked Teacher Shin to pick you up.
Why, are you unhappy to see Teacher Shin? Chang Chang quickly shook his head, his eyes sparkling, and said excitedly, I'm happy, very happy. Teacher Shin, where have you been during this period? Are you super busy?
Shinyi rubbed Chang Chang's little head, took his hand and walked towards the taxi, saying as he walked, yes, the teacher has been a little busy with work recently. But from now on, the teacher will come to see Chang Chang often and play with you. After hearing this, Chang Chang jumped up and down, saying, that's great. That's great. Shinyi turned on his phone and sent a message to Zhao Yunlei, Lei, I will take Chang Chang directly back to your house. Soon, Zhao Yunlei replied, okay, Chang Chang has a lot of homework tonight, and it will be crowded and noisy if we go to your place, so it's better to go home. After arriving home, Chang Chang opened the door and saw Zhao Yunlei standing in the living room. He was puzzled, scratched his head and asked, Mom, Teacher Shin said you had something to do today, why are you at home? It turned out that when Zhao Yunlei learned that Shinyi was going to take Chang Chang home, she immediately said goodbye to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing understood what he meant, she just smiled and waved her hand without saying anything more. Zhao Yunlei walked up, touched Chang Chang's head, and smiled to change the subject. Chang Chang, Teacher Shin is here to pick you up today.
Do you feel good? Chang Chang nodded heavily, with a happy smile on his face. Very good. Teacher Shin also said that he would come to see me often in the future.
When Zhao Yunlei heard this, her cheeks turned slightly hot, with a hint of shyness in her eyes, and she glanced at Shinyi secretly. Thinking back to the past, Shinyi came in and out of the house as a tutor, but now, she has become Shinyi's close lover. This change makes her feel sweet but also a little embarrassed. Then Chang Chang, go upstairs and do your homework. After you finish your homework, Teacher Shin will play with you.
Yes, Chang Chang, go quickly, I will go up and teach you later.
Originally Chang Chang was still hesitant, but after Shinyi said that, he agreed. He nodded obediently, humming a tuneless little song, and skipping up the stairs. Shinyi looked at Chang Chang's departing back, then turned his gaze to Zhao Yunlei, the heat in his eyes becoming more intense. Before Zhao Yunlei could react, Shinyi stretched out his long arms, gently embraced her in his arms, and then threw her onto the soft sofa. Zhao Yunlei let out a soft cry, and her cheeks turned red instantly.
Shinya's passionate kiss fell like raindrops.
Zhao Yunlei only felt a buzzing in her head. All the strength in her body seemed to be drained away. She sank into it involuntarily.
Zhao Yunlei and Lin Wanqing are completely different. Lin Wanqing is enthusiastic and proactive, while Zhao Yunlei is introverted and shy.
Her shyness can arouse men's desire to conquer and make them fall in love with her.
Just as the two were immersed in sweetness, footsteps were suddenly heard in the corridor.
It turned out that Cheng Chang was halfway there when he realized he had forgotten to take his school bag, so he turned back. Zhao Yunlei keenly caught the subtle movement, suddenly came to her senses, and pushed Xinyi with both hands in panic. Xinyi also heard the footsteps, and quickly stood up, straightened his clothes, with a look of unsatisfied expression on his face.
Cheng Cheng walked into the living room and saw Zhao Yunlei. She asked in confusion, "Mom, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever?"
As he said this, he walked up to her and touched her forehead.
"It's not hot, why is your face so red?"
Zhao Yunlei's cheeks were burning hot, and she explained in an unnatural voice, "Cheng Chang, this room is too hot and stuffy." Although Cheng Chang was full of doubts, he still turned around and went upstairs.
"Mom is so strange today, like she has become a different person,"
he muttered softly. Xinyi and Zhao Yunlei heard these words clearly.
Xinyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Still laughing, it's all your fault."
Zhao Yunlei glared at Xinyi in reproach and reached out to hit him lightly. Xinyi smiled and grabbed Zhao Yunlei's hand, then pulled her closer again, whispering teasingly, okay, it's all my fault. I let our Lei reveal herself in front of Cheng Chang."
Zhao Yunlei was both embarrassed and annoyed.
She tried to break free from Xinyi's arms, but Xinyi held her even tighter.
"Lei, how about we make a bet?"
Xinyi's eyes were burning, with a hint of cunning in them.
"What's the bet?"
Zhao Yunlei looked at Xinyi warily, with curiosity rising in her heart. "I bet I can make you 20 years old again, with the youthful energy of a 20-year-old.
"Xinyi, do you think I'm too old?"
It's just like Wanqing said, men don't know how to cherish once they get something. Zhao Yunlei frowned slightly and pretended to be angry. Xinyi was suddenly at a loss for words, and reached out to gently scratch Zhao Yunlei's nose. Lei, what are you thinking about?
I'm serious.
Seeing Xinyi so confident, Zhao Yunlei became more and more certain that he had some ulterior motive.
So if you win, what do you want to get?
Zhao Yunlei blinked her lively eyes, and Xinyi's thoughts were already vaguely outlined in her mind.
If I win.
Xinyi deliberately dragged out his voice, his eyes lingering on Zhao Yunlei's face. Just do as I ask and reward me well. Zhao Yunlei naturally understood what Xinyi meant. She remembered that Xinyi had made similar requests yesterday and she had rejected them all.
She didn't expect that he still couldn't forget about it.
She also really admired Xinyi for never being full no matter how much he ate.
Snort.
Zhao Yunlei put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry, pinching Xinyi's cheek.
What if I win?
If you win, you can do whatever you want without resistance. Xinyi raised his eyebrows, looking confident.
Huh? Why do I feel like you're the one taking advantage no matter how you look at it? Zhao Yunlei rolled her eyes at Xinyi.
Although she was a little hesitant, she was still aroused by her competitive spirit.
Lei, you don't dare, do you?
Seeing this, Xinyi deliberately provoked him.
Xinyi, you treat me like a child.
Zhao Yunlei said angrily, I accept the bet.
But first I have to make a promise that I can stay forever young, otherwise it won't count.
Zhao Yunlei secretly calculated in her heart that she was sure to win and even began to imagine Xinyi accepting defeat.
Of course, Lei. Just put your mind at ease.
Xinyi raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a meaningful smile.
Okay. Then tell me how you plan to make me younger?
Zhao Yunlei asked with her arms folded across her chest and raised her eyebrows.
Isn't this simple?
Xinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei with a determined look on her face. The idea of playing a prank instantly came to my mind and I decided to tease her. He calmly took out his cell phone, opened the front camera and pointed the screen in front of Zhao Yunlei. Lei, look.
Do you look several years younger now? Chapter 99 Beauty Pills. Xinyi, you're not going to fool me into saying you look younger by turning on the beauty filter, are you?
Zhao Yunlei frowned and stared at the phone screen in Xinyi's hand suspiciously. But when she looked at herself in the front camera, she was stunned for a moment. The words she was about to say in rebuttal were stuck in her throat and she couldn't say them.
Oh my god.
Zhao Yunlei, who has always been elegant in her speech and never swears, couldn't help but swear at this moment. On the screen, her skin is as white, smooth and tender as mutton fat jade, with a natural luster. The fine lines that were faintly visible at the corners of her eyes have disappeared, and she looks more than 3 or 5 years younger. Although this appearance has not completely returned to the age of 20, it is already a world of difference compared to before. In an instant, what Lin Wanqing had said before echoed in Zhao Yunlei's mind: Xinyi always has a way to surprise people.
I didn't expect it to be true. How about it?
Xinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei's shocked expression, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes.
You're not going to rely on this, are you?
Zhao Yunlei came back to her senses and frowned again.
Don't worry about the method first. Just tell me, have you become younger now? Xinyi asked instead of answering, a sly smile on his face.
You are young, but you are still far from 20 years old.
Zhao Yunlei retorted subconsciously.
Because she didn't look in the mirror, she didn't realize that the changes in herself at this moment were far more than what was shown on the mobile phone screen.
Xinyi put away his phone slowly, his smile growing stronger. He reached out and gently stroked Zhao Yunlei's hair, saying, Lei, this is just the beginning, the best is yet to come. What's the show?
Zhao Yunlei's cheeks flushed, with a hint of anger and curiosity in her eyes, and she asked in a low voice. Of course, it's a special romantic sticker prepared by your husband, me.
A wicked smile appeared on Xinyi's lips.
As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force with his arms, picked up Zhao Yunlei steadily, and strode towards the bedroom.
Xinyi, where are you going to carry me? Zhao Yunlei was frightened and embarrassed.
She twisted her body restlessly in Xinyi's arms. She subconsciously grabbed Xinyi's collar with both hands, trying to make him stop.
Take you back to your 20s.
Xinyi spoke briskly, with a cunning light in his eyes, and he had no intention of stopping.
Zhao Yunlei knew clearly that if Cheng Chang was not at home, she would gladly accept Xinyi's romantic invitation. After all, who doesn't want to retain youth and enjoy the sweetness of love? But right now, Cheng Chang is at home. If he finds out, it will be so embarrassing.
No, Cheng Chang is still here.
What if he finds out?
Zhao Yunlei said anxiously, her eyes full of worry.
Don't worry, nothing will happen. We just need to keep quiet.
Xinyi comforted her with his mouth, but he did not stop walking and walked straight to the bedroom next to Cheng Chang. Zhao Yunlei was angry and anxious, and she knew in her heart that Xinyi did it on purpose. But now that she was in his arms, she was powerless to resist. What was even worse was that she didn't even dare to protest loudly, for fear of alarming Cheng Chang.
Just at this moment, Cheng Chang keenly heard footsteps coming from the door, and a childish voice came from the room. Teacher Shen, is that you? It's me, Cheng Chang. You stay in your room and study hard. I'll be here soon.
Xinyi responded calmly, still with that sly smile on his face.
Okay.
Cheng Chang agreed crisply.
Zhao Yunlei was so nervous that she dared not even breathe.
She held her breath and stared at Cheng Chang's door, afraid that he would suddenly push it open and come out. Fortunately, Cheng Chang did not come out, which made Zhao Yunlei feel relieved. Xinyi held Zhao Yunlei in his arms and tiptoed into the bedroom next to Cheng Chang, where he carefully placed her on the soft bed. Zhao Yunlei's cheeks were burning hot, and she glared at Xinyi with reproachful eyes.
She lowered her voice and said, Xinyi, if Cheng Chang finds out, I won't forgive you.
Xinyi chuckled, gently stroked Zhao Yunlei's cheek with his fingers, and whispered, Don't worry, Lei.
I know what's going on.
As he spoke, he pulled out a delicate little bottle from his pocket. He waved it in front of Zhao Yunlei's eyes and said, This is the secret weapon that can help you return to your 20s.
Zhao Yunlei stared at the small bottle suspiciously and was about to ask. Xinyi said first, This is what I asked a friend to get. It is a magical essence that can activate cell regeneration.
Just take it, and your skin will continue to glow, and you will completely return to the state of being in your 20s. What's in the bottle is naturally the beauty pill rewarded by the system.
In order to convince Zhao Yunlei, Xinyi made up an excuse.
Just when Zhao Yunlei was half believing and half doubting, there was a sudden sound of light footsteps outside the door. Zhao Yunlei instantly became nervous, her body stiffened, her eyes wide open, and she signaled Xinyi to keep quiet. Xinyi also noticed something strange and quickly hid the small bottle in his pocket.
He tiptoed to the door and listened attentively. Teacher Shen, I have finished my homework. Cheng Chang's voice sounded outside the door, followed by a knock on the door.
Xinyi looked at Zhao Yunlei helplessly, straightened his clothes, and opened the door.
Cheng Chang, you finished it so quickly, great. Xinyi smiled and touched Cheng Chang's head. Cheng Chang poked his head into the room and asked curiously, Teacher Shen, what are you and Mom doing in the room?
Xinyi suddenly had an idea and said, We are discussing how to prepare a surprise for Cheng Chang.
Cheng Cheng's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, "What surprise?"
Shenyi smiled mysteriously and said, "Keep it secret for now, you will know when the time comes." After Cheng Cheng left, Zhao Yunlei let out a long sigh and complained, "Shenyi, it's all your fault."
Cheng Cheng almost found out. Shenyi sat down on the bed, took Zhao Yunlei into his arms, and said softly, "Lei, don't be angry. I just want to give you an unforgettable experience. Hurry up and eat him." Zhao Yunlei's cheeks flushed, and she hit Shenyi's chest lightly in an angry manner. She took the small bottle from his hand and opened the cap hesitantly.
A beauty pill emitting a soft glow lies in the bottle, and its rich fragrance instantly fills the room. Under Shenyi's fiery and expectant gaze, Zhao Yunlei bit her lower lip lightly and finally swallowed the pill.
Shenyi was also nervous. He actually had no idea what the reaction would be after taking the pill.
But he has an almost paranoid trust in the system.
After all, the system is his fundamental reliance for changing his destiny and obtaining everything.
After about a few minutes, Zhao Yunlei suddenly felt a scorching heat rising from the soles of her feet to her forehead, and her whole body became hot and unbearable. Fine beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and soaked his hair. He felt as if he was tightly wrapped in an invisible net, feeling extremely disgusted.
"Shen Yi." Zhao Yunlei's voice trembled, "You were not deceived, were you? This is not what you said, it's clearly an aphrodisiac." Chapter 100 Stepfather.
Shenyi saw Zhao Yunlei's face full of shame and anger, and her whole body was hot. His heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be calm on the surface and hurriedly explained.
"Lei, that's for sure. This is the essence of the seriousness, maybe it's working."
As she was talking, Zhao Yunlei suddenly pointed at her arm and screamed, "Shenyi, what is this?" Shenyi looked closely and saw a layer of black impurities slowly seeping out of Zhao Yunlei's fair arms, emitting a faint strange smell.
"Lei, don't panic."
Shenyi reacted quickly, "This should be the essence expelling toxins from your body, which is a good thing. Go take a shower first to wash away these impurities."
Zhao Yunlei was both embarrassed and annoyed.
She glared at Shenyi fiercely, grabbed her clothes and walked quickly into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Shenyi let out a long sigh and tried to calm himself down.
At this time, Cheng Cheng came out of the room holding his homework book and asked in confusion, "Teacher Shen, what happened to my mother?"
Shenyi touched Cheng Cheng's head and said with a smile, "Mom is a little uncomfortable, just take a bath."
"Come, Cheng Cheng, Teacher Shen will check your homework with you."
While tutoring Cheng Cheng, Shenyi looked towards the bathroom from time to time, feeling both expectant and nervous. I don't know how long it took, but the bathroom door slowly opened and a gust of steam hit my face. When Shenyi heard the sound, he came out of the bedroom and was stunned for a moment. The Zhao Yunlei in front of me seemed to have been reborn.
The skin is so smooth and tender, with a girl's unique pink glow.
Her long, shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she exuded the aura of a 20-year-old girl. Zhao Yunlei's cheeks were slightly red, and a sly look flashed in her eyes. She said to Shenyi, "Shenyi, come here for a moment.
I have something to ask you." Shenyi stood up and went into the bathroom with Zhao Yunlei.
As soon as she entered the room, Zhao Yunlei stretched out her hand and hooked it around Shenyi's neck, saying coquettishly, "Shenyi, I didn't expect you to be so capable."
Now I feel like I'm back to my 20s.
Shenyi gently put his hands around Zhao Yunlei's waist and said with a smile, "I'll tell you, I will never lie to you." Zhao Yunlei's pretty face was slightly red, and her fingers gently drew circles on Shenyi's chest, and she said softly, "I'll reward you later, okay?"
After all, Cheng Cheng is still here now?
Shenyi was slightly stunned. Zhao Yunlei's initiative was beyond his expectation. On second thought, for women in their 30s or 40s like Zhao Yunlei, beauty is probably the most important thing in their minds. With the help of the system, I helped her solve this problem.
It's understandable that she would be so excited.
Shenyi's mind turned over, and he subconsciously checked the system panel.
Name Zhao Yunlei. Age, 40. Height, 163 centimeters. Appearance 92 plus 5. Privacy value, 2.
Status, divorced, gentle, but stubborn at heart.
Intimacy, 70. Occupation, housewife. As expected, the appearance has increased by 5 points. The system is really efficient.
Shenyi smiled, and used his arms to hold Zhao Yunlei tighter. His warm breath brushed past her ears. "Of course, Lei, don't forget the reward you promised me." Zhao Yunlei moaned, and kissed Shenyi on the cheek lightly like a dragonfly touching the water, then slowly let him go. Shenyi tidied his clothes, returned to the bedroom with a smile, and continued to tutor Cheng Cheng. He walked to Chung Chang, gently pulled out a chair and sat down, then reached out his hand and gently touched Chung Chang's head.
Chang Chang, do you want Teacher Shin to teach you every day in the future? Chang Chang's eyes lit up instantly, and he said excitedly, Of course I do. Teacher Shin, is it really possible? Shin frowned slightly and deliberately kept it a secret. Alas, I'm afraid it's not easy to achieve. Unless what, Mr. Shin? Chung Chang couldn't wait to ask, his eyes full of curiosity.
Shin Yi raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a sly smile, and approached Chung Chang, whispering, Unless I become your stepfather, then I can accompany you every day. After hearing what Shin Yi said, Chung Chang tilted his head and started thinking seriously. After a moment, his eyes lit up. He took Shin Ye's hand and said excitedly, Teacher Shin, it would be great if you were my stepfather.
I'll go tell my mother right now.
Having said that, Chung Chang got up and ran to the bathroom. Shin Yi was shocked and quickly grabbed Chung Chang. Chung Chang, don't go yet.
We have to take our time. We have to give Mom a surprise, understand? Chung Chang nodded, not quite understanding, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. When it was dinner time, Shin Yi was secretly thinking about how to play a trick on Zhao Yunlei.
Suddenly, Chung Chang's clear childish voice rang out, Mom, go get Dad a bowl of soup.
Ah?
Zhao Yunlei froze in place for a moment, the chopsticks in her hand almost slipped, her face full of astonishment. Soon, she came to her senses and Shin Ye's cunning smile emerged in her mind. She thought, this must be Shin Ye's trick behind the scenes. Shin Yi suppressed his smile, pretended to be calm, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of food and put it into his mouth. Zhao Yunlei glared at Shin Yi, her eyes seemed to say just wait and see how I deal with you. Then she pretended to be calm and responded to Chung Chang, Baby, who taught you to call Teacher Shin Dad? Chung Chang pointed his finger at Shin Yi and said excitedly, Teacher Shin said that if he became my stepfather, he would be with me every day and teach me a lot of interesting knowledge.
Shin Yi didn't expect Chung Chang to be so straightforward.
He almost choked on the food and tried to explain while coughing, Lei, I was just joking with Chung Chang.
Zhao Yunlei crossed her arms and looked at Shin Yi with a half smile, a joke? I think you planned this.
Just when the atmosphere was tense, Chung Chang added another sentence. Mom, you can sleep with me tonight.
I won't disturb you.
As soon as Zhao Yunlei said this, her cheeks turned red with embarrassment and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into.
She glared at Shin Yi fiercely.
Then he turned to Chung Chang and pretended to be calm and said, Chung Chang, don't talk nonsense.
Teacher Shin was just teasing you. Chung Chang muttered with a wronged look on his face, Teacher Shin is not kidding me. He said he wanted to be my stepfather so that we can be together forever.
Shin Yi finally came to his senses and looked at Zhao Yunlei's embarrassed and shy appearance, feeling both amused and a little guilty. He reached out and touched Chung Chang's head and said, Chung Chang. There are some things you can't say casually, or your mother will be embarrassed. Shin Yi really didn't know where Chung Chang learned all these things. He knew so much at such a young age.
It really embarrassed him as his cheap father. After dinner, Zhao Yunlei took the initiative to clean up the dishes and went into the kitchen.
Seeing this, Shin Yi hurriedly followed in and tried to comfort Zhao Yunlei. He gently put his arms around Zhao Yunlei's waist from behind and said softly, Lei, I really was just saying this casually to Chung Chang. I didn't expect this little girl to take it seriously.
Chapter 101 Lin Ningning's Invitation. Zhao Yunlei turned around, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, just saying it casually? I think you did it on purpose. Chang Chang has become unruly because of you. Shin Yi looked at Zhao Yunlei's coquettish look and couldn't help laughing. Lei, don't be angry.
Look, should we go to the bathroom where you won't be disturbed? Zhao Yunlei bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes showed an unprecedented boldness. In order to respond properly to the surprise brought by Shin Yi, this time, she completely put aside her past shyness. She had never bit anyone before, but this time she was going to break her vow for Shin Yi. Zhao Yunlei, who had taken the beauty pill, was a huge temptation to Shin Yi. They just changed the name of the place but not the substance, at best they just changed the skin. But this time, Shin Yi really felt like he had simply changed his hero. Seeing that Zhao Yunlei agreed, he picked up Zhao Yunlei without saying a word and walked towards the bathroom.
An hour later, Shin Yi came out of the bathroom refreshed.
10 minutes later, the bathroom door slowly swayed, and Zhao Yunlei walked out with graceful figure and light steps. Her cheeks were rosy, her hair fell softly on her shoulders, and she smelled fragrant after bathing. Her every move revealed her unique charm. Shin Yi sat leisurely on the sofa, planning his sweet life with Zhao Yunlei in the future, and did not notice the subtle change in Zhao Yunlei's expression after she came out of the bathroom. The blush on Zhao Yunlei's cheeks had not yet completely faded, and her body exuded the fragrance of after a bath, but her furrowed brows revealed her inner struggle. She walked in front of Xinyi, her hands unconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes, bit her lower lip, and mustered up the courage to say, "Xinyi, you should go back tonight." Xinyi was stunned, and the smile on his face froze instantly. He looked at Zhao Yunlei in confusion. "Lei, why did you suddenly chase me away?" "I was thinking of living here in the future, and our family would live a good life." Zhao Yunlei turned her face away, her cheeks slightly hot, her voice trembling slightly. "We've only known each other for one day, and you did it to me twice, and you're so strong, I really can't handle it. Besides, Cheng Cheng is still young. If he notices anything, it will be bad for his growth." Xinyi finally came back to his senses, thinking of the madness of tonight. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. He scratched his head and tried to persuade her to stay. "Lei, I will pay attention next time and won't be so reckless. How about I stay one more night?" This time, Zhao Yunlei refused very firmly. After all, she was really afraid of Xinyi. She really couldn't imagine that Xinyi was so powerful, far more exaggerated than Lin Wanqing's description. Seeing Zhao Yunlei's refusal, Xinyi had no choice but to say goodbye to Cheng Cheng briefly and left. Xinyi had just come out of Zhao Yunlei's house, and after walking for a while, he saw Lin Ningning strolling in the community.
Shen Yi?
Lin Ningning, who was taking a walk and thinking about how to get Xinyi back, suddenly became excited. It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. Lin Ningning secretly felt fortunate that she seldom came here for a walk on weekdays, but today, on a whim, she ran into Xinyi.
Lin Ningning, why are you here?
A hint of surprise flashed in Xinyi's eyes, and he was the first to break the silence. Lin Ningning blinked her lively eyes, with a sweet smile on her face, and said in a cheerful tone, "Come out for a walk."
What about you? Have you moved here?
Xinyi shook his head slightly and explained, "I just finished tutoring my students and was about to go back." Lin Ningning's mind instantly flashed back to the scene of her first meeting with Xinyi at home. He did mention tutoring at that time, so I didn't think much about it and took the opportunity to invite him. "Would you like to come to my house and sit down?"
No.
Xinyi subconsciously refused. Lin Ningning seemed to know what Xinyi was thinking, but her speculation was very different from Xinyi's real thoughts.
"Don't worry, my mother is at home too." "Why, are you afraid that I will eat you?" Lin Ningning said this half-jokingly, and glared at Xinyi in a pretended angry manner. Your mother is here too?"
Xinyi was slightly startled, and only realized that something was wrong after he said it.
Lin Ningning frowned. This statement could indeed be misunderstood.
But at this moment, her mind was completely on Xinyi and she had no time to care about it.
"Yes, my mother is at home. Why are you asking this suddenly?" "Let's go, then."
Xinyi thought for a moment and had originally planned to find a suitable time to send the beauty pill to Lin Wanqing.
Since he met her today, he might as well do it now. Along the way, Lin Ningning kept looking for topics to chat with Xinyi. Xinyi also responded intermittently. Soon, the two arrived at Lin Ningning's door.
Lin Ningning took out the key and opened the door, and soft music came from inside the house.
"Mom, I'm back, and I've brought guests,"
Lin Ningning shouted crisply. Lin Wanqing walked out of the kitchen with flour on her hands. The moment she saw Xinyi, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes.
Why is Xinyi and Ningning together? Could it be that they are going to rekindle their old love?
This was something Lin Wanqing absolutely could not accept.
How could she share a man with Lin Ningning?
A complex emotion flashed across Lin Wanqing's face, and then she smiled and said enthusiastically, "Xinyi, come in and sit down, you are a rare guest." But his eyes subconsciously glanced at Lin Ningning, and a hint of imperceptible vigilance flashed in his eyes. Lin Ningning didn't notice anything unusual and still had a smile on her face. She pulled Xinyi to sit on the sofa. Lin Wanqing looked at Lin Ningning, her tone gentle but with a tone that could not be refused. "Ningning, go to the kitchen and bring out the fruit I just cut, and treat Xinyi well."
Lin Ningning responded and walked towards the kitchen. Lin Wanqing waited for Lin Ningning to disappear, then quickly sat down next to Xinyi and asked in a low voice, "Xinyi, how did you and Ningning meet?" Xinyi keenly caught the jealousy and vigilance in Lin Wanqing's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly explained, "Xingqing, please don't misunderstand. After leaving Leilei's house, I ran into Ningning by chance in the community. At first, I didn't plan to come over, but Ningning said you were at home, and I missed you, so I thought of stopping by to see you." Lin Wanqing crossed her arms and snorted, her tone full of warning, "Xinyi, let me be frank with you. If you have any unclear entanglements with Ning Ning, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Lin Wanqing lowered her eyes, her thoughts drifting away involuntarily. If she and Xinyi had never had those intimate things, it would not be a big deal to give Xinyi to Ning Ning. But now, the situation has long been out of control. Not only is she deeply trapped in the whirlpool of emotions with Xinyi, but her best friend has also been dragged into it. Thinking of this, Lin Wanqing looked at Xinyi with a bit more complexity and entanglement in her eyes.
Chapter 102, There is a robber in the house?
Xinyi looked mysterious, and looked at Lin Wanqing with burning eyes, and said softly, Xingqing, don't worry, I came here this time to bring you a surprise.
What surprise?
Lin Wanqing frowned slightly, her eyes full of suspicion, and she was obviously skeptical about Xinyi's words.
That is. Xinyi was about to speak.
At this time, Lin Ningning came out of the kitchen humming a little tune and holding a fruit plate. She gently placed the fruit plate in front of Xinyi. Xinyi, try it quickly, these are all your favorites. Xinyi was slightly startled, then smiled apologetically. Ningning, I'm so sorry, I suddenly remembered that there was an emergency at home, so I have to go back immediately, so I won't eat the fruit. Lin Ningning widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief.
Why was he leaving after only being in the house for a few minutes? Are you leaving now?
There was a hint of loss in her voice.
Xinyi nodded helplessly.
Lin Wanqing also had a puzzled look on her face, staring at Xinyi closely. She thought to herself, Xinyi was not like this in the past.
He always took advantage of any opportunity. Why are you acting so abnormal today? You just leave without saying anything? But on second thought, it's better for Xinyi to leave. Lin Wanqing knew too well how Lin Ningning felt about Xinyi.
The less contact they had, the less trouble there would be. It would be better for everyone if they gave up the idea early. With Lin Wanqing and Lin Ningning watching him, Xinyi left quickly. Lin Ningning sighed softly, her voice carrying a hint of loneliness. Mom, I'm going back to my room. Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded, her eyes full of concern. Okay, Ningning, go to bed early, don't stay up late. Recently, Lin Wanqing and Lin Ningning have been maintaining this slightly distant mode of getting along. It was not that Lin Wanqing expected this, but Lin Ningning was in adolescence and became increasingly silent about what her parents said, and they rarely communicated with each other on weekdays. If Xinyi hadn't visited today, Lin Ningning would probably have gone straight back to her room after returning, closed the door and immersed herself in her own world. Lin Wanqing looked at her daughter's back and felt helpless. After Lin Ningning returned to the room, Lin Wanqing dragged her slightly tired body and slowly walked towards the bedroom. As she walked, she reached out to unbutton her collar, intending to change into comfortable pajamas and take a hot bath to relieve her physical and mental fatigue.
Lin Wanqing just stepped into the bedroom and turned on the bedside lamp. The warm yellow light instantly dispelled the darkness in the room.
She unbuttoned her shirt and walked towards the closet. Suddenly, a strong arm reached out from behind and tightly embraced her waist. Lin Wanqing's heart contracted violently, the blood in her body instantly solidified, and fear instantly clenched her throat, almost suffocating her.
Help! There are robbers!
A sharp cry for help broke through the throat and echoed in the room. However, as soon as she shouted, the person behind her quickly covered her mouth, and a familiar breath hit her face. Then, she was forcibly turned around by a powerful force. When she saw the person in front of her clearly, Lin Wanqing was shocked and angry.
There was no robber at all, it was actually Xinyi. But didn't Xinyi leave a long time ago? When did he sneak into the room?
Lin Wanqing's eyes were red, and she slapped Xinyi's chest in shock and anger. This time, Xinyi really scared her. She even thought that she was going to meet with an accident and her innocence would be ruined.
Mom, what's wrong with you? Are there robbers in the house? Lin Ningning heard Lin Wanqing's desperate cry for help in the room.
Her heart suddenly sank and she rushed out without hesitation.
Lin Wanqing froze in place for a moment, glared at Xinyi fiercely, feeling angry and anxious.
Then, she pretended to be calm and shouted to the door, No, Ningning, you heard it wrong, I just accidentally fell. Lin Ningning was full of suspicion. She was sure that what she heard was not the sound of a fall. Her intuition told her that her mother might have been threatened.
So she quickly walked to Lin Wanqing's door and reached out to turn the doorknob.
Inside the house, Lin Wanqing and Xinyi clearly heard Lin Ningning's hurried footsteps.
Xinyi lowered his voice and said, Fuck, Xingqing, what should I do?
Lin Wanqing glared at him, her lips opening and closing silently. How dare you ask what to do? At this moment, Lin Wanqing had only one thought in her mind. She must not let Lin Ningning find out about their relationship, otherwise, the mother and daughter would be extremely embarrassed when they get along with each other in the future. In a panic, Lin Wanqing pushed Xinyi into the bed, and quickly lay down in it herself, pulling the quilt over them both tightly, trying to create the illusion that they were safe and sound. Lin Ningning turned the door handle, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. She glanced around the room vigilantly and saw that the quilt was bulging, Lin Wanqing's hair was a little messy, and her cheeks were still flushed with fear.
Mom, are you sure you're okay?
Lin Ningning took 2 steps forward, her tone full of suspicion, her eyes fixed on the quilt. Lin Wanqing's heart was in her throat, and she forced a smile. It's okay, Ningning.
Mom accidentally tripped and hit her head on the bed, and she cried out.
As she spoke, she pretended to rub her forehead. Lin Ningning's eyes wandered around the quilt.
Suddenly, she frowned and asked, "What's on the other corner of the quilt?" "Ningning, isn't this a doll?"
While responding, Lin Wanqing quickly reached out and took out a large, adorable doll from the other corner of the quilt. Fortunately, this big doll successfully attracted Lin Ningning's attention and temporarily dispelled her doubts.
Ah! A soft cry came out of Lin Wanqing's mouth uncontrollably. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, Ningning, I just twisted it accidentally."
Lin Wanqing pretended to be calm, but she was actually panicking inside. Xinyi was not lying down in the quilt either, because Lin Wanqing wanted to change into pajamas just now, so her collar was open. Xinyi reached his hand directly into the soft spot under the quilt. The sudden touch made Lin Wanqing feel numb all over and she almost lost her composure.
"Mom, you have to exercise more in the future. Why are you so weak now?"
Lin Ningning frowned slightly, a trace of worry flashing across her face. Lin Wanqing smiled awkwardly, trying to suppress the strange feeling that went straight to her brain, and responded coquettishly, "I know, Ningning, I have been exercising recently."
"Okay, it's okay, you can have a good rest."
Lin Ningning glanced around the room again and seeing that there was nothing unusual, she turned around and went out, closing the door. The door closed with a click, and Lin Wanqing's tense nerves had just relaxed a little when Xinyi poked his head out from under the quilt with a sly smile on his face. "Xingxing, it seems that our underground love affair is quite exciting." Lin Wanqing glared at him fiercely and reached out to hit his shoulder, still laughing.
"You almost got caught.
If Ningning finds out, how am I going to face her?"
Chapter 103 Unlock New Character Again. "With me here, things won't get out of control." Xinyi responded with a grin, showing no sign of slowing down. "Honey, why don't you take your hands out?" Lin Wanqing blushed and said angrily.
Xinyi pinched it gently again, still unsatisfied, before slowly withdrawing his hand. In this situation of tension and excitement, the double stimulation made Lin Wanqing feel weak all over and she almost fell.
"Hey, Xingxing, what do you think this is?"
Xinyi stretched out his hand, which he had just withdrawn from her collar, in front of Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing was sulking and turned her head away angrily, not wanting to pay any attention to him.
Seeing this, Xinyi did not give up.
He walked around to Lin Wanqing and gently pulled her shoulders with his hands.
"Okay, Xingxing, don't be angry. Look."
As he spoke, he spread out his palm, and on his palm was clearly the beauty pill. A hint of curiosity flashed across Lin Wanqing's angry eyes.
Although she was still pretending to be angry, she couldn't help but glance at it. "What is this?"
Xinyi approached mysteriously and lowered his voice. "This is the beauty and skin care pill I went through so much trouble to find for you. It will not only make your skin smoother, but it can even reshape your body and delay aging." When Lin Wanqing heard this, curiosity grew even stronger. She reached out to take the pill and looked at it carefully. The pill exuded a strange luster and a faint fragrance lingered around her nose.
"Is it really as magical as you say?"
Lin Wanqing was half believing and half doubting, and looked up at Xinyi. Xinyi nodded heavily, looking serious. "Xingxing, how could I lie to you? It was in your living room before, but I didn't dare take it out in front of Ningning because I was afraid she would ask about it. I wanted to find a romantic moment to give it to you, but I didn't expect to create such a big misunderstanding."
"Is it really that magical?"
Lin Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion, and stared straight at Xinyi. Xinyi nodded heavily, with a sly look in his eyes. "Xingxing, when have I ever lied to you?
Come on, take it and try it, the effect will be immediate."
As he spoke, he took the pill from Lin Wanqing's hand, and with gentle movements yet a hint of irresistibility, he slowly put it to her lips. Lin Wanqing began to wonder in her heart.
In her opinion, how could there be such a miraculous elixir in the world?
But looking at Xinya's confident look, he felt that he would never harm himself. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wanqing opened her red lips and swallowed the pill obediently. She thought, "Let's give it a try and see if it's really as magical as he said." After Lin Wanqing took the pill, she held her breath, trying to capture even the slightest change in her body.
At first, everything was the same as before. She couldn't help but frown and looked at Xinyi with some confusion. Husband, this.
Before she could finish her words, a wave of heat rapidly rose from the soles of her feet and swept over her whole body in an instant. She felt like she was in a furnace, feeling extremely hot and uncomfortable. Lin Wanqing's cheeks quickly turned red, and her eyes were full of panic. Husband, is this really the beauty pill you mentioned?
Why does it feel like an aphrodisiac?
Xinyi looked at Lin Wanqing's uncomfortable expression and knew in his heart that the elixir had begun to take effect. He reached out and gently lifted the hair by Lin Wanqing's ear, then his palm reached into her collar and slowly stroked the soft spot. Lin Wanqing trembled all over and said lightly, Husband, you.
What do you think this is?
Xinyi withdrew his hand and spread out his palm, only to see a layer of dark brown impurities on it, emitting a faint peculiar smell.
This is?
Lin Wanqing frowned, her eyes full of confusion.
It's the impurities that come out of your body.
Xinyi patiently explained, hurry, take a shower, wash away these impurities, and you will see the effect. Lin Wanqing had been suffering from the heat for a long time. When she heard this, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw and rushed to the bathroom impatiently. The bathroom door slammed shut, and the room instantly became quiet, with only the sound of Xinyi's light breathing. Xinyi looked in the direction of the bathroom, a smile appeared on his lips, and he was secretly looking forward to Lin Wanqing's surprised reaction when she came out.
After a moment, Lin Wanqing's exclamation came from the bathroom, Xinyi. Come in quickly.
Xinyi's heart tightened, thinking that something unexpected had happened, and he rushed to the bathroom. When the door was opened, misty water vapor hit me in the face. Lin Wanqing was wrapped in a bath towel, standing in front of the mirror, with a shocked look on her face. Xinyi looked carefully and saw that Lin Wanqing's skin in the mirror was as white and delicate as mutton fat jade, with a soft luster, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes disappeared without a trace.
Xinyi, this is too magical.
Lin Wanqing turned around, her eyes gleaming with surprise. I feel full of energy, like I'm a dozen years younger. Xinyi walked forward, gently put his arm around Lin Wanqing's waist, and said with a smile, I told you that this elixir is very effective.
Do you believe me now? Lin Wanqing blushed and nodded. Xinyi felt very happy. Unlocking 2 new characters in one day is pretty good. Moreover, this elixir brings far more than just skin rejuvenation. The deeper changes have been fully revealed on Zhao Yunlei.
Now Lin Wanqing seems to be deeply trapped in its mysterious influence.
Husband Lin Wanqing's voice was soft, with a hint of coquettishness. What's wrong, Xingqing? Xinyi raised a wicked smile and asked the question even though he knew the answer.
Lin Wanqing buried her burning face in Xinyi's arms and said coyly, Are you still pretending to be stupid?
My body has undergone major changes.
Xinyi gently put his arms around Lin Wanqing and said jokingly, It seems that we have to explore these changes carefully. After saying that, the two of them were filled with an ambiguous atmosphere under the warm yellow light. Late at night, Lin Ningning tiptoed out of the bedroom and planned to get a glass of water. When she passed by Lin Wanqing's bedroom, a strange sound came into her ears through the thick door.
I don't want it anymore, I don't want it anymore.
Lin Wanqing's voice was a little coquettish, and then she said, I was wrong, I was wrong. Lin Ningning froze in place for a moment, her face flushed. Although she had never had such an experience, similar scenes were not uncommon in the romance movies she had watched. She bit her lower lip, feeling conflicted. On the one hand, she felt that she shouldn't eavesdrop, but on the other hand, she could hardly suppress her curiosity.
Her feet seemed to be nailed down and she couldn't move away.
Strange, there shouldn't be anyone else in Mom's room, how could she still?
Could it be?
When she thought of that method, she turned around in panic, ready to escape from this embarrassing place.
However, the foot stopped in mid-air.
The moment she hesitated, the sound in the room suddenly stopped, leaving only dead silence. Lin Ningning stood still, her ear unconsciously closer to the door.
Chapter 104 Lin Ningning discovered? Lin Ningning thought it was over, but what followed was a more intense noise. That sound penetrated the heavy door like a tide and went straight into Lin Ningning's ears. This. Lin Ningning froze in place for a moment, her mind going blank.
If she had not been sure that Lin Wanqing was the only one in the room, anyone who heard the charming sound would have mistakenly thought that Lin Wanqing was accompanied by a man.
How can self-production and self-sales bring such a shocking effect? Lin Ningning couldn't help but feel confused.
She was not inexperienced and had her own private self-exploration experiences, but compared with the movements coming from Lin Wanqing at this moment, there was a world of difference.
What is going on? Could it be that my mother has mastered some unique skills?
Lin Ningning's cheeks turned red and she quickly left this place of trouble. She didn't think her mother needed to find a partner before, but now it seems that this idea was wrong. Early in the morning, before 6 o'clock, Lin Wanqing tiptoed to the bedside and gently pushed Xinyi, who was still sleeping.
Hubby, hurry up and get up. It will be troublesome if Ningning finds out.
Xinyi rubbed his eyes sleepily and replied lazily, I just want to get up.
How can you count as having gotten up when you haven't even gotten up yet?
Lin Wanqing smiled and scolded, her eyes full of tenderness and urging. Xinyi curled his lips and said half-jokingly, but Xiao Xiaoye has woken up a long time ago.
Lin Wanqing's cheeks turned slightly red.
Following Xinyi's hint, she glanced at the slightly raised quilt, then looked at the time, thinking that Ningning was probably still asleep.
Hubby, stop talking nonsense, it's time to get up.
No, one of us has to stand our ground.
Since it's so aggressive, I'll take it slow. Xinyi joked and stretched lazily. Husband, you are the one who said this?
Lin Wanqing's eyes rolled and a plan came to her mind.
I said, what's the matter?
Lin Wanqing smiled mysteriously.
It was still early and Ningning should not have gotten up yet. She simply pulled back the quilt.
Lin Ningning really shouldn't have gotten up at this time, but it was all because she drank too much water last night.
She was half dry and was awakened by the urge to urinate. She got up reluctantly and walked to the bathroom.
When passing by Lin Wanqing's room, a strange sound came into her ears. The ambiguous panting sounds and the slight shaking of the bed intertwined together, making her wake up instantly.
No, what time is it now? Again? Lin Ningning was full of surprise and couldn't help muttering.
Just as she was wondering, a man's deep laughter came from inside the house. Lin Ningning was startled at first, then suddenly realized, it turns out that Mom was not alone last night.
No wonder there was so much noise.
Lin Ningning is not a conservative person, and she has no objection to Lin Wanqing making friends with men. But what puzzled her was why her mother kept this matter a secret.
Are you shy? Or is there something else going on? Driven by strong curiosity, Lin Ningning gave up the idea of going to the bathroom.
She tiptoed closer to the wall, holding her breath, ready to see who could make her mother so obsessed.
In my mind, all kinds of speculations came flooding in. Could it be a young and handsome boy, or a muscular male model? Lin Ningning hid in the corner, staring at Lin Wanqing's door. Time passed by minute by minute.
After waiting for half an hour, her legs became numb and the urge to urinate became more and more unbearable. Unable to hold it in any longer, she could only tiptoe to the bathroom. After taking care of her physiological needs, Lin Ningning hurried back to her original place. But just as I turned around the corridor, I saw a man's back coming out of Lin Wanqing's room. Originally, Lin Ningning was hoping to take a look at the man's appearance, but who would have thought that the man would just leave?
No way. I was away for a while and he left?
Lin Ningning was angry and anxious, and her curiosity was dashed. Helplessly, Lin Ningning calmed herself down and raised her hand to knock on Lin Wanqing's door. Lin Wanqing was fixing her hair, and thought that Xinyi had left something behind and came back, so she asked casually, "Why are you here again?" When Lin Ningning heard this, her heart skipped a beat, and all kinds of outrageous thoughts came to her mind.
Did my mother find a duck? No way.
She quickly said, "Mom, it's me." A surprised question came from the room. Then, the door opened a crack, and Lin Wanqing poked her head out, pretending to be calm, but her eyes were a little flustered. "Ningning, why are you up so early?" In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and she was in a state of confusion.
She secretly prayed that Ningning didn't notice anything.
Lin Ningning stared at Lin Wanqing's panicked eyes with a sharp gaze, and asked in a questioning tone, "Mom, who was the man who just left?" Lin Wanqing was caught off guard by this question that hit her so directly. Her eyes were erratic, her lips were trembling slightly, and she stammered, "Ningning, this matter cannot be explained in a short time. Mom, I'm not against you pursuing love, but how can you find a male escort just to satisfy your own selfish desires?" Lin Ningning frowned, her tone filled with disappointment.
Male PR? Ningning, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Wanqing's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Isn't it true? The man who just left your room is not in this line of work?
Lin Ningning crossed her arms and looked at him intently. Lin Wanqing came back to her senses instantly and realized that Lin Ningning only saw the man's back and did not recognize that the man was Xinyi. If Ningning knew it was Xinyi, she would never react like this. Ningning, you misunderstood, he is my boyfriend, not a male PR.
Lin Wanqing waved her hands hastily, trying to clarify. Real? Lin Ningning was skeptical and looked back and forth at Lin Wanqing's face. That's true, except that he's a lot younger than I am.
Lin Wanqing lowered her eyes, her cheeks slightly hot.
Then why did you keep it a secret from me?
If I hadn't come out at night and heard the noise in your room, I would still be kept in the dark. Lin Ningning's voice rose unconsciously, with a hint of grievance. Lin Wanqing's face turned red all of a sudden, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I thought to myself, oh my god, it seems that I must be more restrained when Ningning is at home in the future. As for confessing Xinye's identity to Ningning, it would take some time to think about it.
She still hasn't figured out how to make Ningning accept this relationship. Ningning, just give Mom some time, okay? After a while, Mom will tell you everything.
Lin Wanqing's eyes were full of pleading as she spoke cautiously. Seeing this, although Lin Ningning was still dissatisfied, she also understood that this kind of thing could not be rushed, and pushing too hard would only backfire. So, she nodded silently and went back to her room.
Chapter 105 Intimacy reached again.
Not long after Xinyi came out of Lin Wanqing's house, his cell phone began to vibrate wildly, and Lin Wanqing's messages came flooding in like a tide. Hubby, it's a good thing you left early, otherwise Ningning almost found you.
You don't even know. Ningning just came to question me and scared me to death.
I thought she saw you, but luckily she only saw your back. Xinyi looked at the message, the corners of his mouth rose, and he quickly replied, so, the timing for me to leave is just right.
You kept urging me to hurry up.
When Lin Wanqing saw this message, it was as if a flock of crows flew across her mind, and she almost laughed out of anger.
Just right?
Who knows what this guy was thinking at that time? Lin Wanqing secretly complained. After tossing and turning for most of the night, she felt as if her whole body was falling apart. She urgently needed a good night's sleep to restore her strength, so she stopped replying to Xinyi. Xinyi waited for a while, and seeing that Lin Wanqing was no longer moving, he didn't take it to heart and simply shifted his attention to the system.
System, can we continue to bind new targets now?
Yes, host. You can currently continue to bind the third target. The system's mechanical prompt sounded in Xinyi's mind.
Then I will bind Suyu. Xinyi blurted out without hesitation. Ding! Binding successful.
Reward the host with 4 million love funds and support consumption cashback.
Ding!
Suyu's intimacy with the host has reached 80, rewarding the host with 20 million house purchase funds. Cashback can be triggered when purchasing a house for Suyu. Xinyi was really surprised. He didn't expect that Suyu's intimacy with him was so high.
Now I can start binding the fourth beauty.
Thinking that he could get cash back on the money he used to buy the house, Xinyi immediately decided to buy a bigger house for Suyu. After all, the house Suyu lives in now is not only small in space, but also in an unsatisfactory location. In order to give Suyu a surprise, Xinyi did not tell her in advance. But she forgot one thing: Suyu was not like Lin Wanqing and Jia Yunlei, who had so much freedom at work.
Standing in front of Suyu's house, Xinyi raised his hand and knocked on the door. Who is it?
Suyu's familiar voice came from inside the house, and Xinyi's heart instantly fell to the ground.
He secretly thanked God that she didn't go to work today. It's me, yeah.
At this time, Suyu was curled up in bed watching TV series. When she heard Xinyi's voice, her eyes lit up instantly. She didn't even bother to put on her slippers, jumped out of bed and ran to open the door.
Honey, why are you here?
Before he finished speaking, he had already jumped into Xinyi's arms like a little bird.
Of course I miss our yeah. Can't I come? Xinyi hugged Suyu tightly, smiling and joking. You can come. Honey, come over, I'm so happy.
Suyu's cheeks flushed.
She took Xinyi's hand and walked to the sofa and sat down. Xinyi took Suyu into his arms and asked, yeah, do you have any plans today? No, husband.
Suyu smiled and shook her head gently.
What about tomorrow? It's okay tomorrow. Honey, you asked me to quit my job before, and I've already done it.
After Xinyi heard this, he felt relieved. Suyu had always been well behaved and always obeyed his words.
Then pack up quickly and drive me somewhere.
Suyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded obediently without asking any more questions. She got up from Xinyi's arms and began to pack up. After washing up, Suyu changed her clothes in the living room without hesitation. Shinyi sat aside and saw the entire process of Suyu changing clothes, even the color of her underwear. Suyu changed her clothes, turned around and saw Shinya's straight gaze, and said coquettishly, "Husband, why do you keep staring at me?" Shinyi came back to his senses, chuckled and joked, "I haven't been looking at you, I've been looking at Xiao Xiaoye."
"So, husband, have you noticed anything different?" Suyu deliberately prepared a surprise for Shinyi. "Of course I noticed. Didn't you turn white?" Suyu heard this and pouted playfully, "Does my husband like it?" "I'm not sure about this yet. I'll have to investigate after I come back to find out if it's good or not." "Okay, let's talk about it when we get back." Suyu smiled and took Shinye's arm affectionately, and they went out together.
Today, Suyu was wearing slim jeans and a simple white shirt, paired with flesh-colored stockings and flat shoes. The whole person exudes a refreshing and natural atmosphere, and also has a unique and moving charm. The two went out and got into Suyu's car. Along the way, Suyu drove according to Shinye's instructions, and his curiosity grew stronger.
When the car arrived at the Tianqian sales office, Suyu was puzzled. "Honey, what are we doing here?" Shinyi did not answer immediately, but took her hand and walked into the sales office.
The moment I stepped into the sales office, Zhong Ziki, wearing a slim-fitting cheongsam, came to me like a spring breeze, smiling and saying, "Handsome guy, beautiful girl, welcome.
"Which apartment would you like to choose?"
We have cozy one-bedroom apartments and luxurious large flats, with a variety of options to meet your various needs."
Shinye's gaze stayed on Zhong Ziki for a short while before quickly moving away.
It's not that Zhong Ziki is not good-looking. On the contrary, she has a curvy figure and outstanding temperament. However, Shinyi was surrounded by beautiful girls and was unable to take care of all of them. He secretly thought that if the system could reward him with a dose of strengthening potion, expanding his harem would be a piece of cake. "Show us the luxurious large flat,"
Shinyi said concisely. "Okay.
"You two, this way please."
Zhong Ziki led the way sideways with an elegant demeanor.
Suyu's eyes flashed with surprise, and she asked softly, "Husband, are you planning to buy a house again?" Shinyi nodded lovingly, reaching out and gently stroking Suyu's hair. "I do want to buy it, but not for myself, but for my baby Yaya."
"Ah, husband, this."
Before Suyu could finish her words, Shinyi gently blocked her lips with his fingers.
"Don't talk yet. Thank me with your actions later. Got it?" Shinye's tone was gentle, with a hint of irresistibility.
Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded obediently, pressing her body tightly against Shinyi, nestling beside him like a little bird. Zhong Ziki, who was walking in front, saw the whole scene. She was no longer surprised by this.
Having worked in the property sales industry for many years, she has seen all kinds of couples, spouses, financiers, and lovers.
After years of working in the property sales industry, Zhong Ziki not only knows all kinds of real estate inside out, but also has built up a secret network of contacts and has a lot of celebrity resources at her disposal. These young and beautiful girls are obsessed with climbing up the social ladder and changing their fate with the help of rich men. They don't mind being the canaries or lovers of rich men. Every time he facilitates such a deal, Zhong Ziki can get a generous reward. At this moment, Shinye's appearance made Zhong Ziki keenly smell the business opportunity. She was thinking in her mind that if she could introduce these girls around her to Shinyi, she could make a lot of money.
Chapter 106 Gold Medal Sales Champion. Zhong Ziki twisted her waist and led Shinyi and Suyu into the negotiation room. She then took out the sample drawing of the luxurious large flat and handed it to Shinyi. "Mr. Shin, these are some of the most representative apartment types in our building. Please take a look first."
Shinyi took it casually, glanced at it quickly, and then handed the album to Suyu beside him.
Yeah, see if there is anything that suits your taste. Hubby, you decide. I really can't make up my mind."
Suyu pouted and tried to push the album back into Shinye's hands.
"Don't waste time, take a look." How could Shinyi not understand Suyu's thoughts? She didn't want him to spend more money.
Seeing Shinye's firm attitude, Suyu had no choice but to take the album. As she flipped through the pictures, her brows gradually furrowed.
"Honey, this is too expensive. 1 square meter costs 80,000 yuan.
This 200 square meter house costs 16 million yuan. Suyu had never seen so much money in her life.
Hubby, why don't we not buy it? It's too expensive,"
Suyu said tentatively.
"It's no big deal."
Shinyi stroked Suyu's hair and explained with a smile, "Buying a house for you is also buying one for myself, right?
We will live together in the future."
After hearing this, Suyu felt warm in her heart and thought that what Shinyi said made sense.
This would be their warm little home.
She looked through the atlas again, weighed the options for a long time, and finally pointed to a relatively small apartment. Honey, let's go with this one. Although it is the cheapest unit, the price is as high as 12 million.
During the whole process, Jong Ziki remained silent, his eyes moving back and forth between Xinyi and Suyu.
Relying on her years of experience in real estate sales, she immediately determined that Suyu was most likely Xinyi's lover, and she also probably knew that Xinyi was not only in love with her. After all, the circles of rich people have always been very extravagant.
Jong Ziki had a standard professional smile on her face.
She looked at the floor plan selected by Suyu and said, Mr. Shin, Miss Su has a unique vision.
Although this apartment is relatively small, the landscape and interior layout are both excellent, and the cost performance is extremely high.
Xinyi took a look and realized that Suyu had saved some money for him. But this won't work. Xinyi came here intending to spend all the 20 million this time.
Otherwise, if he gets a tenfold return, wouldn't he be devastated? Let's choose this one. Xinyi pointed his finger at a large flat worth 19 million.
This price just met his plan.
Seeing this, Suyu stopped trying to dissuade Xinyi.
When Suyu thought about how Xinyi spent so much money on her at once, she couldn't help but feel very moved. If there were no outsiders around, she would have wanted to give Xinyi another massage and show off her skills. Jong Ziki was stunned for a moment, then an even brighter smile appeared on her face. If this deal is closed, she will get a generous commission, and there is a little more warmth in her eyes when she looks at Xinyi.
Okay, then. Honey, should we go on a field trip? Suyu suddenly proposed, interrupting Jong Ziki.
She was really worried that Xinyi would buy the house without even seeing its actual condition.
Xinyi nodded slightly and was about to agree.
Jong Ziki said slowly, according to the regulations of our property, you need to complete the capital verification before the on-site visit.
How about this?
I will arrange for a colleague to accompany this beautiful lady to the on-site visit first. Once the capital verification is completed, I will accompany you there immediately. Xinyi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, then please ask Miss Zhong to arrange the capital verification as soon as possible.
Yeah, go with the staff first. Suyu nodded obediently and followed a young sales staff out of the negotiation room.
As soon as Suyu left, Jong Ziki seemed to have changed into a different person, and her voice instantly became coquettish. Handsome guy, I don't know how to call you yet? Xinyi listened to her sudden change in tone, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart.
He thought to himself, what is this woman up to? Just call me Xinyi.
Xinyi looked calm, and his tone of response was lukewarm.
Okay, Mr. Shin, I'll take you to verify your capital right away.
As Jong Ziki spoke, he moved closer to Xinyi, with a hint of something different flashing in his eyes. There's no need to go through all this trouble.
Just check the bank card balance on my phone and it will be clear to me, right?
Xinyi raised his eyebrows slightly, and his tone was somewhat decisive.
Of course, Mr. Shin is very thoughtful. A trace of disappointment flashed across Jong Ziki's face.
Originally, she planned to take advantage of the opportunity of capital verification to bring Xinyi to a private place and use her beauty trick, which was her usual method of facilitating transactions that had always worked in the past.
Xinyi opened the mobile banking app and showed the balance interface to Jong Ziki.
Jong Ziki's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Mr. Shin, your strength is so admirable.
But I was thinking in my mind that since the beauty trap couldn't be used now, I would have to find an opportunity to win over this high-quality customer later. Now that we have verified my qualifications, Miss Zhong, can you take me to the model house now?
Xinyi put away his phone, with a hint of urging in his tone.
Mr. Shin, please wait a moment.
I just contacted my colleague and learned that it will take some time for Ms. Su to visit.
How about we go to the VIP room to have a cup of tea and take a rest?
Jong Ziki had a smile on her face, but she had other plans in her mind. She wanted to get closer to Xinyi in the VIP room. Xinyi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded.
He wanted to see what tricks this woman was going to play. Do you want to give yourself meat to eat? That's really a very interesting statement. System, check information.
Xinyi muttered to himself.
Name Jong Ziki. Age, 33. Height, 165 centimeters. Appearance 8'5". Privacy value, 35.
Status, an invincible middleman, all kinds of people, everything.
Intimacy, 30. Identity, sales golden sales champion.
This intimacy is coupled with the title of sales champion.
Xinyi understood everything instantly.
Good boy, she is worthy of being the gold sales champion. This woman must have some tricks up her sleeve. Walking into the VIP room, Shinyi was lost in thought. Joan Ziki has already brewed tea skillfully, and her every move is full of charm. Mr. Shin, this is the top-grade Longjing tea we specially prepared for our distinguished guests, please try it. Shinyi picked up the teacup and took a sip, his eyes always paying attention to Joan Ziki's actions. Suddenly, Joan Ziki's hand trembled, and the boiling hot tea spilled on her cheongsam. She let out a soft cry, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. Then, she squatted down slightly, seemingly tidying up her clothes, but she said coquettishly, Mr. Shin, this is so embarrassing, the tea not only scalded me, but also burned my flesh-colored stockings. Shinyi frowned slightly, calmly placed the teacup on the table, and thought, this woman is really starting to play tricks. On the surface, he asked with concern, Ms. Zhong, is the burn serious? Do you need help? Joan Ziki raised her eyes, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she twisted her waist slightly to get closer to Shinyi. Mr. Shin, look quickly, this hole is so hot and big.
Chapter 107 Joan Ziki's Plan. Shinyi looked in the direction Joan Ziki pointed.
The flesh-colored stockings under the cheongsam were intact, with no holes at all. Seeing Shinyi's suspicious face, Joan Ziki became bolder. She twisted her waist and pretended to sit on Shinyi's legs. Shinyi was prepared and quickly dodged to the side. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with unquestionable alienation. Miss Zhong, please pay attention to your manners.
Joan Ziki's face turned pale and red, and she stood there in embarrassment.
But she didn't intend to give up. She sat back in her original position, deliberately opened her legs, slowly lifted the hem of her cheongsam, and said in a delicate voice, Mr. Shin, take a closer look.
Isn't this a hole?
Shinyi was stunned on the spot, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. No, who would think of being in this position? Thinking back, Joan Ziki has been with them since they entered the VIP room, which means she has been maintaining this appearance.
My goodness, is this the method used by the gold medal sales champion?
Since he had the system, Shinyi had seen all kinds of women, but Joan Ziki's behavior still opened his eyes. Seeing Shinyi's stunned expression, Joan Ziki mistakenly thought that she had successfully captured his soul, and immediately became complacent. In the past, married men would pretend to be reserved at first, but under her trump card, they soon threw down their weapons and fell at her feet.
Mr. Shun, you. Stop, put your legs down quickly.
This is a complete poison gas bomb. Shinyi dare not provoke it unless she has a physical examination report this time. When Joan Ziki heard Shinyi's merciless scolding, her face turned pale and blue, but she soon returned to her charming look. She slowly lowered the hem of her cheongsam and said with a sweet smile, Mr. Shin, you look so nervous, but I was just joking with you.
Joan Ziki was completely puzzled.
This trick had always worked in the past and men had fallen for her one after another, but why was she rejected so decisively this time?
Could it be that the man in front of me is a gentleman who can remain calm in the face of temptation, or a pure man who is apathetic? In fact, Joan Ziki was simply thinking wrongly. Shinyi was simply afraid of getting syphilis. Ms. Zhong, you are worthy of being the gold medal sales champion. You are so painstaking, I really admire you.
Shinyi's words were full of sarcasm. Joan Ziki heard the deep meaning behind his words, and her face turned pale and red, feeling extremely embarrassed, but she still pretended to be calm and said with a smile, Mr. Shin, this is a complete misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding.
Originally, Joan Ziki was planning to introduce a few beauties to Shinyi and make some money from the agency fees. But in the current situation, this is obviously not feasible. Shinyi looked at Joan Ziki's reaction and suddenly remembered the information the system had just given intermediary.
At first, he thought it referred to the real estate agent, but considering Joan Ziki's previous actions, it seemed not to be the case.
If it is just a real estate agency, the system does not need to point it out specifically.
Oh, Miss Zhong, it was indeed a misunderstanding just now.
It's just that you are not my type, so... Shinyi took the initiative to throw out the steps.
So that is how it is. Since the other party has taken the initiative to give her a way out, Joan Ziki will definitely take it.
Mr. Shin, what type do you like?
Hearing this, Shinyi's heart trembled, and he became more certain of his guess.
TSK, after all this fuss, it turns out he's just a pimp.
Shinyi secretly complained in his heart, but his face remained expressionless.
I wonder what kind of products Miss Zhong has here.
Joan Ziki's eyes lit up instantly and the smile on her face became even more intense. She moved closer to Shinyi, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, Mr. Shin, whatever type you want, I have everything here. We can arrange for you pure and cute types, sexy and hot types, and even overseas types.
Moreover, these girls are not only beautiful, but also well-educated and well-mannered, and we guarantee that you will be satisfied.
Shinyi remained calm on the surface, but he was becoming more and more interested in Jong Ziki.
He narrowed his eyes and said with a half-smile, Miss Jong has such a wide network of contacts, can she find people overseas?
But I have high standards, so I have to screen them carefully.
By the way, are the health of these girls guaranteed?
When Jong Ziki heard this, he immediately patted his chest and assured, Mr. Shin, don't worry. Every girl has to go through a strict physical examination before she can start work, and she has to be screened for all kinds of infectious diseases. I have worked hard to build this network, and I will definitely not ruin my reputation.
Shinyi didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing when buying a house. He even felt that Jong Ziki was selling the house here not for the salary, but to get into the circle of wealthy people. Since Ms. Jong is so sincere, why don't you tell me which clients you have introduced to before? So that I can have a general idea.
Jong Ziki was slightly startled, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But soon, she returned to normal, smiled and said, Mr. Shin, this business emphasizes the principle of confidentiality, and customer information cannot be disclosed at will. But don't worry, they are all well-known figures.
I will definitely give priority to people like you who are handsome and capable. Just then, Shinya's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. It was Suyu calling. Honey, why don't you come over? Everything in the model house is so great.
We're just waiting for you to choose our new home together.
Suyu's voice was full of anticipation and a hint of coquettishness. Shinyi glanced at Jong Ziki and said gently into the phone, Yeah, I was delayed by something here, I will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Shinyi said to Jong Ziki, Ms. Jong, it seems that we don't have time to talk in detail today. Yeah is still waiting for me, how about we talk another day?
Although Jong Ziki was unwilling, he couldn't force it, so he could only smile and nod. Okay, Mr. Shin, let's go first.
The two walked out of the VIP room and headed towards the model house.
Along the way, Jong Ziki still tried to find an opportunity to restore the negotiation atmosphere that had just warmed up with Shinyi.
She smiled and said, Mr. Shin, the river view of the model house is most beautiful in the evening. After we finish viewing the house, if you have time, let's talk about what just happened. Shinyi smiled but did not comment.
Pushing open the door of the model house, Suyu ran over, took Shinya's arm affectionately, and said with a face full of anger, Husband, why did you take so long?
I can't wait to be alone.
Shinyi touched Suyu's head lovingly and glanced around the model house. I have to admit that the spacious space, exquisite decoration and superb river view are really exciting.
Chapter 108 Beautiful Sister Chunzi. Ms. Jong, just swipe the card.
Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the house, Shinyi turned sideways to look at Jong Ziki and spoke in a crisp tone.
Jong Ziki's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked, Mr. Shin, do you plan to pay in full or choose installments? Full payment. Shinya's answer was concise and powerful, without any hesitation. So powerful?
Jong Ziki was ecstatic and became more determined to introduce more contacts to Shinyi. In her eyes, Shinyi was undoubtedly a super big customer. If she maintained a good relationship with him, she would be able to gain more benefits from him in the future. Soon, Jong Ziki brought the POS machine with a smile on her face. Shinyi did not hesitate and used the funds rewarded by the system to complete the payment. In an instant, the system prompt sounded in Shinya's mind, Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 19 million for Suyu. This consumption was successfully rebated 10 times, congratulations to the host for winning 190 million.
Oh my god. Shinya's pupils shrank slightly. He really didn't expect the system to be so generous this time and directly increased the cash back to the maximum. Looking at Suyu, who was admiring the model house not far away, Shinya's mouth curled up, and he was convinced in his heart that Suyu was his lucky star. After completing the house purchase procedures, Suyu went to the parking lot to pick up the car, while Shinyi waited patiently outside the sales office.
Jong Ziki had sharp eyes. When she saw Shinyi was alone, she instantly twisted her waist and quickly came to Shinyi.
Mr. Shen.
She smiled and handed over a business card. If you need to buy a house in the future, feel free to contact me. Of course, if you have any other special needs, you can also tell me. As she spoke, she smiled and raised her eyebrows at Shinyi. The hint in her eyes was self-evident.
How could Shinyi not know what Jong Ziki meant, but he did not refuse.
After all, he was indeed somewhat interested in Jong Ziki's work.
You know, he has never been with a foreign girl.
Seeing that Shinyi did not refuse on the spot, Jong Ziki was delighted, knowing that this matter was possible. She was well aware of the principle of playing hard to get, and she couldn't keep pestering Xinyi and make him dislike her. After all, only if you strike the right balance can you be a qualified gold medal salesperson.
So she turned around and left in a charming manner.
Looking at Zhong Ziqi's departing back, Xinyi silently labeled her as repressed and reserved in his heart. Just as Xinyi was waiting for Suyu, his cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was his mother Deng Liping calling.
"Mom, what's wrong?"
Xinyi answered the phone, his tone filled with concern. When Deng Liping heard her son's voice, she first scolded him. "Why, can't I call you if nothing happens? If I don't call you, you won't contact me on your own initiative." Xinyi smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, "How can that be, Mom?"
"Actually, Mom really has something to talk to you about this time." Deng Liping changed the subject.
"Whatever it is, Mom, just tell me and I will definitely do it."
Xinye's attitude was very positive. "It's like this.
Your Aunt Chen Zichen is coming to Shangjing City for a visit these few days. She will probably be at the airport soon.
Are you free now?
Go pick her up at the airport and let her stay at our house. The hotels outside are not clean."
"Aunt Chen?" Xinyi was a little confused for a moment. "Yes. You haven't forgotten, have you? When you were little, you were so attached to her."
"She didn't have any milk at that time, but you insisted on drinking it." After Xinyi heard this, his face felt hot.
How come he didn't remember this happening at all?
At this moment, Suyu drove slowly towards them. Xinyi raised his hand to signal Suyu to wait for a moment. Suyu saw that Xinyi was on the phone, so she sat in the car and waited tacitly. Through the car window, Suyu was surprised to find that a hint of shyness appeared on Xinyi's face, which made her full of curiosity. "I didn't expect that my usually calm husband has this side of him." "Okay, Mom, I'm free today, I'll go to the airport right away." After hanging up the phone, Xinyi quickly walked to Suyu's car, opened the door and got in. As Suyu started the car, she couldn't help but joked, "Honey, why did your face turn red when you were on the phone outside?" Xinyi scratched his head, with an embarrassment that was hard to conceal on his face. He told Suyu everything about his mother's phone call about Aunt Chen coming over and the embarrassing incident from his childhood. After hearing this, Suyu laughed so hard that she leaned forward and backward, and even the steering wheel shook slightly. "Hubby, I didn't expect you to be so naughty when you were a child, so cute."
Xinyi rarely refuted. He was now searching for Chen Zi's figure in his memory. "Just haven't found it yet.
By the way, Suyu, drive the car to the airport and I'll pick up my aunt. You don't have to wait for me and go home directly." Xinyi looked at Suyu, his eyes full of apology. "I was planning to spend some time with you today, but it seems I can only do it next time."
"Honey, it's my turn to accompany you. I've already planned a special reward for you."
Suyu blinked with a playful smile on her face.
"Oh? What reward?" Xinyi became interested and asked curiously. "I can't tell you now."
"If I tell you, there won't be any surprises."
"Next time, you'll know." "Okay, then I'm looking forward to it." Xinyi responded with a smile.
After arriving at the airport, Xinyi gently held Suyu's face, kissed her forehead, and then got out of the car. Before this, Deng Liping had sent him Chen Zi's contact information, and Xinyi dialed the number without hesitation.
"Who?"
A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone.
"Aunt Chen, I'm Xinyi, my mother asked me to pick you up."
Xinyi thought that even if he had no impression of Chen Zi should still remember him, so he stated his purpose directly.
"It's Xiao Ye. What a coincidence, I just got off the plane."
"So, add me on WeChat and send me your location, and I'll come find you directly." There was a hint of intimacy in Chen Zi's voice.
Xinyi hung up the phone, quickly added Chen Zi's WeChat, and sent her location.
He stood at the airport exit, his eyes occasionally scanning the endless stream of people.
At this moment, the phone vibrated and Chen Zi accepted his friend request. He also sent a message, "Xiao Yi, wait a moment, I will be there soon."
Not long after, Xinyi saw a tall woman wearing a finely tailored white windbreaker and sunglasses, walking towards him with elegant steps. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing her delicate face. The corners of her mouth slightly raised with a smile. "Xiao Yi, long time no see." Xinyi stood there in a daze for a moment, his brain seemed to be struck by lightning, and past memories came flooding back like a tide.
At that moment, he recognized the person in front of him, Chen Zi.
All the details of the past instantly exploded in Xinye's mind. When Xinyi was young, Chen Zi was his unattainable dream and his life ideal. He often follows Chenzi, never leaving her side like a little tail. He was ignorant at that time and did not hide his love for beauty, showing his perverted characteristics. He had declared to Chenzi in a baby voice more than once, "Pretty sister, when I grow up, I will marry you." But at that time, he didn't know Chenzi's name, and in his heart, he always called her beautiful sister.
Chapter 109 Sister Chen. Why, Xiaoyi, you don't recognize me?
When you were little, you swore to marry me. Chenzi smiled widely, and her teasing words were somewhat intimate.
In fact, Chenzi hasn't met Xinyi for many years.
Over the years, she has been carefully running a private plastic surgery hospital in Dongbua City and her business is booming. This time, I had a sudden idea and decided to come to Shangjing City to relax. By chance, she mentioned this matter to Deng Liping, and Deng Liping immediately arranged for Xinyi to pick her up at the airport.
Chenzi readily agreed.
After all, she was also thinking about it and wanted to see what Xiaoyi looked like now.
The moment she saw Xinyi, Chenzi's eyes lit up. From her current perspective, she thinks Xinyi is extremely handsome.
With this appearance, he is more than qualified to be a male model.
Aunt Chen, we have to hurry. The car I called will be here soon.
Xinyi was slightly embarrassed and didn't know how to respond for a moment, so he could only change the subject abruptly.
Still calling me Auntie Chen? I was already talking about you on the phone just now, and now that we're face to face, you still don't change your mind? Chenzi pretended to be angry and scolded. Sister Chen, Sister Chen.
Xinyi reacted quickly and changed his words immediately.
That's right. Chenzi nodded with satisfaction, and the smile on her face became even more intense.
Xinyi took the suitcase from Chenzi, and the two walked towards the airport exit side by side. Along the way, they attracted a lot of attention. Xinyi is tall and handsome, Chenzi is tall and elegant, the handsome man and beautiful woman walk together, the picture is harmonious and pleasing to the eye.
System, check Chenzi's information.
Xinyi muttered in his heart, his eyes following Chenzi's figure. In his memory, Chenzi should look mature and older, but the girl in front of him had fair and delicate skin, a slim figure, and was full of youthful vitality in her every move. There was no trace of time at all, which made Xinyi full of doubts.
Name Chenzi. Age, 33. Height, 175 centimeters. Appearance 90. Privacy value, 0.
Situation, hot-tempered, cold on the outside, warm on the inside.
Intimacy, 65.
Occupation, chairman of a private plastic surgery hospital.
Only 33?
When Xinyi saw the information fed back by the system, his pupils shrank slightly and his face was full of shock.
He originally thought that Chenzi was about the same age as his mother.
So, when he was clinging to her as a child, she was only in her early 20s. No wonder I was so fascinated by her at first. Xinyi pondered secretly, and the naughty scene of him pulling her stockings when she was a child emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help blushing.
By the way, Xiaoyi, do you have a girlfriend now? Chenzi walked side by side with Xinyi.
Seeing that he did not respond for a long time, she could not help but turn her head away.
Xinyi's eyes were dull and he looked absent-minded.
She raised her hand and waved it vigorously in front of Xinyi.
Ah? What happened to Sister Chen?
Xinyi suddenly came back to his senses, with a hint of confusion in his eyes.
What's wrong? Of course I'm asking you if you still mean what you said when you were little, that you would marry me.
Chenzi raised her eyebrows, smiled, and joked.
Eh? Sister Chen, that's not what you were asking just now.
Even though Xinyi was in a daze, he could vaguely grasp different problems.
You heard it and are you deliberately ignoring me?
Chenzi raised her eyebrows, and pretended to step forward and pinch Xinyi's ear. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Xinyi shouted exaggeratedly, but in fact Chenzi did not use any force. Seeing this, Chenzi let go of her hand.
I really didn't hear it just now. Xinyi looked at Chenzi pitifully.
In front of her, all the tricks he used to deal with women disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was not that he was unable to use them, but that he simply did not dare to use them.
Snort!
Chenzi crossed her arms and said with great aura, I just asked you if you have a girlfriend now.
What about you? Xinyi asked subconsciously. I asked you first, why are you asking me now? Chen Zixing's eyes were wide open, revealing her former dominance.
Xinyi smiled bitterly, and for some unknown reason, he lied, of course not.
Really? Chenzi looked Xinyi up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. You are so handsome, how could you not have a partner? Really? I'm a love-brained person and have been waiting for my first love. Shenyi said seriously. Oh, it seems you've had a lot of romances? Eh? Sister Chen, you misunderstood. You have always been my first love. I said I wanted to marry you when we were little.
Shenyi's eyes were burning and his face was serious.
Shenzi originally thought Shenyi was joking, but when she saw the serious expression on his handsome face, she panicked for a moment. Xiaoyi, you.
Before she could finish her words, Shenzi saw a wicked smile on Shenyi's lips.
Good fellow, you dare to play tricks on me? Shenzi couldn't tell whether Shenyi was playing a trick on her.
But deep down in Shenyi's heart, he had already secretly made up his mind to win over the beautiful sister.
Shenyi drove Chenzi and soon arrived at his residence. The moment he pushed open the door, Chenzi frowned slightly, sniffed a few times, and asked in confusion, Huh? Xiaoya, what's that smell in your house? Why is it so strange? Ah, is there?
As Shenyi put down his suitcase, he subconsciously took a few deep breaths. In an instant, he realized that this was the smell of hormones accumulated in the room because the windows had not been opened for many days. He scratched his head slightly embarrassedly and explained, Sister Chen, I guess it's because I haven't opened the windows for ventilation these days, so the air is not circulating. After hearing this, Chenzi did not doubt it and walked straight to the window and pushed it open neatly, allowing fresh air to rush in quickly.
Sister Chen, I'll go wash some fruit for you. Shenyi spoke at the right time. Okay. Chenzi responded generously, without being polite to Shenyi at all. However, Shenyi said he was going to wash the fruit, but he hurried towards the bedroom. He first opened the bedroom window to let some airflow into the room. Shenyi's house has 3 bedrooms. One is where he lives, one belongs to his parents, and the remaining one was originally empty, naturally prepared for Chenzi. But a few days ago, when he and Zhao Yunlei were together here, they left some spoils and had not had time to deal with them. Thinking of this, Shenyi's expression tightened. He quickly walked to the trash can and put all the contents into the trash bag. Afterwards, he rushed to his bedroom and cleaned up the items left over from his time with Lin Wanqing. After finishing, Shenyi took 2 bags of garbage and temporarily put them into the trash can in the toilet, planning to find a suitable time to throw them away so as to avoid being discovered by Chenzi and causing embarrassment. Then, Shenyi walked quickly into the kitchen. He turned on the tap, the water was running loudly, and he hurriedly rinsed the fruits one by one, put them on a plate, and brought them to the living room. At this time, Chenzi was standing by the window, admiring the city scenery outside. Sister Chen, the fruit is washed. Shenyi pretended to be calm and put the fruit plate on the coffee table. Chenzi turned around, with a faint smile on her face, and walked towards Shenyi. Chapter 110 A Different Feeling. Shenyi and Chenzi sat face to face on the soft leather sofa. Chenzi had an elegant posture, crossed her legs, and picked up an apple from the fruit plate. By the way, Ono, you just turned 18, right? Chenzi asked casually. Yeah, why are you asking this suddenly? Shenyi responded doubtfully, his eyes falling on Chenzi. Did you just finish the college entrance examination? Chenzi took another bite of the apple and asked with interest. Just now, when she was strolling in the living room, she saw the room full of award certificates, and happened to think of the circle of friends that Deng Liping had posted to celebrate her son's completion of the college entrance examination. Yes, I will register at West City University as soon as the summer vacation is over. Xiqing University? The apple in Chenzi's hand instantly stopped at her mouth, her eyes full of surprise. In her impression, Xiqing University is one of the best in the country and has a very high admission threshold. I didn't expect that this little guy who used to follow me would be so outstanding. Our Xiao Yi is such a good student. Chenzi couldn't help but say. It's just so, second best in the world. Shenyi raised the corners of his mouth, not hiding his inner pride. He was indeed gifted in his studies, and it was not difficult for him to be admitted to West City University. Chenzi looked at Shenyi's proud expression, as if she saw the naughty and confident little boy in his childhood, and couldn't help laughing. Shenyi's gaze inadvertently fell on Chenzi. Today, Chenzi wore flesh-colored stockings with flat shoes. Her legs swayed rhythmically, and the flat shoes swayed gently. In Shenyi's heart, Chenzi was already his childhood goddess, and this scene now made her exude a different kind of charm that was hard to resist. Chenzi's bell-like laughter echoed in the living room. Shenyi's cheeks flushed. In order to hide his inner panic, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The scalding hot tea stimulated his taste buds, but he was completely unaware.
At this time, Gen Z put down the apple, stretched out her fingers painted with exquisite nail polish, and gently stroked the long hair by her ears.
This unintentional action was full of fatal temptation in Xinye's eyes.
Xiaoyi, I never thought that the little follower who pulled my stockings back then is going to study in a top university now. Gen Z smiled widely, her eyes curved into crescents, her gaze filled with memories of the past. When Xinyi heard this, he almost choked on his tea, his face felt hot, and his embarrassing childhood memories resurfaced in his mind.
Xiaoyi, I happen to be wearing stockings now, do you still want to pull them off?
Gen Z tilted her head, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and her fingers deliberately hooked along the edge of the stockings. As the hands moved, the stockings bounced back elastically, making a slight swoosh sound.
Ah! Why did this happen suddenly? Xinye's pupils shrank slightly. Gen Z's bold and provocative action made his blood seem to boil instantly. You look down on yourself so much?
Xinyi couldn't stand this kind of teasing.
Okay, Sister Chen.
Since you said so, I will respectfully obey you. Having said that, Xinyi stood up and walked towards Gen Z. Gen Z originally just wanted to tease Xinyi a little, but she didn't expect that he would take it seriously. In an instant, the blush spread quickly to her ears like a burning cloud. Facing Xinyi, who was approaching step by step, Gen Z opened her mouth, but her throat seemed to be blocked and she was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say at all.
Could it be that she really let Xinyi pull her socks? If Sister Deng knew about this, she would laugh at me to death.
Before Gen Z could react, Xinyi had already sat down next to her. Then a hand reached out and gently pulled her socks.
Sister Chen, this is so strange, why does it feel different from when I was a child?
Gen Z's body froze instantly, as if she was fixed by a spell. Looking back, when Xinyi was still a child, he didn't feel anything special when he touched his socks.
But now, Xinyi has already grown up and is already thousands of days old.
The feeling he gets from getting started is indeed different.
Gen Z rolled her eyes at Xinyi fiercely and said angrily, Xiaoshen, you've grown wings, haven't you? You're becoming more and more presumptuous. But, Sister Chen, didn't you let me touch you?
Xinyi opened his innocent eyes, his face full of confusion, and he looked harmless.
This look left Gen Z speechless for a moment, and she couldn't find any words to refute.
Just when Gen Z was feeling angry and annoyed, the hand on her leg not only did not stop, but also began to rub it gently. A strange feeling instantly spread throughout Gen Z's body like an electric current. Her cheeks turned hot and her heart began to beat uncontrollably. In panic, she subconsciously wanted to push Xinyi away. Xinyi saw Gen Z's cheeks flushed and her eyes evasive, and he knew in his heart that she was just being stubborn.
Looking at her appearance, could it be that she has never even been in a relationship? Thinking of this, Xinyi raised a wicked smile and asked, Sister Chen, have you never had a boyfriend? Yeah, what's wrong? Gen Z responded unhappily, with a hint of annoyance in her tone. It's okay, it seems Sister Chen has been waiting for me, so I'm here.
Gen Z snorted, her cheeks burning, little brat, you're just talking nonsense. Just then, Gen Z's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked down and saw that it was Deng Liping calling, and she quickly said, Xiaoyi, it's your mother calling. After saying that, he quickly walked to the side and answered the phone.
Xinyi couldn't help laughing as he looked at Gen Z's fleeing back.
I originally thought that she was very brave to tease me actively, but now it seems that she was just pretending to be bold.
Xiaozi, how is it, did Xinyi pick you up?
Deng Liping's concerned voice came from the receiver.
Sister Deng, Xiaoya has already taken me home, and I was just about to call you.
Gen Z calmed herself down and tried to keep her tone calm.
So fast?
Xiaoyi has grown up now and is very efficient in doing things. As Gen Z spoke, she unconsciously looked at Xinyi, who was staring at her with a half smile.
Yes, I remember how small he was when he followed you. He's grown so big now.
If you need anything, just tell him.
Don't be shy.
As Gen Z listened to Deng Liping's words, the scene of Xinyi touching her socks just now flashed through her mind, and she felt panicked.
She secretly complained, trouble him? He just does whatever he wants.
But she responded, of course, Sister Deng, if there is a need, I will definitely not be polite to him. Speaking of this, Gen Z thought of Xinyi's bold move just now. Recalling the strange feeling on her legs just now, her cheeks became hot again, and she wondered in her heart, why is there such a strange feeling?
Chapter 111, Burp Bag. While Deng Liping and Chen Zi were chatting about family matters, the cell phone in Xinye's pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Su Yu, with a photo attached.
The figure of the old man in the photo is particularly eye-catching, with the caption, "Husband, that old man came to my house again." Shenye's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with alarm. His fingers quickly tapped on the screen. Yeah, don't leave the room, I'll be there soon." After sending the message, Shenye quickly walked towards Chenzi, who was still on the phone, raised his hand and patted her shoulder, indicating that he had to leave because of something.
While talking on the phone, Chenzi understood what Shenye meant.
Thinking that Shenye had taken time out of his schedule to pick her up, how could she waste his time any longer? So she hurriedly explained a few words to Dang Liping on the phone and hung up. Then, she hurriedly said to Shenye, "Xiaoyi, go quickly, don't delay the important business."
Shenye nodded, turned around and left.
After Shenye left, Chenzi's gaze lingered on the empty doorway for a moment before slowly retracting. She sighed softly and began to clean up the fruit plate on the coffee table that the two of them had just left over. From time to time, Shenye's anxious expression appeared in his mind, and he secretly wondered what he was rushing to deal with. After putting the fruit plate in the kitchen, Chenzi walked into the bedroom. The afternoon sun shone through the gauze curtains onto the suitcase. She opened the suitcase and the stockings on the top layer instantly caught her eye. As an extreme lover of stockings, she carefully selected and brought various styles on this trip.
"Does it feel different to the touch?" Shenye's joke suddenly rang in Chenzi's ears.
She was stunned for a moment and muttered to herself, "Could it be that when I was a child, I was wearing shiny socks?" In fact, Shenye just wanted to tease her. He had a vague memory of his childhood, let alone being able to tell the difference in the feel of stockings. Her thoughts drifted back to a while ago, when Shenye was sitting next to her and boldly reached out to pull her stockings. Chenzi felt a hot current rushing up her cheeks, burning her very deeply. She shook her head in panic, trying to dispel these disturbing thoughts, and began to sort her clothes. But every time her fingertips brushed against the stockings, Shenye's playful eyes and teasing words would involuntarily linger in her mind and could not be driven away. As Chenzi's fingers just touched a pair of black stockings, the ringing of the cell phone suddenly broke the silence in the room. She was startled and reflexively thought that it was Shenye calling to inform her of the situation, but when she picked up the phone, she saw that it was a video call from her best friend Yang Bingbing.
After the video was connected, Yang Bingbing's bright and charming face appeared on the screen.
Her long wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair playfully falling beside her fair cheeks. Under the willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of peach blossom eyes sparkle, revealing an innate charm.
"Chenzi, how have you been lately?"
Chenzi calmed herself down and tried to make her voice sound normal. "That's it. Today I also met my little brother who I knew when I was a child.
He has grown into a big boy now."
When Yang Bingbing heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and she asked curiously, "Hey, little brother.
"Are you handsome? Have you ever had any romantic stories?"
Chenzi's cheeks flushed, and the image of Shenye pulling her stockings appeared in her mind again. She stammered in response, "Don't think about it, we are just reminiscing about the past." As she was talking, Yang Bingbing keenly noticed something strange about Chenzi. "Something is wrong, why is your face so red?
Are you hiding something from me? Tell the truth now."
Chenzi had no choice but to recount what happened today. Yang Bingbing laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Chenzi, I didn't expect that after all these years, you still can't resist this kind of thing.
I see that this little brother is interested in you, are you also moved?"
Chenzi was speechless and subconsciously retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, he is just naughty, how can I be attracted to him?" But as soon as she said this, Shenye's anxious look when he left flashed through her mind again, and a trace of worry arose in her heart.
Yang Bingbing continued to tease, "Okay, you can keep your mouth shut. But to be honest, this guy is very courageous. Maybe he can really bring some excitement to your dull life."
But Yang Bingbing knew that Chenzi's current life was very dull. After all, Chenzi comes from a wealthy family, is beautiful and intelligent, and as a company boss, her daily duties are leisurely and she doesn't spend much time on work every day. Over the years, Yang Bingbing has introduced many high-quality men to Chenzi, but Chenzi either looked down on them or was keenly aware of their problems, and she has never been able to find the right person.
Yang Bingbing's laughter echoed in Chenzi's ears.
She glanced at the screen and pretended to be angry and said, "You're still laughing.
If you laugh again, I'll hang up."
Yang Bingbing quickly stopped laughing and put her hands together as if begging for mercy. "No more laughing, no more laughing. But seriously, Shenye's sudden appearance might be a surprise given to you by fate, so don't miss it."
Chenzi snorted lightly, "Just him? What kind of surprise can a mischievous kid bring?"
Yang Bingbing was just about to give some more advice when a sudden noise came from the other end of the phone. Her expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Chenzi apologetically. Chenzi, I have something to deal with, I'll hang up first.
Before Chenzi could respond, the video call was hastily hung up.
Chenzi stared at the black screen of her phone, curled her lips, and muttered softly, "This Yang Bingbing is always like this, coming and going in a hurry, really unreliable." Although she complained in her heart, Chenzi knew that Yang Bingbing must have really had something happen, otherwise she wouldn't be so anxious. Although she complained, Chenzi put her phone aside and got up to go to the bathroom. When she passed by the mirror, she caught a glimpse of her slightly red cheeks.
Thinking of the conversation with Yang Bingbing just now, as well as Xinye's various actions, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and annoyed. It's all because of that troublemaker Xinye and that loudmouth Yang Bingbing. They made me uneasy for no reason. Chenzi walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet.
The cool water washed over her hands, calming her hot mood a little. Just then, her eyes inadvertently swept towards the toilet trash can.
In an instant, her pupils shrank suddenly. Is this a child's burp bag? Why so many?
Chenzi's voice trembled unconsciously, and her cheeks flushed slightly with surprise. Although she had never been in love, her basic common sense allowed her to recognize these things at a glance. What made her even more embarrassed was that part of the contents was clearly visible.
Chenzi couldn't help but think of how Xinye had sworn before that he didn't have a girlfriend.
At that time, she believed it firmly. After all, she asked this question when they first met. Xinye's answer at that time was crisp and his eyes were honest. She really couldn't think of any reason why Xinye would lie to her. But how to explain this scene before our eyes?
Is he acting from the beginning just to get close to me? Chenzi thought about it and ruled out this possibility. Chapter 112: Xinye's Threat. Chenzi was full of confusion and walked back to the bedroom unconsciously.
She sat down on the edge of the bed, her fingers unconsciously stroking the sheets, and suddenly, a bold guess flashed through her mind.
Could it be that Xinye has been using an inflatable doll?
As soon as this idea came into her mind, it grew wildly like weeds in her heart. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it made sense. But if this continues for a long time, it will cause great harm to his body.
Chenzi frowned, her heart full of worry.
Xinye is still young and full of vigor.
How can he always rely on this method to relieve his stress?
Chenzi secretly made up her mind to find an opportunity to persuade Xinye to find a suitable girlfriend and live a normal emotional life. At the same time, Xinye had already arrived at Suyu's door. I raised my hand and knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. He frowned slightly and guessed in his heart, Yaya is probably still afraid and hiding from that old man. So, he moved closer to the door and raised his voice, Yaya, it's me. I didn't see that person downstairs, I guess he has left.
Hearing Xinye's voice, Suyu's heart instantly settled down and she quickly ran to open the door.
As soon as the door opened, she threw herself into Xinye's arms, her voice filled with tears. Hubby, you don't know, I was almost scared to death.
It's okay. I'm here. Xinye patted Suyu's back gently, his voice gentle and soothing. When the new house I bought for you is renovated, we will move there.
Then the old man won't be able to find us.
In fact, up to now, Xinye still doesn't know the whole story about the love-hate relationship between Suyu and the old man. However, since Suyu doesn't want to tell him, forget it.
Anyway, Suyu's heart is on him now.
And the first time also belonged to him, that was enough.
Suyu sobbed in Xinye's arms, her thin shoulders trembling slightly. Xinye looked at her with great distress, gently stroking her back, thinking to himself, this is not a solution, we must find a way to cure that old man. When he thought of the old man pestering Suyu again and again, a cold light flashed in Xinye's eyes since the other party refused to give up, then don't blame him for being rude.
Going to find his wife Wang Liu would be a good idea.
Xinye comforted Suyu for a while, then lied that there was something going on at the company and hurriedly left Suyu's house.
As soon as he went out, he contacted Dong Mingfei and successfully got Wang Liu's phone number. When the call was connected, Xinye asked, is this Wang Liu? Who is it?
A lazy and somewhat doubtful voice came from the other end of the phone.
I'm Xinye. Boss Shen.
Wang Liu, who was originally leaning on the massage bed, suddenly sat up straight and waved to the male model next to her to leave. At this moment, she was in a massage parlor, the lighting was ambiguous, and the air was filled with the aroma of essential oils.
It's me, Mr. Shen. What do you want me to do? Are you in the office now?
Xinye's tone was calm, and no emotion could be heard.
Boss Shen, even if I'm not here right now, I'll be there right away if you need me.
Wang Liu had a flattering smile on her face, and she secretly guessed Xinye's intentions.
really?
Xinyi chuckled, and the scene of Wang Liyu plotting against him a few days ago emerged in his mind, and his eyes instantly turned cold.
Since you said so, come to my office. Okay, Mr. Shin. I'll be there right away. Wang Liyu hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. These past few days, she had been living in fear, fearing that Xinyi would take the evidence in his hand to the police and send her to jail. Now that Xinyi has taken the initiative to contact us, maybe things can turn around. She quickly put on her makeup and clothes and took a taxi to the company. Fortunately, the massage parlor was not far from the company, and it didn't take long for Wang Liyu to arrive at Xinyi's office. When he opened the door, he found no one inside. Wang Liyu stood at the door, looking a little embarrassed. After a little hesitation, she turned back to her office. She took out a well-tailored business suit from the closet, put on black stockings and exquisite high heels, and carefully put on makeup in front of the mirror, with her lipstick applied particularly brightly. After dressing up carefully, Wang Liyu came to the door of Xinye's office gracefully and waited with her body straight. Wang Liyu waited outside Xinye's office for about a quarter of an hour, the heels of her high heels tapping the ground rhythmically, making crisp sounds. Just as she took out her cell phone and was about to send a message to Xinyi, Xinye's figure finally appeared at the end of the corridor. Xinyi put his hands in his pockets, his face stern, and walked closer step by step. Seeing this, Wang Liyu immediately smiled and said enthusiastically, "Mr. Shin, you are finally here, I have been waiting for you for a while." Xinyi glanced at her without responding. He opened the office door and said coldly, "Come in." Wang Liyu followed Xinyi into the office and was about to ask why he was looking for her. Xinyi suddenly turned around, staring at her with a sharp gaze. "Wang Liyu, you should know that I still have the evidence of your conspiracy against me." Wang Liyu's face turned pale instantly, and her lips trembled slightly. Just as she was about to quibble, Xinyi raised his hand to interrupt her. "Don't deny it in a hurry. I called you here today to give you a chance to atone for your sins." Wang Liyu was delighted and nodded hurriedly. "Boss Shin, just give me your orders. As long as I can make up for my mistakes, I will do anything." Xinyi sneered and said slowly, "I heard that your husband has been pestering a girl named Suyu recently." Wang Liyu's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this, but she quickly returned to normal and said with a smile, "Boss Shin, I don't know much about this matter. Wang Liyu and her man are now playing their own games, so they don't know each other's situation." Xinyi stared at Wang Liyu's flickering eyes and sneered, "Not sure? It seems that you don't care enough about the affairs of the person next to you. I don't have the time to beat around the bush with you. If you don't want the evidence to be exposed and your reputation to be ruined, just do as I say." As Xinyi spoke, he took out his cell phone from his pocket, played the video that was enough to doom Wang Liyu, and shook it in front of her. Wang Liyu's pupils suddenly shrank, beads of sweat instantly appeared on her forehead, and her legs became slightly weak. She knows very well that if this video gets leaked, she will not only lose her current luxurious life but may also face imprisonment. After weighing the pros and cons, she gritted her teeth and said with a smile, "Boss Shin, I was confused. If you have any instructions, just tell me and I will do it." Xinyi put the phone back into his pocket, crossed his arms, and said coldly, "It's simple. Your husband has been pestering Suyu and causing great trouble to her life. When you go back, find a way to make him stop thinking about it and stop him from appearing in front of Suyu again." Chapter 113 Cooking. Wang Liyu began to feel suspicious. Although she and her husband had long been in harmony and were doing their own things, her husband had a bad temper and was too concerned about his reputation. If she questioned him directly, it would definitely backfire. After thinking for a moment, Wang Liyu said tentatively, "Mr. Shin, my husband is a soft-hearted person. If we confront him directly, I'm afraid things will get awkward. How about?" Xinyi frowned slightly and interrupted her impatiently, "I don't care what method you use. As long as you can make your husband stop pestering Suyu, this matter will be considered a success." "Okay, Mr. Shin. Don't worry." Wang Liyu agreed with a smile, and couldn't help but guess in her heart that this Suyu was most likely Xinya's lover. But she really couldn't understand how Suyu could be related to her husband. You know, her husband's brain has been not working very well recently. If she wasn't so timid, she would have wanted to poison him to death and take away all his property. Seeing Xinyi leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes, Wang Liyu immediately understood what he meant. She tiptoed around behind Xinyi, stretched out her hands skillfully, and began to massage him with just the right technique. While massaging, he did not forget to flatter, "Boss Shin, if you have any other instructions, just ask." "It's nothing, just go." Wang Liyu seemed not to have heard it. Not only did she not stop moving her hands, she worked even harder. Xinyi knew that Wang Liyu was trying to apologize and curry favor with him.
Since she insisted on staying, he might as well enjoy himself.
It's no wonder that Wang Liyu's technique is unique. After a while of pressing, the fatigue all over the body was relieved a lot. Seeing that Xinyi was no longer chasing people away, Wang Liyu curled up a barely perceptible smile. She slowly moved to the side, squatted down gracefully, and shifted her attention to Xinyi's legs. Xinyi simply relaxed and enjoyed the service to his heart's content. As time passed, Xinyi keenly noticed that Wang Liyu's hand was gradually moving upwards, and her movements became ambiguous. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze was sharp, and he asked with a smile, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here?" Wang Liyu's face immediately showed an expression of grievance when she heard this, and her voice was soft and sticky. "Boss Shin, I see that you work too hard, so I want to use my expertise to help you relieve your fatigue." Although I said this, my heart was full of complaints. Why am I pretending to be confused? I'm obviously enjoying myself, but you're still finding fault with me. My hands are almost broken from exhaustion. Okay, no need to press it, just leave now. Xinyi waved his hand. How could Wang Liyu give up easily? She had been planning this opportunity to get close to Xinyi for a long time. His eyes rolled and he came up with a plan. "Boss Shin, it's almost time for dinner, why don't you come to my house and have a seat? I'll cook for you and let you taste my cooking skills." Really, just eating? Wang Liyu's heart skipped a beat, but she smiled and leaned forward. "Boss Shin, whatever you want to do, I will do my best to serve you. What happened last time was purely a misunderstanding. I guarantee with my personal integrity that it will never happen again." Based on your personality, how can I believe it? Xinyi raised his eyes, his tone full of sarcasm. If he had not been jumped by the immortal some time ago, just because of Wang Liyu's little mouth, he would really think that this woman was a good person. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting Wang Liyu's heart. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her face, but it was gone in an instant, and she immediately put on a sweet smile. "Boss Shin." Xinyi leaned back, crossed his legs, and interrupted her, "But this time, I will trust that you won't play those tricks again. I hope you won't let me down." Wang Liyu was as if she had been granted amnesty. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she nodded hurriedly. "Boss Shin, don't worry. I will behave properly this time. If there is any mistake again, you can deal with it." In the evening, Xinyi followed Wang Liyu to her villa on the outskirts of the city. As soon as the luxury car drove into the yard, the automatic sensor lights lit up one after another, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Wang Liyu walked in front with a swaying figure, and her high heels hit the ground, making a crisp sound. "Boss Shin, please come in." Wang Liyu pushed open the carved wooden door, and the warm yellow light from the house poured out, lengthening her figure. Xinyi walked in and saw the whole house decorated in Chinese style. After seeing it, I only have one feeling: arrogant. "Wang Liyu, the decoration of your house is quite good." Wang Liyu let out a slightly awkward smile and raised her hand to smooth the hair around her ears. "Hey, it's all my man's fault. I don't really like this style, but he insisted on pretending like this, and I couldn't get rid of him." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Liyu turned around, took out a pair of disposable slippers from the shoe cabinet, and squatted lightly in front of Xinyi. She moved gently and carefully helped Xinyi untie his shoelaces, take off his leather shoes, and then put slippers on his feet. Her every move was like that of a gentle and virtuous wife. Tisk, whoever marries you in the future will be blessed for several lifetimes," Xinyi said as he looked at Wang Liyu, who was squatting in front of him. I have to admit that Wang Liyu does have her strengths. Although she may act clever occasionally, as long as you show enough strength in front of her, she will willingly surrender and be as obedient as a docile kitten. Wang Liyu could no longer tell which of Xinyi's words were sarcastic and which were compliments, so she just smiled. "Mr. Shin, please sit in the living room for a while I go change my clothes." Wang Liyu stood up with a charming smile on her face, her eyes glanced vaguely at Xinyi, and then walked towards the bedroom. After a while, the bedroom door slowly opened and Wang Liyu walked out. The purple sexy lingerie on her upper body perfectly outlines her plump curves. The lace is faintly visible, exuding fatal temptation. The garter stockings on the lower body fit tightly to the legs, and the bows on the socks are playful and seductive. The red high heels on her feet added a bit of charm to her, and the heels made a crisp sound when hitting the ground. Wang Liyu twisted her waist and walked in front of Xinyi, her breasts half exposed and her eyes full of spring. "Boss Shin, will this make you feel more comfortable?" Xinyi was shocked but remained calm on the surface. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Wang Liyu, you are really well prepared." Wang Liyu approached Xinyi and the faint scent of perfume hit her face. "Boss Shin, I was ignorant last time and made you suffer. Today I will make it up to you."
As she spoke, she stretched out her jade hand and gently placed it on Xinye's shoulder.
Xinye took a step back inconspicuously. He didn't know if Wang Liu was planning something again.
Wang Liu saw Xinye retreating, and the smile on her face froze instantly.
She couldn't help but murmur in her heart, could it be that he dislikes me? A feeling of unwillingness surged in her heart. Didn't you say you wanted me to taste your cooking? Then get cooking. You're going to cook in this outfit? Wang Liu's eyes were full of surprise.
She originally planned to go back to her room to change into home clothes before going into the kitchen. After all, this carefully selected sexy outfit was not suitable for cooking at all. But looking at Xinye's attitude, he actually wanted her to wear this outfit.
Why not?
Xinye crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows and asked with a hint of teasing in his eyes.
Wang Liu bit her lower lip. Although she felt dissatisfied, she was afraid of angering Xinye and ruining her plan.
After thinking for a moment, she forced out a charming smile. I will do as Mr. Shen tells me. After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked towards the kitchen, her red high heels hitting the ground, making a crisp and somewhat unwilling sound.
Chapter 114, Standing in the Toilet.
Xinye leaned against the kitchen door, his eyes casually falling on Wang Liu. The fire illuminated her graceful figure, outlining her smooth curves. A thought flashed through Xinye's mind, this figure is indeed very suitable for having a child. Just then, the sound of a car came closer and closer. Xinye subconsciously walked to the living room, turned sideways, and looked out through the kitchen window. His pupils shrank instantly. The old man appeared in the yard, preparing to get out of the car.
What a coincidence!
Xinye muttered to himself, his eyes quickly scanning the living room, finally landing on a hair tie on the coffee table. He picked up the hair tie and strode into the kitchen. Wang Liu, who was cooking, heard the steady footsteps behind her and turned around quickly with a flattering smile on her face. Boss Shen, why are you here?
It's okay, just continue cooking.
Xinye looked normal and his voice was steady. Wang Liu obediently turned around and continued to stir-fry the vegetables in the wok. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and a warm touch came from her waist. Xinye's hand was on her waist at some point.
Is it finally here?
Wang Liu speculated secretly in her heart. Her cheeks felt slightly hot, and she subconsciously tensed her body, waiting for Xinye's further action. However, Xinye's hand suddenly left her waist after a brief stay. Wang Liu was full of doubts and was about to turn back when Xinye's low voice rang in her ears, "Don't move." Then, Xinye gently gathered her hair together, even the few scattered strands.
Itchy.
Wang Liu pouted and her body trembled slightly. Although she didn't know what Xinye wanted to do, she still tried to please Xinye.
I'll just bear with the itch. Xinye's tone was cold and firm, leaving no room for doubt.
Wang Liu felt aggrieved. She had wanted to cooperate with Xinye, but she got such a response. Before she could think more, Xinye had tied her hair into a high ponytail with a hair tie. Then, Xinye gently turned his hands, and Wang Liu turned around. Wang Liu, with her high ponytail, wearing sexy lingerie, suspenders and red high heels, looks even more charming. Xinye looked at her with satisfaction, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes.
Boss Shen, what are you doing?
Wang Liu's cheeks were flushed and there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes.
Come with me to the bathroom. Xinye spoke in a firm tone, reaching out and gently touching Wang Liu's cheek. Ah, Mr. Shen, the dishes are still being cooked.
Wang Liu said this in a reserved manner.
Close it. Let's go to the bathroom and fry another dish.
Xinye's lips curled up into a wicked smile, his eyes burning.
Wang Liu understood immediately and a charming smile appeared on her face. Okay, Mr. Shen. It's my honor to cook with you. At this moment, she didn't dare to be pretentious anymore.
She took the initiative to hold Xinye's arm, her eyes full of desire.
Wang Liu held Xinye's arm, and as soon as they stepped into the bathroom, Xinye quickly let go of her and locked the door.
He had been planning to wait here with Wang Liu for the old man to show up and set up a trap to intimidate him. However, as time passed, the expected footsteps never came. After Wang Liu entered the bathroom, a hint of charm flashed in her eyes, and she wanted to take the initiative to approach Xinye.
But Xinye was like an iceberg.
He coldly stopped her action and motioned her to stay where she was.
Wang Liu had a bewildered look on her face. Her feet seemed to be nailed down. She just stood there blankly, full of doubts in her mind. Entering the toilet meant making her stand there as punishment?
In all her years of life, this was the first time she had encountered such an outrageous thing. This toilet was not a suitable place for standing in punishment, not to mention, she thought Xinye had other intentions in bringing her here. Xinyi frowned, turned on his phone, glanced at the time, and found that 10 minutes had passed.
Could it be that the guy slipped away again? He muttered under his breath, feeling annoyed.
I waited patiently for another 5 minutes, but still didn't hear any sound of anyone approaching. Xinyi finally lost his patience and decided not to wait any longer.
In fact, Xinyi originally had no improper thoughts about Wang Liu.
In his opinion, this woman was scheming and behaved improperly, and it was really difficult for him to have a good impression of her. It was just that at this moment, this enclosed toilet space and the tense waiting atmosphere unexpectedly matched the artistic conception he had imagined in his mind. Moreover, from a certain perspective, this narrow environment was suitable for the plan that had not yet been fully formed in his mind to make Wang Liu cooperate with him in some way.
Wang Liu, come here.
Xinye's eyes were stern, and his voice was low and powerful.
Although Wang Liu was full of confusion, she still walked toward Xinyi obediently.
After a long time, Xinyi half-hugged Wang Liu, who was coughing violently, and strode into the bedroom. He loosened his arms and gently threw her onto the bed. Wang Liu's hair was disheveled, her cheeks were red from coughing, and she pleaded in a crying voice, "Boss Shin, my throat is about to smoke, can you give me some water?" After all this ordeal, her whole body ached, and her throat felt as if it had been burned.
Just lie still on the bed and don't move. I'll get you some water.
Just based on Wang Liu's performance just now, Xinyi had to pour her a glass of water.
Xinyi walked into the kitchen and got a cup of warm water at just the right temperature.
When he passed by the living room, he glanced out the window casually and saw the old man Wang Liu's husband leisurely watering the flowers and plants in the yard. Xinyi couldn't help but sneer in a low voice, "What a guy, he really has the leisure time and elegance."
His wife is suffering in the house while he is fiddling with flowers and plants outside.
Xinyi knew that since the old man hadn't left, he would definitely come into the house soon, so it would be much easier to implement the plan. Xinyi returned to the bedroom with the water and handed the cup to Wang Liu. Wang Liu took it with both hands as if she had found a treasure and drank it all in one gulp.
"Oh, I feel much better now."
Wang Liu gently stroked her violently heaving chest and let out a long sigh.
Xinye's eyes turned and he suddenly asked, "Wang Liu, do you have an eye mask at home?"
Wang Liu was stunned at first when she heard this, then she thought of the last time she had blindfolded Xinyi and set a trap for him, and she understood.
"Some. Mr. Shin, do you need me to get it for you?"
She thought that since Xinyi was angry, it would be good to vent it out in this way, but she couldn't let Xinyi feel dissatisfied with her at the moment. "Just tell me where it is and I'll get it myself."
Xinye's tone was flat.
Wang Liu truthfully told him that the eye mask was in the next bedroom.
Xinyi walked into the bedroom next door and opened the drawer.
He was shocked. There were eye masks, earplugs, ropes, and even some strange objects of unknown purpose. Good guy, he really knows how to play. Xinyi whispered to himself with a complicated look in his eyes.
Chapter 115: Xinye's Revenge.
Xinyi carried the things he had collected from next door back to the bedroom and threw them on the table, making a series of messy noises. He picked up the blindfold and handed it directly to Wang Liu.
"Come on, put it on yourself." "Boss Shin, please help me put it on."
Wang Liu blinked her eyes and spoke in a soft voice, trying to act coquettishly to get away with it. Xinye's eyes were as bright as lightning, and he glanced at her lightly. This glance seems plain, but it is irresistible.
"All right."
Wang Liu shrank her neck, sensing Xinye's displeasure, and had no choice but to take the blindfold and put it on, muttering softly, "It's so hard to please. Looking back on the past, even if those men would not obey my advances, at least they would not be so cold."
"Lie down." Xinye's voice sounded again.
Wang Liu lay down as she was told, secretly guessing in her heart that Xinyi might be about to take action.
Xinyi couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Wang Liu's obedient appearance.
If this woman had been so well behaved from the beginning, how could she have ended up in such a situation now? Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed and what has happened cannot be changed.
"Wang Liu, what should I call you now?"
Xinyi crossed his arms and asked with interest.
Wang Liu first uttered a string of coquettish and ambiguous names. Xinyi frowned, looking helpless. "Be serious. This is not the time to talk about love. There is no need for these fancy names." Wang Liu was panicked for a moment.
She had no idea what Xinyi liked, so she just blurted out all the names she could think of. Xinyi felt mixed emotions as he listened to these various names. He unexpectedly came across so many strange names. However, it would be nice to keep these new gadgets and experience them with Suyu in the future.
"What else? Husband?" Wang Liu's voice was trembling as she probed cautiously. This was the last name she could think of. If Xinyi was still not satisfied, she really didn't know what to do.
Xinyi pulled up an ambiguous smile, his eyes lingered on Wang Liyu's nervous face for a moment, and then he walked to the bedside. He reached out and picked up the rope on the table. The rough texture of the hemp rope rubbed against his palm, making a slight sound. With a snap, the rope was thrown to the edge of the bed, startling Wang Liyu and causing her whole body to tremble.
Stretch out your hands and feet.
Xinye's voice was cold and without any emotion. Although Wang Liyu was full of doubts, she did not dare to disobey and stretched out her hands and feet tremblingly. Xinyi moved quickly, and tied her hands and feet with the knots tied tightly. Wang Liyu tried to struggle but found that she could not move at all.
Boss Xin, what are you going to do? Wang Liyu's voice trembled, echoing with a hint of panic in the dark room.
The blindfold tightly covered her eyes, depriving her of the ability to observe her surroundings. The fear of the unknown swept over her from all directions like a tide. At the same time, the feeling of restraint at her wrists and ankles became stronger and stronger. The ropes were like cold pythons, tightly imprisoning her body and making her more and more panicked.
Still calling me Mr. Xin? Husband? What on earth are you going to do?
Wang Liyu came to her senses instantly and hurriedly changed the way she addressed him, her words full of flattery and uneasiness. Now, with her eyes covered, her vision was dark and she felt a fear of the unknown. Furthermore, she was tied up with ropes, which made her even more panicked. Xinyi noticed that Wang Liyu's nerves were becoming increasingly tense, and her rapid breathing was clearly audible. To comfort her, Xinyi slowly sat down on the edge of the bed, and the mattress sank slightly due to his movement.
Well, now you know how I felt?
Xinye's voice was low, and in this unusual atmosphere there was a subtle hint of teasing.
Hubby, I was really wrong.
Wang Liyu nodded her head so vigorously that even her hair shook.
Do you really know you're wrong?
Xinyi asked slowly, his eyes fixed on Wang Liyu all the time. Wang Liyu nodded frantically again, as if to use this action to prove her regret.
That's fine.
After Xinyi finished speaking, he slowly leaned over and placed his lips precisely on Wang Liyu's.
In an instant, a warm breath spread between the two of them.
At the same time, his hand slowly slid down Wang Liyu's neck, his movements gentle but aggressive.
Wang Liyu's whole body trembled violently.
At first her body was a little stiff, but under Xinye's skilled attack, she soon became limp. Seeing this, Xinyi felt something coming to Wang Liyu, so he slowly stood up and left the bed.
Wait for me for a moment. I'm going to the bathroom. When I come back, you have to take the initiative. Do you hear me?
I know, husband, go ahead.
Wang Liyu responded with a slight breath.
After confirming that Wang Liyu's emotions were completely stable, Xinyi curled up a barely perceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth, turned around, quietly opened the door, and slipped out.
He must let Wang Liyu completely relax her guard.
Only in this way can he enjoy a wonderful show later. Just at this moment, Xinyi had just stepped into the living room when he heard the crisp sound of a key turning in the door lock from outside the door. He was startled and realized that it was Wang Liyu's husband Zheng Yu who came in.
Xinyi learned from Wang Liyu that the old man's name was Zheng Yu.
At this age, my emotions are very unstable.
Xinyi suddenly had an idea.
He deliberately increased the speed of his steps, pretending to return to the bedroom and making some noise. When Wang Liyu heard the noise, she immediately determined that it was Xinyi who had returned, and she called out in a tender voice, "Husband, come here quickly, Liyu missed you so much." While Zhang Yu was changing his shoes, Xinyi quickly ran back to the bedroom as fast as a cat. He held the earplugs he had prepared in advance tightly in his hand, walked quickly to the bedside, and without saying a word, stuffed the earplugs into Wang Liyu's ears.
Wang Liyu was looking forward to Xinyi's closeness, but suddenly her ears were blocked. She was shocked for a moment and muttered in her heart, "No way, it's so exciting?"
However, this novel feeling of excitement made her inexplicably excited, and her body began to tremble slightly.
Wang Liyu, do you like it?
Xinyi deliberately leaned close to Wang Liyu's ear and asked in a low voice, his warm breath spraying on her cheek.
Yes, I like my husband very much. Wang Liyu responded hurriedly, fearing that Xinyi would be dissatisfied.
Xinyi's move was not only to meet Wang Liyu's expectations, but also to eliminate her doubts and make her sure that she was in charge of everything. Then, Xinyi turned around and tiptoed towards another bedroom. Fortunately, the two bedrooms were some distance away from the living room, and Zhang Yu was concentrating on changing shoes and did not notice Xinyi's footsteps.
Wang Liyu was completely immersed in this exciting game.
She pricked up her ears, trying to catch Xinye's movements, but the earplugs blocked out most of the outside sounds, leaving only the sound of her own violent heartbeat.
Chapter 116, Bitten by a Dog.
As her heartbeat pounded, Wang Liyu became more and more immersed in her own reverie, the heat in her body making her twist her body constantly. At the same time, Zhenya changed into his home clothes, loosened his collar habitually, and was about to lie down on the sofa to rest as usual. Suddenly, a slight noise came from the bedroom. He frowned and walked towards the sound.
Pushing open the bedroom door, Wang Liyu's figure was looming under the warm yellow light.
She was twisting her body constantly, exuding a different kind of temptation.
Wang Liyu heard the slight footsteps and thought it was Xinyi coming back.
With her eyes covered by a blindfold, she could only call out in a tender voice, "Husband, come here quickly, I miss you so much." Zheng Yu was stunned on the spot, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. The two had long been separated in spirit and their married life had been interrupted for a long time.
Wang Liyu's initiative now was beyond his expectations. After a brief moment of astonishment, an evil smile crept up the corners of Zheng Yu's mouth.
No matter what the reason was, since Wang Liyu took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, he naturally would not miss this rare opportunity. He rubbed his hands and walked towards the bed step by step, eager to respond to Wang Liyu's enthusiasm. Zheng Yu walked quickly and reached the bedside in a blink of an eye. He stretched out his rough big hand and grabbed Wang Liyu's ankle, and Wang Liyu's whole body stiffened. Sensing the strange touch, Wang Liyu secretly thought that something was wrong. The touch and temperature of these hands were completely different from Xinye's.
"Husband, why are your hands so cold?" Wang Liyu tried to remain calm, but her voice trembled unconsciously.
Zheng Yu did not answer, but let out a low strange laugh, and increased the strength in his hands, slowly moving up along Wang Liyu's calf. Wang Liyu became more and more terrified and struggled desperately, but her hands and feet were bound tightly by ropes, making it difficult for her to break free. At this moment, Wang Liyu had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt as if she was repeating the same mistakes and was tricked by Xinyi. Zheng Yu leaned over and looked at the struggling Wang Liyu, with an evil smile on his lips, as if he felt it was not exciting enough. He stretched out his rough big hands and pulled off Wang Liyu's blindfold. In an instant, the dazzling light hit her, and Wang Liyu subconsciously closed her eyes and turned her head away instinctively. When she slowly adjusted to the light and opened her eyes again, her pupils suddenly shrank. The person she saw was not Xinyi, but her husband Zheng Yu.
"Why is it you?"
Wang Liyu screamed in horror, her voice sharp and piercing, echoing in the room.
Zheng Yu snorted coldly, his eyes full of mockery. "Why, who else are you looking forward to besides me? You were so affectionate just now, why are you pretending to be innocent now?" As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't wait to get on the bed.
Wang Liyu twisted her body desperately, trying to break free from the restraints and resist Zheng Yu. However, she was tied up tightly with ropes and had no power to fight back against Zheng Yu. Seeing Wang Liyu's resistance, Zheng Yu became furious and slapped her hard.
With a crisp snap sound, Wang Liyu's cheeks instantly turned red and swollen.
She was dizzy from the beating and became obedient. Zheng Yu thought she had suddenly changed her mind and did not investigate further, continuing with her actions. Wang Liyu was filled with humiliation, her mind raced, and she finally realized Xinye's sinister intentions. Xinye's move not only allowed him to keep a firm grip on himself, but also allowed him to use it to restrain Zheng Yu, which was really killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, she was filled with hatred. At this moment, a faint light caught Wang Liyu's eyes. She turned her head slightly and found Xinyi standing at the door, holding up his cell phone and taking pictures of them. Xinyi keenly caught Wang Liyu's gaze, a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said silently, "Do you like it?" This scene made Wang Liyu's body freeze instantly. Humiliation and anger were like a surging tide, completely drowning her. She was regretting why she had provoked such a demon. In just 5 minutes, Xinyi finished the filming. He had originally expected this farce to last longer, but he didn't expect it to last even less than 10 minutes. Xinyi tiptoed back to the bedroom where he had just hidden and waited patiently. Not long after, Zheng Yu walked out of Wang Liyu's bedroom refreshed. Afterwards, Zheng Yu took a quick shower and drove away in a hurry. "TSK, why don't you take a break?" Xinyi looked at Zheng Yu's car driving away, a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he quickly walked towards Wang Liyu's bedroom. He thought he would see Wang Liyu's face full of despair and a look of loss of hope in life. The moment I opened the door, I saw Wang Liyu wiping her wet hair and walking out of the bathroom.
"I thought you were gone a long time ago."
Wang Liyu raised her eyes and saw Xinyi, a slight smile appeared on her face.
"I didn't expect you to be so calm." I thought you would yell at me.
Xinyi raised his eyebrows and said.
Scold you? How dare I? You have the leverage over me, and now you have the leverage over him.
As for me, I'll just treat it as a bite from a mad dog.
After all, I've suffered this kind of thing before. Wang Liyu's words were full of sarcasm.
Xinyi turned a deaf ear to Wang Liyu's ridicule, walked straight to the bed and sat down, patted his thigh, and motioned Wang Liyu to come over. Although Wang Liyu felt extremely aggrieved, she was afraid of the evidence in Xinye's hands, so she sat on Xinye's lap obediently.
How about it? Do you know why I'm looking for a man? There was a faint smile on Xinye's face. Reach out and pinch Wang Liyu's chin. It's your freedom to find a man. But you can't treat the company as a place to choose a concubine. So you can do this to me? I was sincere to you just now. Really? Are you really going to send me to the police station? Xinyi sneered. That's all in the past.
Wang Liyu bit her lower lip with a hint of reluctance in her tone.
Let's not talk about the past anymore. Listen to me in the company from now on, understand?
Xinyi let go of Wang Liyu's chin with a stern look.
Wang Liyu's eyes turned red and she nodded aggrievedly. I understand. After a pause, she asked tentatively, do you still want more now? I can continue to apologize. Maybe next time. I have something else to do today.
Xinye's tone was flat and without a trace of warmth. How could Wang Liyu not hear the disgust in Xinye's words? Thinking of the bite Xinyu had just given her, she felt sick to her heart and even felt disgusted with herself, so she lowered her head unconsciously.
The room fell into a brief silence, with only Wang Liyu's slightly trembling shoulders revealing the turmoil in her heart.
Xinyi stood up, his eyes stayed on Wang Liyu's lowered head for a moment, then he turned and was about to leave.
Just as he grasped the door handle, Wang Liyu suddenly spoke in a hoarse and resolute voice, Xinyi, aren't you afraid that I will be doomed? Xinyi paused and slowly turned back, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Oh? How are you going to fight to the death? Publicize today's incident and your previous corruption? I'm afraid you will be the first to be ruined.
Wang Liyu shuddered all over and bit her lower lip, her nails digging deeply into her palms.
Xinyi was right. He had no power to fight back in this game.
Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I won't treat you unfairly. Xinye's tone slowed down a bit, but if you dare to play tricks. He shook his phone suggestively. Wang Liyu lowered her eyes and said, Mr. Xin, I understand.
Chapter 117 Fox Girl?
Xinyi finished his stay at Wang Liyu's house, walked out of the villa, and raised his hand to stop a taxi. After sitting in the back seat, he took out his mobile phone as usual and started watching short videos out of boredom. The fingertips that were sliding the screen suddenly stopped, and Xinyi suddenly remembered that Yi Ruanwan had applied to add him to the green bubble some time ago, but he had never been accepted and almost missed the friend verification deadline. Xinyi's heart moved, and he quickly agreed. After becoming friends, Xinyi immediately opened Yi Ruanwan's circle of friends, but found that only the updates from the past 3 days were displayed and the page was blank.
Huh? That's weird.
Xinyi frowned slightly and muttered to himself, this is not like the style of those beautiful internet celebrities who are trying to hook up with big brothers. In his impression, this type of internet celebrity would like to post 10 moments a day, either showing off their beautiful selfies or bragging about their experiences in high-end places.
Xinyi thought for a moment, then sent a message to Yi Ruanwan, Miss Ruanwan, can we meet and go out for some fun together?
At this time, Yi Ruanwan had not yet started the live broadcast, and suddenly received a message from an unknown friend on her mobile phone.
She clicked on it curiously, and seeing Xinye's invitation, she couldn't help but think to herself, is this person asking me out?
In Yi Ruanwan's live broadcast room, adding friends requires swiping a carnival gift, so she has accumulated a lot of big brothers on WeChat.
However, there were so many people that she could hardly distinguish them one by one. Of course, she was naturally impressed by those top brothers who spent money lavishly. After all, these people were an important driving force in the development of her live broadcasting career. In the internet live streaming circle, those who can send out a carnival without hesitation are by no means ordinary people, and are all potential stocks worth digging into. As long as you win their favor, the rewards you receive will be considerable.
Yi Ruanwan's slender fingers tapped quickly on the screen, and after some consideration, she replied, Brother, I will be broadcasting live soon.
How about we make an appointment when I am not broadcasting live?
When Xinyi saw the message, he immediately understood Yi Ruanwan's euphemistic refusal, but he had already made plans and quickly replied, when will the beautiful Ruanwan do the live broadcast?
I usually start broadcasting around 5 p.m. What's the matter, brother? Yi Ruanruan replied quickly.
Xinyi silently called the system in his heart. System, if I bind Yi Ruanruan to obtain love funds, and then give her gifts during her live broadcast, can I get cash back?
Yes, host.
The mechanical sound of the system sounded in Xinye's mind. Upon hearing the news, Xinyi raised his lips and replied directly to Yi Ruanruan, it's okay, I'll give you some gifts when you're live streaming.
Not long after, Yi Ruanruan's message came again.
This time it was not a text message, but a voice message.
Then Ruanruan will wait for you, brother.
The soft, sweet voice almost overflowed from the screen.
Xinyi listened and couldn't help but frowning slightly.
This deliberately coquettish tone was really too much for him to handle.
However, thinking back to Yi Ruanruan's sweet yet somewhat arrogant appearance during the live broadcast, it really fits his aesthetic.
Xinyi silently said in his heart, system, check Yi Ruanruan's information. In a flash, the system panel unfolded in Xinye's mind.
Name Yi Ruanruan. Age, 23. Height, 160 centimeters. Appearance 8'5". Privacy value, 2.
Situation, playing both sides, serving people the same dish.
Intimacy, 30. Identity, female anchor.
Xinye's eyes swept over the description of having the best of both worlds and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the fiercely competitive live streaming circle, Yi Ruanruan is able to thrive by dealing with so many big brothers.
She must have unique social skills.
When Xinyi saw the item privacy value, he was not surprised. In his opinion, in the live streaming industry, making some compromises in private in order to retain those big brothers who spend money lavishly is almost an industry unspoken rule.
After all, do you really think that those big brothers keep spending money just out of admiration? This idea is undoubtedly a fantasy.
Xinyi did have such thoughts in his mind, but in comparison, he was more eager to keep Yi Ruanruan firmly under his control. As the boss of Yi Ruanruan's company, Xinyi had long regarded her as a key training target. The short drama market is extremely hot at the moment, and Xinyi plans to let Yi Ruanruan get involved in it. With the help of short dramas, he can greatly increase her popularity and make her the trump card of the company. However, Xinyi was also aware of the risks hidden behind this. In this rapidly changing industry, many anchors, after becoming famous under the packaging of the company, quickly find a boyfriend and completely lose focus on their work, and all their previous efforts go to waste. What's worse, they may turn against the company and bring huge crisis to it. Xinyi understood that by winning over Yi Ruanruan, he could tie her down emotionally and allow her to devote herself to her career. He can also use this opportunity to keep an eye on her and prevent her from doing anything that would harm the interests of the company, thus removing potential obstacles to his own plans. Thinking of this, Xinyi did not hesitate and silently said in his heart, system, bind Yi Ruanruan.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding with Yi Ruanruan. Now 5 million in dating funds will be issued.
The system prompt sounded in Xinye's mind on time. Xinyi is already familiar with this operation. After the binding was completed, he continued to watch videos as if nothing had happened. While sliding the screen, a beautiful anchor's live broadcast room came into view. Xinye's fingers paused, the beauty on the screen attracted him.
Fox lady?
Xinyi murmured softly, and driven by curiosity, he clicked to enter the live broadcast room. From the picture that came into view, the live broadcast room was not very popular, with only about 100 viewers.
In front of the camera, the fox girl was wearing a black maid outfit.
The classic black fabric was dotted with white lace, which perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. Such an outfit was not uncommon to Xinyi, after all, he had seen many beautiful women in his daily life. But at this moment, the fox girl's soft voice came through the live broadcast room.
The voice was extremely coquettish, like an electric current hitting Xinye's eardrums.
When most people speak with a slightly lowered voice, they often feel uncomfortable. But the fox girl found another way, and brought this coquettishness to the extreme, creating a unique attraction.
Xinyi could not help but be captured by this unique charm. Chapter 118, The Temptation of the Fox Girl.
Welcome Brother Jima to the live broadcast room, moi.
The fox girl's sweet and coquettish voice instantly entered Xinye's ears.
The fox girl's live broadcast room is not very popular, with only a few hundred people, so whenever a new viewer comes in, she will do her best to welcome them warmly.
Xinyi's short video account ID is Sesame. Fuck, that's really flirty.
Xinyi shuddered suddenly, and felt goosebumps all over his body.
Brother Jima, can you give me a thumbs up?
The fox girl tilted her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and stared at the camera with a dazed look.
She looked cute and a little deliberately coy.
Shenye's account was usually very generous and had given out a lot of gifts, so it was of a very high level. Without giving it much thought, he waved his hand and a shaking special effect instantly exploded in the live broadcast room.
Wow!
The fox girl was so excited that she raised her hands instantly and gently placed them on her chin. Her eyes were wide open with surprise.
Brother Jima, you are so handsome. I feel like I want to be investigated by you now. Investigating what?
Shenye's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, sending his questions to the public screen.
It must be investigating the avenue of life. The fox girl responded quickly, winking playfully.
Shenye has been online for a long time, but this is the first time he has met such a strange woman.
After just a few minutes of interaction, the word lewd became his most intuitive impression of the fox girl. On the public screen, Shenye did not say anything.
The fox lady was not willing to give up, and immediately launched a new round of offensive. Brother Jima, why are you ignoring me?
Are you dissatisfied with me?
No, I think Brother Jima must be very satisfied with me.
The fox girl paused for a moment, tilted her head, and pretended to be thinking hard. Is it because my brother is too busy now? Yes, that must be the case. Brother Sesame must be giving me likes like crazy.
As she spoke, she clenched her fists and moved them up and down rhythmically, which was very suggestive.
What the hell? Shenye's face was full of black lines.
He had been watching live broadcasts for so long, but this was the first time he had the urge to change the platform. But soon, he calmed down and an idea came to his mind. This anchor is very unique and may become very popular in the future.
Fox girl, can we exchange contact information?
Shenye typed to ask. He glanced at the fox girl's homepage. There was no certification from any organization. It was obvious that she was a lone individual anchor. Judging from her live streaming style, if there was a team behind her to package her, her popularity would definitely be more than this. Thinking of this, Shenye decided to sign her to his company. As soon as he finished speaking, a gorgeous carnival special effect bloomed in the live broadcast room. When the fox girl saw this huge gift that had never appeared in her live broadcast room, she almost lost her concentration, and the voice that she had deliberately suppressed almost went out of tune.
Thank you, Brother Jima. Of course we can exchange contact information. I'll add Brother Jima right away after I get off the air.
The fox girl's voice was trembling with excitement, and her eyes were full of eagerness and gratitude as she looked towards the camera. Shenye looked at the fox girl's excited expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he thought to himself that signing her was only the first step, and the subsequent packaging and promotion was the key. He replied on the public screen, "Okay, I'll wait for you to get off the air.
I look forward to chatting with you in detail."
When the fox girl saw the news, she nodded hurriedly, her face filled with unconcealable joy. The few viewers in the live broadcast room posted words like envy and suck up to me on the barrage. At this moment, Fox Girl suddenly saw someone piking with her, but there were not many big brothers in Fox Girl's live broadcast room. At this time, she thought of Sesame again. While hesitating, the Fox Girl bit her lower lip, a trace of determination flashed in her eyes, and she said to the camera in a delicate voice, "Brothers, someone has challenged us, but I'm so afraid of losing." As she spoke, she deliberately showed a pitiful look, staring straight at the screen, as if she was looking at Shenye through it. Shenye watched the Fox Girl's reaction with interest, thinking that this might be a good opportunity to prove his strength to her.
Just as Shenye was thinking, the fox lady spoke again, her voice trembling and full of helplessness. "Brother Jima, are you there? If I lose, I won't be able to continue the live broadcast. Can you help me again?"
Shenye's mouth corners slightly raised, and his fingers quickly tapped on the screen. "Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Take the PK and let them see how powerful you are."
When the Fox Girl saw this comment, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in her eyes. She was so excited that she almost jumped up and quickly clicked to accept. The camera switched, and a beautiful anchor with exquisite makeup and fashionable clothes appeared in the live broadcast room opposite. Behind her is a gorgeous live broadcast background. The live broadcast room is very popular, barrages of comments are rolling like tides, and various gift special effects are constantly flashing. On the other hand, the simple background and the few spectators formed a sharp contrast on the Fox Girl's side. As soon as the PK started, the fans of the opposing anchor went all out, sending out all kinds of gifts crazily, and the score gap quickly widened. The Fox Girl's face turned pale, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. But she quickly adjusted herself and showed her best to the camera. She first gently unbuttoned the first button of her shirt, revealing her clavicle, and said in a tender voice,
"Brothers, can you really bear to see others being bullied? As long as you help me win this PK, I am willing to do a super sexy dance for you.
Shinyi looked at the fox girl's actions on the screen and frowned slightly, but still decided to help her stabilize the situation first, so he gave her a few small gifts. When the fox girl saw Shinyi take action, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She continued to use her charm, twisting her slender waist and saying in a seductive voice,
Brother Jima, you are my savior, can you help me again? I will definitely listen to you in the future, and
I will also send you photos of my super beautiful cosplay costumes, with all your favorite characters. As she said this, she threw a wink at the camera. Shinyi's heart moved when he heard what the fox girl said. He looked at the fox girl's skilled means of seduction and suddenly felt that letting her go on the cosplay track might be a great choice. This woman really knows how to capture a man's heart. As the PK entered a white-hot stage, a mysterious big brother of the opposite anchor suddenly exerted his strength and swiped out a series of valuable gifts, directly widening the score to a huge gap. Seeing this, the fox girl gritted her teeth and stood up. She slowly slid her hands up from the hem of her skirt, her movements slow and suggestive. Her voice became more and more coquettish, almost crying, Brothers, I'm really going to lose, are you just going to watch me get humiliated? Brother Jima, just think of it as doing it for me, and try harder.
I'm willing to do anything for you.
Shinyi originally planned to sign the fox girl, and he also thought that once he had money, he would naturally invest it in the right place to enjoy it.
The opponent is a big anchor.
If she can win this PK, the fox girl might really become famous and gain some fame. So, he stopped hesitating and started to give out gifts crazily. Various advanced special effects exploded in the live broadcast room, and the dazzling light instantly attracted everyone's attention.
Chapter 119 The Big Brother Across the Street.
But after browsing for a while, Shinyi discovered a problem. There were several big guys on the opposite side who were farming at the same time, while on his side, he was the only one whose firepower could compete with the other side.
If this trend continues, we will definitely lose. Shinyi pondered secretly.
He quickly called the system in his mind, checked the anchor information. In an instant, the system panel appeared in his mind.
Name Tang Zhou. Age, 30. Height, 155 centimeters. Appearance 80. Privacy value, 0.
Status, a loyal fan of cosplay, a gas station for men.
Intimacy, 40. Identity, female anchor.
Shinyi was slightly startled. I thought that a female anchor like this who understands men's minds so well would have a high privacy value, but I didn't expect it to be 0.
This is a pleasant surprise.
In the live broadcast room, when Fox Lady saw that Shinyi's gift offensive came to an abrupt end, her heart suddenly tightened, and she hurriedly called out in a tender voice, Brother Jima, don't stop, let's work harder and we will win soon.
After finally meeting Shinyi, a big money sponsor, the fox girl didn't want to let him go easily and was thinking about getting more gifts. Shinyi typed quickly, what are you good at?
When the fox girl saw the message, she was slightly stunned.
Countless answers flashed through her mind in an instant, and she finally replied, what am I good at?
Of course.
I am good at chatting with men.
After saying that, he still felt it was not enough, so he added, Brother Jima, I am best at chatting.
Shinyi looked at the reply, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he muttered softly, chatting? This is not chatting, it's clearly flirting.
However, he still fell for it.
Then keep showing off. I'll help you get someone to come. As for whether you can keep them, that depends on your ability. Shinyi quickly typed this sentence and sent it over.
Okay, Brother Jima, I will definitely try my best and work harder. After the fox girl replied, she clenched her fists tightly and moved them up and down quickly. She seemed to be cheering herself up, but in fact she was thinking about how to display her charm to the fullest in front of the people Shinyi brought.
Wow, thanks for hanging the fox girl on the tree and giving me the sports car.
The fox girl suddenly screamed excitedly, a surprised smile on her face. She skillfully made a heart shape with her hands and shook it towards the camera. Shinyi was staring at the live broadcast room, and when he saw the fox girl's action, his face was instantly filled with confusion. He quickly scanned the screen and didn't see any special effects of the sports car gift flash at all. He checked the gift records carefully and still found no trace of it.
Wow, it turns out she made it up out of thin air. This starting from 0 frame operation is really laughable. Come on, big brother. The fox girl in exquisite maid outfit didn't care at all.
She slowly raised her hands, her movements gentle and somewhat charming, and then a pitiful look appeared on her face.
What is this doing?
Shinyi frowned, his heart full of doubts. Before he could react, he heard the fox girl's delicate and crying voice. Why did you hang me on the tree?
Oh my god. Xinyi really couldn't stand it anymore.
This series of actions is as if one has finally been born as a girl in this life and wants to release all the drama queen instincts, which is really irresistible. Xinyi acted decisively, tapped the screen with his fingers quickly, and broke directly into the live broadcast room of the female anchor who was piking with the fox girl. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room opposite, Xinyi was dazzled by the scrolling barrage of comments and the constantly flashing gift special effects.
The female anchor was smiling and thanking the big brothers for their gifts.
Her voice was clear and pleasant, completely different from that of the fox girl. Xinyi calmed himself down, searching the barrage for the nicknames of those active and generous big brothers, and secretly memorized them. Then, Xinyi sent a message in the barrage, family members, you have watched so much, why not try another live broadcast room? There are surprises. As soon as this abrupt diversion barrage was issued, it was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Fans of the opposing anchor questioned and ridiculed him in the barrage, accusing Xinyi of causing trouble. But Xinyi didn't care about these negative responses. He noticed that a big brother named Starry C gave several luxurious gifts in a row and was the #1 brother on the opposite side. Xinyi quickly clicked on his homepage and found that he was also a cosplay enthusiast, so he came up with a plan. Xinyi sent a private message to Xingchen Hi brother, the anchor on the other side is a beautiful cosplayer with a unique style, a hot body, and most importantly, she understands men very well.
Do you want to meet her? Not long after, Starry C replied, is this true? Don't fool me.
Upon seeing this, Xinyi immediately dug out screenshots of the wonderful clips of the fox girl dancing in a sexy cosplay costume during her previous live broadcast. He quickly sent it over, and added, brother, the current live broadcast room settings probably turn off the sound from the other side. You can't feel her charm just by looking at the screen. You might as well move over and listen to her seductive voice with your own ears.
It will definitely amaze you.
Xinyi kept an eye on the screen.
After a while, he was surprised to find that the name Starry C had quietly disappeared from the contribution value ranking list of the current live broadcast room.
The corners of Xinyi's mouth turned up, revealing a smug smile, and he was certain in his heart that this big brother had probably been successfully lured to Fox Girl's live broadcast room. In order to further stir up the atmosphere and attract more people's attention, Xinyi tapped his finger on the screen and sent out a shaking number. The value of this gift is moderate, not too ostentatious to seem like a show of wealth, but enough to attract everyone's attention. Then, he made another post on the public screen. I'm not afraid of bad girls playing ambiguity, I'm just afraid of fox girls who are 30 years old, know the big picture, know when to advance and when to retreat, know how to act coquettishly and cutely, are mature, steady and charming, and make you fascinated and intoxicated shy expression. As soon as this floating message was sent out, the live broadcast room on the other side instantly exploded. Some originally indifferent viewers were aroused by these gimmicky words and began to ask for specific information about the Fox Girls live broadcast room and the barrage. However, those fans who loyally defended their own anchor became more and more angry, and the barrage of comments attacking Xinyi became more fierce. Some people even started to dig out Xinyi's account information, trying to teach him a lesson.
Xinyi seemed unaware.
He took advantage of the situation and continued to exaggerate in the comments. My friends, I never lie to you.
The atmosphere in Fox Girls live broadcast room is something you have never experienced before. There are hot dances, cute acts, and everything else. If you go there now, you might be able to catch a good show.
These words made many people feel itchy, and some Leak-Willed viewers began to waver. At the same time, in Fox Girls live broadcast room, the Starry C avatar suddenly appeared, and before everyone could react, a valuable special effects gift exploded instantly.
Chapter 120, Fox Girls Life.
The Fox Girl naturally noticed the gorgeous gift special effects, and knew in her heart that this was most likely the foreign aid that Brother Sesame had mentioned before. In order to firmly win the heart of this new big brother, she did not rush to thank him for the gift, but decided to continue to use all her skills to make things happen. The Fox Girl's eyes instantly turned red, a pitiful look appeared on her face, and she said in a crying voice, Brother Xingchen, I was wrong, can you put me down, I'm so scared. The voice was so delicate that it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind, and it made people feel pity when they heard it. But as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have changed into a different person. A sweet smile instantly blossomed on her face, and she said in a tender voice, Thank you, Brother Xingchen, for the gift.
Mwah.
After saying that, she blew a kiss toward the public screen, her eyes full of charm. This series of highly dramatic performances was seen by the audience who had just entered the live broadcast room and Xinyi.
Xinyi couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, Damn, What is this female anchor thinking about every day? She is simply a genius.
This unique live broadcast style undoubtedly has a fatal attraction for those wealthy men.
It is a gas station for men.
As expected, seeing this, the other brothers followed Brother Xingqian's actions. Thanks for the carnival that locked the fox lady in the small dark room.
The fox girl's voice trembled slightly with excitement.
After thanking for the gift, she started her performance again. She slowly raised her hands, her body curled up slightly, a look of fear on her face, and she cried out in a delicate voice, "Why did you lock me up in the small dark room?
It's so dark in the small dark room. What exactly do you want to do to me?"
As she spoke, the fox lady seemed to have suddenly thought of something, with a look of shock on her face, and continued, "The society today is not the same as before.
If you dare to do something bad to the fox lady, you will be arrested." At this moment, she saw a comment floating on the public screen, and she read it out. "What, 3 years in prison is also possible?" Hearing this, the fox girl waved her hands vigorously and said anxiously, "No, no, no, this won't do. You can't go in for me. You still have people who love you, care about you, and you must not do anything stupid for me." Following her wonderful performance, the gift special effects in the live broadcast room flashed continuously like gorgeous fireworks. The fox girl also immersed herself in her role and interacted skillfully with the audience.
Xinyi looked at this scene and thought to himself,
"This female anchor has found just the right measure, testing the edge of violation but always avoiding it cleverly. With this ability, he can almost go directly to Japan to be a teacher. It's simply too cruel."
Xinyi looked at the constantly rolling gift special effects and soaring popularity in the fox girl's live broadcast room, and his heart was full of emotion. It's a pity that he had already been bound to Yi Ruanruan. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to bind her without hesitation. After logging out, Xinyi couldn't wait to open the private message interface with Foxgirl, quickly typed his green bubble and sent it. He knew in his heart that he couldn't just wait passively for the fox lady. This kind of anchor with great potential must be captured early and brought under one's control. After dealing with all this, Xinyi looked at his watch, then called a taxi and went straight to the company. After all, he hadn't been to the company for some time, so he had to go over and take a look. As soon as I stepped into the office, I received a reminder on my phone that Yi Ruanruan's live broadcast room had started. Xinyi's mouth corners slightly raised, and he chuckled, "TSK TSK TSK, it's better to come at the right time than to come early, the broadcast time is just right." Xinyi knew Yi Ruanruan's live broadcast room and the company very well.
Unable to suppress his curiosity, he got up and went there.
Rushing outside the live broadcast room, Xinyi looked inside through the window and saw Yi Ruanruan's figure. She was wearing a white tights that perfectly outlined her impressive figure. She paired it with a pair of brown yoga pants, which made her legs look straight and long. At this moment, Yi Ruanruan was concentrating on adjusting the angle of the live broadcast. Her slightly leaning forward allowed Xinyi to clearly see her deep cleavage through the window.
Xinyi couldn't help but admire in a low voice, "TSK TSK TSK, not bad, I didn't expect it to be so interesting." After confirming that Yi Ruanruan was live streaming in his company, some small thoughts suddenly emerged in Xinyi's mind.
He quickly returned to the office, sat at his desk, opened Yi Ruanruan's live broadcast room, and swiped to Carnival without hesitation. At this time, Yi Ruanruan had not yet started live streaming fitness content. The gift special effects that suddenly exploded on the screen made her stand up from her chair in surprise. She looked closely at the name of the gift giver. Wasn't this the big brother who had said before that he wanted to meet her and promised to give her gifts during the live broadcast? She originally thought it was just a joke, but she didn't expect the other party to really do what he said, and he came when the live broadcast room had just been opened and there were only a few people.
This made Yi run, surprised and happy.
Yi Ruanruan's cheeks flushed with excitement, and her voice trembled unconsciously. She quickly said to the camera, "Thank you, Brother Jima, for sending the carnival.
It's such a surprise. I don't know how to express my gratitude."
After saying that, she bent down slightly and bowed deeply to the camera, making the curve of her chest more obvious. In the live broadcast room, the few viewers were shocked by the sudden huge gift and left comments, "This big brother is too generous. Thanks to Big Brother, I get to see such expensive special effects for the first time." Yi Ruanruan looked at the barrage, her excitement growing stronger and stronger.
She decided to seize this opportunity and leave a deep impression on this big brother. Yi Ruanruan took a deep breath and quickly sorted out her messy thoughts.
Her fair cheeks flushed slightly and a bright and sweet smile bloomed on her face. She leaned closer to the camera and said, "Brother Jima, you are so supportive of Ruanruan.
There aren't many people in the live broadcast room right now. Wan really wants to show you some amazing and difficult moves. Is that okay?
Ding, the host has successfully spent 5,000 yuan for Yi Wan, triggering a 3x cashback, and 15,000 has been deposited into the host's bank card. The system's crisp prompt sound suddenly rang in Shenye's mind. Shenye was sitting leisurely in the spacious and bright office, and the computer screen on his desk was showing the scene of Yi Wan's live broadcast room. Hearing the system's prompt, the corners of his mouth subconsciously rose, revealing a satisfied smile.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to it, please don't let me down.
Yi Wan, who was far away in the live broadcast room, kept an eye on the screen with her big watery eyes.
As soon as Shenye's floating comment appeared, she quickly caught it. So what kind of show does Big Brother Zhima want to see Wan perform? As long as Big Brother wants to watch it, Wan will do her best and will never let Big Brother down. Chapter 121 PK. Shenye thought about it thoughtfully.
His fingers moved quickly on the keyboard, and a line of words appeared on the screen. Wan, let's warm up by driving a train, to set an example for everyone. Yi Wan was slightly stunned when she saw Shenye's reply, then a confident smile appeared on her face, and she responded in a delicate voice, okay, Brother Zhima, you have to watch it. After saying that, she stood up and lightly twisted her slender waist, showing off her white tights and brown yoga pants, exuding a different kind of charm. Yi Wan danced her hands rapidly and alternately in the air, like the rapidly spinning wheels of a train, while she took rhythmic steps and walked around the live broadcast venue. She imitated the whistle of a train and shouted, turn left, twist right, the train is going 666. That lively and playful look is completely different from the sweet and delicate image just now, but it has its own flavor. The few viewers in the live broadcast room were attracted by her sudden and energetic performance, and they all expressed amazement. This anchor is so good at playing.
This train is so exciting.
Yi Wan was sweating profusely, her chest rising and falling violently. She gasped for breath and said to the camera, Brother Zhima, are you satisfied with my performance?
Shenye typed, not bad.
After receiving a positive answer, Yi Wan's smile became even more intense, and she said delicately, that's good.
Brother Zhima, you must take me with you when you take the train in the future. After all, I am also an expert at driving a train. Shenye secretly sighed that these female anchors were indeed more active than the other in front of the Big Brother. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room gradually increased, and many viewers were attracted. Yi Wan also took the opportunity to start a session where she demonstrated fitness moves when giving gifts.
On the screen, she performed various difficult moves in one go, causing the barrage of comments to scroll wildly. However, Shenye looked at these with little interest. After all, doesn't this kind of thing taste better in reality? So Shenye sent another message, can you not do these shows today? Yi Wan was slightly stunned when she saw the message, with a puzzled look on her face, and then replied, Brother Zhima, what else are you doing if you don't put on a show?
Don't you want to watch Wan perform? Shenye looked at her reaction and typed quickly, go to LNPK, I will take you out and make sure you can see what real heat is, how about it? When Yi Wan saw Shenye's proposal, a hint of surprise and hesitation flashed in her eyes. I was surprised to get the support of the Big Brother to play PK, but I was hesitant because I was worried that I would not perform well in PK. But when she thought of Shenye's bold move and solemn promise, she gritted her teeth and said with determination, okay, Brother Zhima, then I will listen to you, and I hope you will take good care of me when the time comes. After saying that, Yi Wan took a deep breath, calmed her nervous mood, and pressed the button for the PK via microphone with slightly trembling fingers. After a while, the screen of the live broadcast room on the opposite side jumped, and a beautiful singing anchor with a sweet appearance appeared. After seeing Yi Wan, the corners of her mouth turned up, and she showed a polite and appropriate smile. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, flowing out like a spring in the forest. Hello, little sister, why don't we start PK directly? The smile seemed gentle and friendly, but his words revealed a confidence that should not be underestimated. In today's live streaming circle, PK is an extremely common means of making money and increasing fans. Many PK anchors are keen on connecting with popular anchors, and the tricks are well known to everyone. Among the fans of popular anchors, there are often many generous people. When the audience in their own live broadcast room sees the anchor on the other side firing on all cylinders, out of a competitive mentality or unwillingness to be outdone, they will also follow suit and give more gifts. But if the opponent swipes a few times and then stops, the audience in your live broadcast room will find this PK boring and will be too lazy to swipe again, so the anchor will naturally not make any money. The beautiful anchor had just finished a fierce PK battle and wanted to take a short break.
But when she saw the few viewers in Year 101's live broadcast room, she secretly calculated that the opponent did not have much strength and probably could not get many votes, so she did not refuse, thinking that it would be okay to deal with it casually. After all, in the live broadcast industry, if some big anchors connect to small anchors with little popularity, most of them will cut off the connection without hesitation and leave. When Year 101 heard the confident proposal from the host on the other side, she immediately started to make plans in her mind. Anyway, I have the support of Big Brother Sesame, so even if I lose, I won't suffer any loss. After all, as long as Big Brother gives me gifts, I'll make a profit. Thinking of this, she felt more confident. Okay, let's get started. As soon as the PK started, votes from the opposing live broadcast room flew in like snowflakes thanks to its huge audience base. After a while, the votes from the opposite side far exceeded Year 101's. Seeing the ever-widening gap, Year 101 felt anxious, with a hint of panic in her eyes. She looked at the screen from time to time, hoping that Shinyi would take action. At this time, Shinyi had already transferred all his dating funds into the platform. After the recharge was completed, he quickly sent a message on the public screen, "1-1 baby, if you do the side leg lift against the wall or handstand for every 30 seconds, I will give you a carnival, how about it?" When Year 1-1 saw the message, she was stunned at first. She didn't expect that there would be such conditions for giving gifts. However, she quickly thought about it in her mind and felt that this was already a very good treatment. After all, a carnival is worth a lot of money. If you can hold on for a few more 30 seconds, you will make a lot of money. Thinking of this, her eyebrows curved, the corners of her mouth turned up, revealing a sweet smile, and she said to the camera in a tender voice, "Okay, Brother Jima, then I will do a handstand." As soon as she finished speaking, Year 1-1 walked to the wall easily. She took a deep breath, supported herself firmly on the ground with her hands, and slowly raised her long, straight legs. Her movements were light and smooth, and soon she was standing upside down against the wall. The white tights slipped down slightly because of this movement, revealing a small part of her white waist, while the brown yoga pants tightly wrapped around her legs, outlining her tight muscle lines. Seeing this, Shinyi immediately swiped a carnival over. As the first carnival special effect exploded in the live broadcast room, the audience in Year 101's live broadcast room was instantly excited, and the barrage rolled like a tide. Big Brother is mighty. Come on, anchor, hold on for a few more 30 seconds. Although Year 1-1 was standing upside down, she caught a glimpse of the gorgeous gift special effects out of the corner of her eye and felt a surge of excitement in her heart. As long as you stick around long enough, there will be countless carnivals. Chapter 122 Train Departure. Gorgeous carnival special effects exploded one after another in the live broadcast room, and the dazzling light almost illuminated the screen. Year 1-1 maintained the inverted posture the whole time, sweat kept sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the floor. After standing upside down for just over a minute, Year 1-1's slender legs began to tremble involuntarily and could no longer support the weight of her body. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer and slowly lowered her legs. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath and her chest heaving violently. She tilted her head slightly, facing the camera, and said with a hint of pouting, "Brother Jima, I really can't stand it anymore. This is too hard to hold on." Soon, Shinya's message appeared on the public screen, "But I have added a lot of money to my account for you, don't you want it?" When Year 1-1 saw this message, her heart instantly became conflicted and her eyes were full of struggle. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want the money, but at this moment her legs were so weak that she had trouble even standing up, let alone continuing to do difficult movements. After hesitating for a moment, Year 1-1 mustered up the courage to reply, "Brother Jima, can I owe it to you first? But don't worry, I will definitely finish it." "All done?" Shinyi asked. Year 1-1 certainly didn't know how much money Shinyi was prepared to spend on her. If she knew, she probably wouldn't have made the promise so easily. She nodded vigorously, forced a sweet smile on her face, and said to the camera with confidence, "Brother Jima, I will definitely finish it and I will never break my promise." Shinyi stopped talking, his fingers moving frantically on the screen, and one valuable carnival after another was given away. It has to be said that just the action of clicking to send a gift made his fingers ache. Shinyi stopped talking and started tapping the screen frantically. Carnivals were swiped out one after another. I have to say, my hands are sore from just giving out gifts. At the same time, the system prompts sounded in Shinya's ears one after another. Ding, the host spent 5,000 yuan for Year 1-1, triggering a 3x cashback, and 15,000 yuan has been deposited into the host's bank card. Ding, the host spent 5,000 yuan on Year 1-1, triggering a 5-fold cashback. As Shinyi gave gifts crazily, the popularity of Year 1-1's live broadcast room soared exponentially. The live broadcast room, which originally had only a few people, was instantly packed with viewers pouring in, and the barrage of comments rolled like crazy like a rainstorm. When the beautiful singing host Mumu saw this scene, the confident smile on her face froze instantly, and her eyes were filled with unbelievable shock and deep unwillingness. She could never have imagined that this little anchor, who she regarded as harmless and could be easily controlled at the beginning of the PK, actually had such a domineering big brother behind him, who displayed such amazing strength.
What the hell is going on? The guy on the other side is obviously using me as a weapon to show off. He wants to trample me under his feet and make his favorite anchor famous. Mumu bit her lower lip tightly, feeling angry and annoyed.
This feeling of being looked down upon and challenged was something she absolutely could not tolerate. So, Mumu quickly adjusted his state and shouted to the camera in an urgent and provocative voice.
Family members, try your best. The other side wants to step on us and humiliate us severely. Let's vote for Mumu together and let them know how powerful we are, okay?
After Mumu's mobilization, her fans were instantly motivated and responded in the barrage, rushing into Year101's live broadcast room and starting to set the pace.
The guy across the street is just a nouveau riche. What else can he do except spend money? He has no taste at all. You only know how to attract attention in such a vulgar way. It's really despicable.
These offensive barrages rolled wildly in Year101's live broadcast room, trying to disrupt the rhythm here.
But Shinyi acted as if he didn't see it. After all, he was making money.
Year101 was also not affected by these rhythms, but at the moment, she was more shocked by Shinya's arrogance. Looking at the carnival special effects exploding one after another on the screen, her heart was in turmoil. For a moment, the thought of ending the live broadcast and meeting Brother Sesame in person even flashed through her mind. After all, in just this short period of time, the value of the gifts Shinyi gave was enough to pay her the salary she would have to earn after working hard for a long time of live streaming.
The more Year101 thought about it, the more regretful she felt. She kept blaming herself in her heart. Big Brother had asked me out so sincerely before. Why was I hesitating at that time? Why did I refuse? If she had known that her eldest brother was so wealthy and powerful, she would have definitely gone to meet him as soon as possible.
In Year101's opinion, isn't the reason why she works so hard on live streaming just to make more money and live a good life? Even if Brother Sesame thinks that I just want to have fun, what does it matter? I could just be the big brother's canary and be pampered and raised by him. Isn't this kind of life much easier and happier than working so hard on live broadcasts every day? Just when Year101 was thinking about her life after meeting Shinyi, the pace of Mumu's side became more and more intense. A number 2 brother in her live broadcast room couldn't sit still. This man usually took it as his duty to protect Mumu, and at this moment he turned into a dog licking a salt soldier.
In Year101's live broadcast room, he angrily shouted, "Boy, is this how you play? Do you understand the rules of the live broadcast circle? In the live streaming circle, competition is everywhere, and everyone assumes that they can use various means to step on others to get to the top. But it is extremely rare for someone like Shinyi to have already far surpassed his opponent in gift value, but still keep giving gifts frantically, widening the gap. In the eyes of some people with extreme ideas, this is a naked humiliation and an absolutely unbearable provocation." When Shinyi saw this accusatory message, he couldn't help but sneer. These days, even if you have money, you are not allowed to give gifts? Rules? The rules are all about strength. After posting this, he still felt unsatisfied, and typed another line of words, "If you have the ability, just follow me and brush." What's the point of just barking here? I see that your level is not low. Why did you borrow money to brush gifts before? Are you scared now? When the number 2 brother saw Shinyi's thorny reply, he just posted a word on the public screen, "Come." Then, he returned to the original live broadcast room and gave out gifts. On the other hand, Shinyi looked calm and composed, with a hint of contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. After all, he has the confidence of receiving cash back from the system, so he doesn't feel bad about spending the money and can spend more and more, so naturally he doesn't care. "1-1, have you had a good rest? Let's play a train game to liven up the mood." Year101 had been paying close attention to the screen. When she saw Shinya's message, she stood up without hesitation. "Brother Jima, have a good rest. I'll be right there." After saying that, she operated quickly, and the train-driving BGM sounded instantly. The familiar melody instantly ignited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Brothers and sisters in the live studio, the train to the Year101 live studio has departed, everyone hurry up and get on board. Year101 shouted while twisting her waist seductively. Chapter 123, Meeting Yi Ruanwan. Xinye's gaze was fixed on Yi Ruanwan's energetic figure on the screen, his eyes full of admiration. And he didn't dare to stop his hands for even a moment, as expensive gift special effects bloomed one after another in the live broadcast room. This PK has a strict time limit. Like most cases, the time limit is 10 minutes. Xinye thought about spending as much money as possible in his account within these 10 minutes. After all, every consumption could trigger a high cash back from the system, which was a sure win. He didn't want to find time to spend money on Yi Ruanwan and get cash back. However, in stark contrast to Xinye's relaxed and comfortable state, the brother strong on the opposite side was currently in a painful struggle. Every time he gave out a gift, it was like cutting off a piece of flesh from his body. After all, what he spent was real money. On weekdays, if the anchor Mumu, whom he supports, has any important event, he will definitely donate generously without hesitation. Because he knows that his efforts will be rewarded. Mumu really knows how to give. This female anchor is always obedient in front of him and provides him with all kinds of thoughtful services. The feeling of being conquered by goddesses surrounding him and obeying his commands made him unable to stop, and this was also the fundamental reason why he had always supported Mumu wholeheartedly. But right now, this is just an ordinary PK, not some special event. Although he was wealthy, he was not a spendthrift and was unwilling to spend too much money on such an ordinary contest. But when he saw the number of gifts from the other side rising like a rocket, and thought of the harsh words he had just said in the live broadcast room, he felt conflicted and thought it would be too embarrassing to admit defeat so easily. With this contradictory mentality, he gritted his teeth and persisted in giving gifts. But as time went by, this second big brother on the list gradually couldn't keep up. On the other hand, Xinye didn't care about the score in the opposite live broadcast room at all. He was just immersed in the rhythm of frantically giving gifts. The constant cashback reminder sounds from the system seemed to inject him with endless motivation. Mumu watched the gift points on the other side soar like a rocket, feeling extremely anxious, and quickly sent him a message, "Brother Yun, why don't you brush it? We can't lose like this." Brother Yun frowned, looking at the huge score difference on the screen, and replied, "Baby Mumu, I think there is something fishy going on with the person on the other side. Who would give gifts so unrestrainedly? Look, our gift points are far behind his, but he still keeps giving them away. In my opinion, he is most likely laundering money." However, Mumu didn't think so. In her opinion, this was just an excuse for Brother Yin not to spend money on her anymore. He just wanted to escape because he couldn't beat others. But she still wanted to fight for it, so she continued to send messages to persuade him. How could it be? "Brother Yun, we are so powerful, we can't be scared by him. If you try harder, we might be able to turn defeat into victory." Brother Yun was getting a little impatient at this point, but he didn't want to lose face in front of Mumu, so he replied, "Baby Mumu, seriously, I'm not lying to you. How about this, after the show starts, I'll come find you and take you to the mall to shop. You can pick whatever you want." Seeing this message, Mumu snorted in his heart, thinking secretly, Bye. It sounds good, but you just want to sleep with me. You can't even spend this little money on me, and you still want to see me? You are just dreaming." However, when replying to the message, she still retained some sympathy and said in a tactful tone, "Let's do it another day, Brother Yun. I have something to do today and I really can't leave." The Brother Yun that Mumu mentioned is a fat middle-aged man who became a nouveau riche by working hard in his early years. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely in the luxuriously decorated tea room, with an expensive cigar in his mouth and a set of exquisite tea sets on the tea table in front of him. Hearing Mumu's reply, he just shrugged indifferently, without any anger on his face. There are many beautiful women around him. Although Mumu is beautiful, which makes him spend more time on her, she is not irreplaceable. He is not available for this, as there are many other female anchors eagerly waiting for his favor. The moment the PK time ended, the huge word victory flashed on the screen in Yi Ruanwan's live broadcast room. The gorgeous special effects and the crazy barrage of the audience pushed the atmosphere to its climax. After Xinye stopped, he looked at the balance in his account that kept increasing due to the cashback and laughed triumphantly. It still has to be the system. Yi Ruanwan's eyes were red with excitement. She thanked the camera incoherently. "Thank you everyone, thank you Brother Jima. Without you, there would be no victory today. Ruanwan is so happy." Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Fans in the live broadcast room were posting comments such as "Ruanwan is so mighty" and "Brother Sesame YYDS. After all, he really took down a big anchor with his own strength.
Just looking at the PK score, Brother Sesame scored a total of 5 million points.
Such a powerful strength, how can we not be amazed and admired?
Moomoo's live broadcast room was dead silent, shrouded in the shadow of failure, and the fans' comments changed from being passionate to full of disappointment and complaints. Moomoo forced a smile and tried to comfort the fans. Family, we were careless this time.
We will definitely win back next time.
But her voice seemed a little weak amid the sparse comments. Brother Yun looked at Moomoo, who was pretending to be strong, but there was not much ripple in his heart. He gently extinguished the burning cigar in his hand, slowly stood up, stretched, and thought to himself, it's not the first time I lose, it's no big deal, there's no need to worry about it. But I want to take a closer look at who this guy who spent so much money is. At the same time, Shinyi looked at Yi Ruanruan, who was so excited that she couldn't control herself.
His fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard and sent a message on the public screen. Ruanruan, do you remember what I said to you when I added you as a friend?
When Yi Ruanruan saw the message, her heart started beating violently. She didn't even have time to think before she eagerly said to the camera, Brother Sesame, I remember, of course I remember.
And you?
Shinyi had just typed a few words, and before he finished sending the message, he heard Yi Ruanruan shouting, Brother Jima, I'm free now. Then, the screen suddenly went black. Shinyi looked at the black screen with a puzzled look on his face, and couldn't help but wonder, did they just shut it down? Has my appeal become so great? At this moment, the fans who were originally watching the fun in the live broadcast room were completely stunned when they saw the screen suddenly go black and the broadcast was turned off. After a few seconds of silence, someone suddenly posted a message in the barrage, it's over.
Goddess Ruanruan is going to be taken down by Big Brother. Countless question marks instantly dominated the screen, filling it with confusion and surprise.
She suddenly went off the air. She must have gone to meet Brother Sesame, otherwise why would she spend so much money, isn't it obvious? Another barrage appeared, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves.
Shinyi saw all of this and secretly sighed in his heart. If you want to know how Huang Yao came about, this is probably it.
However, these people happened to guess correctly. Yi Ruanruan really was coming to find them.
I just wonder, if she knew I was her boss, how would she feel?
Thinking of this, Shinyi also closed the live broadcast room and prepared for the upcoming face-to-face meeting.
Chapter 124 Attacked by Dong Mingfei. As soon as the video ended, Yi Ruanruan couldn't wait to pick up her phone and sent a message to Shinyi, Brother Jima, are you also in Shangjing City?
After sending the message, she stared at the phone screen, her eyes full of anticipation.
Not long after, the phone screen lit up, and Shinye's reply came into view. Why do you ask that?
Yi Ruanruan looked at the message, revealed a playful smile, and danced her fingers quickly again. I guessed it. After sending it, she bit her lower lip, stared at the screen without blinking, and prayed silently in her heart that her guess was correct. Soon, Shinye's message came again, then you really guessed it right. Seeing this reply, Yi Ruanruan was so excited that she almost jumped up.
She couldn't suppress her excitement and asked, is Brother Jima free now? Shinyi was sitting in the office.
When he saw Yi Ruanruan's message, a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
He put away his phone slowly and whispered to himself, are you free?
As your boss, how could I not be free? After saying that, Shinyi walked towards Yi Ruanruan's live broadcast room.
Yi Ruanruan's live broadcast room is on the 3rd floor, and he walked towards the elevator.
The elevator door slowly opened with a crisp prompt sound.
Shinyi entered and pressed the button for the 3rd floor.
As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, Shinyi saw a graceful figure in professional attire walking past him. Looking closely, it turned out to be Dong Mingfei. She was wearing a black business suit and a pair of black stiletto heels.
Dong Mingfei looked straight ahead and walked hurriedly, apparently not noticing Shinyi.
After she passed by, she left behind a faint fragrance that lingered around Shinyi's nose. The corners of Shinyi's mouth rose slightly, and a naughty idea suddenly flashed through his mind to scare her on purpose. So he tiptoed behind Dong Mingfei, his steps very lightly, his eyes fixed on her back, ready to raid at the right time. Just when he was concentrating and preparing to launch a raid, Dong Mingfei seemed to suddenly realize something and turned around without warning. She turned around so suddenly that her arms moved forward subconsciously. Shinyi had never expected that she would turn around suddenly, and he had no time to dodge. There was a dull bang sound, and Dong Mingfei's hand hit Shinyi's lower body hard.
Ah!
Shinyi groaned in pain, his whole body instantly hunched up, his hands subconsciously covering the part that was hit, his facial expression distorted by severe pain.
Ah! Mr. Shin, why are you here?
When Dong Mingfei saw Shinyi, who was in so much pain that he couldn't even straighten his back, she was stunned at first, then her face instantly flushed, and her eyes were full of panic and embarrassment. She never expected that the person following her was Xinyi, and she never expected that her turning around would cause such an accident.
Yes, I'm sorry, I really didn't know it was you. Why are you behind me? Dong Mingfei stuttered.
Xinyi was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He could only wave his hands to signal her not to speak. He straightened up with difficulty and took a long time to squeeze out a few words. You are too cruel. His voice was still trembling, and it was obvious that the blow just now had caused him great pain. Dong Mingfei stood there at a loss, tugging at the corner of her clothes anxiously with both hands, and the blush on her face became more and more obvious. I really didn't mean it. Are you okay?
Do you want to go to the hospital? Xinyi took a deep breath and tried to calm the discomfort caused by the pain. I will be fine after a while.
He looked at Dong Mingfei's guilty expression, and his original intention to scare her had long since disappeared. At this moment, he felt more helpless. This almost made him extinct.
After taking a break, he asked, "Where are you going? Why are you in such a hurry?"
Dong Mingfei saw that Xinyi seemed to be better, and heaved a sigh of relief, and replied, I was just about to send you this month's financial report.
I just got it from the finance department, and I wanted to send it to you quickly.
As he spoke, he raised the folder in his hand. Xinyi then noticed the folder in her hand and nodded. How about this, you send it to my office, I have some things to deal with.
Okay. Dong Mingfei responded softly and was about to turn around and leave.
The extremely embarrassing scene just now suddenly emerged in her mind. Her hand hit Xinyi's sensitive part without any warning. The real touch still remained in her memory, and her face instantly flushed. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stop and asked carefully,
Mr. Shin, are you sure you really don't need to go to the hospital?
The injury I just had was really severe.
When Xinyi heard this, he replied unhappily, Why? If something really happened to me, can you still be responsible for me? Dong Mingfei was startled by the question and stammered, Who knows? How about you go to the bathroom and take a look?
As soon as she said it, she regretted it, but the words were already out and could not be taken back.
How do you see it? Xinyi was puzzled.
Dong Mingfei bit her lower lip and explained with gritted teeth, Just see if it can still be used normally. After saying this, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xinyi's eyes widened instantly, with a look of disbelief on his face, and he kept muttering in his heart, What's wrong with this secretary that he actually let me go to the toilet alone to do that kind of examination? He shook his head helplessly and said half jokingly and half seriously, No, this kind of thing needs someone's cooperation.
As he spoke, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Dong Mingfei with a hint of playfulness in them. Dong Mingfei was not stupid, so how could she not understand what Xinyi meant?
Her face suddenly turned redder, and she waved her hands in panic, saying, Forget it, Mr. Shin, I'll leave first. Without waiting for Xinyi's response, she turned around and left in a hurry.
Xinyi couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Dong Mingfei fleeing. Why is this little secretary so irresistible? He shook his head slightly, a faint smile still on his lips, thinking in his heart, There are so many beautiful women around me, if I really need anything, wouldn't it be easy to find any of them?
Thinking of this, he calmed down and walked towards Yu Ruanruan's live broadcast room. As soon as he reached the door, Xinyi saw through the window that Yu Ruanruan was staring at her phone with a depressed look on her face. The mobile phone page clearly shows the chat history with him.
Xinyi couldn't help but wonder in his heart, Could it be that you are already dreaming of being supported by me?
Thinking of this, his expression froze slightly and he shook his head slightly.
This won't do.
I gave her gifts because she is so pretty and pleasing to the eye. But more importantly, it is to train her to make money for herself.
Chapter 125, New Official Takes 3 Actions.
Xinyi knocked on the door gently. At this time, Yu Ruanruan was immersed in her own thoughts. When she heard a knock on the door, her heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously thought that it was the platform staff coming to check on the work. Nowadays, the company's supervision is becoming more and more strict. In order to prevent some anchors from being lazy and passive, such as not broadcasting live or broadcasting in vain, staff are often arranged to check on them at irregular intervals. Thinking of this, Yu Ruanruan quickly locked the screen of her phone. Then, she quickly straightened her clothes, smoothed out the wrinkles at the corners, raised her hand to smooth her messy hair, then took a deep breath and walked forward to open the door. The moment the door opened, a tall figure entered Yu Ruanruan's sight. The handsome guy in front of her was tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Yu Ruanruan was stunned for a moment, her mind went blank, and she could only mechanically sigh in her heart, No way, there is someone so handsome among the staff? She looked Shinyi up and down, and couldn't help but continue to think in her heart, with this appearance, if he becomes a male anchor, it won't be difficult to find a few rich ladies.
Maybe he will be kept by them in a few minutes.
Oh, if only Brother Sesame could be half as handsome as this guy. Even if he gets kept by someone in the future, it would be pleasing to the eyes to watch him cook every day.
It would be very motivating.
But as soon as she thought of this, Yi Ruanruan couldn't help but laugh at herself in her heart.
She knew too well that this was an unrealistic fantasy.
In her opinion, the big brothers who spend money lavishly in the live broadcast room are mostly fat middle-aged uncles with beer bellies, which is very different from the handsome man in front of her. However, in order to live a good life, she gritted her teeth and accepted it even if she was supported by such a big brother. Just as Yi Ruanruan was immersed in her own fantasies, Shinyi saw her staring at him with a crazy look on her face, and couldn't help but ask, "Yi Ruanruan, what are you daydreaming about?"
This call instantly brought Yi Ruanruan back to reality.
She suddenly came back to her senses, a blush quickly appeared on her face, and she waved her hands in panic to explain,
I wasn't in a daze.
Yi Ruanruan tried hard to calm herself down and stepped aside to let Shinyi walk into the live broadcast room.
After he entered the room, she mustered up the courage and asked with a slightly trembling voice, handsome guy, are you the new staff member?" Shinyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said slowly, "No, I'm not a staff member." "Ah? Then who are you?" "I am the new chairman of the company." "Chairman? Chairman?"
Yi Ruanruan widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that the handsome man in front of her, who made her lose her composure, was actually the new boss of the company. In addition to being shocked, she felt a little nervous and said quickly, "Hello, Chairman."
"I'm so sorry. I was so rude just now."
As soon as she said this, she secretly complained in her heart, "I'm done for. I hope I won't be used as an example by this new chairman today." The saying "a new official starts with 3 things" came to my mind, and the more I thought about it, the colder I felt down my spine. In an instant, the handsome filter of Shinyi in her eyes was completely shattered. Shinyi took in all the changes in Yi Ruanruan's expression and found it a little funny, but he did not explain further. Then, he sat in the seat where Yi Ruanruan had just sat. At this moment, the situation was instantly reversed, and Yi Ruanruan stood aside, her body tense, looking at Shinyi with a nervous face.
At this moment, the attitudes of the two people are a sharp contrast between the big boss and the small employee. "Yi Ruanruan, I just saw you outside and you seem to be slacking off."
Shinyi leaned back slightly, leaning against the back of the chair, with a playful smile on his face, looking at Yi Ruanruan with interest.
That. Yi Ruanruan's mind went blank in an instant.
She stammered and tried to explain herself, but was speechless for a moment. Her face turned red with anxiety.
"My name is Shinyi."
Shinyi spoke at the right time, breaking the brief deadlock. His voice was low and magnetic.
"Boss Shin, I just got off the air. I was thinking of taking a break and going live again later."
Yi Ruanruan hurriedly explained, speaking very quickly, fearing that Shinyi would not give her a chance to finish her words. There was a hint of anxiety and grievance in her tone.
"Is that so?"
Shinyi raised his eyebrows slightly.
"Really, Mr. Shin, if you don't believe me, I'll open the live broadcast background for you.
It has all the records." Yi Ruanruan said this and was about to turn around to get her phone to prove her innocence.
"No." Shenyi waved his hand gently, his tone calm but unyielding.
Yi Ruanruan, who had already taken a step, stopped instantly as if she was cast under a spell.
She sighed in her heart, "It's over. Why is today so unlucky?"
At this moment, she was certain that Shinyi was the kind of chairman who was deliberately looking for trouble. The image of the pitiful number on the salary slip at the end of the month appeared in her mind, and she felt panicked. After all, live streaming work may seem casual, but if you really look into it carefully, you can always find a lot of problems.
"Fortunately, I found a powerful brother today."
Yi Ruanruan silently comforted herself in her heart, as if she had grasped the last straw. "I was originally planning to see your live broadcast status. Since you are not live broadcasting now, please tell us in detail about your live broadcast content."
"Live broadcast content?"
When Yi Ruanruan heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She had no idea what Shinya's intention was and her scalp was tingling.
But she didn't dare to disobey and could only explain it with gritted teeth.
"Mr. Shin, the content of my live broadcast mainly relies on fans to give me gifts to get me to do some fitness exercises."
"Fitness moves?"
Shinyi raised his eyebrows, a hint of doubt appeared on his face, and he seemed dissatisfied with the answer and asked. Yi Ruanruan's cheeks flushed slightly. She hesitated for a moment but decided to tell the truth. It's just some fitness exercises that are a bit on the edge. After all, most of my live broadcast viewers are LSPS who are just there to watch the fun. After saying this, she felt helpless and a little embarrassed. Shinyi smacked his lips after hearing this.
TSK, the fans who used to call me family affectionately in the live broadcast room have now become old perverts.
He secretly sighed in his heart that in the world of female anchors, no matter how outstanding the appearance is, it is not as attractive as real money. He couldn't help but think that if the system hadn't given him wealth, even if he passed by Yi Wanwan on the street, she would just call him a pretty boy with disdain. Then you can demonstrate a few moves on the spot so that I can better understand the live broadcast features of our platform. When Yi Wanwan heard this, her face turned pale and red. She bit her lower lip subconsciously, her heart filled with confusion and embarrassment. On the one hand, she felt embarrassed to do these rather borderline fitness moves in front of the company's chairman. After all, this was not a live broadcast and it was completely different. On the other hand, he didn't dare to disobey Shinye's orders after all, it was related to his future in the company. After hesitating for a while, Yi Wanwan had no choice but to walk to the center of the live broadcast room. She took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and began to move slowly. The first movement was a slow squat. She twisted her waist slightly and looked down unconsciously. She didn't dare to look at Shinye's expression. The blush on her face became more and more obvious.
Chapter 126 Secretary. Seeing this, Shinyi came directly behind Yi Wanwan.
The moment Yi Wanwan stood up, he stretched out his hands and placed them firmly on her waist. Yi Wanwan suddenly felt a strange touch on her waist. Her delicate body stiffened suddenly and a blush instantly appeared on her face. Yi Wanwan, come here, let me help you do it again.
I always feel that there is something wrong with what you did.
Shinye's voice came from behind, deep and with an unquestionable tone.
Problem? I think you're trying to take advantage of me. Yi Wanwan's heart was filled with alarm and she secretly complained.
Although she was also moved by Shinye's outstanding handsomeness, when it comes to being kept, in her opinion, middle-aged uncles are the better choice.
Those uncles were very generous and paid well.
Although they had many service requirements, they did not take long and she felt that it was still within an acceptable range. With dissatisfaction and helplessness in her heart, Yi Wanwan had no choice but to bite the bullet and slowly squat down again. Just as she was squatting, she suddenly realized that Shinye's hand was quietly raised up again.
Mr. Shun, you.
Yi Wanwan was embarrassed and annoyed, and was about to question. Shinyi naturally understood what Yi Wanwan was thinking, and he quickly let go of her hand before she could finish her words. He just wanted to test it out to see if Yi Wanwan would give in to any man.
But it seems okay now.
After Shinyi let go, Yi Runrun quickly finished the rest of the squats, straightened up panting, and thought that this embarrassing instruction was finally over. However, Shinye's calm voice once again broke the brief peace. Okay, do another handstand. Yi Runrun's face was filled with disbelief, her eyes widened like bells, staring straight at Shinyi, shouting in her heart, still coming.
This is too much. But faced with her boss's request, she didn't dare to disobey openly and could only complain secretly. She walked slowly to the wall with heavy and reluctant steps.
She took a deep breath, supported herself on the ground with trembling hands, slowly raised her legs, and finally stood against the wall, completing this handstand that she was extremely reluctant to do.
TSK, it has to be the real version to feel it. Shinyi smacked his lips as he approached Yi Wanwan who was standing upside down.
Then, without warning, he stretched out his hands and firmly grasped Yi Wanwan's legs.
This sudden action completely panicked Yi Wanwan.
A terrible thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that this new chairman wanted to take advantage of me?
But there are many girls in the company who are prettier than me, why did he choose me? Just when Yi Wanwan was full of panic and ready to fight back, Shinyi suddenly spoke slowly. Yi Wanwan, didn't you say you wanted to meet me in person? Why don't you behave well now that you see me? You still owe me a lot of time to stand on your head.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanwan's originally panicked and struggling movements suddenly stopped, her brain instantly shut down, and her face was full of astonishment and confusion.
Are you Brother Sesame?
Her voice trembled slightly due to shock, and contained a hint of expectation and temptation that she herself could hardly detect. Shinyi raised the corner of his mouth and nodded gently. Otherwise, why would I suddenly come to your live broadcast room?
Oh my god. Brother Sesame is actually the boss of my company.
This. Yi Wanwan felt her mind go blank, and was completely overwhelmed by this shocking fact. She could never have imagined that the mysterious big brother who spent a lot of money to support her in the live broadcast room and the company chairman in front of her who made her feel oppressed were the same person. However, despite being shocked, this unexpected discovery actually ignited a glimmer of hope in Yi Wanwan's heart, and she vaguely saw different possibilities for her future. Yi Wanwan stood there in a daze, her brain still trying to digest this shocking secret, the expression on her face constantly switching between shock and surprise. Shen Yi looked at her like this, a smile flashed in his eyes, and his tone became gentle. What, are you stupid?
Don't you recognize your brother Sesame?
Yi Wanwan came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she stammered, I really didn't expect that Brother Jima was actually you.
So now you know? Brother Jima, please sit down. Yi Wanwan stood up again. Let me show you those fitness moves again. It will definitely be more interesting to watch in real life than online.
Shen Yi secretly sighed. Women, they really change at any time. She looked reluctant just now, but now she is so passionate. However, the curve of his mouth revealed his true thoughts. He quite enjoyed this change.
Don't do it yet.
Shen Yi put away his smile and his expression became serious. Now that his identity had been revealed, he didn't plan to tease her any further. Come here, I want to tell you something.
Upon hearing this, Yi Wanwan quickly stepped forward obediently.
The next second, she actually sat directly in Shen Yi's arms, her movements so natural as if the two of them had already been close. Shen Yi only felt his chest getting hot, and a soft squeezing sensation came, which made him slightly startled.
He sighed silently in his heart. This woman is more proactive than I thought.
Shen Yi calmed himself down, raised his hand and pinched Yi Wanwan's chin, forcing her to look at him.
Are you happy with your current situation? Satisfy?
Yi Wanwan repeated it subconsciously and couldn't help but murmur in her heart that no one would be completely satisfied with their current situation. After all, people go to high places and water flows to low places.
Who doesn't desire a better life and more favorable conditions? Thinking of this, a light bulb suddenly lit up in her mind and a bold guess came to her mind. Could it be that Brother Jima is hinting at something?
The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. A sly look flashed in her eyes.
That must be the case.
Otherwise, why would he give me so much money in the live broadcast room?
He must want me to be his little lover.
After being so sure, Yi Wanwan's face was quickly filled with a flattering smile, and her voice was as soft as honey. Brother Jima, I am so dissatisfied with my current situation. I work so hard every day but don't make much money and I am always criticized by others. As she said this, she pouted her lips pretending to be aggrieved. Shen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a meaningful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth.
He said slowly, Then do you need me to help you change?
I need your help, Brother Sesame. I really need your help now.
Then you want to.
Shen Yi had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted anxiously by Yi Wanwan before he could finish his words.
Brother Jima, why don't I quit live streaming and be your secretary?
Yi Wanwan said seriously, I'm telling you, I'm really good at everything. Whether it's handling documents, arranging itineraries, or accompanying you on social events, I can do it all and I will never let you down.
Once this was said,
Shen Yi suddenly felt speechless, the expression on his face froze instantly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He had originally laid the groundwork carefully with the intention of helping Yi Wanwan replan her live broadcast career so that she could shine again in the live broadcast field and reach new heights. But he didn't expect that Yi Wanwan's mind was full of how she was kept and how dependent she was on him. She completely misunderstood his meaning, which made him feel both amused and helpless.
Although he wanted to eat it, he didn't want to eat it this way. Chapter 127 Island Country Boss? Bang, bang, bang.
A crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the slightly ambiguous atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Shen Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Dong Mingfei standing outside the door, with an upright posture and eyes looking straight at him.
Yi Wanwan also noticed Dong Mingfei.
In the company, Dong Mingfei was a key figure who held great power and was known to almost everyone. Realizing this, Yi Wanwan suddenly became flustered and hurriedly prepared to get up from Shen Yi's arms. Just as she stood up, Shen Yi suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed her with force. This time, the force was quite strong.
Yi Wanwan felt the pain and couldn't help but cried out softly, Ah!
Shen Yi seemed not to hear her cry of pain. He stretched out his hand and experienced the touch wantonly.
Sun Yan's figure unconsciously appeared in his mind.
After what happened with Sun Yan, he couldn't help but have some doubts.
Who could guarantee that what he saw was real?
However, after some verification, he silently gave his own evaluation in his heart.
Wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon.
Shinyi leaned close to Yi Ruanwan's ear and whispered softly, his warm breath spraying on her neck. Yi Ruanwan's cheeks flushed, and she responded coquettishly, well, come back soon. Shinyi straightened his clothes and walked out of the live broadcast room. Dong Mingfei, who was leaning against the wall, saw him coming out, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, saying with a hint of ridicule, Boss Shin, are you teasing the girls in the company again?
What do you mean again? This is obviously my first time.
Shinyi raised his eyebrows and retorted seriously, with a somewhat innocent look on his face.
Cut.
Dong Mingfei snorted and rolled her eyes, obviously not buying what he said. Then, she straightened her face and said, Boss Shin, I almost forgot something important just now.
There is a problem with our company's financial statements. The accounts don't match. It's a big deal indeed. Shinye's expression suddenly became serious.
However, the next second, he returned to his cynical look.
But why did you leave so suddenly just now? You haven't even come with me to check the bathroom. Mr. Shen.
Dong Mingfei's face turned red instantly, and she scolded in shame and annoyance.
She felt extremely regretful.
If she had known that Shinyi had such a sharp tongue, she would not have teased him just now.
Okay, you know you can't argue with me, but you still teased me just now. Shinyi waved his hand. You just said there was a problem with the financial statements. What exactly is going on?
Dong Mingfei took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and reported seriously, after a preliminary check, the details of this month's expenditures and income are chaotic. There are several large amounts of funds with unknown destinations, and some account records are vague and cannot correspond to actual business at all.
I have asked the finance department to conduct an urgent check, but there is no result yet. So what do you mean? Boss Shin, do you think we can do the same thing as last time? Dong Mingfei said tentatively. Let me go on an incognito visit again?
Shinyi raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly returned to his nonchalant look.
Yes, Mr. Shen. The head of our company's finance department is seen as an aloof iceberg goddess by everyone. If you come forward, you might be able to find some different clues.
As Dong Mingfei spoke, she was making her own plans in her mind.
I'm not going. Shinyi refused almost without hesitation.
He was now dealing with so many women and his time was already tight, so how could he have the time to waste energy on this?
You just need to do this kind of thing. Mr. Shin, please go.
The main reason is that we have been investigating for a long time and there is no progress.
There is really no other way. Dong Mingfei still didn't give up and continued to persuade, with a hint of pleading in her tone.
I can go, but after the inspection, you have to go to the bathroom with me and help me check it. Shinyi said this half jokingly and half seriously, thinking that this would make Dong Mingfei give up, with a playful smile on his face.
Sure. Dong Mingfei answered very straightforwardly, in a clear voice, without any hesitation.
When Shinyi heard this answer, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. He had never expected that Dong Mingfei would agree so readily.
He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what does she mean? Is there really some secret that cannot be told?
Since Dong Mingfei is so determined to let him go, there must be some hidden story.
Shinyi pondered secretly and decided to follow Dong Mingfei's instructions and find out what she was planning. Okay, then we have a deal. It's a deal and we can't go back on our word. No regrets, absolutely no regrets.
Mr. Shin, please go and accompany that little girl.
She might be getting impatient waiting. I'll be busy now.
As soon as she finished speaking, she was afraid that Shinyi would change his mind at the last minute, so she turned around and left quickly, leaving Shinyi standing there alone. Looking at Dong Mingfei's quickly disappearing back, Shinyi couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Dong Mingfei really came and went in a hurry.
Her style of doing things was so urgent that he felt that there was something mysterious about this matter. After a short pause, Shinyi sorted out his thoughts and walked into Yi Ruanwan's live broadcast room.
Brother Sesame, do you want me to help you go to the toilet? Yi Ruanwan saw Shinyi coming in and said half jokingly. Did you hear everything?
Shinyi was slightly startled, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Yi Ruanwan smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed, and explained, Brother Jima, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, it's just that your voices accidentally came in. After that, she seemed to suddenly remember something, her expression straightened, and she continued, but, Brother Jima, I heard that President Dong and President Gao have never had a harmonious relationship.
Mr. Gao?
Shinyi frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and his mind quickly searched for information about this title.
It's Gao Yue, the ice goddess of the finance department. Yi Ruanruan blinked and added. Are there any photos? Let me see.
Shenyi became curious and wanted to get a glimpse of Mr. Gao's true face.
Yi Ruanruan moved quickly and opened the company's official website.
She tapped the screen a few times and quickly found Gao Yue's photo, which she handed to Shenyi.
Brother Sesame, this is it.
Shenyi looked closely and saw a frosty-faced woman appear on the screen.
She was wearing a black hip skirt.
The slim cut outlined her graceful figure, and her neat short hair made her look even more capable. But there was no expression on her face, and her eyes contained a coldness that kept people at a distance. However, as Shenyi looked at her, he always felt something was strange. The more he looked, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this woman's face.
She didn't look like a native dragon Chinese at all. Is she from Dragon Country?
Shenyi couldn't help but ask, his eyes still fixed on the photo.
Brother Sesame, you may not know much since you just arrived.
Her parents are from the neighboring island country, but she grew up in Dragon Country.
Yi Ruanruan explained patiently. Islanders?
When Shenyi heard this answer, his heart was shocked, and ripples appeared in his heart instantly.
Chapter 128. Meet Chao yapping again.
Shenyi originally planned to take Yi Ruanruan to relax and enjoy a pleasant time, but Chen Zi's figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Chen Zi just came here today, and it would seem a bit cruel to leave her alone at home. Thinking of this, Shenyi sighed softly and put the plan on hold for the time being.
After all, there is a long way to go and there will always be opportunities.
Shenyi raised his hand to stop a taxi and headed straight to the supermarket. Tonight, he decided to show off his skills and prepare a sumptuous dinner for his sister Chen. As soon as he entered the supermarket, he walked to the fruit section with familiarity, scanned the dazzling array of fruits, and finally stopped on the pineapple. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he picked out several and put them in the shopping cart. This pineapple has a magical effect. It can neutralize the smell of tadpoles. Although he himself does not need to care about these things, he is always considerate and attentive to women's thoughts. After all, they taste it all day long, so it's reasonable to improve the taste. Then he went to the vegetable area and picked out various fresh vegetables. Just as he was concentrating on selecting ingredients, he looked up inadvertently and a graceful figure came into his sight. She was a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament, and her long wavy hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. She wore a brown bodysuit that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, and a simple coat on the outside, which added a touch of elegance and casualness. Wearing high-heeled sandals, she looks exactly like the goddess that everyone fantasized about when they were a child.
Shenyi couldn't help but be slightly stunned.
He didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman in this bustling supermarket. His gaze unconsciously lingered on her for a moment longer, purely out of instinctive appreciation of beautiful things, without any distracting thoughts.
However, this seemingly unintentional glance was keenly noticed by the other party.
Because Chao yapping was often stared at by men with bad intentions, over time she developed a special ability to sense when someone was looking at her from behind. As soon as Shenyi's gaze fell on her, she immediately sensed something. Chao yapping frowned slightly, slowly turned around and looked back, her eyes like autumn water just met Shenyi's gaze. At this moment, Shenyi's heart skipped a beat and he secretly said, "Oh no.
Could it be that she thinks I'm some stinky man with bad intentions?"
Shenyi knew clearly that there were many radical girls nowadays who, under the banner of feminism, wrongly accused boys without any reason, leaving the boys speechless and unable to express their grievances. After all, in social cognition, girls are in a relatively disadvantaged position.
Once such misunderstandings occur, boys often cannot explain themselves even if they are right.
Shenyi was filled with regret. He never expected that such a casual glance would cause so much trouble. But he swore in his heart that he was just admiring her and had absolutely no bad intentions.
Chao yapping was filled with indignation.
She originally planned to turn around and curse the man who offended her behind her, venting all her accumulated disgust and dissatisfaction. However, when she saw Shenyi's face clearly, the sharp words that were on the tip of her tongue were instantly swallowed back in shock. She stood there in a daze, her eyes full of disbelief and surprise.
Isn't this the mysterious and wealthy buyer I've been thinking about day and night?
Chao yapping's heart was like a calm lake with a huge rock thrown into it, causing huge waves to surge. Ever since Shenyi spent a fortune at the auction to buy the finale jewelry for Lin Wanxing, Chao yapping has been deeply attracted to this generous man who only wanted to make her smile. My heart was involuntarily moved by him, and I secretly began to explore him. Chao yapping seems to live in a wealthy family and looks glamorous every day, but in fact, she is filled with frustration and worries. Her love has never been controlled by herself. The family was intent on arranging a marriage for her in an attempt to use it to push the family to a higher level. Now, a young master from the capital has been chosen for her. But after a little inquiry, Chow Yaping found out that the young master led an extremely romantic life, was surrounded by countless young models and celebrities, and his private life was extremely chaotic. What made it even more difficult for her to accept was that she had heard that the other party had many creepy and perverted habits.
Chow Yaping could not accept such a marriage partner in any way.
But she also knew that if she rejected this marriage, according to her family's temperament, they would most likely find her someone with a similar family background, who she would not choose. In such a predicament, Chow Yaping turned her attention to Shen Yi. This man who could please the beauty at an auction and spend a fortune without blinking an eye was undoubtedly the perfect safe haven in her eyes.
However, Chow Yaping's understanding of Shen Yi was limited to his name.
Shen Yi seemed like a mysterious figure who appeared out of nowhere. She searched through all the wealthy circles in Shangjing City, but could not find a rich man with the surname Shen who matched him.
All clues ended here. As for contact information, I have no idea.
At the auction, Lin Wanqing left her own phone number, so there was no way Chow Yaping could go to Lin Wanqing to ask for Shen Yi's contact information. After all, she couldn't just tell people straight out that she had a crush on her man, right? Chow Yaping knows very well that in the world of love, most people find it difficult to accept the one for multiple uses relationship model. Although she might be able to accept it reluctantly, she also understood that this would not be recognized in the eyes of the world.
But fate is so wonderful.
Just when she was about to give up hope, she bumped into the person she had been thinking about, Shen Yi, in this supermarket without any warning.
What asked that expression?
Shen Yi was full of doubts and had already prepared himself to be scolded. After all, that glance of his did seem a bit abrupt. But the girl opposite him not only did not show any anger, but there was even a hint of surprise on her face, which made him confused and completely at a loss.
Boss Shen, long time no see.
Chow Yaping instantly put on a warm and intimate expression and walked over, each step seeming to carry an alluring charm.
Who are you?
Shen Yi looked confused. The woman in front of him did look somewhat familiar. But recently he has been dealing with many women, and there are so many different faces that he couldn't remember who she was for a while.
Boss Shen, you don't remember me now.
Chow Yaping pouted her lips slightly, looking pitiful and aggrieved, and stared at Shen Yi with her big watery eyes. Shen Yi felt his heart tremble, and he was a little overwhelmed by the stare, and secretly sighed, too charming, this woman. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, you must have recognized the wrong person, I really don't remember you.
Shen Yi looked sincere.
As soon as these words were spoken, Chow Yaping was instantly poured cold water on. She originally thought that with her outstanding appearance and unique temperament, she would be able to leave some impression in Shen Yi's heart.
But reality was like a heavy hammer, shattering her fantasy.
Chow Yaping's face flashed with embarrassment, but she quickly adjusted herself, still smiling, and patiently explained.
Boss Shen, I'm the auctioneer you spent so much money on that day.
Chapter 129 Chow the Beautiful.
Auctioneer?
Shen Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and the scene of the auction that day flashed through his mind like lightning. The image of a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam and with a graceful figure instantly became clear.
Are you Chow Yaping, the beautiful lady?
There was a hint of surprise in his tone.
Boss Shen, just call me Yaping. I'm not some great beauty.
Chow Yaping's lips curled up slightly, and a perfect blush appeared on her face. Shen Yi naturally understood that she was being modest. After all, with Chow Yaping's appearance and temperament, if she is not considered a beauty, then there are very few people in this world who can deserve the word beauty. At this moment, Shen Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly that the Chow Yaping in front of him was completely different from the one at the auction.
At the auction table, Chow Yaping wore heavy makeup, showing her mature charm and powerful aura.
Now, she only wears light makeup, looking fresh and natural, like a girl next door. No wonder I didn't recognize her at first.
I don't believe you. If you weren't a beauty, why would I have peeked at you just now? Shen Yi said half-jokingly.
Chow Yaping raised her hand and patted her chest gently, her movements elegant and playful. As long as Mr. Shen still remembers Yaping, Yaping will be happy. But luckily I turned around and took a look just now, otherwise I would have missed you, Mr. Shen.
I have always wanted to make friends with you.
Shen Yi secretly praised him in his heart, thinking that he was worthy of being brought up in a big family. His words and actions were just right. After Chow Yaping's explanation, his seemingly abrupt peeking behavior seemed to become natural, and the awkward atmosphere disappeared instantly.
To be honest, ever since that day, I've wanted to make friends with you, but I never had the chance.
After saying this, although Chow Yaping had some doubts in her heart, she still maintained a sweet smile on her face. She knew in her heart that Xin Ye's words were probably just a courtesy, but she didn't care. After all, being able to talk to Xin Ye already made her very satisfied.
Then Mr. Xin, why don't we add a contact method?
Xin Ye naturally agreed readily.
In his opinion, one more friend means one more way, especially someone like Chow Yaping who has outstanding temperament and extraordinary background.
As for the reason why Chow Yaping took the initiative to add his contact information, Xin Ye guessed that she was probably attracted by his strong background and financial resources. As for the fact that Chow Yaping would fall in love with him and pursue him, Xin Ye secretly shook his head in his heart, not believing it at all. What kind of man has a strong woman like Chow Yaping, who comes from a big family, not seen?
How could he fall for me, who already has a partner? He just thought it was a fantasy and a daydream. Miss Chow, you can just call me Xin Yi or Xiao Yi.
Seeing that the two of them had successfully added green bubbles, Xin Ye said with a smile, his tone revealing intimacy. The name Miss Chow came from Xin Ye's own mouth, which made Chow Yaping slightly startled, and a strange feeling surged in her heart.
Normally, no one would call her that.
It always felt a little weird to have her surname coupled with that name, as if. However, Chow Yaping knew that Xin Ye had no ill intentions, so it was not easy for her to ask him to change his words. After all, if you insist on asking for it, you will appear guilty.
Miss Chow, Miss Chow?
Seeing that Chow Yaping suddenly became dazed and did not respond to him, Xin Ye raised his voice and shouted several times in succession. Chow Yaping finally woke up from her dream and broke free from her thoughts. But when she heard the name Miss Chow again, she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in her heart.
It was an indescribable feeling, a little subtle. Do you really want to investigate a beautiful woman like me?
Chow Yaping thought to herself.
Brother Xin, are you going to buy some food to cook at home? Do you want to come to my house and try my cooking?
As Chow Yaping spoke, she took the initiative to change the address from Mr. Xin to Brother Xin, which instantly narrowed the distance between the two. What she didn't know was that Xin Ye was actually only 18 years old. If she knew the truth, she didn't know how she would feel.
Craft?
When Xin Ye heard this word, he shook his head secretly, and some inappropriate thoughts emerged in his mind.
If it's hand skills, he might consider going.
Of course, he only dared to think about these thoughts in his mind and did not speak them out loud.
Miss Chow, I have guests at home. Please come visit us again when you have the chance. Xin Ye politely declined with an apologetic smile on his face.
Chow Yaping's heart tightened slightly, thinking that Xin Ye was making excuses to shirk responsibility, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But she came from a big family after all, and she was very well mannered. She quickly adjusted her mood, still with a decent smile on her face, and said, "Okay, let's make an appointment next time.
By the way, Miss Chow, why did you only buy cucumbers?"
Xin Ye's eyes fell on the long and thick cucumber in Chow Yaping's hand, and he asked in confusion. After all, a beautiful woman with outstanding temperament holding a cucumber tightly in the supermarket, the picture exudes a unique sense of incongruity no matter how you look at it, which really makes people curious. Chow Yaping subconsciously followed Xin Ye's gaze, and then she suddenly realized that she was still holding the cucumber she had just picked in her hand. In an instant, a blush quickly climbed up her cheeks and spread from her ears to her neck. Thinking back to when I was so focused on talking to Xin Ye just now that I completely forgot that I was holding this thing in my hand, I was so embarrassed that I almost dug my toes out of the room.
Brother Xin, I am a little girl who is lonely at home. I definitely need to bring some of these weapons with me. Chow Yaping's eyes rolled and her brain worked rapidly.
In order to resolve the awkward situation, she blurted out this sentence. As soon as she said this, she regretted it immediately. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no, I blurted out my true feelings in such a hurry.
This statement could easily be misunderstood. What the hell?
When Xin Ye heard this, his eyes widened instantly, his face was full of shock and confusion, his mouth slightly open, and he looked at a loss. He never expected that Chow Yaping would give such an imaginative answer, and his brain instantly shut down. I stood there in a daze for a moment, totally unsure of how to respond.
He muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on?"
He had no choice but to bid farewell to Chow Yaping in a hurry. "Well,
Miss Chow, my family is waiting for me to cook, so I'll leave first."
Chow Yaping was also extremely embarrassed, her cheeks flushed red, and she didn't dare to look directly into Xin Ye's eyes.
She just nodded slightly, her voice as quiet as a mosquito. "Well, okay, Brother Xin, you go ahead."
Just like that, he let Xin Ye leave quickly and disappear from his sight. When Xin Ye's back completely disappeared, Chow Yaping finally woke up from her dream. She suddenly raised her hand and slapped her forehead, her face full of annoyance, and she murmured in a low voice.
What on earth was I doing just now? How could I say something like that? Now my image in Xinye's mind is definitely ruined. He might think I'm a frivolous and casual woman.
But after a while, she seemed to suddenly think of something, her eyes lit up slightly, her expression eased a little, and she comforted herself in her heart. No, when I think about it, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing.
Listening to this, isn't it the same as telling Xinye that I'm single and don't have a boyfriend? Maybe this is an opportunity for him to notice me.
Thinking of this, Xiao Yaping calmed down a little, but her face still had a blush of embarrassment. Chapter 130, 18-year-old lip service. After purchasing the ingredients, Xinye returned home carrying a full bag. As for Xiao Yaping, whom he met by chance in the supermarket, he had already forgotten about her. In his heart, nothing in the world can compare to his beloved sister Chen.
Sister Chen?
As soon as he opened the door, Xinye called out, but the house was silent and there was no response from Chenzi. He walked into the living room and looked around the house, but there was no sign of Chenzi.
Strange? Where's the person? Could he have gone out?
He muttered quietly, his face full of confusion.
Xinye carried the dishes into the kitchen and put everything in place.
Since Chenzi was not at home, he was not in a hurry to cook and planned to go back to the bedroom to lie down and rest for a while. Chenzi's room is right next to Xinye's, so he will have to pass by Chenzi's room when he returns to his room.
When passing by Chenzi's room, Xinye glanced inside inadvertently.
This casual glance made his eyes widen instantly, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. I saw Chenzi lying on the bed, sleeping soundly, without a blanket on her body, wearing a pair of black shorts and a loose white pajamas. The long, straight white legs were exposed to Xinye's sight without any obstruction, and under the soft light, they looked even whiter and more eye-catching.
Sister Chen's legs are too long, they're enough for him to play with. Xinye's throat tightened and he licked his lips involuntarily, with some charming thoughts flashing through his mind.
Soon, he came to his senses and realized that it would be easy to catch a cold if he slept without a blanket. So he tiptoed into the room, came to the bed, took a quilt from the side, and covered Chenzi gently, fearing to wake up the sleeping beauty. But who could have thought that just after she had covered herself with the quilt, Chenzi seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned over, throwing the quilt that she had covered herself with so much difficulty aside again. Xinye sighed helplessly and was about to move forward again, but suddenly stopped.
Because he was far away, he couldn't see clearly.
But when he got closer, Chenzi's pair of long legs, which were so white that they were almost glowing, came into his sight without reservation, attracting his attention firmly. Xinye felt his brain go blank and his body seemed out of control. He reached out his hand and touched it gently. The moment his fingertips touched the delicate skin, he was shocked all over, as if waking up from a dream.
Damn, she's my mom's best friend.
This thought exploded in his mind like a thunder, and Xinye quickly let go of his hand. But even though his hand had retracted, the warm touch left on his fingertips still lingered in his heart, unable to be shaken off.
Sister Chen, why don't you cover yourself with the quilt? Aren't you deliberately tempting yourself?
Xinye secretly complained in his heart, just to make Chenzi cover herself with the quilt and not catch a cold. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand temporarily, and gently controlled Chenzi's body, trying to keep her quiet. During this process, he inadvertently raised his eyes and found that Chenzi's upper body was actually naked, and the white rabbit milk candy was faintly visible, which instantly made his blood boil.
Hiss. Xinye took a deep breath and felt a hot current rushing to his forehead.
He hurriedly looked away, hurriedly pulled the quilt up for Chenzi, and turned around anxiously, wanting to escape from this embarrassing and exciting place.
But fate always seems to like playing tricks on people.
The moment he turned around, Chenzi's eyelids trembled slightly and she slowly woke up. Half asleep, Chenzi saw Xinye's hand resting on her chest.
Xiao Yi, you. Chenzi's face turned red instantly, and even her neck was flushed.
She had been browsing on her phone in the bedroom for a while and fell asleep without realizing it. She never expected to see such an embarrassing scene when she opened her eyes.
Is Xiao Yi doing anything bad to me just now? Chenzi was full of doubts and uneasiness.
She subconsciously felt her body and suddenly found that her big white rabbit was aching.
Could it be that Xiao Yi has taken advantage of her?
You know, she is not wearing anything now, she is in a vacuum state. This terrible thought swirled in her mind, making her feel ashamed and annoyed.
However, Chenzi was really wronging Xinye.
The dull pain was just caused by the pressure she had put on herself when she was sleeping on her stomach. Xinye knew that Chenzi had misunderstood him.
He quickly explained, Sister Chen, I was just covering you with a blanket. Real?
Shenyi nodded hurriedly, his head pounding like garlic, and said firmly, It's absolutely true, Sister Chen, how could I lie to you?
Then why is it that I?
Chen Zi was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized that what she said was inappropriate. A blush instantly appeared on her face, as beautiful as a ripe peach.
Where?
Shenyi looked confused and tilted his head slightly.
He really didn't understand the meaning of Chen Zi's words. Nothing, you heard it wrong.
Chen Zi turned her head away, her voice as low as a mosquito's, full of regret that she almost let the cat out of the bag. She couldn't tell her best friend's son that her big white rabbit was in pain.
Xiao Yi, is it possible that I can't believe you? Chen Zi coughed lightly, trying to ease the embarrassment, forced a smile on her face, and pretended to be relaxed. What were you explaining just now?
I have never seen you before when you were a child. As she spoke, she waved her hands, as if she was telling a very ordinary story.
Explain? Didn't you ask that first? Shenyi thought to himself.
Suddenly he heard Chen Zi's last words, which made him extremely embarrassed.
Really? Sister Chen, I don't even remember.
Well, of course it's true, you were very young at that time. How could Shenyi tolerate such words, even if they were said when he was a child?
After all, men can't say no. Sister Chen, I'm not small.
So how old are you?
Chen Zi asked knowingly. I'm 18 years old.
Chen Zi rolled her eyes at him unhappily and spat, I'm not asking about your age. There was a hint of anger in his tone.
It's not age. Chen Zi was stunned. If it's not age, then what else could it be?
Suddenly, an indescribable picture emerged involuntarily in my mind, my face turned red instantly, and my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She took a deep breath and thought to herself, is that still possible? Seeing Chen Zi suddenly freeze up with her eyes wandering, Shenyi was as if he had been granted amnesty, and hurriedly said, Sister Chen, lie down for a while, I will go cook for you. After saying this, he fled from the room as if he was escaping, as if he was afraid that something more embarrassing would happen if he stayed any longer. When Chen Zi came to her senses, Shenyi had already disappeared at the door, leaving her sitting alone on the bed.
Chen Zi snorted and muttered softly, Ha, you little brat, you only know how to brag in front of me.
She regarded Shenyi's words just now as a young man's boasting and didn't take it to heart.